The royal burial grounds lie in the dragon veins, while the common folk bury their cattle in the earth. The poem states, "The dragon tortoise bestows blessings. Blessings within blessings, wealth for officials, and prosperity on every road." Our ancestors were laid to rest in the land where the cattle slumber, leading to wealth and prosperity, generating fortune and accumulating gold. Oh, what a folly! You've invested your entire fortune in this desolate wilderness. What a venture! Can this place truly be a treasure of geomancy? It hardly seems so. There is neither wind to conceal nor water to gather. It is precisely because it is not a treasure of geomancy that it could be acquired for such a price. But look at the mountain's shape. Does it not resemble an azure bull resting in a pool? With its head positioned there, it indeed bears some resemblance. Yet, it seems as if the bull's head has been severed. It is precisely this severance that disrupts the geomantic pattern, which is why no one has attempted to establish a burial site on the mountain. I have secured the entire forested area. As the one-eyed old man spoke, Su Fan finally grasped the enormity of the investment. Acquiring such a vast mountain, along with the fish pond and fields at its base, must have cost a fortune. Wait, you've exchanged your entire fortune for this place and left me nothing. You inherit such a vast expanse, and still, it is not enough for you. What more do you desire? Just bury me somewhere on the mountain, and you must buy the entire area? You cannot bear to see me idle. Woe is me. I've toiled for over 20 years, enduring hardships daily. In the end, you expect me to guard this mountain for you? How shall I ever marry? I refuse. I want to go to Shenzhen and work in a factory. Have you forgotten the betrothal I promised you? She is about to graduate from university. Just guard this place for 10 years until the ley lines beneath the bull's neck connect. You may roam as you wish. Actually, I do enjoy guarding the mountain. Upon hearing the old man mention the betrothal, Su Fan's heart began to race. I know your little schemes well. Though the betrothal is set, without wealth or influence, your chances of marrying her seem bleak. Then why compel me to guard the mountain? I would be better off hauling bricks and lifting cement, using my strength to earn a daily wage exceeding 1,000. Su Fan felt an urge to ruffle the old man's hair. Love in poverty resembles a banana. It is either green or yellow, and if not consumed, it soon turns black. Oh, to the Biao. When asked, which industry currently yields great wealth, Su Fan would undoubtedly respond, consulting the wealthy on geomancy and selecting burial sites. The one-eyed old man was indeed engaged in this line of work, earning considerable sums, yet facing significant risks, often falling prey to the 5 misfortunes and 3 deficiencies. The 5 misfortunes are widowerhood, orphanhood, solitude, and disability. The 3 deficiencies refer to lacking money, life, and power, which can be summarized as blessings, wealth, and longevity. Poverty, short life, and lack of fortune signify falling into the 3 deficiencies. The old man may have amassed wealth, yet he suffered the consequences of widowhood, disability, and solitude. Despite his financial advantage over ordinary folk, he remained unable to find a wife, with various reasons thwarting his marriage proposals. With no pressing matters today, listening to music at a tavern was the old man's daily ritual. I estimate my days are numbered. The transfer contract bears your name. This forest, pond, and barren land are now yours. Henceforth, my livelihood will depend on you. The old man patted Su Fan's shoulder, a look of confidence on his face. Upon hearing this, Su Fan became anxious. Wait, am I to bear the university tuition and living expenses? Have you left for no funds? How can I manage? I am penniless. This is a barren mountain, not a mine. Cutting down the pines and reeds yields hardly any money. This jest has gone too far. Besides, what skills do you think I possess? I can only carry bags and assist. Su Fan exploded at the thought of having to financially support his little apprentice. Rest assured, your guardianship here will not be in vain. Come, let me show you something. After gathering his belongings, they drove the Wuling Hongguang down the rugged mountain path. Bumping along for 15 minutes, the grass and branches leaving strings like a violin on the vehicle. Upon reaching the village's national road, another 15 minutes would lead them to the town. Crossing the bridge and traveling at 70 kilometers per hour on the county road took an additional 40 minutes to reach the county seat. The mountain was not particularly formidable, belonging to a small county in western Guangdong. Upon returning to the rented villa, The old man led Su Fan to the master bedroom. From beneath the bed, he retrieved a jade disc, rubbing it in his hands, etched with numerous array inscriptions. I acquired this from a local shaman long ago. It appears to be a type of spiritual artifact. When worn, it can extend life, gather blessings, and dispel evil. Su Fan gazed at the old man with a look of disbelief. Cough, cough. The reason I have not allowed you to enter this line of work and refine your qi is because of this very object. Come now, let me draw a drop of blood from your middle finger. Though the old man was eccentric, spending his days at clubs for foot massages without Su Fan, he provided well for him, having nurtured his health with medicinal herbs since childhood. At this moment, as the needle pricked his skin, Su Fan did not hesitate. He made a small incision, allowing his blood to drip onto the array disc. Press your finger down, channel your internal qi, infuse it. The old man, witnessing the disc glowing, hastily grasped Su Fan's finger and pressed it down. As Su Fan infused the meager qi from his body into his fingertip, the jade disc seemed to come alive, its inscriptions glowing in the air. How does it feel? Do you sense anything? The old man, still holding Su Fan's finger, gazed at him with eager anticipation. I feel a bit lightheaded and dizzy. The qi within me seems to have been depleted. How? How can this be? It shouldn't be like this. What is this thing? Su Fan rubbed his forehead, trying to clear his mind. I suspect this may be the core of a spirit-gathering array. The shaman mentioned that some jade stones were excavated around the tomb. When combined, they form a complete array. However, Su Fan had little energy to continue listening. After being absorbed by the array, the residual effects surged through him. His body felt as if it had undergone a night of excessive exertion. Feeling weak, he shook his head, but only grew dizzier. He attempted to speak, but instead, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes closing as he drifted into unconsciousness. How could this happen? Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan. The old man, neglecting the jade array, hurried to pinch Su Fan's philtrum, but even after reddening it, he could not awaken him. After checking his pulse and breath, relieved to find no immediate danger, he let out a sigh. Ah, the unattainable treasures of youth will eventually confine one for a lifetime. The fleeting moments of twilight may awaken one in an instant. Yet, one may lose a cherished possession and unravel a lifelong enigma. Gazing upward, the moon remains as it was. Beneath it, the person is no longer the same as in earlier days. I have lived enough. The old man, too weary to move Su Fan to the bed, simply covered him with a blanket, waiting through the night without seeing any signs of Su Fan awakening. Su Fan slumbered for a long time, his mind flickering with elusive ideas, grasping at thoughts that slipped away. When he next encountered the old man, it was 7 days later at the mountain residence, where the entire contracted land was bustling with activity, with a dozen excavators working simultaneously. The area where the bull's head had been severed was being filled and reshaped with stones and earth, while a muddy road was being carved around the entire territory. Workers were also drilling piles and pulling barbed wire along the roadside. Truly, money is an omnipotent force that, in merely 7 days, the infrastructure of this villa has been substantially completed, and it has cost quite a fortune. The old man sat in the shade of a tree, seemingly lost in thought, and did not react much when he saw Su Fan approaching. The project will withdraw the day after tomorrow. You are aware of the location I specified, right? I am. Very well. I shall entrust my final affairs to you. You pawn. Su Fan began to speak that I no longer wish to concern myself with it. That opportunity does not belong to me, and I cannot force it. Truth be told, I desire a peaceful rest in the earth. Chapter 2. The cold spring. The old man departed on the day after the engineering team vacated the villa. His passing was devoid of illness, which could be considered a fortunate conclusion. Su Fan busied himself with the old man's final arrangements, laying him to rest at the precise location near the Qingyo Watang. The old man had spent a considerable amount of his wealth in his later years to acquire a daughter, who happens to be Su Fan's junior apprentice, currently attending university, reportedly facing significant expenses. With the old man gone, Su Fan was the sole disciple to bid him farewell. No others came to pay their respects. He lingered at the grave for a while, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Fan returned to the villa he rented in the county town, driving his dilapidated wooling. However, upon his return, before he could fully absorb the reality of becoming the master of a villa, a call regarding debt collection interrupted him. What? You claim my master left you with no money and instructed you to seek payment from me? How much are we talking about? Just give me a figure so I can ascertain how many bricks I need to move at the site. The caller chuckled. The excavator fees amount to 111,400. The fencing materials and labor costs total 85,200. Just under 200,000. Just hold on. The villa is still standing. You want to be shortchanged. Upon hearing the total, veins bulged on Su Fan's forehead. Hey, my friend, you must be joking. For such a rush project, I am not primarily concerned with the 195,600. Perhaps you could persuade the old man to allocate a site for my family? Claiming it wasn't about money while nearly revealing the decimal point was a misstep. He was clearly intent on relocating the grave. Su Fan patiently listened as the excavator owner outlined his demands. Hello, why aren't you speaking? Hello? Oh, my master has ventured far. You must personally seek him out. After hanging up, he reassured, I will repay the 190,000 later. It won't be long. Once the call ended, Su Fan retrieved a cigarette and slowly smoked it by the window, but extinguished it after only half. It wasn't urgency that compelled him. Rather, he genuinely had no money left. He needed to conserve this solitary cigarette. Otherwise, the night would be unbearable. The rental of the villa was nearing its expiration. And with a month's deposit still pending, Su Fan began to pack his belongings. As he sorted through his possessions, he was taken aback. Apart from 2 sets of clothing, a charger, a tablet, a DJI drone, a Luoyang shovel, a large camping backpack, a water flask, a military shovel, a mountain knife, and, finally, the jade array, he possessed nothing else, not even a frying pan. Without proper provisions, he would surely face starvation upon venturing out. The old man had left no belongings behind. Everything he owned was burned at the graveside by Su Fan. Damn it, couldn't you leave me a little something? A search of the refrigerator revealed a few cans of beer and 2 ice creams, but no accompaniments for the drinks. After organizing his items, the villa was left neat and tidy. Su Fan finished his beer, savored the ice cream, and then curled up in bed to sleep. With a deposit of 5,000 for the villa, Su Fan resolved to move his supplies onto the people's wooling the following morning and called the landlord to arrange for the return of his deposit. Why the sudden change? Where's the old man? The landlady, an older woman, entered the villa and promptly began inspecting for damages, engaging Su Fan in casual conversation. The old gentleman had departed on a journey, leaving me unable to afford this residence alone. You are still young. Do not speak in such a manner, the aunt declared. If I say you can stay, then you can indeed stay. With your master away, what are your plans? Would you like me to assist you in finding a job? It pays 18,000 a month. The older woman regarded Su Fan's sun-kissed complexion and robust arms with a discerning look. Ahem, I have matters to attend to. Besides, I only graduated from middle school. I am not worth such a high salary. Su Fan was taken aback, surprised by the aunt's propositions. She insisted, you are worth what you are worth. If you do not wish to leave today, I shall take you out for a grand meal at a seafood restaurant. No. I truly have matters to attend to. I need to collect my deposit and refuel. Very well. If you wish to seek employment, remember to reach out to me. Upon receiving the deposit, due to an early lease termination, the kind lady compensated Su Fan for the remaining days, amounting to 5,800 yuan. One does not grasp the value of money until managing it oneself. Without spending one's own earnings, the difficulty of acquiring funds remains unknown. Driving a wooling, Su Fan sought out a local eatery specializing in delectable rice noodles, indulging in a bowl of fresh stewed pork noodles. The broth was exquisite, and the pork was savory, far superior to the offerings at Shenzhen and Lanzhou. The rice noodles were freshly ground daily with a stone mill, hand-cut with precision by the shopkeeper, ensuring an enjoyable, smooth texture. Sipping the broth enriched with stewed pork sauce, Su Fan felt invigorated by the hearty meal. This bowl of stewed pork rice noodles cost 12 yuan. A far cry from the bland pig-offal noodles in Shenzhen, brimming with ingredients and satisfaction. The dilemma of residing in the mountains or renting in the village loomed over Su Fan. After a fulfilling meal, he arrived at the village store at the mountain's entrance. Pondering his options, living in the village felt unsafe, especially as he needed to transform the mountain villa to align with Feng Shui principles. The jade formation was not something to be displayed publicly. Su Fan had witnessed the truth of a common man bears no guilt. But possessing jade brings trouble on several occasions. The old man was not originally one-eyed. He had been lured by a local dignitary's promises and veiled threats to mark a site for their ancestors, a treasure-laden dragon's lair. Such locations are not chosen lightly. Even a national team would tread carefully. After the old man marked the spot, he lost sight in one eye the very next day, having miscalculated slightly. Had he pinpointed the center, he likely would have faced a far graver fate. At the village store, Su Fan stocked up on instant noodles and snacks, loading his vehicle with supplies as he wobbled towards the villa. The excavator operators had done a commendable job in smoothing the roads, making the journey less jarring. With dreams of future prosperity, he planned to pave the road with cement. Without it, navigating during rainy weather would be impossible. Upon arriving at the villa, he found the ground littered with freshly dug earth, remnants of a light rain that had fallen the previous night, making the soil somewhat sticky underfoot. Carrying a white-cut chicken, rice, tea, and wine, Su Fan arrived before the old man's grave to pay his respects, while also hoping to see if there were any wild goods to unearth. Additionally, he was curious whether the old man might somehow pry open his coffin and emerge. He left the rice, tea, and wine, but naturally took the white-cut chicken with him. A midday meal of white-cut chicken paired with instant noodles sufficed. The Qingyo Votan mountain range was quite expansive, primarily consisting of two peaks resembling a cow's head and body. The old man had instructed the engineering crew to link them by excavating mud and stone, creating a semblance of form. This was intended to establish a Feng Shui treasure spot, requiring the nurturing of the Earth's veins. The old man mentioned it would take 10 years, which was an understatement. It is remarkably simple to destroy a Feng Shui treasure site. Yet cultivating one necessitates the accumulation of time for the Earth's veins to gather vitality. Goodness, with just 5,000 yuan, how am I to manage? Even purchasing pasture seeds demands a considerable sum. It truly is a matter of life and death. Once satiated, Su Fan wielded a spade and made his way to the desolate fish pond at the foot of the cow's head, where the old man forbade the use of machinery, insisting on manual excavation, claiming it was a vital point for the cow's breathing. He truly regarded me as a worthy figure, akin to the ancient star of Huajin. Despite feeling the sting of poverty, I pressed on. My shoulders ached as Su Fan set to work with determination, clearing away some underbrush and withered leaves. In a particularly damp area at the base of the cow's head, he indeed discovered a vein of energy, a cold spring. My goodness, the old man was not without skill. Was there not another spring near the cow's tail? It was a source of both drink and sustenance. Clearing away the decayed branches and leaves, he dug through the moist, sticky soil, revealing fine white sand and small stones beneath. The spring water was refreshingly cool, with a surprisingly high flow rate. After a thorough excavation of the surrounding weeds and debris, he dug a channel to connect the neglected fish pond, making the Qingyo Votan spring quite intriguing. With such a splendid cold spring, if he cleansed and revitalized the fish pond, he could cultivate aquatic plants and fish, likely attracting many culinary enthusiasts. A pathway to profit had emerged. With this endeavor underway, life appeared promising. Perhaps he could invite a lovely lady to sing here. The entire afternoon was spent chopping and clearing the underbrush surrounding the cold spring, while the sun still lingered in the sky. He gathered everything and spread it out in a barren field to dry. As night fell, the sounds of crickets, frogs, cicadas, and other creatures filled the mountain air, leading him to find some rotten wood to ignite a fire in a clear spot beside the car. He unloaded the equipment from the vehicle, arranging it at the back to create a makeshift bed for sleep. Signal reception in the mountains was poor, limiting his entertainment to downloaded movies or novels. Playing games or streaming videos was out of the question. Strange, eerie calls echoed from the mountain. Sounds that would instill fear in the hearts of ordinary people, those of a second-class protected species, a bird akin to an owl, known as the owl. It was said that when an elder was nearing death, this creature would hoot nearby at night, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Some claimed it could sense the scent of death emanating from the elderly. Additionally, there were cries reminiscent of a woman or child, filled with sorrow. These were primarily bird calls, from herons, rabbits, foxes, and wild goats. At this moment, Su Fan cast aside his phone and retrieved a massive firecracker, larger than his big toe, igniting it before tossing it outside. The entire village was shaken by its resounding blast, reverberating across the mountains and fields. Not even the cries of owls could be heard, and the chirping of insects was drowned out. This was an essential item Su Fan brought along with the old man for their Feng Shui expedition in the mountains. Its efficacy was remarkable, and until dawn, no peculiar noises could be heard. Chapter 3. The mudfish worth 1,000 yuan sleeping in the wooling car was quite uncomfortable, compounded by the cacophony of birds at dawn, which took some getting used to. Finding a secluded spot to relieve himself, he took a water bucket to the cold spring at Nyodo Mountain, filling it with several buckets of water for brushing his teeth and bathing. The entire Qingyo Mountain was enclosed by a fence, and the main gate was locked, allowing Su Fan to bathe in the mountains without fear of being seen. The spring water was icy, even colder than regular well water, estimated to be around 15 degrees Celsius. As the water cascaded from his head to his feet, goosebumps erupted across his skin, reminiscent of his middle school days when he had to shower without hot water in the frigid winter. It was indeed cold. Southern winters, though not frozen, could chill your hands to the point of swelling, yet not bathing was uncomfortable. What a treasure this place was. He filled the bathtub with spring water for a soak. Relishing the experience, he planned to take some time to explore Nyoe Mountain for any hot springs. If they existed, the old man's investment would surely be worthwhile. After changing clothes, he tossed them into a bucket to stomp on, scrubbing them clean before rinsing away the foam. A simple process indeed. For breakfast, he had bread with instant noodles and a marinated egg. Grabbing a machete, he began clearing the underbrush around the deserted fish pond. The pond had become overgrown with weeds. If the old man hadn't used a digger, Su Fan would have found the task challenging. He cleared away the underbrush and weeds, spreading them out on the barren land to dry, and the entire day passed in this manner. Though tiring, it was more pleasant than working in a factory. He could afford to be lazy at times and listen to music on his phone while working. When fatigued, he took breaks to eat. Although he had initially planned to head to Shenzhen for work, the truth was that even without the old man's jade compass, he would gladly remain in the mountains to keep busy. Feeling exhausted by the afternoon, he realized he couldn't cook anything nutritious. So he drove the Wuling Hongguang towards town. Besides eating, Su Fan needed to purchase some traps for catching mudfish and eels. The cleared area of the abandoned pond appeared quite expansive, with numerous burrows for mudfish and eels, likely untouched for years. Some may even have grown old and starry-eyed. A 1.3-meter, 6-section, 4-door trap cost only 9 yuan each, so he bought 30, along with a set of high-top fishing nets and a pair of rubber gloves. In the tranquil night, whether engaged in production or fishing, one might consider acquiring essential items for the reservoir. To earn a modest profit from these endeavors, certain tools are indispensable. Otherwise, the experience could turn perilous, especially at night when serpents in the mountains are particularly active. Previously, skilled excavators had harvested numerous 2 to 3 pound loaches and catfish from the verdant hills, and with a few chickens, they concocted a delightful dragon and phoenix soup. Hastening back to the lodge, darkness enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by the continuous chorus of insects and frogs. After adjusting the bait, Su Fan donned his high rubber boots and gloves, armed with earthworms, and ventured toward the desolate pond. The water was shallow, yet Su Fan hesitated to step in. For the long-abandoned pond had accumulated thick layers of sludge, some areas bubbling ominously. In such a place, a single misstep could lead to peril, with no foothold to aid in escape, potentially resulting in dire consequences. Surrounding the pond, he carefully set 31-meter-long traps and scattered additional bait to lure the mud eels and loaches from the depths. Once prepared, he fetched 2 buckets of cold water to wash himself by the Wuling car, igniting a fire and lighting mosquito coils to create a barrier against the pests. Before retreating into the vehicle for a much-needed rest. However, sleep eluded him for half the night, accustomed to the comfort of air-conditioned hotel rooms. The confinement of the car felt stifling. Frustration mounted as the urgency to generate income grew. The spirit-gathering array required quality gemstones, but that could wait. Arranging for housing took precedence. Without a proper place to rest, sleep was unattainable. Constructing a house was no easy feat, yet countless mobile homes were available online. With a leveled foundation, one could simply position the house, elegant and cozy, yet the labor involved would be considerable. A trendy, mobile, prefabricated guest house measuring 20 to 30 square meters, complete with a living area, bedroom, and bathroom, could be acquired for less than 40,000, including transportation and renovations. Such compact homes were quite appealing, with installations costing around 30,000. While one could undertake the labor of moving bricks and hauling cement with workers, the result may lack the finesse of professionally crafted designs. After lengthy discussions with vendors, Su Fan finally settled on a desired layout, allowing him to rest easy. Awakened early by the incessant chirping of birds, he found himself unable to indulge in a leisurely slumber. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he brushed his teeth and eagerly grabbed his bucket to collect the night's catch. To his delight, the results were promising. Arriving at the edge of the pond, the first trap revealed an exhilarating bounty. Within the net, 6 or 7 large, yellow-black eels and sizable loaches awaited, each larger than a thumb. This was indeed wild catch. The loaches held particular value. They could be sold to aquarium enthusiasts for a handsome sum. Could it be that the old man was aware of the treasures hidden in this location? Otherwise, why would he not employ an excavator for the extraction? Gazing at the bucket brimming with wild eels and loaches, Su Fan remained puzzled by the old man's insistence on manual pond clearing. Unable to comprehend and too indolent to concern myself, the priority lies in gathering the catch. Oh, what a surprise. Another net is bursting with life. 2 sizable water snakes. Good heavens. This creature appears somewhat intimidating to handle. Some claim it to be a silver ring snake, though it does not resemble one to me. Judging by its head, I reckon it could fetch around 80 yuan per gene. With a vigorous shake of the trap, I dislodge the fish towards the opening. The coins clink into the bucket, and Su Fan feels a bit more at ease, tidying up the trap and continuing the collection with the bucket in hand. The third net yields only a few large loaches and several finger-sized eels, which I promptly deposit into the bucket, intending to release them post-cleaning. A tinge of disappointment lingers, yet the weight of the bucket reassures me as I press on. Marvelous. A spatula head. This creature is abundant in the regions of Guangdong and Guangxi, with some even cultivating it. I must admit, it startled me, observing the large serpent coiled within the trap. Su Fan instinctively retracts his netting hand and mutters a string of curses. Glancing around, he exclaims, "Good grief. This thing must weigh over 3 gene. Quite a sizable specimen indeed. With you around, How could I possibly dare to stay? If it were to peek through my car window at midnight, it would surely frighten me half to death. Su Fan refrains from unfastening the net, instead using a stick to elevate it and place it under the shade of a tree. This creature is currently listed as a second-class protected species, and there are those willing to pay as much as 100 yuan per gene for it. Thankfully, I had invested in high-topped water boots and rubber gloves. That expenditure has proven worthwhile. The 6th and 7th traps reveal water snakes as well, accompanied by a fair share of loaches and eels. This round of trapping has yielded at least 1/3 of the eels and loaches in the entire abandoned pond. By the time I collect the 15th trap, the bucket boasts a substantial haul of over 10 gene of eels and loaches. A single trap brimming with the catch weighs over 3 gene. Switching to another bucket, I continue to gather, finding larger eels near the base of the mountain, with some exceeding 1 gene in weight. Such native eels reaching over a gene are indeed a rarity, their undersides tinged a reddish yellow. These local specimens, weighing a gene, are quite uncommon, and one could consider 100 yuan per piece a bargain. Without at least 200 yuan, one shouldn't even think of touching them. Consuming these in summer is a true indulgence. My mouth waters at the thought. Let us go, while they are still fresh. Let us exchange them for money. Today shall be profitable. I tidy up the traps and leave them in the shade, indifferent to the serpent coiled within the net. If it can escape, that is its fortune. If it cannot, then it is merely fate, for I must return with scallions, ginger, and rice wine. Stir-fried leeks with eels are simply divine. Carrying 3 buckets of wild catch, Su Fan climbs into his wuling and departs the mountains, heading to the town to sell his bounty. At the stall, the prices are highest, though I might also sell them at a lower rate to the seafood market. The hour is still early, so I shall drive to the Fat Lady Noodle shop to indulge in a bowl of pig's trotter noodles as an offering to my inner sanctum. Upon finishing my meal, the lingering sense of unease I felt upon encountering a snake that morning dissipated entirely. Just as I was about to retrieve my phone to settle the bill, I recalled the wild delicacies in my vehicle. Do you accept yellow eels and loaches? I inquired, having procured some exquisite specimens from the wild pond. How much for the yellow eels, and what is the pricing structure? The proprietress glanced at her husband, whose eyes gleamed with interest, and proceeded to ask about the cost. Anything under a pound is considered common stock, priced at 130 per pound, while those exceeding a pound are priced by the piece. I'll bring a bucket over for you to inspect. Very well. I shall first examine the goods. The proprietress did not seem perturbed by the price quoted by Su Fan. Wild eels from the mountain are indeed superior to those found in cultivated ponds, and at 130 per pound, the price was quite reasonable. In some locales, native yellow eels exceeding a pound can fetch as much as 1,000 yuan, a fact of which she was aware. When Su Fan returned with the bucket, several elderly patrons enjoying their breakfast gathered around. Upon seeing the yellow eels, they confidently proclaimed them to be 100 wild. The color alone speaks volumes. They would make for an exquisite congee. In my youth, I ventured into the mountains to catch some, but I haven't seen specimens this large in many years. Bring me a bag, and I shall select a few. The elderly gentlemen who could afford to reside in town and still venture out for noodles were mostly those receiving pensions or operating small businesses. The price of 130 was indeed modest, with a few silver-haired patrons selectively choosing eels over a pound. Su Fan quoted 360 per piece, and without hesitation, they nodded in agreement to purchase. To avoid disrupting the noodle shop's business, Su Fan suggested they accompany him to his wooling car for the transaction. The bucket also contained water snakes and loaches that were garnering interest. Many are willing to eat water snakes, but few know how to prepare them. A couple of elderly men expressed interest but ultimately decided against it, pondering the effort required. What? You're selling those loaches by the piece? One man, intrigued by the loaches, inquired about the pricing. Su Fan replied that they were indeed sold by the piece, with prices varying, prompting a reaction from the elderly man. If you're buying to eat, you can find them at the seafood market, which likely also carries wild ones. My loaches are intended as spirit pets, I explained, confident that those who understood would be willing to spend. Loaches as pets? Spirit pets? Have you not fully awakened this morning? The elderly man felt belittled, his tone escalating. Oldly, don't raise your voice. This young man speaks the truth. These native loaches are quite remarkable. Would the largest one fetch 1,000 yuan? An elderly gentleman with a well-groomed appearance pointed towards the biggest loach in the bucket. Indeed. Very well, wait here while I fetch something to carry it away. A loach priced at 1,000 yuan drew an increasing crowd of onlookers. However, upon observing the size and appearance of the loach and learning of its intended purpose as a spirit pet, the discussions quieted. This loach seems to possess an extraordinary essence. It likely weighs over a pound. In Taiwan, a loach over a pound is considered small, but a native loach of that size is truly a rarity. It would also be excellent to raise as a breeding stock. Indeed. Chapter 4. The competitors have arrived, guarding their fortunes and cultivating connections. They possess the essence of dragons yet lack the grace of their movement. They hold fortune but lack the fate of a dragon. They have the bones of a dragon yet lack its visage, destined to spend their lives gazing up at the clouds from the mire. Those familiar with Journey to the West or novels from before the Ming Dynasty will recall that when dragons are insulted, they are likened to mere loaches. A metaphor akin to calling someone a failure. One of the four spirit pets, the fallen dragon loach. However, only the elderly gentleman with meticulously groomed hair is willing to spend 1,000 yuan to acquire a loach of a certain weight, while others remain in a state of cautious observation. Some contemplate making a purchase but are unfamiliar with the nuances of the trade, seeking advice from others. Are people still buying? Otherwise, I might relocate my stall. This is obstructing traffic. Su Fan called out. Give me a discount on that loach. I'll take two. No discounts. Aside from the largest ones, the rest are priced at 80 per jean. You can choose as you wish. The old man hesitated. I don't fancy the smaller ones. I can catch those easily at the Lotus Pond. Well, perhaps next time. My fortune hasn't arrived yet. As no one was willing to part with their money, Su Fan hoisted the water bucket back onto his vehicle, preparing to set up stall in the market area by the riverbank. Hey. Su Fan eventually drove away. The old man was indecisive. The more one conversed with him, the more he wavered. Moreover, 1,000 yuan is no trifling sum. A cashier at the local supermarket earns only 2,000 to 3,000 per month. If his daughter-in-law were to find out, he would surely face a barrage of complaints. The riverbank features a designated market area, specifically established for farmers to sell their goods, ensuring that the streets remain clear of clutter. This initiative is commendable. In addition to farmers selling fruits and vegetables, there are also fishermen who earn their living by catching fish in the rivers. Their stalls are adorned with large red basins, filled with carp, grass carp, white bream, Crucian carp, tilapia, blue knife fish, red-eyed fish, and loaches. Su Fan moved his water buckets to an empty space at the end of the area, seizing the opportunity to purchase several red wash basins. He selected the larger loaches and yellow eels, while the rest were sold at standard prices. Every visit to such a place ignites a strong desire to spend money on goods. The wild pond on Qingyo Mountain has been abandoned for over a decade. Located far from the village, making it unlikely for anyone to set traps there. This has allowed Su Fan to procure this batch of exceptional wild goods. How much for a pound of yellow eel? An elderly man squatted down to inquire about the price of a little over a pound of yellow eel in the basin. 360 per piece. What? 360 each? Do you sell them by the piece? The uncle checked to confirm he had not misheard. Indeed. Here. The standard price for a pound is 130. You may choose as you wish. The uncle was torn, reaching into the bucket for the yellow eels, which also included several hefty specimens weighing around 7 to 8 taels each. However, when compared to those in the basin, the disparity was stark. Too expensive. I can't afford that. I'll settle for the smaller ones. The older gentleman selected 6 larger specimens, weighing over 2.5 pounds. What a splendid find. These golden-hued creatures, tinged with red, are truly wild treasures. The local loaches are equally impressive. The gentleman pulled out his phone to scan for payment while his gaze remained fixed on the hefty yellow eels in the basin. How much for a loach? He inquired. 1,000, came the reply. I apologize for my curiosity. With his prized eels in hand, the gentleman hastily departed, for while the goods were exceptional, the price was quite startling. Potential buyers approached for a closer look, but turned away upon asking the price. Typically, wild loaches fetch merely 35 to 65, while Su Fan quoted a direct price of 80. The larger specimens in the basin were priced at 1,000 each, drawing a crowd of intrigued onlookers. Yet none dared to bid or even touch them. The town was small, and word of the 1,000 yuan loach quickly spread through various groups. Soon, a wealthy patron arrived to inspect the offering. Such wild goods. Can one truly indulge in 1,000 yuan meal and still manage 7 escapades in one night? A stout gentleman with a beer belly squeezed through the crowd, crouching down to feel the loaches in the basin. These could be kept as spirit pets, thus justifying the pet price. The local rate is 80 per pound. Oh, I see. So that is how it is. And what about the yellow eels? How do they price? Su Fan simply stated, the larger ones are 360 each, and the common ones in the barrel are 130 per pound. All right. The goods are indeed of high quality. Please weigh them for me. Can you package the loaches in oxygenated bags? Su Fan shrugged. I'm afraid I cannot. When others sold theirs before, they brought their own supplies. His setup was rather rudimentary. Wait for me. The stout gentleman glanced around and spotted a fishing tackle shop. Promptly heading over. Upon his return, he bore 3 aerated fish transport boxes. Pack everything in here. He swiftly gathered the loaches and yellow eels, while the remaining water snakes in another barrel went unsold. After some contemplation, he decided to sell them at a low price at the seafood stall. 25 yuan per pound. How cheap. I'll get some for myself next time. The 5-pound water snake sold for 130 yuan, far below his anticipated profit. He was preparing to leave the mountain with his bucket, but thought better of it, and ventured into the fishing tackle shop, emerging with 2 27-liter live fish boxes, aeration bags, and an aerator. The larger aerator was purchased separately, paired with a large battery. The fishing box cost 110 yuan, while the complete aerator and battery setup totaled 200 yuan. With the addition of live fish bags, he could transport his catch from the mountains while keeping them fresh. The vitality of wild pond products is commendable. However, if they were sourced from rice paddies or small streams, such handling might cause many to belly up. Back in his vehicle, he rolled down the window and meticulously counted his cash and mobile payments. The total revenue amounted to 8,065 yuan, with the bulk coming from the 4 loaches, which sold for 4,000 yuan. The 6-pound yellow eels fetched 160 yuan. The common yellow eels, weighing around 10 pounds, sold for 300, yielding another 600, along with the standard loaches, bringing the total to over 8,000. Wow, is it really this profitable? Disregarding the spiritual pet loach and the hefty yellow eel, the common yellow eel and loach are fetching over 1,900 each, which is quite promising. If one were to excavate the entire wild pond, it could potentially yield 30 to 50,000, enough to purchase a modest abode. Besides the wild pond, there are likely plenty of treasures in the small rivers encircling Qingyou Mountain. The prospects are bright. Settling the engineering debts seems manageable. The future holds great promise. After ordering 2 servings of roasted goose rice, Su Fan drove back to the villa with music playing, swaying to the rhythm. Nevertheless, the tale of the loach acting as a spiritual pet, fetching 1,000 per piece, had circulated, and some skilled individuals remaining in the village had caught wind of this lucrative opportunity. In the afternoon, Su Fan wielded a sickle, clearing the weeds around the abandoned pond when the visitor alarm installed at the entrance of the villa sounded. He hastily approached, sickle in hand. "What brings you here?" The visitors were 2 young men from nearby villages, slightly older than Su Fan, riding a motorcycle, carrying a bucket and a large bundle of traps. "Bro, we're here to set traps in the inner pond." "Apologies, but I've already set over 30 traps myself. You arrived too late." Su Fan offered a cigarette. "Hey, we heard someone was selling loaches for 1,000 each this morning. I thought there used to be an abandoned pond here, so I wanted to come and set a few traps, but I didn't expect such changes. You've taken over this place." The 2 young men accepted the cigarettes and began to smoke. "Indeed, I'm currently clearing the land. With such a vast area, there's plenty to manage. We'll check elsewhere for traps. We want to interfere with your clearing." Su Fan stood at the entrance, clearly not welcoming them inside, and the 2 men, understanding the hint, departed. The city's schemes are intricate, but the rural paths are even more treacherous. Once this profitable route becomes known, it becomes congested. The prospect of quick earnings now faces competition. However, acquiring a few dogs to guard the villa is essential. Best to inquire in the village soon. Chapter 5. Midnight knocks at the mountain peak. In such a vast villa, it would be prudent to acquire several dogs for protection. Having canine companions would provide a warning at night should any intruders approach the windows. To find dogs that are vigilant, possess good guarding instincts, and are skilled hunters, one must venture to remote villages. In those areas, there are no pet dogs, and they wander off. If one seeks quality dogs, the town market is not the place. Many fine specimens are either reserved early or clandestinely taken by others. Moreover, with the rise of social media, numerous specialized dog traders scour the villages, selecting the best specimens and marking them up for sale to northern buyers. Securing the iron gate of the villa, Su Fan drove his Wuling Hongguang down the mountain, arriving at the small convenience store at the village's entrance to gather information. This place is not for the faint-hearted. As a child, Su Fan was often sent as a little brother to fetch items from the store. Even a stray dog passing through would be pointed out. After distributing a few cigarettes and inquiring about dogs suitable for guarding the mountain, he asked for purebred local dogs, specifically the Wuhai breed. The locals provided several useful leads, one of which was an elderly gentleman who had small puppies for sale. Although he lacked the Wuhai breed, he had some mountain cattle reds and yellow dogs with white faces. Driving an elderly gentleman back to his home, I chanced upon 5 splendid little puppies frolicking beneath a longan tree. Among them, 2 were of the rare Shanyuhong breed, one possessing a particularly pure hue reminiscent of fine red wine, shimmering with golden undertones when kissed by the sun. The other exhibited a marbled coloration, a delightful shade akin to a sweet cake, with an alert demeanor, retreating shyly behind the tree as it sensed the presence of strangers, its nose twitching in curiosity. Such a breed is indeed quite uncommon. Su Fan offered the old man a cigarette, and together they squatted beside him as he beckoned the puppies closer. Once, a businessman visited our village with a Shanyuhong dog, and coincidentally, that dog was in heat. I took them together, and to my surprise, it worked out. Look at how the old man gently handed one of the puppies to Su Fan. Indeed, they all possess remarkable qualities. This one is larger in stature compared to the other 2 yellow pups. Su Fan inquired, "How much do you intend to sell them for?" "I'll take both." The puppy, having been grasped by the scruff, remained calm and composed, showing no signs of struggle or aggression. This was a true bloodline of local dogs, stirring Su Fan's interest greatly. The female, I am reluctant to part with, the old man replied. If you offer me 1,000 yuan, you may take her. The other one is 200. He affectionately patted the reddish-brown puppy by Su Fan's feet. 200 for this one then? 1,200 in total sounds fair. Can we do a mobile transfer? Su Fan asked eagerly. Wait here, I'll fetch a box for you to carry them in. The old man, pleasantly surprised at the prospect of selling the 1,000 yuan dog, clapped his hands and went to retrieve 2 beer boxes from the storage room, returning with a payment QR code in hand. Scan this, it's my son's payment code. Su Fan complied, showing the successful transaction screen to the old man, who assured him, that is fine. I trust you. I know your master. With a chuckle, Su Fan took his leave, astonished to discover the existence of Shaniyuhong dogs in this village. After placing the puppies in the box and settling into his vehicle, the female dog followed him all the way to the mainland. This was the epitome of a true local dog. At the intersection, he paused to observe for a while before turning into the mountains, allowing the dog to return home. Aside from the old man's dogs, a nearby chicken farm also had puppies. Upon arriving at the farm, Su Fan was confronted by 2 large yellow dogs and an elderly black one, all of whom eyed him fiercely, growling menacingly. An elite guard with a blade. I ask you, are you afraid? Yet, upon reaching this place, Su Fan had already made a phone call. After a minute's wait, a middle-aged man opened a simple wooden gate, guiding Su Fan inside. After turning a corner, he beheld a red brick house under construction, with 3 large yellow dogs and 2 elderly black ones joyfully sliding down a sand pile. Running up the sandy mound, I lay down and slid down, only to find myself unable to move halfway through. Behind me, the dog rushed down to give me a gentle nudge. It was quite the scene. As I observed the arrangements for summer homework, I could hardly bear the sight of such joyous playfulness in the dogs. I felt compelled to procure some summer assignments for them to engage in. Su Fan offered a cigarette to the elderly gentleman, sharing a light-hearted moment. Indeed, this sandy pile had transformed into their amusement park. However, these dogs are remarkably conscious of hygiene. They have never relieved themselves on the sand pile. Our native dogs are quite particular about cleanliness, generally refraining from soiling their homes. This pack of dogs is rather splendid. As you noticed upon your entrance, they are well suited for guarding the mountain. Without a master present, outsiders do not dare approach. By taking them on patrols in the morning and at dusk, they will soon become accustomed to safeguarding your estate daily. This is exactly the effect I desire. There are 2 black dogs and that little yellow one sliding down the sand. Let us see what a fair price would be. 300 each. If that is the price, I'll take them all. Excellent. That makes 2 black dogs, 1 yellow, and 2 red mountain cattle dogs, totaling 5 dogs for 2,100 yuan. However, this is not a significant concern. Such well-bred dogs can produce offspring, and if raised to a healthy size, suitable buyers could pay 1 or 2,000 yuan for them. In the past, while accompanying the old gentleman to Shaanxi, I encountered a particularly fine wolf dog at a businessman's residence, reportedly purchased for over 200,000 yuan. Upon returning to the estate with the 5 dogs, Su Fan took a spade and machete to begin his tasks. During the 2 days spent at the estate, they had been sleeping in the open space by the entrance. And now, with the dogs, he lacked even a cooking stove. Su Fan envisioned establishing his residence on the gentle slope in front of Qingniu Mountain, sheltered by Nyoto Mountain on the left and the expansive Daniu Mountain ridge on the right, conveniently close to the cold water spring. After surveying the area from various angles, he finally determined the location for his home. With the machete, he cleared the brush, while the spade and hoe uprooted tree roots. Before long, he was drenched in sweat, while the 5 dogs explored their surroundings, sniffing curiously. These are native dogs, possessing excellent temperaments. Though initially a bit apprehensive, they soon recognized that this place was their home after sampling some of Su Fan's food and water. Oh no, I forgot to buy a lawnmower. The kogon grass and wild bracken on this mountain need to be trimmed. If I were to install water pipes on the mountain, it might be possible to cultivate pasture throughout the area, complemented by a pine forest. That would be absolutely delightful. After a tiring day, I called the dogs over for some affection, gazing at the entire forest and sharing my future aspirations with them. If all were sown with grass, you could roll down the hillside endlessly. With your sliding skills, how about using a snakeskin bag to lie on and glide down the slope? Su Fan playfully rubbed the little yellow dog that had been sliding on the sand. During the day, there was an overwhelming flurry of activity. By night, I found myself dwelling in the open space at the entrance of the mountain lodge with my dog. This area is equipped with solar-powered surveillance and streetlights, casting a glow that persists until midnight. I fashioned a makeshift stove from some clay blocks to prepare a meal of cured meat and marinated eggs, complemented by a nourishing soup of loach for the little pup, while I settled for a simple bowl of rice soaked in hot water. I instructed the dog to remain in the vehicle, and then, donning my high-top rubber boots and carrying a fish trap, I ventured towards the desolate pond to continue my fishing endeavors. Initially, I had intended to place my traps in the pond before heading to the nearby wild river, but it seemed that the 2 local lads had already scoured the surrounding areas. After setting my traps, I rinsed them off with a couple of buckets of cold water and then joined my 5 dogs by the fire pit in the clearing. They huddled close around my feet, restless and mumbling in their sleep. The mountain breeze made them perk up, their ears alert, as the temperature in the forest dropped significantly. I added 2 large logs to the fire before retreating to the vehicle to rest. The dogs nestled in the area encircled by the fishing box, finding their own spots to settle down. In the middle of the night, a low growl followed by a series of barks from the 5 dogs awakened me. Recognizing the urgency in their voices, I seized the machete from the vehicle and opened the door, only to confront a shadowy figure looming 3 meters away. To my dismay, it was a formidable mountain snake. My heart raced. This creature, with a girth comparable to an adult's arm, rose up before me, towering over a meter high. It was undeniably intimidating. In the flickering firelight and under the dim illumination of the street lamp, I discerned the full extent of this beast, which I estimated to be about 5 to 6 meters long. Its scaly hide shimmered ominously, and it flicked its tongue menacingly. However, I could not succumb to fear. Brandishing my machete, I shouted loudly to drive it away. "Begone! This territory is now under my jurisdiction. Return here, and you will regret it." The 5 dogs rallied behind me, barking and growling, emboldened by my presence, as they attempted to intimidate the hefty serpent. "Leave quickly, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you," I warned, reaching for a bag hung at the back of the seat, which contained a pack of firecrackers. As the firelight danced around us, and with the combined efforts of my shouts and the dog's commotion, the serpent gradually retracted its raised body, slithering away into the shadows. What a day it had been. Catching a 3 to 4 pound fish during the daylight, only to encounter a mountain snake at night, was truly unnerving. I needed to calm my nerves, so I lit the firecrackers and tossed them away. With a resounding boom, the explosions echoed through the mountains, silencing even the crickets. The 5 dogs, no longer as frightened, clustered around my feet, whimpering softly. Tomorrow, I must arrange for a lawnmower. The surrounding weeds and those on the mountain must be cleared away, and I ought to plant some snake-repelling herbs. Experiencing such an encounter in the dead of night was simply too thrilling. Gather wood to add to the bonfire. Distributing 2 pieces of sausage each to my 5 loyal dogs. Without these vigilant companions keeping watch through the night, I would surely fall prey to the elusive mountain serpent lurking nearby, standing at a height of merely 1.30 meters, akin to that of a primary school child. It could easily breach the height of the car window. Many remain unaware of the mountain serpent's true nature, yet most have heard of its infamous name, the king cobra. A mere bite from this creature would result in little more than a couple of welts, one on the body, another on the mountain. Should one find themselves bitten, there is no need for panic. Simply venture to a secluded area halfway up the mountain, where a specific herb grows within the crevices of the rocks. Its slender, slightly reddish leaves adorned with fine prickles can be plucked and placed in the mouth, allowing one to lie down in a cool shade, thereby preventing the body from decomposing. This serpent, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and as thick as an arm, is indeed a formidable creature. With all car windows securely shut, I prepared to start the vehicle and turn on the air conditioning for a much-needed rest. Chapter 6. Stir-frying eel in a large iron wok that night was far from restful. I awoke at dawn, disturbed by the cacophony of mountain birds. And with dark circles under my eyes, I begrudgingly opened the car door. However, my spirits lifted upon seeing the 5 dogs energetically wagging their tails. It is no wonder that the internet is rife with tales proclaiming that if one feels unhappy or unfulfilled, adopting a native dog will bring joy. For their eyes are filled with love. I have 5 of them, pure affection. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, I prepared a breakfast for the dogs by mixing their sausages with warm water from the thermos. Once these tasks were complete, I took 2 buckets to the desolate pond to retrieve the traps. However, today's catch was disappointing, and upon opening the door, I encountered a black and white ringed tattooed creature. The silver-ringed snake. A deadly foe indeed. As I reached for the trap, pulling it slightly from the water, I was ambushed by the serpent rushing towards my hand. Oh, so this is how it plays. It is no wonder the old man refrained from allowing the construction crew to work on this pond. A snake bite could spell disaster for the establishment. With the silver-ringed snake's trap discarded onto the shore, I decided to leave it be, if it could escape. It was its fortune, and if not, it was simply fate. My second trap yielded 3 half-pound eels and a few thumb-sized loaches, bringing a smile to my face. Perhaps it was due to the 3 large thunderous baits I had cast the night before to ward off the mountain serpent that my total catch weighed only about 10 pounds after retrieving 30 traps. With the silver-ringed snake in 2 of the traps, I approached each one cautiously, using a stick to lift the traps and inspect their contents. Quickly now. This area shall be my domain. Let it be known, once I raise my native chickens here, you shall experience the exquisite dragon and phoenix soup in an immersive fashion. Ultimately, I released the silver-ringed snake back into the wild. Carrying a water bucket, I approached the Wuling Hongguang and began to divide the catch into 2 live fish tanks for oxygenation. 5 dogs clambered up my pant legs, curious about the bounty. resembling mischievous children. Keep an eye on things at home. I will return after selling my goods on the street. I'll get you a few pig bones to gnaw on. The dogs barked eagerly, but the gaps in the fence could not contain the small pups. They dashed through the opening, chasing after a passing vehicle before turning back to guard the gate. Humph, truly splendid dogs. This scene warmed my heart. And a smile graced Su Fan's lips as he drove along the road. Still relying on that plump woman's noodle shop to solve my breakfast dilemma, I encountered the same group of retired gentlemen from yesterday. These fellows, rising early to slurp their meat noodles, also indulged in a small cup of liquor. A few gathered around a table to discuss current events and boast, and upon seeing Su Fan enter, one called out, "Little boss, do you have any big loaches today?" "None. I don't have anything over a pound today. The total catch is just over 10 pounds. Is that so? I'll take a look soon. All right. I need to eat first. I've been collecting traps in the mountains since dawn and am quite famished." The one who spoke was the elderly gentleman who hesitated to spend yesterday. He likely regretted it after returning home, having contemplated the matter of spirit pets and loaches. Raising spirit pets largely depends on one's efforts and fate. Whether it proves useful is secondary. One must try first and leave the rest to destiny. Those who have not ventured to do so often claim it is futile, mostly due to insufficient funds. Eels and loaches cannot be consumed daily. And today no elder came to select goods. Su Fan showed the hesitant gentleman some options to ease his mind before driving to set up a stall by the riverbank. At the vacant area at the end of the stall, I encountered two handsome young men who had also ventured into the mountains to set traps. Their haul was quite impressive, with half a stainless steel basin of 7-star fish, over 10 pounds of eels, and a little more than 3 pounds of loaches. Thankfully none exceeding a pound. Otherwise, Su Fan would have regretted not patrolling earlier in the night, struggling to sleep. Wow, these eels weigh over 3 to 5 taels each. Su Fan moved his goods to set up the stall, then casually engaged in conversation. "Hey, what a joke. The traps were poorly placed. A few contained 2 loaches and eels over a pound, all suffocated. I nearly lost a finger to a silver-backed iron fish. It came alarmingly close to biting my hand. Darn it. This morning while collecting traps, I caught 2 silver-backed iron fish, and as I reached out, one collided with me, nearly entangling my hand in the net." Su Fan boasted, claiming his long practice had sharpened his reflexes beyond the ordinary, though in truth, it was a meter away. Ah, darn it. The risks in earning this money are significant, not to mention the need for good fortune. Before dawn, we hurried into the mountains. Yet we failed to salvage those few valuable catches. The 3 of us stood behind the stall, smoking and chatting while waiting for early shoppers to arrive. At this moment, one's demeanor, appearance, and fortune became paramount. Even while selling eels and loaches, more people approached Su Fan for prices, yet the 130 yuan tag sent many customers fleeing. The adjacent stall run by 2 dapper young men sells the 7-star fish at an astonishing rate, priced at 36 yuan per jean. The larger specimens are snatched up in no time. An elderly man remarked that individuals with the surname Zhang, as well as those who practice Taoism, should avoid this fish. Others claim it is a nationally protected species, yet several stalls here display a few specimens, with the 2 young men's basin holding the most. If one can procure it, this fish boasts greater nutritional value than any bass or shrimp. Besides consumption, it can also be kept in aquariums, earning the affectionate nickname among fish enthusiasts as the domestic thunder dragon. "Boss, do you have any large loaches over a jean?" A handsome gentleman in a shirt inquired urgently. "None. These are rare finds. We only have the smaller ones at 80 yuan per jean. I'm not interested in the small ones. Let us do this. I'll give you my contact information, and you can reach out to me when you catch larger ones. I'll drive over immediately to purchase them, regardless of their appearance. I'll pay 1,000 yuan. The 2 dapper young men also approached to exchange WeChat IDs, their faces betraying an unmistakable sense of despair. "Oh dear, the 2 loaches in our trap are exceptionally beautiful. Look at this photo. Wow, these are golden red loaches. They seem almost otherworldly." They weighed their catch, discovering it was over a jean and more than a foot long. "With such quality, if we find the right buyer, it could fetch at least this amount." Su Fan gestured with his fingers. 2,000. I'd rather not discuss it. I just want to go home and cry into my pillow for a while. The 3 stood behind the stall, chatting while awaiting customers, as the sun blazed down. The foot traffic along the riverbank gradually dwindled, and with only a few small specimens left in the live tank, Su Fan decided to close up shop. "Leaving already? Aren't you going to sell the rest?" The 2 dapper young men called out. "I'm taking them home to cook. Not tasting such a wild delicacy would be a disservice to myself." "True, we'll close up too." Such is the spirit of the people from Guangzhou. In a world of vast opportunities, nothing surpasses the joy of a good meal, particularly in small towns or villages. It is common for families to indulge in 2 hearty meals each week. These meals may not include lobster or abalone, but rather free-range chickens, ducks, and occasionally geese. Men often prepare sashimi or fresh river delicacies. The locals are willing to pay for quality, be it 130 yuan for eel or 80 yuan for loach. as long as the goods are genuine and fresh. Having traveled extensively, Su Fan has come to understand certain rules. While ordinary individuals toil away in factories, hotels, restaurants, large supermarkets, and luxury boutiques thrive, bustling with people who need not work. He believes he can manage the demand for large loaches. Once the neglected pond is refurbished, he could cultivate a batch of local loaches, raising them to a weight suitable for sale as exotic pets. This venture has its barriers. Yet selling such creatures would not draw excessive attention, as owners of exotic pets typically prefer to keep their endeavors discreet. The pursuit of official favor and the cultivation of connections. This is indeed a steadfast aspiration for advancement. With positions limited, those who ascend inevitably displace others. The spiritual pet market is vast, and rather than exorbitantly pricing them, modest profits can be garnered by selling hundreds or even thousands throughout the year. The thought alone is quite exhilarating. Furthermore, cultivating flowers, raising birds, and keeping fish are all high-consumption hobbies, with novices likely to fail spectacularly. Having invested in a fully equipped fish tank, leaving it vacant would be a waste. Thus, if spiritual pets prove unmanageable, one could still consider keeping fighting fish, koi, or domestic dragonfish. With this in mind, Su Fan developed a more elaborate plan for the desolate pond. He purchased a 4-stroke backpack mower from a farming supply store, along with gasoline, totaling over 1,000. This morning's earnings from selling loaches and eels were swiftly allocated to this endeavor. It was imperative to expedite the development of the farm. Once safety concerns were addressed, the spirit gathering array could be activated. He acquired 5 large bones and 5 stainless steel basins, then hurried back to the villa. You'll serve my interests well, from now on. It's all about safeguarding the mountain, understood? Regardless of Su Fan's words, the 5 dogs eagerly licked his large hands, while the simmering bones in the pot neared readiness. Each dog received a basin and a sizable bone, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, their tails wagging like propellers, delighted by their meal. Su Fan fetched 2 buckets of water and began preparing the eels, along with scallions, ginger, chives, and green chili peppers. In a large iron pot set atop a makeshift earthen stove, he swiftly stir-fried the curled eels, releasing an enticing aroma. Indeed, only a large iron pot and a wood fire could produce such a flavor, eclipsing that of any restaurant or street stall. It is no wonder that proprietors would drive to secluded farms for a meal. The taste is truly wild. Scooping a piece up with a spatula, he savored it immediately, relishing the exquisite flavor. Given better conditions, Su Fan would have loved to prepare steamed eels in wine or steamed pond fish in wine. 1 sip, and the residential base could be leveled in a day. Chapter 7. Reservation for King Kong Vine. After dining, he rested in the shade, playing with the dogs while observing the white clouds above. Su Fan proceeded to fuel the mower and assembled it for work. Farming lacks a set schedule. When the weather is fair, one must seize the opportunity to accomplish more. As dark clouds rolled in, he worked fervently under the sun, seeking refuge in the shade while mowing the mountain grass. The entire estate appeared as if it had been gnawed by dogs, patches of grass missing from various spots. While mowing, he discovered some treasures, such as King Kong vines, rootless vines, and phoenix eggs. The King Kong vine is a valuable find, relatively common in the mountains. Known for its medicinal properties, the vine can be crafted into bracelets and is effective for alleviating rheumatic pain. Its gnarled roots can also be used for medicinal purposes or infused in alcohol. Some online sources even buy it at 30 yuan per pound, as it is reputed to dispel rheumatism, promote urination, and reduce swelling and toxicity, treating rheumatic conditions and numbness in the limbs. The spiny dragon vine and the non-spiny earth taro were carefully gathered by Su Fan, who disposed of the small, pinky-sized tendrils onto the open ground. Armed with a spade and a hoe, he busied himself with diligent labor. The vine, once matured, could be consumed and possessed a somewhat palatable taste. Meanwhile, 5 dogs approached, eager to lend a paw in digging, but Su Fan shooed them away, insisting they were of no use for this task. After approximately 20 minutes of toil, he finally unearthed the entire root of the dragon vine, a substantial mass that, when fresh, could be eaten raw, albeit it was somewhat scratchy on the throat. During his mountain excursions with the old man, when provisions ran low, Su Fan would resort to digging up this very plant to stave off hunger. He sliced a tender piece and took a couple of bites. The flavor was familiar, still scratchy on the throat. The dragon vine had its practical uses. Unlike the rootless vine and phoenix egg, both of which could be used medicinally, but were too common and unmarketable, much to Su Fan's dismay, as he would have preferred to gather and sell them. After an entire day's labor, the wild grasses surrounding the residential base were cleared, and with a bit of leveling using the hoe, he could soon purchase sand and stones to lay the foundation. Taking advantage of the daylight, he set down the traps early, and upon returning to the camp, he used a luoyang shovel to dig deep holes around the perimeter, inserting wooden stakes to secure the fencing purchased in town. A fine mesh net would serve to deter any unwelcome visitors from the mountains. As night fell, The 5 dogs and Su Fan gathered around the fire, with him engrossed in his phone while the dogs gnawed on bone scraps. With charcoal now available, Su Fan raked some out, allowing them to extinguish gradually. When the temperature was moderate, he began to roast the dragon vine he had collected earlier. Using a slightly smaller round piece of wood as a mold, he bent and shaped the vine into the form of a bracelet. After polishing and refining, it would transform into a beautiful piece of jewelry. Having dried for most of the day, the vine was about 60 to 70% dry. As he bent it, he secured it with zip ties and placed it beside the fire to slowly cure and maintain its shape. This meticulous work required both patience and precision, qualities Su Fan possessed in abundance. In the dead of night, the mountain's strength, the eagle owl, began its hooting, causing the 5 dogs to perk up in alertness. Su Fan swiftly retrieved 2 large firecrackers from the car, igniting them and tossing them into the woods. The explosions silenced the forest, and by 1 in the morning, he had successfully crafted 5 dragon vine bracelets, only roughly trimming the thorns at the nodes, leaving the rest untouched. These items bore similarity to collectible art, as buyers often enjoyed the process of handling them. Upon rising early the next day, he collected the traps, discovering a decent catch of fish, devoid of silver bags or rice heads, yet lacking in larger specimens. After gathering about 8 to 9 pounds of fish, he swiftly sorted them and drove to town to catch the early market. Today marks another bustling market day. The 1st, 4th, and 7th days belong to Huajian's market, while the 2nd, 5th, and 8th are designated for the more distant Pingxin market. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th days are considered leisure days. However, with every household now owning motorcycles and the town's public transport operating regularly, one can easily venture into town for the market. Nonetheless, to procure the farmer's produce, one must visit on market days. When Su Fan arrived at the Riverside Delicacies stall, he nearly lost his spot. The 2 charming youths from yesterday were present, likely having tasted success and gone elsewhere to set traps. The offerings included 7-star fish, river shrimp, crabs, blue knives, and the main attractions, large yellow eels and loaches. Quite impressive. It seems your harvest was quite fruitful last night, Su Fan remarked as he set down his fishing box in a small space that the 2 had graciously vacated. Hee, I never realized this business could be so lucrative. I nearly got bitten by a dog while driving to the reservoir to set my traps yesterday. Thankfully, I was quick, though I did lose a few traps. A single yellow eel of this size can fetch 300 to 400. A few lost traps are inconsequential. These shrimp are indeed splendid. Who could argue? Were it not for my tight finances, I would have already cooked this batch of shrimp. They pair wonderfully with drinks, he continued. These river shrimp are truly remarkable, especially when the water quality is good. Isn't this a type of kudzu? One of the youths questioned, astonished to see Su Fan placing several clumps of roots beside his fishing box. Is there really a demand for this? Certainly. While they can be found in the mountains, you'd struggle for hours to unearth even one. I stumbled upon these while clearing the mountain yesterday. If someone is willing to pay, I'll sell. Ah, indeed. They are challenging to dig up. My father uses this to brew liquor. The market was in full swing, with throngs of people bustling about, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the festive spirit of the new year, an ambience rarely encountered in the city. Under the shade of trees, vendors were selling medicinal plasters as well as the famed snake wine from the Miao village, housed in a large vat brimming with various herbs and the likes of a wrist-thick king cobra and silver-ringed snake. In his youth, Su Fan relished the lively chaos surrounding such stalls. However, this liquor was not for drinking. It was intended for external application, typically purchased by older gentlemen and ladies. Yet, the elderly were no fools. They would first request the vendor to apply a bit on their pain-ridden areas, and only upon witnessing its effectiveness would they consider making a purchase. Farmers laboring in the fields, especially as they age, often suffer from rheumatism and various joint pains, and a visit to the hospital is usually out of the question. Such itinerant healers or charlatans become their best recourse. If they can provide a cure, splendid. If not, at least some relief would suffice. If it yields no effect, they consider it a small price to pay for peace of mind. After all, the expense is seldom substantial. With a touch of charm akin to that of Louis Koo, Su Fan's stall naturally garnered a bit more favor than others. As several familiar elderly gentlemen from a nearby breakfast shop approached to inspect the kudzu roots laid out on the ground. How much for these? One inquired. Only 100 for all you see. I spent half the day digging them up. Hey, 100? That's reasonable. There's 3 to 5 pounds here. Worth every penny, the elder responded, lifting his gaze to Su Fan's sun-kissed visage, breaking into a grin. This stuff is indeed hard to unearth. I've pricked myself several times. Would you like a bracelet made from kudzu? It's in its raw form. Su Fan approached with a bag to collect the precious golden vine that lay scattered on the ground, and also retrieved a bracelet hanging from the side of his fishing box. Oh my, you actually know about this item. The craftsmanship is quite commendable. How much is it? 100. What? This piece is merely 100 yuan. The 2 handsome youths beside him appeared utterly astonished. Aren't there a plethora of these vines? It seems a tad pricey. Nevertheless, the craftsmanship is impressive. I shall purchase it. The retired elder remained true to his nature, spending without a second thought. After all, he had exchanged a mere half-hour of labor for 100 yuan, and worked the night away for 500. Such a small collection fetched 600 yuan. And Su Fan gleefully accepted the 100 yuan notes handed to him by the elder. The elder then glanced at the yellow eels and loaches in Su Fan's fishing box. Noting their size was not as substantial as those of the neighboring youths, yet he still opted to buy from them. The two youths, keenly observant, recognized the elder's readiness to spend and audaciously priced a pound of yellow eels at 500 yuan. What a bold move, Su Fan mused internally. Yet, the elder remained unfazed, instructing the youth to pack it up while promptly handing over the money. Other vendors, witnessing such a fortunate patron, hurriedly beckoned the elder to peruse their wares. Indeed, good items sell themselves. Just that morning, the village chief had offered 200 for them. How absurd. Hey, do you buy golden vines? I can fetch them for you. One youth excitedly turned to Su Fan as the elder departed. I usually sell them as part of a combination, just trying my luck. Inquire at the pharmacy to see if they accept them. If they do, I'll be in trouble. Who would have thought such a simple item could be sold for 100 yuan? Truly, one must have the right connections to make money. Otherwise, it is all in vain. My father toils in the fields for half a year and earns less than I have in just a few days. He often chides me for my idle ways, claiming I'm either bird catching or fishing. He never acknowledges the true dragon I purchased. Indeed, last night I savored the yellow eel and enjoyed some wine. How come no one criticized me then for my lack of diligence? Su Fan chuckled in agreement. Perhaps it was the recent sale of a hefty yellow eel for 500 yuan that had caused these two youths to become somewhat arrogant, dismissing their elder's authority. Su Fan understood this mentality all too well. In his youth, he too had looked down upon his parents, deeming them incapable. Yet, as age crept upon him, he realized that at his current age, he was far less accomplished than his parents had been in their 20s. He believed he thrived in a prosperous era, basking under the red banner, absorbing various ideologies and educational influences. Yet, he found it all futile. He lacked the understanding of social intricacies and could not assist in village matters. After years of wandering, he had not carved out a respectable life for himself, especially as a single individual burdened with debt. Reflecting upon the past, he noted that many of his peers' parents had, by their 20s, shouldered significant familial responsibilities, often raising one or two children, marrying, providing for their families, and even constructing homes. When he compared that reality to the current generation, the disparity was glaring. There exists a significant gap in the diligence and industriousness of today's youth. Xu Fan had witnessed countless fathers laboring tirelessly. A group of men hoisting cement poles and steel to construct transmission towers atop a mountain. Their faces were etched with strain, veins bulging as they gritted their teeth, inching their way up the slope, all for a meager sum to purchase a couple of pounds of meat for their children and wives. In today's world, even a few hundred yuan would barely entice the youth to carry cement. Even if one were inclined, the weight would be insurmountable. The river shrimp in the vendor's basin appeared quite exceptional, attracting numerous inquiries, yet few buyers. The vendor's asking price of 110 yuan per pound astonished Xu Fan. For comparable shrimp at the seafood market were merely 45 yuan for the white shrimp and 55 for the river shrimp. The price seemed utterly absurd, bordering on outrageous. Observing others selling smaller shrimp at 35 yuan and larger ones at 60, the vendor's 110 yuan was indeed startling. Having nearly sold out, Xu Fan placed a sign indicating that one bucket would cost 80 yuan and took a moment to chat with the vendor. You see, this fellow is rich in calcium. Perfect for children and the elderly. No one at this market has shrimp of my caliber. Indeed, your shrimp are truly remarkable, Xu Fan replied, contemplating a plan to cultivate river shrimp. Are you hungry? Please keep an eye on my stall while I fetch some rice noodles to eat. Starving. Please bring back 2 servings of braised pork noodles with some pickled peppers. I didn't realize I was hungry until you mentioned it. I rushed here after collecting the baskets this morning, fearing I would miss my spot. All right, I shall go get the noodles. The noodle shop on market day was bustling, with patrons queuing for their meals. By the time it was Xu Fan's turn for a bowl of braised pork, only a few plump pieces remained, compelling him to settle for pig's feet and marinated eggs instead. Life in the small town, devoid of large supermarkets, cinemas, or internet cafes, could still be quite pleasant for those with some savings. Listening to the familiar dialect, savoring the local flavors, and engaging in light-hearted gossip was nothing short of blissful. However, this comfort was reserved for the affluent. For farmers, laborers, and students, the town felt more like a prison, offering scant comfort. The population was dwindling. Local agricultural products went unsold, and when transported to the county seat, they found no better fate. Many farmers faced plummeting prices for their goods, with vegetable vendors purchasing them for mere cents, only to resell at 3 to 5 yuan per pound. Those who set up their stalls could manage to sell for 1 or 2 yuan per pound, but they were bound to toil from dawn until dusk, with some needing to travel by boat. leaving little time to tend to their stalls. As midday approached, vegetable vendors would arrive to drive the prices down further, buying everything in bulk. Take watermelons, for instance. A man had set up a cart by the riverbank, selling them at over 2 yuan per pound. With so few potential buyers in the town, it was inevitable that, as sales dwindled, he would have to part with them at a loss to other vendors or stalls. Growing vegetables and fruits proved to be a challenging endeavor. It was simply too competitive. Cultivating for personal consumption was feasible, but selling them was another matter altogether. With a container of rice noodles in hand, Shufan made his way toward the riverbank, flanked by stalls selling fresh produce and fruits. Every farmer has filled 2 baskets with green beans, along with tomatoes and eggplants, all packed into 7 or 8 baskets. Relying on casual buyers proves futile. Upon returning to the stall, all the fish in the cooler had been sold. The young man handed Su Fan 80 yuan, plus an additional 24 for the powder. By the way, the elderly gentleman who previously purchased your strong vine has returned, requesting more roots and stems. He did not specify the quantity, but left you a phone number. Be sure to note it down. The young man set down the powder and read a number from his phone to Su Fan. Well, this is a simple matter. But asking me to search the mountains for the strong vine is quite another. The hills are overgrown with wild grass, and with such sweltering heat, even dogs stay away. Huh, I agree. The young man chuckled, envisioning that scene, which was quite amusing. Chapter 8. Kindred spirits smoking and dining bring in business. While customers arrive, even at the restroom. Just as the 2 young men had begun to enjoy their meal, someone approached to inquire about the price of river shrimp. Priced at 110 yuan per pound, prompting them to set down their bowls to attend to the customer. 110 yuan is indeed reasonable. Wild river shrimp are rich in nutrients and beneficial for calcium supplementation. If you don't purchase them, I shall take them back for myself once the sun shines a bit more. 110 is still a bit high. If you sell them for 90, I'll take 2 pounds for my children. Ah, all right then, for the sake of the children's healthy growth, 90 it is. Once the price of river shrimp dropped, more customers flocked in. As they selected from a basin of shrimp, they were quickly sold out. At 90 yuan per pound, river shrimp surprisingly cost more than loach or eel. Rather than envying the fish in the depths, one should retreat and weave a net. The area surrounding Huazhen is dotted with rivers and streams, and every year in May, June, and July, flooding occurs. The waters from the main river can swell smaller streams, transforming them into larger rivers. If the fish ponds or reservoirs upstream and downstream are inadequately protected, a significant quantity of fish can be washed away. In the flooded bamboo groves by the roadside, one often spots grass carp, and silver carp weighing 10 to 20 pounds. Purchasing crayfish or gathering some river shrimp to sell is also an excellent choice. The yellow eels and loaches in the abandoned ponds are likely scarce. And once they are depleted, one must seek other means of livelihood. Otherwise, the development of Qingyo Mountain will remain stunted, making daily sustenance a challenge. A professional shrimp trap costs 25 yuan. I gritted my teeth and bought 20, in addition to bait. The money earned from digging the strong vine and crafting bracelets has already been spent. Money truly vanishes quickly. It seems I must get busy again. I need to acquire a motorcycle. Otherwise, navigating the narrow paths of the river will be difficult. I must wait for the next opportunity. A decent motorcycle costs at least 10 to 18,000 yuan. It's truly exhausting. I bought some chicken offal at the poultry stall to use as bait in the shrimp traps, hoping to clear out the wild stock in the abandoned pond. If I can catch 10 or 8 large ones, I might spend 20,000 online to purchase a small agricultural excavator. Otherwise, clearing the pond with a shovel and bucket is just absurd. Back in the days of the production team, we could achieve much with many hands. But having Su Fan dredge the silt daily is out of the question. Enduring hardship is acceptable, but one cannot constantly toil with physical labor. After packing some rice and cooked dishes to take back, the morning slipped away. In a couple of days, it would be the 14th day of the lunar month, a time when many indulge in fish and duck. Thus, selling some yellow eels and loaches could prove to be a lucrative market. Upon returning to the villa, the vehicle barely came to a halt when 5 dogs burst forth from the crevice of the door, yapping excitedly around the car, their little plump tails wagging energetically. In the past, at this hour, Su Fan would have been lounging in a milk tea shop, enjoying the air conditioning, playing games, and casually glancing at passing beauties. Now, he hurried back, fearing that one night the mountain's peaks might unleash some wild creature to prey upon his 5 adorable companions. Alighting from the vehicle, he playfully flipped each of the dogs onto their backs, rubbing their little chests as they emitted soft whines of delight. Once the fuss was over, the dogs, undeterred, followed him with unabashed enthusiasm. After feeding them, he busied himself with the lawnmower, his clothes damp with sweat, even his undergarments soaked through. After an afternoon's toil, he cleared the surrounding weeds and shrubs from the entrance of the villa to the residential area, revealing the initial contours of what would become fertile fields. There were about 30 to 40 acres suitable for rice cultivation, while an equal area remained as arid wasteland. The fish pond was also cleared. encompassing an additional 2 acres when including the surrounding embankments. The remainder was a cohesive stretch of Qingyo Mountain. Without machinery to assist, the task was arduous. Wherever he cleared, weeds would sprout anew. He took the time to deepen and expand the cold spring, placing several clean stones at the edge, and sat atop them, scooping spring water to bathe. On such a hot day, the refreshing coolness was a sheer delight. If only he could channel the water from a higher elevation to flow down into a proper bath, it would be an exquisite indulgence. The urgency to earn was palpable. Otherwise, even a water pump would remain out of reach. After a simple dinner, he picked up the sturdy rattan he had unearthed during the day and began to slowly roast it into the shape of bracelets. Each bracelet fetched 100 yuan, and to his surprise, there were indeed buyers. He pondered how much that old man could consume, as he had a whole bundle of rattan at his disposal. Su Fan worked diligently through the night, managing to complete only 7 bracelets with the remaining rattan forming a small bundle. This material was not difficult to find, growing abundantly by the roadside, but extracting it was laborious and often resulted in painful pricks. With Su Fan's arrival, Qingyo Villa gradually gained a vibrant atmosphere. The snakes, rodents, and birds that foraged here began to migrate elsewhere. Moreover, his late-night detonations of firecrackers instilled a formidable deterrent, silencing the night calls of the owls. As the dawn chorus of early birds rang out, Su Fan awoke, freshened up, and took a bucket to collect the traps he had set the previous night, having added some chicken scraps for bait. Lo and behold, the charming young man had not deceived him. The simple bait proved ineffective, and the addition of chicken scraps yielded remarkable results. The first net was teeming with dozens of yellow eels, big and small, likely drawing in those that resided in the center of the pond. This catch weighed over 3 kilograms, worth nearly 500 yuan. No wonder those 2 young men looked down on their elder. Had it been him, he would have shared the same disdain. Collecting the traps was effortless. The old man had once remarked that Su Fan's lack of seriousness in studies would render even meals a challenge. It now appears that while others are engrossed in their studies or labor, the realm of leisurely fishing has been left vacant. In the second net, a sizable yellow eel weighing a kilogram was caught, fetching a price of 360. Su Fan's spirits lifted further as he completed the collection of all 30 traps, yielding 2.5 buckets of fish. He swiftly transported them to the car and transferred them into a live water tank to aerate and preserve their vitality. Among the catch were 9 yellow eels, 3 large loaches, and an additional 17 pounds of assorted fish. The barren pond had been thoroughly harvested. The absence of any aged soft-shelled turtles was indeed a disappointment, for those 2 or 3-decade-old specimens would have commanded a significant sum. As the day had yet to break, Su Fan drove his Wuling Hongwang down from the mountains towards another small town. Although Pingjin was somewhat distant, it was nearing the threshold of county development. Replete with residential buildings and factories, this town had produced numerous affluent entrepreneurs, some of whom had amassed fortunes exceeding 100 million by establishing substantial companies in Zhongshan. Su Fan's arrival did not disrupt the local vendors. Each spot had dedicated fishers, and all viable selling locations had been well-trodden, while others sold merely a few pounds. Su Fan's offerings were substantial, prompting inquiries from restaurant owners eager to purchase. 130 is too steep. If I take it back to sauté, I'll incur losses on the ingredients. Can we negotiate a lower price? Su Fan shook the bucket of yellow eels, allowing the proprietor to glimpse the fine specimens resting at the bottom. The restaurant owner gestured towards a particularly large yellow eel in the fishing box. What about this big one? Anything over a kilogram is 360 per piece. No haggling here. I'll wait for a big spender to arrive. If that doesn't happen, I'll take it back for breeding. 360 each for 9. Goodness, that totals 3,240. You truly dare to sell this. Ordinary folks wouldn't splurge on such delicacies. Yet, I trust you have the means to entertain your clientele. How could one host a meal without quality ingredients? It's about prestige, not merely saving money. This catch is from an old mountain pond that has lain fallow for 2 to 3 decades. Just look at its vibrant coloration and patterns. Upon hearing Su Fan's words, the restaurant owner glanced at the neighboring stalls, recognizing the truth in Su Fan's claims. Indeed, the water quality here is exceptional. Otherwise, the eels wouldn't be this vivid. 360 it is. I'll take them. And what about the loach? Is that also 360? That is not a loach. It's a spiritual pet, starting at 1,000. Huh. This isn't a loach. What do you mean by spiritual pet? You'll find out shortly. Just then, the shirt-clad gentleman who had requested loaches 2 days prior appeared. Su Fan waved to indicate his presence at the stall. Why have you come here to sell? Where are the loaches? Oh wow, this is massive. This is precisely what I want. How much? Let us not discuss money. Let us talk about fate. How much are you willing to spend to take it home? What kind of fate is this? Let others quote first. That's a guaranteed profit. The restaurant owner's expression shifted, almost failing to recognize the situation. Is that so? My budget is merely 16,000. Can I purchase these 3 items? Certainly. Can I also take that fishing box with me? Agreed. The dashing gentleman in the shirt left behind 16,000 in cash and took away Su Fan's fishing box. Goodness. Are you truly selling these creatures as pets? Who would be foolish enough to consider loaches as pets? Those engaged in loach farming must surely be thriving. Ahem. This depends on the demand. Much like antique collectibles, the price is determined by buyer interest. Otherwise, one risks devaluing their own possessions. Have you heard of the general cricket from Hunan that sold for over 10,000? Specimens in prime condition fetch at least 5,000. If you were to catch a couple from the fields to sell, no one would even want them as gifts. It's all about fate. I understand. These transactions are merely the whims of the affluent. My friend, do you have any of this product left? Can you supply me? The restaurant owner weighed the goods alongside Su Fan, hoping for a mutually beneficial partnership. Unfortunately, that stock is depleted. I've set traps in the wild mountain pond for several days. This should be the last batch. Alas, it's indeed challenging to procure quality wild goods. Please leave a contact number. If I have stock, I will inform you first. The prices will be slightly lower than retail, and I will purchase all of yours. There is no need for you to stand here in the sun. That is feasible. Let us connect as friends. The restaurant owner collected all the fish, totaling 180. And with the 16,000 from the gentleman in the shirt, this venture was immensely profitable. Selling for 16,000 was also due to the superior quality of these three loaches, whose backs were nearly turning a yellow-red hue. It's likely that all the loaches in this pond originated from them. The largest weighed 1.5 pounds. When Su Fan first saw it, he mistook it for a yellow mudfish. If more yellow eel loaches are excavated from that wild pond, I will not sell them. I'll keep them for breeding. Assembling the spirit-gathering array will yield a steady stream of income. Chapter 9. July 14th. Wishmaking. Indeed, the joy of earning small amounts is unparalleled. Let us maintain this momentum. The old man often reminisces about the happiness he felt when he used to set up a stall in the alley, earning a few hundred. However, once he started making substantial profits, he became burdened with worries. Packing up to load the vehicle, Su Fan drove to the marketplace for chickens and ducks, where many farmers were raising native ducks and chickens. 20 yuan is not exorbitant. These are old ducks, raised from eggs I hatched myself. If you buy other your ducks, you'll be plucking feathers until your scalp tingles. Whoa, each of these weighs 7 to 8 pounds. Quite plump. Do you recognize quality? Mine have been raised for over a year, catching fish daily and fed with rice. 7 to 8 pounds is the norm. If they're fed feed and weigh less than that in under a year, then they're truly fat ducks. In that case, I'll take one. Today. Many are buying chickens and ducks in preparation for tomorrow, July 14th. Su Fan is uncertain about the specifics, but on this day, many in the Guangdong region return home to slaughter chickens and ducks to honor the gods and ancestors. White-cut duck, rice snail, and sour bamboo shoot stew. Beer duck, the thought of it makes one salivate. The vendor's ducks are indeed splendid, their feathers gleaming with a sheen that large-scale farmed ducks lack. Priced at 20 yuan per pound, slightly higher than others. 8 pounds 3 ounces, totaling 166. Such auspicious numbers, indeed. After more than a year of raising and feeding grain at home, the cost amounted to merely 166 yuan, which is indeed quite economical. Selling just a few eels would easily cover that expense. What a profitable venture. As Su Fan gazed at the green-headed ducks in the large cage of the old man, he felt a surge of desire. The resources over at Qingyo Mountain were still insufficient. It would be splendid to purchase some chickens, ducks, and geese for free-range farming. Moreover, with a pure grain diet, he could gather chicken, duck, and goose eggs daily, and the thought alone filled him with joy. Boss, I'll take all 8 of these ducks, he exclaimed. All of them. Very well, very well. I'll weigh them right away. On average, each duck costs around 160 yuan, so the total for 8 ducks came to over 300 yuan. He planned to prepare one for dinner, leaving him with the perfect number of 7, as raising ducks in even numbers is considered unlucky. When selecting chickens, the process was simpler. He could directly buy free-range chickens from a farm and also acquire a chick. As for the geese, he would be purchasing goslings. There were 2 varieties available, the lion-headed goose, priced at 40 yuan each, and the white goose, which was much cheaper at 28 yuan. Even with the windows of his wooling vehicle rolled down, an unpleasant odor lingered. Su Fan made a trip to the agricultural supply store to purchase some wire fencing and rain-cover tarps. Goodness, I'm still living in my car. Yet I'm already arranging shelters for the chickens and ducks, he thought. He also bought some joss paper and incense candles before hurrying back to the villa. It was essential to keep the chickens and ducks away from the spring water source. They needed to be placed around the rice paddies and abandoned ponds. Fortunately, the numbers were manageable: 7 ducks, 9 geese, 16 hens, 12 capons, and a rooster. Without pausing for rest, he grabbed a spade and a grass cutter and headed to the rear of Qingyo Mountain, where there was a slope with a drop of over 3 meters. He cleared away all the weeds, dug holes for wooden stakes, and erected a 1.5-meter-high galvanized wire fence, which would keep out common snakes and rodents. He constructed a framework at the top and draped the rain-cover tarp over it, completing the task. The workmanship was somewhat rough, yet it effectively shielded against wind and rain. He then released the chickens and ducks from their bags and cages into the freshly constructed poultry shelter. That's enough for today, he decided. He would find time later to expand and refine the space, creating cozy burrows for each hen on the sloped area. Adding pine needles for comfort, simply perfect. With a collection every 3 days, he could gather some eggs to sell, earning a bit of pocket money. Having finished the poultry shelter, Su Fan was utterly exhausted, his clothes soaked with sweat. He headed to the cold spring for a refreshing rinse and to enjoy some chilled watermelon to cool off. The wholesale price of watermelons was not high, yet the retail prices in the market were daunting, ranging from 2.6 to 5 yuan. A watermelon weighing 10 to 20 jin could cost anywhere from dozens to 100 yuan, making one feel as if they were being drained financially. Watermelons are harvested from May until the Mid-Autumn Festival in October. Now, with well-cultivated seedlings available, planting could commence. As autumn breezes began to blow and the weather dried, he could still enjoy a taste of watermelon. With over 30,000 yuan in funds, he could either invest in a guest house or purchase a farming excavator. The former would deplete his funds too quickly and seemed unwise, while the latter held significant utility. After much contemplation, he decided to place an order for the farming excavator. Rated at 14 kilowatts, capable of digging ditches and trenches up to 1.6 meters deep, delivered to his door for 29,000 yuan. With a remaining balance of over 6,000 yuan, I surveyed my transient existence alongside my 5 loyal dogs and proceeded to order a modest outdoor aluminum sunroom. This structure, typically utilized as a tea house in a villa's garden, measures 5 meters in length and 4 meters in width, featuring an eave that extends by 30 centimeters and is surrounded by sliding glass doors. However, Su Fan opted for the most basic version, consisting solely of pillars and a roof, foregoing the surrounding glass doors. I spent over 6,000 yuan on it, and I must undertake the installation myself. The roof is composed of double-layer hollow tiles, effectively insulating against heat, although there are gaps on the sides that allow some airflow. Nevertheless, it ensures I am not entirely exposed. With less than 1,000 yuan remaining, I still have sufficient rice and cooking oil to sustain myself for a month in the mountains. Tomorrow marks the 14th of July, and the weather has not been conducive for setting traps in recent days. I hung 2 camping lights in the poultry shelter, arranging 2 black dogs and 1 red dog to reside there, guarding against any snakes that might venture in at night to steal my chickens. Indeed, a snake appeared. At 10:30, while I was crafting a rattan bracelet at the campsite entrance, the dogs began to bark. I quickly donned my high-top pants, armed myself with a homemade harpoon and machete, and rushed over. To my astonishment, 2 large king snakes were attempting to invade the chicken coop. I thought you were sworn enemies. Why are you both here trying to pilfer my chickens? The 3 dogs inside the shelter growled at the 2 snakes as they tried to squeeze through the barbed wire, while the yellow dog and the mountain cow dog joined me in encircling the intruders. You wretched creatures, I spared you just 2 days prior, and now you return. I admonished them. Aren't you supposed to be the venomous serpent that preys on others? Your actions complicate matters for me. Be gone. I have my chickens now, and my ginger and scallions are still in the vehicle. The 2 intruders, momentarily startled by my flashlight's beam, retreated awkwardly. These hefty serpents are equally matched in strength. Swallowing one another is improbable, and a confrontation would likely lead to mutual destruction, driven by the scent of chickens. However, I have yet to encounter any smaller snakes in this forest, suggesting that these larger ones may be eliminating their smaller counterparts in a bid to claim this territory. The area boasts hills, ponds, and fields, teeming with mice, frogs, and birds, making it an ideal hunting ground for snakes. Folklore dictates that one should not harm snakes without just cause, but for someone like Su Fan, who traverses the mountains with the elderly, it is permissible to fend off smaller snakes, though caution is warranted with larger ones. If they can be driven away, that suffices. Further action would only be taken if necessary. The 2 large snakes eventually departed, and it took a while for my chickens and ducks to calm down. I rewarded my 5 dogs with some packets of ham sausage, concerned that the large snakes might return. I dug a fire pit outside the shelter and lit a fire with some wood, while continuing to craft my rattan bracelet. The night passed without incident, and I left the largest green-headed duck while briefly feeding the others some rice before allowing them to forage on their own. After a simple breakfast, I utilized a lawnmower to clear the weeds around the poultry shelter, expanding the cleared area by 300 or 400 square meters to eliminate any hiding spots for snakes. This year, I am the sole participant in the annual duck feast. The matters concerning the mistress must be prioritized. I shall inquire during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Whether to wed or not, it is best to relinquish such aspirations. In any case, the prospect of laboring for a paycheck or engaging in commerce seems implausible. Once I have accumulated sufficient funds, with the installation of internet and electrical lines, this place shall transform into a summer retreat. A delightful prospect indeed. Plucking the duck's feathers and setting them aside to dry, I will attend to the internal organs, arranging the duck in a ceremonial pose alongside a generous portion of pork, then placing it in a large iron pot to simmer. Concurrently, I shall prepare some rice in a smaller pot and brew a kettle of tea. The offerings for the venerable ancestor consist of a single duck, a hefty piece of pork, a pot of tea, a bottle of homemade rice wine, incense, paper money, and some multicolored paper and gold ingots. Today marks the 14th day of the 7th month. May the ancestor bless me with thriving livestock, abundant harvests, daily wealth, an early marriage, and mothers-in-law in every village. Additionally, may I be granted the blessing of many children. I offer my prayers with sincerity, and once the incense has extinguished, I gather my belongings and depart. The ancestor seems to grumble. What is this? Is this how you seek my blessings? This is merely a wish. Chapter 10. Setting traps in the reservoir. A 7 or 8 pound teal, after removing its entrails and feathers, still weighs around 5 or 6 pounds, half boiled in plain water and half simmered with water bamboo and duck. Furthermore, a few chilled beers will enhance the flavors for myself and the 5 dogs amidst the mountains. Once finances allow, I must also plant some mosquito-repelling grass. These little mosquitoes are quite fierce. While dining, one must frequently swat the pesky black mosquitoes from arms and legs. These creatures possess venom. A bite results in a small bump that is both painfully itchy. Pressing a fingernail into the bump to form a cross shape can alleviate the discomfort. Dinner was consumed in the afternoon, after which I used a spade to mound soil at the base of the chicken coop's fencing and dug 2 ditches to divert water. To protect the chickens and ducks from mosquito bites at night, I invested 400 yuan in 2 solar-powered outdoor mosquito traps. Such devices are found in larger parks, emitting light to attract mosquitoes, which are then zapped by an electrified mesh. For now, I shall settle for 2 functional units. In the future, I plan to install one every 50 meters around the estate. As dusk descends, I begin to prepare incense, paper money, gold ingots, rice, pork, and vegetables, laying them out on both sides of the path a couple of 100 meters from the estate. Placing the pork, rice, and vegetables on leaves, I arrange a portion of each every 2 meters, then insert incense sticks and scatter paper money and gold ingots at the intersection. Once completed, I step back to observe from a distance, waiting for the incense to extinguish before returning to lock the estate, kindle a bonfire, and retire to my vehicle for the night. This tradition is likely unique to this region. Su Fan has traveled to Zhejiang and places north of Hunan. Yet he has never encountered the practice of offering alms by the roadside on the 14th day of the 7th month. In his childhood, when residing in the village, the entire village would display these offerings along the main roads. Some claimed it was in honor of soldiers returning from the Northern Front during the War of Resistance against Japan. In certain areas of Guangdong, this practice is not observed, and those who mention eating duck on the 14th of July might be referring to this custom. There are various interpretations, but regardless of economic circumstances, acquiring some incense and preparing a simple meal of vegetables and rice is manageable. The essence lies in the tradition and the sentiment behind it. Following the 14th of July, the next day marks the Zhongyuan festival, a day deemed inauspicious according to the lunar calendar. Seizing the opportunity to indulge in a bit of leisure, Su Fan took his 5 dogs for a leisurely stroll around the estate, surveying his territory. The front hill, known for its cow belly shape, features a gentle slope, which steepens beyond the ridge. This area is abundant with pine trees and shrubs, while wild grasses are somewhat scarce, circumventing from the cow's head to the rear. The back ridge is slightly cooler and moist, populated with ferns. Given the right conditions, one could cultivate orchids, 5-fingered peach, ironclad stone orchid, and polygonatum. On the gentle slope facing the sun, Su Fan planned to clear away the bracken and shrubs, leaving only the pine trees, under which he intended to sow pasture grass and peach trees. At the foot of the mountain, he envisioned planting fruit trees, including lychees, longans, yellow-skinned fruit, bayberries, and pomegranates. Near the rice fields, he could also cultivate passion fruit and grapes. With a long branch in hand and accompanied by his 5 dogs, he made his way, tapping and searching until he arrived at the cow's tail area. This spot piqued Su Fan's interest the most, as the cow's head region harbors a cold spring, a place of auspicious Feng Shui, and the cow's tail area should possess another spring. Upon closer inspection of the densely growing ferns, Su Fan ventured in, brushing aside the dry leaves to feel the soil, and continued down towards the mountain's base. Indeed, as anticipated, he discovered a spring. The water temperature was quite normal, not a hot spring, which was a slight disappointment. Removing the military shovel slung over his back, Su Fan began to clear the dry leaves and excavate the moist, decaying soil. The more he dug, the greater the flow of water became, surpassing even the cold spring at Cow's Head. Removing the soil revealed several large stones, with the spring nestled among the crevices. Currently, in summer, the water temperature is 26 degrees. If it can maintain this temperature in winter, it would not be considered a hot spring, but still quite remarkable. The area is spacious enough to excavate a swimming pool without issue. Returning to a higher vantage point, Su Fan surveyed the surroundings, and a new renovation plan began to take shape in his mind. The two springs are distanced apart, and in Su Fan's view, the water for drinking and daily use would surely be sourced from the cold spring at Cow's Head. That water possesses a sweet, refreshing taste, leaving no residue when boiled. This attests to the cleanliness of the water emerging from the spring, free of mud and bacteria. Spending an entire morning surveying the entirety of Qingyo Mountain, Su Fan realized that the funds required for development are substantial. Currently, the only profitable venture remaining is setting shrimp traps in the rivers and streams, which can cover daily expenses and allow for the purchase of equipment. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, at worst. He could work on a construction site for 6 months and then return. Wouldn't you agree? Speak up, wouldn't you? Su Fan sat beneath the shade of a tree, playfully toppling 2 black dogs onto the ground, scratching their chests while interrogating them. You say it is, so why question us? I am a dog. Unexpectedly, they were even more canine than he. Nearby, 3 other dogs assumed a stance as if to challenge Su Fan, only to approach him, licking his hands and biting at his pant legs. Ultimately, they too found themselves sprawled on the ground, receiving playful scratches in their armpits. The midday heat was oppressive, and the monotony of the mountains weighed heavily on Su Fan. After some contemplation, he decided to drive down to the town to deliver a bracelet made of rattan and enjoy a refreshing cup of milk tea. Upon his return, he planned to purchase a bamboo mat and a mosquito net. The rattan had been ordered from a previous encounter, a street vendor who ran a calligraphy and ink studio. In town, some parents would send their children to the elderly gentleman to learn calligraphy and painting, but the lessons were merely a facade. The old man had once held an office job and, although retired, still maintained a network of connections. It was deemed inappropriate to offer gifts. Yet enrolling children in calligraphy classes and paying a modest tuition, along with a token of gratitude for the teacher, was considered socially acceptable. Upon Su Fan's arrival, he found several elderly men of similar age meticulously hand-polishing rattan bracelets in the studio. Though the finished products lacked wax, they possessed an undeniable allure. With prolonged human contact, the rattan would gradually absorb oils and become smooth and shiny, far more captivating than mere walnut shells. This craftsmanship is impressive. It showcases the skills of master artisans, Su Fan remarked, taken aback by the beauty of a piece that had been treated with a layer of oil, exuding a certain charm. Hey, how many did you bring this time? We only want the suitable ones. The unqualified ones you can take back, the old man replied. There were 18 pounds of raw material and 16 bracelet molds. Choose whichever you like. I will polish the remaining ones myself. If someone desires them, I shall sell them. If not, I will keep them. All right then. The roots are priced at 35 yuan per pound, and the bracelets are 100 yuan each. The elderly men eagerly selected their preferred molds, and the roots were quickly divided among them. In the end, only 9 bracelets were sold, totaling 530 yuan. After spending 7 or 8 minutes in the studio, Su Fan pondered the retirees' potential needs, hoping to find opportunities to earn some extra money. However, after careful observation, he found nothing lacking. The studio offered everything they might desire, save for an elixir of immortality. He truly could not fathom what further needs these retired gentlemen might have. Those who could spend an entire day crafting rattan were not materially deprived. They found satisfaction in self-fulfillment, devoid of desire. Their hair had turned white, and they had reached an age of reflection. Exiting the studio, Su Fan wandered toward the riverside market, curious about how others earned a little extra cash. To his surprise, he encountered 2 young men setting up a stall with traps. Wow, you're selling fish today? How did you catch such a large grass carp? Su Fan exclaimed, approaching them with a cigarette in hand to greet them. Haha, we collected them this morning from the river bend. It astonishingly grazed in the shallow bend, where there happened to be a narrow opening. I leaped down to block it, and he cast down the net, feeling around slowly until he finally succeeded. 11.5 pounds. A larger size can be a disadvantage, as no one is inclined to purchase the whole fish. If someone were to buy it jointly, I would certainly cut it. The 2 fellows, while discussing this matter, seemed rather pleased with themselves, as if they had accomplished something monumental. Yet, it was indeed quite substantial. The price for such wild grass carp can reach up to 15 to 20 yuan. Today, coincidentally, is the Ghost Festival. Had I encountered a spirited young man in search of sashimi, this fish would have been sold. Why has no one brought anything to sell? Today, fish, shrimp, and crabs are all quite marketable. I've been quite busy. I just delivered some golden vine to the old gentleman. Where do you usually place your nets? I plan to set some traps tomorrow, so as not to overlap with yours. We've already placed ours in several nearby villages. Aside from the main river, we've also dredged the tributaries twice. If we set nets now, I doubt there will be much yield. Goodness, have they really been that aggressive? So quickly have they scoured so many places, and I haven't even recouped the cost of my shrimp traps. Su Fan was astonished, not expecting these 2 to mark their territory like dogs, leaving no water source untouched. Hee, we are professionals in this endeavor. In the short term, there will be little reward. But come next year, when the river swells, there should be a wave of income. The Dagwon Reservoir indeed holds promise. Although one must navigate many mountain paths to cast nets at the reservoir's tail, the main route would be blocked by the reservoir's gates, and sneaking in would lead to being chased by dogs. On the 14th of July, I had thought they would return home, only to nearly be bitten by a dog. I had considered acquiring some tiger bones online to wear. Sneaking over the mountains to set traps is indeed quite challenging. Su Fan nodded in agreement. The reason these two were discussing this with Su Fan was that there was a tributary at the end of the Dagwon Reservoir where the mountain stream converges near Su Fan's villa. They wanted Su Fan to dredge the reservoir, claiming the resources from Jianghe village for themselves. Their little scheme was quite audacious, sparking visions of fortune. The Dagwon Reservoir is vast. The contractor only manages a large expanse of water, while the areas where the mountain streams flow into it are not under the reservoir's jurisdiction. However, these places are often blocked with nets to prevent large fish from swimming upstream. While large fish may be obstructed, small fish, shrimps, and river clams remain plentiful. The three were boasting about encounters with large snakes while waiting, and soon after, that sizable grass carp was sold. At 18 yuan per pound, it fetched 210 yuan. Who knows, these two might truly earn enough from their traps to buy a car. Truly remarkable individuals. After enough boasting, they returned to their respective homes. Chapter 11. A bountiful harvest at the reservoir's tail. After lingering for a while in the milk tea shop, observing the consumption of fruit teas, lemon tea, passion fruit, dragon fruit, strawberries, and various other delicacies, I found the offerings quite satisfactory. Young children sipped milk tea, and those in their 20s indulged in such fresh fruit concoctions. The problem is, in just half a day, only 7 or 8 youths frequented the shop, ordering a cup of lemon tea while engrossed in games and idle chatter. The market exists, albeit on a modest scale. Merely planting a few dozen trees would suffice to meet its demands, and there is no guarantee that others would procure one as produce. Strolling through the small town, I purchased 2 mosquito nets of varying sizes and a bamboo mat before hastening back to the villa. The delivery of the excavator and pavilion would take 3 to 4 days. I must continue to earn money in hopes of acquiring 2 new outfits for the Mid-Autumn Festival, adorning myself splendidly to meet my future father-in-law. With time still on my side, I grabbed a machete and slung a grass cutter over my shoulder, setting off along the winding paths deeper into the mountains. A decade or two ago, before the great fires ravaged these woodlands, they were lush with verdant pine trees, the wind stirring a symphony of pine waves. During the Qingming and Guyu seasons, one could gather a bounty of mushrooms. The mere thought evokes a nostalgic taste. It is said that in pursuit of eucalyptus cultivation, large capital had arranged for some mentally unstable elderly individuals to set the mountains ablaze. Unaware of the circumstances, the villagers, young and old, rallied together to carve fire breaks into the mountains, laboring tirelessly to preserve a few patches of pine forest. Yet, within days, the woods were ignited once more under the cover of darkness. The paths once carved by the flow of pine sap became concealed beneath reeds, while the hills designated for eucalyptus cultivation were accessible by broad roads, although many villagers refused to lease their land for such purposes. These hills, now home to fledgling pines, frequently succumbed to fire, leaving many hillsides overrun by reed grass. The grass cutter cleared a path along the original trails, forging a passage through 2 mountains adjacent to a stream. With the gasoline depleted and dusk fast approaching, I realized that reaching the tail of the Dayan Reservoir would require another day's toil with the grass cutter. Yet, this endeavor bore fruit. I discovered a wealth of 5-fingered peach trees and tracked wild boar signs in the fallow fields between the hills. These creatures had ravaged the abandoned dikes, leaving a landscape dotted with holes and mounds. However, these signs indicated that the wild boar roamed over a vast territory. As they are no longer protected animals, and this area is not a hunting ban zone, with no closed hunting season, capturing a wild boar's offspring could provide an additional source of income for my villa. My mind brimmed with ideas, envisioning various treasures to bring back to the villa. On the 15th of July, the Zhongyuan festival, it is deemed unwise to engage in many activities. An early night is advisable. I checked the chicken coop, inspecting for any missing or ailing birds, and fed them a mixture of rice, bran, and greens before closing the coop door and retreating to sleep. To speak candidly, on this night of the 15th, sleeping in the mountains left me somewhat uneasy, fearing that the old man might peer in through the window in the dead of night. Fortunately, I was accompanied by a black dog and a red wild cow, both remaining quiet throughout the night. In the morning, as I prepared to continue my journey with the grass cutter, I scrolled through my social media feed. It appeared that the 2 handsome fellows had ventured to the reservoir in the dead of night to set traps. Their haul was impressive. In addition to yellow eels, they managed to catch a hefty turtle weighing over 10 pounds. The proprietor of the reservoir had returned home, leaving his dog tethered, thus allowing these two to seize the opportunity. Truly remarkable. On the Zhongyuan festival, they ventured to the reservoir to set traps. I am not one to lean on walls for support, but I must commend their audacity. Su Fan, a newcomer from afar, is affectionately referred to as Old Biao by the locals. He, in turn, addresses them as Gu, Dalao, or brother. Among them are two individuals named Meng Gu and Ah Chong, though their true names remain ambiguous. It suffices to say that this is how they are addressed. And their WeChat names reflect the same. While they publicly call one another Meng Gu, in private, they are known by more colorful monikers: Fish Seller Chong, Muddy O Meng, and now, Waterfish Meng. However, Su Fan is not spared from their playful banter either. He is referred to as Mountain Villa Lao due to his accent, which blends local dialect with a hint of Mandarin, ultimately evolving into Fishing Lao. The reservoir, teeming with large soft-shelled turtles, invigorates Su Fan with the prospect of adventure. As the older generation struggles with mobility and the youth lack patience, the path he forges will transform the reservoir's tail area into his own sanctuary. While it may not lead to untold riches, he anticipates at least a few thousand yuan from catching eels and mudfish. The Da'in reservoir has never been drained, nor is it likely to be. The last time it was drained for fishing was over a decade ago, yielding fish weighing 30 to 40 pounds, including bighead carp and grass carp that weighed 50 to 60 pounds. When sold in the village, these fish were cut into portions, enough to feed an entire family, with the resulting fish soup a creamy yellow hue. After several refuels, Su Fan worked tirelessly from dawn until dusk, finally reaching the reservoir's tail, where wild grasslands and reed forests abound, and mountain streams converge from deeper within the hills. Aside from the path Su Fan himself cleared, other routes have languished for years, overgrown with grass taller than a person and thorns, prompting the duo of Chong and Meng to opt for the reservoir's main entrance. Even if they approached through the front, without a boat, they could not reach Su Fan's current position. "Ha! Tomorrow afternoon I'll bring the traps," he exclaimed, planning to set them along the mountain stream. Buying a house and a car is not just a dream. The soft-shelled turtles captured by the duo fetched 90 yuan per pound, totaling 250 yuan for 13 pounds and 9 ounces. Early the following morning, Su Fan drove to the town, purchasing several turtle hooks and bait at the fishing tackle shop, then proceeded to the market for chicken offal and pig liver. The pungent odor was so overwhelming that he had to wrap a towel around his mouth and nose, retching from the stench. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he shouldered 2 large bags of traps and a fishing box, along with a bucket of water, embarking on a path cleared by a mower that wound through the hills. The journey, relentless, took nearly an hour, exhausting him. Phew, this is truly hard-earned money. Perhaps I should have studied harder. Aside from labor, my skills are few. He took out a simple meal of bread and ham sausage to replenish his energy, gradually setting the traps and bait. It was not until darkness enveloped the landscape that he completed his task. Reluctant to return to the villa, Su Fan noticed a cleared patch of land, gathered some wood, and started a fire, immersing himself in a novel on his phone as he waited for time to pass. The humid night in the mountains felt as if it were drizzling, so he gathered some shrubs to construct a makeshift shelter, adding a few logs to the fire. The surrounding overgrown grassland was filled with incessant rustling sounds, particularly the hissing of large serpents slithering through the underbrush. Several sizable snakes meandered past Su Fan's campsite. Encountering such a situation, he would seize a stone and hurl it into the grass while cursing, causing most snakes to flee. As dawn approached, around 3 or 4 in the morning, the humidity in the mountains intensified, and it began to rain lightly, forcing him to awkwardly huddle beneath a thatched shelter. Damn it! It was both cold and hungry. He had not anticipated such a chilling night. It was careless of him. Without a breakthrough, there could be no reversal of fortune. Wealth and prosperity awaited. As daylight broke, illuminating the path in the mountains, Su Fan promptly emerged from the shelter to stretch his limbs, taking a few deep breaths before grabbing his fishing box, water bucket, and net bag to check his catches. The first trap yielded a delightful surprise. Placed at the edge of a barren field, it contained 5 or 6 eels weighing 3 to 4 taels each, along with a loach, totaling nearly 2 pounds of fish. With just one trap yielding dozens of yuan, it was a small windfall. He carefully emptied the eels into his fishing box, securing the lid. Until he escaped poverty, he could not afford to rest. He pressed on. Clearing the weeds covering another trap, he lifted it to reveal yet another pleasant surprise. For eels, a stream fish, and a water snake, counting roughly a pound. He estimated it would fetch nearly 100 yuan. His journey had not been in vain. He persisted in retrieving traps in this unfrequented area, where the eels were notably large, generally exceeding 3 taels. Each 3 traps yielded at least one hefty eel weighing half a pound. In addition to eels, this locale also boasted local bettas and crabs adorned with patterns on their backs. However, there seemed to be a scarcity of loaches. The bettas were promising, and he considered bringing some back to raise, hoping there might be aquarists interested. He quickly finished collecting 30 traps, amassing over 20 pounds of eels, though disappointment lingered as only 3 were substantial. The stream fish and local species numbered over 30, but their sizes were modest, yielding low market prices. So he resolved to take them back for cultivation. Next, he wondered if his shrimp traps would yield a bounty. Wading through water to collect the traps set in deeper regions, he was greeted by the delightful sound of river shrimp thrumming their tails. The catch was an equal mix of shrimp and small fish. He shook the traps, transferring the little fish and shrimp into his water bucket. After collecting 20 shrimp traps, the bucket brimmed with fish. Regrettably, the soft-shelled turtle hook bore no fruit. He placed the eels and loaches in the fishing box. While the local fish and shrimp found their way into the bucket, he stowed the traps in a thicket, contemplating whether to carry them back or leave them behind. Upon returning to the lodge, he swiftly sorted the river shrimp and eels, discarding the small fish as feed for the chickens and ducks, and decided to keep the stream fish and local species in a nearby waterhole for nurturing. After taking a sip of water, he hurried off to the town to set up his stall. "Hey there, my friend. Where did you go today to gather the traps? You look quite disheveled, with your hair caught in the branches." Upon seeing Su Fan with a suitcase and bucket, the fishmonger greeted him. "Phew. I heard you both traversed the mountains for over 2 hours yesterday to set traps at the reservoir's end. The journey was arduous. I had to wait there overnight. Curse it, it rained in the latter part of the night. It was damp and chilly. Have you had breakfast? Please keep an eye on my fish while I prepare the powder." Su Fan spoke as he set down his fishing box and bucket beside them. "We've already eaten. The prices today are not favorable for selling. How much do you sell yours for?" Su Fan examined the quality of the fish caught by the two men, comparing it to his own, feeling that they were quite similar, with no advantage. "I can't sell for 130. A few people inquired about the price this morning, but upon hearing it, they turned away. It's normal for consumption to lag just after the holidays. The price is still 360 per catty, and others can sell for 90 to 130. As for river shrimp, 60 will suffice." "All right then, we'll keep an eye on it for you. You should sort through your river shrimp. The larger ones should fetch a higher price. Alas, I'm so hungry that I can hardly care about their size. I even sold some for 50. After selling his goods, he longed to return home for a bath and sleep, utterly exhausted. Chapter 12. Brother Meng gets caught. Even good products fear a sluggish market. It's troubling. I can't bear to consume these items myself. I quickly ordered a portion of braised meat rice noodle, but there were hardly any people at the morning market. No one approached the stall to inquire about prices. Everyone was rushing to work. For the 14th and 15th days, we've been eating duck and chicken. It's normal for sales to be slow. We've set up a new mud pond to raise the small ones. Even if they don't sell, we can keep them alive until the prices rise. That seems to be the only option. I was even considering selling them at a lower price to the seafood stall. Alas, it would be better to take them back and cook them myself. The first time we sold was to him, for 25 per catty. Thankfully, I wandered around the area where I set up my stall. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Your villa has ample space. If you clear the fish pond, you could raise some fish there. Heeding Brother Meng's advice, Su Fan shook his head. Let us wait and see. The profits from fish farming are too low. Are you filming a video? While slurping his noodles, Su Fan noticed the nearby fish seller recording a video of his catch. Yes, just casually doing some self-media. I spent 500 to learn how to do it. Many people are doing this online. Some talk about being 500,000 in debt and then going home to set traps. My wife set traps and bought a mini. The earnings from the fish combined with platform revenues make it a decent industry, more engaging than working a job. Indeed, people in the city, having never experienced it, love to watch such things. I recently came across a video about renovating old houses. It had over 1 million views. Exactly. It's just like that. Unfortunately, we've just entered the field and don't know much about editing. Do you know how to do that? Brother Meng was deeply moved by others becoming internet celebrities and making substantial profits, eager to recruit Su Fan. Su Fan shook his head, feeling embarrassed. I don't know. I only graduated from middle school. Besides gaming and messaging, I don't understand any technical issues. You inquire which puddle harbors the eel or loach, and I could still enumerate the options. Alas, neither of us possesses the requisite skills. We rely solely on rudimentary software for editing. We have yet to master the art of fine-tuning, voiceovers, or facial expressions. If you were adept in these areas, we might collaborate. I am only proficient in leisure fishing. Otherwise, I would have already ascended to a managerial role in a company. Su Fan, after finishing his noodles, pulls out a cigarette to share with the two. During our academic years, those with mediocre grades in the county managed to pay off their mortgages, earning $6,000 a month while repaying $3,000. The academically gifted in the provincial capital face similar burdens, earning $10,000 while repaying $8,000. Those who gain admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University in Beijing earn $20,000 while paying off their entire mortgage. In our village, only the two of us, who fared the worst academically, remain busy. Whenever there is a wedding or a funeral in any household, we are called upon. When those who excel return, they must surely treat us to a couple of fine Chinese cigarettes, lest we disregard them entirely. Su Fan chuckles at this thought. These two fellows could likely carry away all the elderly in the village. When someone returns, flaunting their success, there will be fewer hands to bear the coffin. Otherwise, it would necessitate the calling of a funeral home. Individuals like the elderly, who prepare their own coffins, are a rarity, while those like Su Fan, who quietly inter their kin, are even less common. It is all about maintaining appearances. When business dwindles, the three of us huddle behind the stall, conversing. These two characters are even contemplating the idea of transforming Qingyo Mountain Villa into a project for documentary filming. The notion is quite appealing. Su Fan has seen online influencers creating pastoral retreats, yet what they possess is a site of Feng Shui significance, a place where the Earth's energy nourishes their cultivation. It is akin to crafting a paradise. How could they possibly publicize it widely online? After manning the stall until 11 in the morning, the river shrimp sell out at 45 yuan, while only 3 kilograms of eel are sold, and thereafter, sales stagnate. As the sun grows increasingly intense, we pack up and depart, purchasing 2 large white cattle bone tubs from the agricultural store to take back to the villa. After scooping some pond mud into the tubs and placing them in a shaded area by the cold spring, I pour in the eels and loaches, employing a solar-powered aerator to maintain their vitality. It is quite a challenge. The consumption in the small town is exceedingly low. 20 kilograms of eel fail to sell. I had hoped to earn some quick money. I kept 1 tub for bathing and used a battery-operated pump to continuously draw cold spring water into it, shedding my clothes to sit inside. On a scorching day, a refreshing chill envelopes me from below, providing immense comfort. Ah, such bliss. Now, I await the arrival of the excavator. Once it arrives, I shall install several photovoltaic panels to ensure we have sufficient electricity. The entire setup costs over 10,000 yuan, capable of powering appliances like refrigerators and kettles. The eel is priced too low, income has ceased, and even the golden vine is not moving. I have exhausted all items of value. After my bath, I lay on a bamboo mat in the shade of a tree, propping up a mosquito net to sleep. The mountain breeze is gentle, and the cicadas sing in a chorus. When I awaken, the sky has turned dark. I had hoped to trek over the mountains to the reservoirs and to set traps, but selling nothing would render the effort futile. After a moment of hesitation, I resolved to take a day off and tackle the overgrown grass surrounding the residence with the lawnmower. While laboring at the villa, my phone rang with a hurried call from the fish vendor, who urgently advised against selling eels today. Someone had reported us, and the authorities were investigating. Menggu had been taken away. This situation left me in disbelief. Surely selling eels is not illegal. They claimed that using ground nets is prohibited fishing gear. Yet so many are using them, and they only target us. I cannot fathom who could have made such a report. If I find out, I will not hesitate to confront them. The vendor's tone was laced with frustration. Could it be that your uploaded video incited envy? It is likely. While we were still collecting nets in the fields, the authorities arrived to apprehend individuals. I was capturing footage on my phone while Menggu bore the brunt alone. Thankfully, you did not go to sell this morning. Otherwise, you would have been caught. Su Fan, reflecting on the situation, explained, not a chance. I stayed up all night yesterday. And after returning from selling, I slept until dark, too lethargic to venture out to set the nets. We must wait for this storm to pass. Refrain from posting videos on social media. Others online may see your success in setting nets, but they wouldn't travel far to target you. However, there are plenty of envious individuals in your social circle. I suspect it was someone from the seafood stall who reported us. That fellow approached to restock after you left, and I did not sell anything. He warned me to be cautious. Indeed, it is highly probable. What did Menggu say? Su Fan was eager to know the repercussions of setting ground nets. A detention of 2 weeks and a fine of 2,000. It feels like a return to square one. I am utterly dismayed. The situation isn't too dire. There was an instance of someone caught shrimping who faced 3 months in confinement. After ending the call, Su Fan felt fortunate that he had stayed up late working on the vine and overslept this morning. Otherwise, he would have been out digging for eels to sell and subsequently apprehended. Local enforcement can act swiftly, without the need for formal documentation. Once detained, one can only count themselves unlucky. The fact that those in air-conditioned offices are compelled to take action indicates the gravity of the situation. The wisest course is to lie low. Once the frenzy subsides, we can resume our activities. The authorities have their own methods. They cannot simply ignore the heat of summer while targeting eel vendors. Menggu had provided Su Fan a timely warning. Thankfully, he had not ventured to the peak where the fishery heads were selling silver-ringed snakes and the like. While there is certainly a market for these products, if reported, one could face a minimum of 3 months and hefty fines. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the penalties are not severe, typically 5 years or less, but in more serious situations, up to 15 years. This is the harsh reality. Chapter 13. A new abode. Local enforcement tends to have a continuity. Higher-ups may instruct a crackdown for a day, but the underlings often continue for 7 or 8 days. At this juncture, Su Fan preferred to avoid any trouble, opting to remain at the villa to continue clearing the grass. In the afternoon, he traversed the hills to set the ground nets, and once completed, hurried back before dusk. It is imperative to establish a breeding pond for eels and loaches. I plan to dig a large pit, procure some fine mesh netting, and enclose it. Additionally, purchasing 2 insect-attracting lamps is essential. The market demand is significant, and during peak pricing, we can seize the opportunity to catch and sell. The night fishing enthusiasts can cast their lines, supporting them upon the water's surface to attract flying insects. With determination, I seized a spade and busied myself in the desolate fields beside the cold spring, excavating a circular pit measuring 1.5 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep. I returned from town with a fine mesh net to lay down, scooping mud and aquatic vegetation from the abandoned pond to channel the spring water, thus creating a commendable aquaculture pool. The yellow eel, being sensitive to both cold and heat, thrives best in temperatures ranging from 15 to 25 degrees Celsius during spring, a time when they are most active and eager to reproduce. Below 15 degrees, they enter a state of dormancy, exhibiting diminished metabolic activity. Conversely, when temperatures rise to 30 degrees or above, the yellow eel tends to surface, becoming ill and entangled. This explains why the yellow eels and loaches in the abandoned pond can grow to over a pound. The presence of the cold spring ensures a balanced water temperature. After all, in the southern regions, cold spells last just over a month, while the remainder of the year is characterized by scorching heat. Maintaining a temperature below 25 degrees allows for an extended period conducive to growth and development. The catch from the reservoir's tail remains satisfactory, yielding 7 to 8 pounds each time I return, although I have yet to hook a turtle, and the yield from the shrimp traps has decreased. After 3 days of setting traps, the yellow eel pool has accumulated nearly 50 pounds of loaches and yellow eels. As night falls and the insect-attracting lamps illuminate, the mountain's flying insects flock towards the light, causing the yellow eels to curiously peek at the illuminated spectacle. This 50-pound harvest represents my entire investment. The reservoir's tail will require a period of rest for a month or so. Seizing the opportunity, I cleared the overgrown grass throughout the entire estate. The lawnmower worked tirelessly, with gasoline bought in bulk. Every inch of the wasteland, rice fields, and roadside was meticulously tended to. The formerly neglected fields now revealed themselves, making the estate appear more expansive. As I worked the land, a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese followed, pecking at grasshoppers, crickets, and other insects, while 5 dogs stood guard against any lurking frogs. There are ongoing discussions online regarding the dietary habits of geese, asserting that they are strictly herbivorous and cannot digest meat, leading to digestive issues. However, such assertions should not be made lightly. Monks may abstain from meat, yet they have indulged in rich foods. The lion-headed and white geese I purchased followed the chickens and ducks, relishing their meals with great enthusiasm, appearing lively and robust, showing no signs of illness or digestive distress, particularly when competing for small fish and shrimp. This reminded me of how some individuals in our country deal with allergies, unaware of their sensitivities to eggs, milk, or fruit, mistakenly believing that repeated exposure will remedy their condition. These geese likely share a similar fate, observing the chickens and ducks and eagerly partaking in their meals, their digestive systems adapting accordingly. After a week, the excavator and steel for the pavilion arrived in succession. Operating the excavator is not particularly challenging, as tutorials abound online. The real difficulty lies in coordinating one's movements effectively. With a mere 30,000, one can acquire a machine, while the more expensive ones can reach up to several hundred thousand. With the excavator in place, one can directly commence the leveling process at the site, taking merely a day to clear an expanse of 200 square meters, reserving space for a separate kitchen, bathroom, shower room, and dining area. The pavilion purchased will serve as a future tea room and dining hall. The assembly is rather straightforward. One need only embed the 4 pillars securely, then install the crossbeams and roof supports, followed by laying down the double-layered tiles. This structure is produced on an assembly line in a factory. As long as the pillars are set at a consistent height, the remaining tasks involve affixing the pre-reserved slots with screws and laying the tiles. The installation is not overly complicated. Yet, they still charge me $1,000 for on-site assembly. It would be better to rob than to pay such a fee. Observing the completed structure, Su Fan felt a profound sense of achievement as he drove over and transferred his materials and equipment. The presence of a roof above him was quite pleasing. With the excavator's assistance, the schedule for clearing the barren pond was set in motion. The pond silt was quite good, dark and rich, filled with decaying leaves and organic matter. It could be dried and crushed for use as potting soil. With the mid-autumn festival past, the new year was not far off. It would be worthwhile to cultivate some potted plants for sale. The prospect of high profits and excellent customer return rates for potted plants thrilled Su Fan immensely. Some individuals are simply born plant and pet killers, belonging to a category of those who are both inexperienced and overly enthusiastic. This group includes those who can manage to kill even a pothose, sunflower, money tree, or bed of fish. The climate and water conditions at the villa are exceptionally suited for plant growth when the time comes. The exquisite potted plants displayed will surely entice any flower, bird, fish, or insect enthusiast. Carefully transferring the pond's silt to the shore, he realized he had to jump in to catch the yellow eels and loaches to place in a bucket. To his surprise, the barren pond contained a significant quantity of goods, especially the hefty loaches. The more he dug, the more delighted he became, even digging a small net pit to raise these plump loaches. Thank goodness the old man had a semblance of conscience. Had the engineering team been called in, I would have had no part in this. Clearing the silt from the shore yielded 3 hefty yellow eels and 5 loaches. And this was only a fifth of the work completed. With another scoop of the shovel, he noticed a yellow figure writhing in the mud. He quickly shifted the scoop to the shore, causing the pond's silt to tumble, revealing a large loach wriggling on the ground. Goodness, this is nothing short of a dragon's lair. It's all mine, all mine. Each scoop revealed delightful surprises. The number of yellow eels and loaches in the pond far exceeded expectations. Initially, he thought capturing them in a trap would suffice. But it turned out he had only managed to collect about 30 to 40% of them. Day after day, Su Fan operated the excavator at the villa, clearing pond silt and catching yellow eels and loaches, and before long, a fortnight had swiftly passed. The once confined Meng Gu was finally released from his small dark room. It is somewhat embarrassing. His family has cast him out to seek work. Now, he has nowhere to return to, with only a few coins to his name. And he finds himself calling Su Fan. May I stay at your villa for a while? I've been thrown out. In the mountains. I'm sleeping in my car on the ground. There's south no place for you to stay. Do you not even have a thatched hut? On the other end of the line, Brother Meng appears incredulous. Truly, I do not. I plan to earn some money to buy a mobile lodging. My villa does not permit the construction of any business-related structures. Building a house would be deemed illegal. Hence, I'm saving to acquire a portable little inn. Will you report me for illegal construction? I would simply relocate my house immediately. I'm still sleeping on the ground. Oh, I see. This complicates matters. I suppose I, too, shall have to sleep on the ground. Do you have any money to spare? I could buy a tent to manage for now. I'll catch fish and traps to repay you. That sounds feasible. Is 2,000 enough? Su Fan pondered his balance and quoted 2,000. That is sufficient. You are always dependable. Once I secure the funds, I will certainly treat you to a luxurious experience. Huh, I look forward to it. After hanging up, the 2,000 was instantly transferred. Brother Meng, known for his boastfulness, yet possessing commendable integrity, had previously taken the blame when they were caught with fishing traps, ensuring that the fish seller, Chong, would not have to face the repercussions. Such camaraderie is rare, while some would drag others down with them. Chong promptly called Su Fan to advise against setting up a stall, which was indeed commendable. With wild resources limited, fewer individuals setting traps meant a smaller share for everyone. That night, Su Fan received a call from Brother Meng, inviting him to night fish and drink by the river. These two had purchased a complete set of outdoor camping gear. They had completely forsaken home, determined to live off fishing with traps. They were well prepared with pots, pans, a solar charger, and ample grains. Su Fan's arrival would be akin to celebrating their new abode. Chapter 14. Night fishing encounter with a silver ring snake. Most men are like this. When drinking and brawling, a call is all it takes for them to gather. If you fail to respond the first time, and again the second, you can be assured there will not be a third invitation. It could be that they isolate you. Or perhaps you have chosen to isolate them. Regardless, if you decline an invitation to drink, it is likely others will do the same when you extend one. No one is truly missing your company for a meal or a bottle of wine. The duo of Chong and Meng claimed they lacked nothing but the presence of others. Nevertheless, Su Fan still visited the corner shop to procure 2 cases of beer, several packs of cigarettes, and over 20 bags of marinated duck wings, casually adding some mosquito repellent to his haul. While camping outdoors, one can forego a mosquito net, but mosquito repellent is indispensable. As the eerie sounds of nightfall echoed, he ignited the repellent and tossed it aside, ensuring a peaceful evening. How many fish have we caught? Su Fan parked the car by the roadside and strolled down the narrow path to the riverbank, cheerfully greeting his companions. They had barely settled in when it was announced that no additional supplies were necessary. Yet, he had brought along 2 cases of beer. Meng Gu, slightly irritated, remarked that Su Fan was at fault. Having lived in the mountains for such an extended period, I longed for someone to converse with and boast to. What's a gathering without a bit of drink? He mused. Have you lit the mosquito coils? The floral water is utterly ineffective. As Su Fan spoke, he placed the beer and a large bag of provisions on the ground. Indeed, the floral water proved futile. The mosquitoes bit unrelentingly, leaving his clothes riddled with holes. I knew you hadn't come prepared. I brought a large box. Let us hang it around. Hey, you've certainly become accustomed to mountain living, Meng Gu replied. I had thought the mosquito coils would be ineffective. The campsite was not particularly spacious, measuring only around 20 square meters, surrounded by wild grass and creeping vines. They contemplated whether to remain here permanently or to change locations every 3 days. Su Fan returned to the car to fetch a mat and a folding mosquito net, inquiring about their plans. After a moment of reflection, Meng Gu responded, I'm not sure yet. Let's stay here for a few days. If the fishing yield is good, we might settle down. But if we do, we must clear the surrounding area. This riverside is not as safe as the mountains. At night, if someone were to sneak down from the peaks, it could spell trouble. I'm aware. When we go to check the traps, we encounter snakes daily, and we've narrowly escaped bites several times. The three of them sat on the mat Su Fan had brought, placing the food on cardboard, and began to drink. The camping lantern provided a dim glow, and the river flowed gently, creating an atmosphere brimming with camaraderie. Come, let us toast. May we catch fish every day and reel in the big ones. They cheered, each taking a bottle of beer and clinking them together, drinking heartily. They chatted about Meng Gu's experiences in the dimly lit room, reminiscing about the past and pondering the future. It became clear to Su Fan why these two had chosen not to return home, preferring instead to fish and shrimp together. Meng Gu had clashed with his factory manager, leading to his decision to abandon factory work and return to the village to assist with chores, only to be constantly scolded by his parents. By chance, he discovered a message in a group chat about a mudfish selling for 1,000 yuan, which prompted his full commitment to this new venture. Selling fish was a joint endeavor for Meng Gu and another companion, who worked at the same factory. The latter had been persistently assigned the most arduous tasks by the manager, leading to disputes, and ultimately, Meng Gu intervened. However, his companion, selling fish Chong, came from a slightly better-off family that raised a few pigs. The issue arose primarily from their grain supply. In the southern region, 2 rice crops are harvested each year, with the planting and harvesting occurring back-to-back in June and July. During this time, the weather can be quite unpredictable. If one were to let their guard down even slightly, the rice laid out to dry could be thoroughly drenched by sudden downpours. This was precisely what happened to selling fish Chong while guarding the rice. He turned away momentarily to use the restroom and check his phone, only to be caught off guard by a torrential rainstorm. In the sweltering heat, the rice would inevitably sprout if soaked by rain. The clever individual took the night train to Shenzhen, where half a year's harvest was destroyed in an instant. Without an admission letter from esteemed universities like Tsinghua or Peking University, one can only imagine the treatment he receives at home. Even dogs live better lives. At least they are spared the disdainful glances and sarcastic remarks. During the summer, while the rice is drying under the sun, he dares to let his guard down. What audacity! His legs remain unbroken solely because he is the only child. Had there been another, he would have to crawl here to fish. After boasting for a while, the baited spot yielded results, and the float twitched as fish began to nibble. The three of them fell silent, each guarding their own fishing rods. However, the duo of Chong and Meng employed carbon fiber rods, while Su Fan utilized a small bamboo pole he had cut from the mountainside. He selected the oldest and straightest piece. As long as it wasn't a 20-pound fish, it would hold firm. What are we using for bait? The bites aren't very vigorous. Su Fan mused, glancing at the float that had dipped several times without hooking a fish. Using chicken entrails. I regret wrapping them in wire and tossing them in. Goodness, you think using chicken entrails is better than a fish trap? No wonder the bites are so faint. If we had set a fish trap, we could catch at least 10 pounds of yellow catfish, carp, blue knives, red eyes, and loaches by morning. Su Fan wore an expression of disappointment. That item wasn't sold at the town's fishing gear shop the last time they were checked. The traps had been confiscated and withdrawn from sale. The online order they placed had yet to arrive. Just fish for now. All right, you all carry on. I'm going to sleep. Su Fan didn't have a particularly strong addiction to fishing. It was too unpredictable. Spending a day fishing wasn't as productive as working at the estate, where he could cultivate several acres of land. He set up a folding mosquito net, laid on his cool mat, and lit several coils of incense within a 3-meter radius. The two individuals setting fish traps displayed remarkable patience, neither playing on their phones nor conversing, simply watching the luminous floats illuminated by the night. Suddenly, the sound of a fishing line being pulled echoed through the air as Chong reeled in a fish weighing around 8 or 9 ounces. We've finally caught something. This one weighed nearly a pound, worth about 20 yuan. Steamed tilapia is such a delightful flavor. Shoo, my float is moving too. 20 yuan isn't even enough for breakfast. Let us aim for a bountiful catch tonight. The two men lowered their voices and moved carefully. Su Fan turned his head to glance, then continued to rest, though he wasn't fully asleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, the surroundings were quite tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of the two men rebaiting their hooks. Yet, amidst it all, there was a faint hissing sound. This was the result of Su Fan's years of meditation, which had honed his ethereal sensitivity and acute hearing. Oh no, a snake is approaching. Be careful where you step. Su Fan immediately rolled over, shining his flashlight onto the grass 2 meters away from Meng's feet. Alas, upon hearing Su Fan's call, Brother Meng turned his head and leaped more than a meter into the air, rolling away in haste. My goodness, is fishing so engrossing? I didn't even hear that enormous snake approach. Just moments ago, the fishing float had bobbed a few times, and I was so fixated on it that I failed to notice. Thank heavens you were here. Otherwise, I would have been in a dire predicament tonight. The nearly 2-meter-long silver-ringed snake on the grass continued to hiss, showing no fear of humans, inching closer to the bucket by the drying area, seemingly intent on snatching the fish. How dare you? Even if you bite me, that would be one thing, but to covet my catch? You must have a death wish. Su Fan seized his fishing rod and lashed out, striking the snake's neck, causing it to arch in pain. You think you're safe under animal protection laws? Tonight, I could dispose of you without anyone knowing. Despite its injuries, the silver-ringed snake was ultimately frightened away by the two anglers' fierce demeanor. After this encounter, the pair retreated to their tent to don their high boots. They resumed fishing, while Su Fan chose to catch some rest. It is quite common to encounter snakes along the water at night. As long as they are not the towering 5 or 6 meter long mountain snakes, the risks are minimal. Generally, venomous snakes do not attack humans unless stepped on or approached closely. However, the mountain snake is a different matter. It possesses a high level of aggression and will pursue and bite. Chapter 15. You, old six, are unprincipled. What a night. A small hall at the corner of the pond. The fish in this river certainly appear more splendid than those in the fish pond, glimmering in hues of yellow. As dawn broke, Su Fan arose to stretch and inspected the catch in their buckets, which was quite impressive. Goodness. A carp weighing over 10 to 20 pounds nearly snapped the line last night. I must buy a spinning reel to alleviate the tension. Who would have thought there were such sizable fish in this river? Su Fan assumed an air of superiority, though he remained unconvinced. Fish that escaped from anglers tend to grow larger. This year, it's 20 pounds, and by this time next year, it could be 30 or 40 pounds. Alas, I had intended to keep watch over it until 2 or 3 in the morning, but now it eludes me. I must depart to the town for some rice noodles. You all can accompany me to sell the fish. Ah Chong will guard the home. Please help me order the rice noodles with pork and bring a pack of cigarettes. I'll transfer you the money. Ah Chong, as he spoke, had already taken out his phone to transfer money to Su Fan, marking down his requests. This is splendid. Not the sort of casual request like, whatever you choose, expecting someone to guess your preferences. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, the prices of eels and loaches have finally risen. Yet regrettably, there are few catches around. Driving Ming to Huajian for the early market, they inquired about the prices of eels, both feeling a sense of nostalgia. No matter how exceptional the resources may be, they cannot withstand your incessant extraction. Even if you prioritize the significant over the trivial, growth still necessitates time. Alas, it is quite a dilemma. Brother Ming has set up a stall to sell pond fish, priced at 40 yuan per pound, claiming it to be wild river catch. This price is relatively reasonable, as prices tend to rise before the holidays. Even the price of eels has finally seen an increase. Before the 14th of July, they could be sold for 130 yuan per pound, but after the festival, even 60 yuan per pound finds few buyers, with the seafood vendors pressing for lower prices. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, eel prices rise daily, with those of better quality fetching up to 100 yuan. The morning in the small town is vibrant and lively, coinciding with the bustling market day, where a variety of products are laid out on the ground in snakeskin bags for sale. Here, one can find the handcrafted golden vine bracelets made by an elderly gentleman, which are of remarkable quality. Sir, what is the price of this golden vine bracelet? 150 yuan each. Wearing it can ward off dampness and cold. It is perfect for those who spend all day in air-conditioned offices. There is also this root, which can dispel wind and dampness, promote urination, invigorate blood circulation, remove stasis, detoxify, and dissipate lumps. I am in good health and have no need for it. You may not need it now, but it is wise to keep it for future use. The old man hoped to make another sale, but Su Fan's face turned pale, prompting him to make a hasty exit. Who keeps medicine at home? Isn't that just waiting for illness to strike? Thinking of the cold medicine at home nearing its expiration, would one really wait to catch a cold from getting drenched in the rain before taking it? In addition to the golden vine, there were also peach myrtles, both fresh and dried. The fresh ones cost 25 yuan per pound, while the dried ones are 70. The entire market seems to have only this stall selling them, and business appears quite good, run by a young lady who has prepared fruit in boxes. Customers naturally filled the boxes to the brim. A full box weighs just over a pound, priced at 25 yuan. Eat freely, sample generously, if you don't buy now. There won't be any left after a couple of markets. Just a little over a pound counts as a full pound. Su Fan leaned in and casually took one to taste. This fruit must have been picked yesterday afternoon, with the recent warm weather. The sweetness is exceptionally pronounced and quite delicious. This fruit also serves as a medicinal herb, associated with the liver and spleen meridians. It is sweet and astringent, and of neutral nature, capable of nourishing and stopping bleeding, as well as consolidating the intestines and preserving essence. It is effective for symptoms such as blood deficiency, weakness, labor-induced injuries, hemoptysis, bloody stools, nocturnal emissions, and leukorrhea. If one eats the wrong thing and suffers from diarrhea, The tender young shoots of the peach myrtle can alleviate abdominal pain and diarrhea. However, as the adage goes, every medicine has its poison. Excessive consumption of this can lead to constipation. It may congeal and be absorbed by the gastrointestinal tract, forming large masses that leave you red-faced and unable to relieve yourself. Nonetheless, the most succulent peach myrtles are undoubtedly those found near graves, which are truly large, black, and glossy, and exceptionally sweet when eaten. If the mountains are scorched by fire, the following year, the blooming of the myrtle will be especially abundant and robust. Su Fan was fortunate enough to witness such a scene during his childhood when the mountains were covered in flourishing myrtle after a fire. When in bloom, the sight was truly enchanting, with clusters of rosy flowers adorning the branches, as if one had stepped into a fairy tale. However, this splendid scene lasts but a year, for the rapid growth of the grasses soon blankets the entire mountain, leaving the myrtle at a disadvantage in the competition for survival. The cultivation of myrtle must be planned. Planting at the end of the year will yield blossoms in spring, transforming the mountains into a canvas of delicate pink flowers. Additionally, a few hives of bees would be beneficial. The honey derived from myrtle is far more intriguing than wildflower honey, presenting a lucrative opportunity. Any surplus can be dried for preservation, and even aged trees can be crafted into potted specimens for sale. It is a business venture with boundless potential. Let us go. We shall return and uproot all the grasses on the mountain. Selling eels will have to wait a couple of days, as the current buyers are merely opportunists. Driving prices down. After packing a few portions of pork knuckle rice, Su Fan hastily drove back. Shai Guochang was still at the fishing spot, accompanied by a young boy. The pork knuckle rice has arrived. Have you caught anything? Su Fan inquired. Not yet. I wanted to get an early start, but alas, I caught nothing, Shai Guochang replied. Visibly frustrated, the young boy, catching a whiff of the pork knuckle, stood up excitedly, declaring, I caught a big carp. Trade me the pork knuckle rice for the fish. Shai Guochang's expression turned sour. Is this from your village? Su Fan asked with a grin. Indeed. He is the child of my uncle next door. Here. I will send you 2 photos, share them in the family group chat. At such a young age, instead of pursuing education and serving the country, he wastes his life fishing and even thinks of trading fish for money. It is a disgrace. Notify his homeroom teacher. He even went to the river alone to play. The young boy stood dumbfounded. What? What is going on? What kind of conversation is this? While Su Fan spoke with righteous indignation, Shai Guochang had already shared the 2 photos in the family chat. One depicted the boy standing by the water's edge, while the other showed a silver-ringed snake peeking out from the night before. With the caption, this morning, a child ran to the river to play. He wouldn't listen to me when I called, and he even wanted to swim. I can no longer manage him. Uncle, please come take him away. I'm not responsible if something happens. He chuckled. He even thought he could trade fish for pork knuckle rice. Soon, there will be bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat for you. Su Fan was thoroughly amused. After handing Shai Guochang the pork knuckle rice, they began to enjoy their meal, leaving the young boy with tears in his eyes from envy. This scene would surely be remembered for a lifetime. Humph, can't you catch any fish? Pathetic. Empty-handed. You are just a bunch of jokers. Su Fan and Shai Guochang exchanged glances. Before they could finish their meal, a motorcycle screeched to a halt on the road. A man grabbed a bamboo stick from the roadside, storming down, only to turn and see the young boy standing at the water's edge. Oh dear. One morning, you mentioned going to play with friends, yet you unexpectedly ventured to the riverbank alone to frolic in the water. It seems you have little desire to mature properly. The shout of Dad rang out loudly, yet it evoked not an ounce of paternal affection. In an instant, the bamboo strips sliced through the air and struck the boy's leg. The child, in pain, was at a loss for where to touch, hopping away and darting through the wild grass towards the bamboo grove. Dad, I've caught a fish. It's a big carp. Damn it. Have you finished your summer homework? Do you dare to retort? I have no need for your fish. I commanded him to stop. The uncle, despite claiming he did not need the fish, took the bucket and fishing rod, apprehending the boy and whisking him away on a motorcycle. From a distance, a few words echoed. You rascal. You have no sense of honor. Chapter 16. Caging and night fishing at such a tender age, he shows no ambition. Neglecting to ponder how aircraft carriers dive or how the 055 ascends, yet he yearns to fish. It's simply absurd. Watching the boy devour bamboo strips sautéed with meat, the two were utterly delighted. At such a young age, catching over 5 pounds of carp. He clearly shows no regard for us, seasoned fishermen. After leaving the riverbank, Su Fan hurriedly drove back to the villa to feed the 5 dogs. Each dog received a portion of pig trotter noodles. Once finished, they were warned against snatching food from the others. Yes, I mean you coalball. The 5 black dogs were truly dark, especially when their diet was sufficient, their fur glossy and jet black. Even their tongues were black, and their eyes, save for a glimmer, were nearly imperceptible. At the villa's entrance, a doghouse constructed from wooden stakes was built, where 2 dogs were tethered during the day to keep watch, allowing those working on the mountain to hear their barks. In the morning, one would sleep in the pavilion, and by afternoon, they would commence work with a grass cutter, clearing away the bladdy grass and wild taro. It wasn't enough to simply cut the blades off the bladdy grass. They also had to dig up the roots with a hoe and leave them to sunbathe on the grass before ultimately burning them in a fire pit. This task had to be completed before the bladdy grass flowered. Seeing the five-fingered peach, one would dig it up to dry, planning to sell a few bundles during the Mid-Autumn Festival while reserving some for chicken broth. Su Fan was unsure whether people in the north consumed this, but those in the south held it in high regard. The five-fingered peach, when stewed with chicken, ribs, pig trotter, or lean meat, could be paired with yam, poria, astragalus, red dates, and goji berries. Though it may appear to be a soup ingredient, it is, in fact, a medicinal herb effective for spleen deficiency, edema, rheumatism, and pain, as well as for treating postpartum lactation issues, liver cirrhosis, and ascites. For those lacking appetite, 2 bowls of five-fingered peach chicken soup would suffice. However, one should not indulge excessively in this delicacy. Individuals with compromised renal function ought to consume it sparingly. After all, even medicine can be toxic in excess. Enjoying it once or twice is delightful, but indulging 3 or 4 times may not be advisable. The supply of dried golden vine exceeds 10 kilograms. And there are 2 bundles of vines, along with 3 large bundles of five-finger peach, from which quite a bit was excavated while repairing the road leading to the reservoir. The act of digging for these items requires considerable physical effort. In previous years, urban dwellers would venture into the mountains to pay respects to their ancestors, and some villagers would refer to it as five-finger peach, urging them to dig it up for soup. However, upon excavation, not a single sound would be heard, often breaking the tools in the process. Su Fan, however, was different, armed with a luoyang shovel. He meticulously dug around the base and successfully extracted the entire root with minimal damage. The market price for five-finger peach is 1,540 yuan per kilogram, with smaller roots fetching a slightly higher price due to the aromatic essence derived from their root skin. After taking a refreshing shower at dusk, he reclined in the pavilion, playing on his mobile phone, though the signal in the mountains was persistently poor, making it difficult to stream videos or enjoy the visuals. After some contemplation, he decided to take his fishing rod, bait, fishing box, and net, embarking on his journey. Merely fishing would be a waste of time. Setting nets was essential. Upon arriving at the riverbank, he found Chong Ming and his companion indulging in fish soup with noodles. "Hey, have you eaten? Come join us." They beckoned. The fish soup was made from bream. Disposable bowls and chopsticks were available for convenience. As Ming noticed Su Fan's arrival, he promptly fetched bowls and utensils. Upon inspecting the meal, Su Fan noted the exquisite wild flavor, exclaiming, "This soup is indeed delightful. How was the catch today?" "Oh, we only caught 5 or 6 blue knives and some bream throughout the day. We fried the blue knives for lunch and used the bream to make this pot of noodles." "How does it taste?" Su Fan inquired. "Quite delectable," he responded, savoring a few spoonfuls of the soup and giving it a thumbs up. "It's best enjoyed personally. Selling it wouldn't be worth the effort. At 18 yuan per kilogram, it hardly sells. It's to be expected. Farmed base fetches a similar price, and it's more economical to eat base anyway." Such is the reality. Upon returning, the local vendors predominantly comprised residents who understood the value of the catch. The younger crowd had gravitated towards the seafood stalls, where the scales often fell short. A base of a mere point size, claimed to weigh 1.5 kilograms, raises questions once it's been processed. Many are bewildered by such discrepancies. After enjoying a bowl of fish soup noodles with his companions, Su Fan set about his own tasks, navigating the bamboo grove with his fishing net, searching for shallow waters along the riverbank to set his nets. He placed 10 nets and 10 shrimp traps, then returned to a spot 20 meters away from his companions to carve out a fishing location with a spade. Su Fan's chosen spot was superior to that of Chong Meng's group. He secured several bamboo stakes around the perimeter and encircled them with fine steel wire mesh, ensuring no snakes could intrude. Mosquito coils were hung nearby, and he cast out the bait, preparing to fish. Using worms as bait, he moistened them slightly before casting his line, employing a small foam float and nylon fishing line. The bait was composed of chicken offal and soybean dregs, enclosed within a wire mesh and cast into the water. The fish, attracted by the scent yet unable to access the bait, provided an opportune moment to cast my lure nearby, thereby increasing the likelihood of a catch. With the fishing rod propped beside me, I extracted a cigarette, igniting it while scrolling through videos of graceful dancers on my phone. A headlamp illuminated the baited area, drawing insects closer as time slipped away, the surface of the water occasionally rippling. The fish had arrived at the bait. I pondered whether they were carp or red-eyed fish, hoping fervently they were not tilapia. Cautiously, I reeled in my line to inspect the bait, discovering that most of the earthworm had been devoured, leaving only a small piece clinging to the hook. Curse my luck. Such discerning mouths. My float barely bobbed before they stripped my worm away. Could it be minnows causing the disturbance? If only I had set a trap nearby. I rebaited and cast my line again, adjusting the float to a deeper depth, 20 centimeters above the bottom. Suddenly, a fish nibbled at the bait. The float danced rhythmically before plunging beneath the surface. You've taken my bait, but you shan't escape. Up you come. The rod, crafted from old mountain bamboo, arched sharply. The line whistling through the air as a 2-pound carp leapt from the water, rolling before crashing onto the bank. The cost of the bait has been reclaimed. The river carp's coloration was splendid, though its taste left much to be desired. I secured my catch in the tackle box and activated the aerator. What have you caught? Shouted a neighbor, Ming. A carp, about 2 pounds. I replied. Alas, this fish is nearly unsellable. Even at 5 yuan per pound, it won't fetch much. Better to pursue some tilapia or yellow river fish. Even the red ice are preferable. Ming lamented from his spot. There was little I could do. It was the only fish biting. I would take what I could get. In the regions of Guangdong and Guangxi, few indulge in carp. Its preparation invariably produces an off-putting aroma. While it can be pan-fried or deep-fried, it is often labeled as a trigger food, capable of aggravating ailments. In traditional Chinese medicine, carp are classified as a heat-inducing food, possessing certain stimulating properties that may provoke internal heat responses, potentially exacerbating existing health conditions. For those afflicted with specific illnesses, such as skin diseases, asthma, or ulcers, physicians may advise against consuming carp. This stigma contributes to the low market value of carp. My 2-pound catch barely sells. Yet could be exchanged at the poultry stall for more chicken awful to use as bait. Silence returned to the riverbank. Conversation ceased. And I no longer fiddled with my phone, focusing intently on the float. Moments ago, a significant disturbance in the water suggested a sizable fish had entered the area, stirring the bait. Such commotion likely indicated a weight exceeding 10 pounds. Ming had not been exaggerating last night. There truly were larger fish present. If only it were a grass carp. Grass carp relish chicken liver and intestines, though they are less inclined towards earthworms, which are nevertheless a versatile bait. If not a grass carp, there remained the possibility of catching carp, tilapia, red ice, or white strips. This bait never disappoints. After a brief wait, I felt a tug on the earthworm. The fish had taken a few pecks before inadvertently swallowing the hook. As realization dawned, it was already too late. Su Fan deftly raised his rod, embedding the fish hook securely, while the bow of the bamboo rod propelled the fish upwards. A pound of red-eyed fish. Perfect for sashimi. How delightful. Tonight marks the beginning of his fortune. Su Fan cheerfully grasped the fish, weighing over a pound, unhooked it, and placed it in his tackle box. Hey, what have you caught? He inquired. A pound of red-eyed fish, came the reply. What bait are you using? You've hooked 2 so quickly, Mengu remarked, approaching to inspect the situation. Wow, you even brought a steel wire net. That is quite reassuring. I had some leftover from building a chicken coop in the mountains. I thought with the night fishing and snakes around, it'd be prudent to secure the area. Su Fan explained as he opened the steel wire enclosure to let Mengu have a look at the fish. Very nice. This red eye will make for excellent sashimi. The flesh of the red eye, when sliced, was indeed quite appealing. I'll need to prepare some perilla, scallions, ginger, and chili for tomorrow. Alas, if someone wants it, I might have to sell it. It's all about the money. A fish over a pound should fetch a decent price. Indeed, last time at the market, I saw a 3-pounder selling for over 100. A fish in exchange for a bowl of braised pork powder is quite a bargain. With a sigh, Mengu returned to his fishing spot. His behavior was not indicative of a seasoned angler. True fishermen seldom gaze at others' catches, diligently tending to their own lines. Mengu was becoming restless. Chapter 17. The old master fishing is never solely about technique or method. It begins with selecting a fishing spot, which determines whether there are fish present and the nature of their bites. Then comes the bait. After all, none of us are as legendary as Jiang Taigong, who fished with a straight hook. Without enticing offerings, how could one expect to catch fish? Su Fan was somewhat knowledgeable in these areas. Like an old man wandering the mountains in search of favorable winds, he had memorized the essence of fishing. Akin to reciting the 300 Tang poems, though he may not compose poetry, he could certainly recite a few lines. Choosing a good fishing spot was relatively easy. The bait consisted of earthworms dug up from the mountains, which proved effective. Smaller fish lingered near the surface while larger ones sank to the bottom. Su Fan adjusted his float, allowing the bait to settle near the riverbed, hoping to entice the greedy larger fish. As the moon approached the mid-autumn festival, it grew brighter, casting a lovely glow by the riverside, where the trio of fishermen sat, intently watching their floats. Occasionally, the sound of a hand swatting at mosquitoes broke the silence. While night fishing could provide some defense against venomous snakes, one had no real recourse against mosquitoes. Su Fan wore high-top rubber boots, yet he was clad only in a sun-protective shirt over a short-sleeved tee. The mosquitoes at the riverbank had no trouble piercing through his clothing to make their unwelcome bites. Fixated on the float, Su Fan would occasionally swat at the bothersome insects. If 5 or 6 minutes passed without a bite, he would reel in his line to replace the worm. Cough. He spat in frustration. A droplet of saliva was spat onto the worm bait, which was then gently cast into the designated fishing spot. During the first half of the night, The group had caught only a few fish, overshadowed by the sounds of coughing and spitting. Gradually, the intervals for checking the bait lengthened, and Su Fan, securing his fishing rod, retreated into the folds of his mosquito net for some rest. Fish, too, adhere to a feeding schedule. From 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., smaller fish are prevalent. From 10 p.m. to midnight, both small and large fish are equally represented. From 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., the focus shifts to substantial crucians and carps foraging. And post 3 a.m., various species including grass carp, common carp, crucian carp, and silver carp seek sustenance at the junction of deep and shallow waters, particularly when the smaller fish are scarce, making it an opportune time for feeding. At 11 p.m., Su Fan succumbed to sleep, planning to wake every half hour to switch out the bait before dozing off again. In contrast, his neighbors, the Chongming duo, were far less at ease, vigilantly watching their rods in anticipation of a bite. At 3:30 a.m., feeling well-rested, he arose, sipped some mineral water to rejuvenate, and commenced baiting the area. The bait consisted of crushed worms mixed with soybean residue, shaped into small clumps and tossed into the feeding spot. Earlier in the night, a school of fish had been vigorously sucking at the chicken offal and soybean residue, trapped behind a wire mesh, exhausting themselves in the process. Upon Su Fan's offering of the small bait clump, the water surface erupted with activity. To his astonishment, large fish were indeed present. How peculiar that they would be so discerning, refusing to take his bait throughout the night. In response to this situation, Su Fan threaded a worm onto the hook, encasing it with the soybean mixture before firmly compacting it. The auspicious moment had arrived. As the rod was lowered into the water, both large and small fish began to nibble. The anticipation heightened as he cast the bait and fixated his gaze upon the float. It was evident that fish had arrived in the vicinity, as ripples danced across the surface, indicating more than just one sizable catch beneath. The primal instinct to hunt stirred within him, causing his hand to tremble slightly around the rod. The float dipped momentarily as a fish nibbled, only to release the bait, causing it to surface again. Su Fan tightened his grip on the rod, finding his footing, eagerly awaiting the fish's return to the bait. Courageously indulge. It's nothing to fret about. In 18 years, you could be here fishing by the river just like me. Come on. Take a bite of this bait and embrace a life of abundance. The float dipped once more before rising again, only to settle into stillness. Su Fan lifted the rod to inspect the bait, discovering that the worm had been reduced to mere fragments. Don't squander my soybean residue, he exclaimed in frustration. What impudence. Leaving half the bait behind will earn you a reckoning. He rebaited the hook with fresh soybean clumps and adjusted the float to sink to the bottom, ensuring the bait rested perfectly upon the riverbed. With such a discerning taste, Su Fan was 100% certain that the majority of fish in this spot were indeed large carp, especially those accustomed to feeding in this area. This time, Su Fan raised his fishing rod halfway. He would strike as soon as the float dipped. The carp grew bolder in their feeding, and Su Fan planned to set the hook the moment they inhaled the bait, only to spit it out. Here it comes, just as anticipated. The float wavered a couple of times before it sank halfway, indicating that a sizable fish had taken the bait but had not yet hooked itself. With a swift motion, he jerked the rod upward. The rod bent dramatically, and the line whistled in the air. Wow, you've hooked a big one. The commotion Su Fan created was immense, sending splashes across the water's surface as a large fish thrashed about, its powerful resistance bending the rod repeatedly. The carp, attempting to dive back into the depths, was compelled to surface by the tension on the rod. Get the net. This carp was sizable, and Su Fan was cautious not to force it. Come quickly, but take it slow. Goodness, to catch such a large carp with just a bamboo rod. Meng Gu, drawn by the ruckus, dashed back to fetch the net and hastily returned. Steady now, gently bring it in, he whispered. The three onlookers held their breath, refraining from the loud exclamations commonly heard among fishing enthusiasts online. The more the fish struggled upon breaking the surface, the more frantic its movements became, increasing the likelihood of losing the catch. Su Fan carefully bent the rod back, gradually guiding the giant carp closer to the net that Meng Gu had poised in the water. As the net enveloped the fish, Meng Gu slowly lifted it, securing the entire body within before pulling it back. Wow, a carp weighing over 10 pounds, exclaimed Su Fan, marveling at its impressive form. Just look at that mouth. It seemed as if the fish were cursing at them. Shai Guchong was so engrossed in observing the fish's mouth opening and closing that he missed the point of Meng Ji's earlier remark. Meng Gu, don't ask. It's not for you to know, Su Fan replied with a mischievous grin. What idea? Huh, what are you two talking about? Shai Guchong, feeling left out, urged for clarity. Don't laugh. Tell me. With a chuckle, Su Fan replied. Go on and catch your fish. Once you do, you'll understand. Let us go? Let us go. Time to fish. Meng Gu, still captivated by the hefty carp in the net, walked away reluctantly. Meng Gu, what were you laughing about just now? Speak to me of the profound nuances that can only be understood intuitively, yet remain elusive in expression. What an absurdity. How can one not teach? With a sense of vexation, Xiaogu returned to the fishing spot. Su Fan's catch, a mature carp, was undoubtedly a male. Known for its proclivity to forage around the baited area, its lips thickened from experience, bearing the scars of past struggles. It was only fitting that Su Fan would express his frustration, as the fish was remarkably cautious, merely sucking in the bait before spitting it out. Time, akin to the fleeting blink of an eye, allowed Su Fan to strike with his rod just in time. Ah, how cunning and mischievous you are! Should this fish find its way into the hands of a fellow angler like Meng Guo, who specializes in raising carp, it could fetch a handsome sum. This thought led Su Fan to seek out Meng Guo and his companion. Are you heading back? Meng Guo inquired upon noticing Su Fan's approach. Not quite. This moment marks the peak feeding window. I was contemplating selling this carp as a pet to those who keep ornamental fish. Aren't you creating content for social media? This fish certainly possesses unique characteristics, making it perfect for a video. My friend, pets are far more valuable than a carp destined for the pot. We could sell it at a premium, and I'll ensure you receive a commission. How did I not think of that? Exclaimed Meng Guo. Get your phone ready and set up the lighting. I am absolutely certain there will be buyers for this fish. If you lower the price a bit, I might just buy it myself. Su Fan was taken aback, realizing Meng Guo had quite the interest in this venture. He would need to maintain some distance in the future. After filming concluded, they even captured a close-up of the magnificent carp. Let us place this fish in my keep net. Keeping it in the tackle box might restrict its movement and lead to its demise, Meng Guo suggested post-shoot. That sounds reasonable. Just don't engage in any underhanded dealings, Su Fan replied. I am not that sort of person. With a 14-pound male carp now secured, the riverside erupted in cheer as the fish was transferred to the keep net, and everyone returned to their respective fishing spots. Just before dawn, the bite indeed improved, and both Chang and Meng began to reel in their catches. They landed several 2 to 3-pound river carps, native crucians, and small red-eyed tilapias, with catches occurring every few minutes. Having stirred up quite a commotion with his earlier catch, Su Fan was now receiving a stream of small tilapias, and as dawn broke, he had yet to land another substantial fish, though he had caught a dozen of the smaller variety. Are you done fishing? Meng Guo inquired as he observed Su Fan packing up his tackle. Daylight has arrived. I'm off to retrieve the fish traps and see what I've caught, so I can set up my stall. How many have you caught? Just a bunch of low-value small fish, Meng Guo sighed. We'll package them up and sell whatever we can. Otherwise, we might as well make some batter and fry them for a snack. Su Fan chuckled as he prepared to collect the traps. By the way, if you're selling fish on the street, bring a Chang along. He is responsible for selling today. Understood. Chapter 18. Merit 1. The haul from the traps was surprisingly good, yet Su Fan grew increasingly curious as he pulled them up. Chang and Meng had previously scoured the surrounding rivers and streams, claiming they had found little to no bounty before resorting to fishing. It seems that these two fellows have been boasting, not wishing for Su Fan to compete with them for resources. Another trap yields a small catch of knife fish. The size is quite commendable. If only there were a few weighing 5 or 6 pounds, this trap would be exceptionally rewarding. Carrying a bucket to collect the traps. Each one brings a bountiful harvest, primarily consisting of yellow catfish, pond loach, and knife fish, with at least 3 specimens in each trap. With each collection, Su Fan grows increasingly exhilarated, and the subsequent catch from the shrimp traps is equally satisfying. Together, the river shrimp and small white-bait fish amount to around 5 pounds, marking a significant success. With a bucket filled with pond loach and knife fish, and another bag containing river shrimp and small fish, Su Fan returns to the campsite, curiously inquiring of the two men. Didn't you say you placed traps in this river? My haul is rather impressive. I expected to come back empty-handed. This can't be right. So many knife fish. We've only caught 1 or 2 when we set traps. What did you use as bait? The two men squatted by the bucket, reaching in to check, only to feel disheartened. Hee, chicken entrails. Isn't that the usual bait? We hardly ever used it. Laughter ensued. You left me some good catch. Let us go set up the stall. They organized their goods, and Su Fan, driving his Wuling Hongguang, hurried to Huazhen to set up their market stall. Carp are priced at $5 each, while river shrimp and small fish are sold in a batch without discrimination. The pond loach is too small. Su Fan plans to take it back to the villa for breeding. Today a star is the knife fish, commonly known as the wax cone. The price of this delicacy rivals that of premium yellow eel. Knife fish measuring over 3 fingers wide can fetch $150 per pound, and they are exclusively found in rivers. The high price is not due to their rarity or difficulty in catching, but rather their nutritional value and health benefits. Renowned for their ability to replenish kidney energy, combat deficiencies, and enhance beauty, Su Fan has witnessed a 2-pound knife fish sold for $800, equating to $400 per pound. Though one may insist they do not suffer from kidney deficiency, upon hearing of the knife fish's availability, they readily reach for their wallets. Before long, several local elderly gentlemen arrive to inquire about prices, and upon hearing Su Fan's offer of $80 per pound, they eagerly reach out to select the larger specimens without haggling. The less than 5-pound knife fish sells out swiftly. Su Fan sells the remaining small fish, river shrimp, and carp as inquiries arise. How about this large basin for $50? He asks. Don't try to haggle too much. It cannot be any less. One elderly lady wishes to take home small fish and shrimp to dry and send to her daughter in another city, but she stubbornly negotiates the price. All right, $50 it is, Su Fan concedes. You young ones really know how to haggle. Well, I'm just a young man, single and without a partner. How can I not feel the pressure? Su Fan retorts. Your daughter works at a big company, while I'm just trying to earn a little on the side. Hearing this, the lady beams with delight and pays promptly. Haha, who told you not to study hard? She quips. Indeed, if one were to excel in their studies, it would indeed be rather embarrassing to engage in such labor. The long robe of Kong Yiji is not easily shed. The matron joyfully gathered the remaining river shrimp and small fish, reminiscing about Su Fan's striking resemblance to the handsome ancient star Gu Tianla. Then she departed with her bag, only to return. How much for all these red-eyed fish? 50. There are 3 or 4 jin here. And this one weighs over a jin, while the other 2 are around 7 or 8 liang. If it's less than that, I shall go sell perilla, scallions, ginger, and small chili peppers to prepare fish for sashimi. All right, I'll buy it. Pack it up. I'll take it home for the old man. Just a light roast for the smaller ones. Once all the fish were sold, the nearby grain dryer Chong stared blankly, feeling too shy to beckon passers-by to view the fish. You are quite impressive. It took merely half an hour to sell everything, Chong exclaimed in genuine admiration. You don't even dare to call out to attract customers. If you simply called her Andy Liang, it wouldn't cost you a thing, nor would it hurt your pride. Why fear a mere trifle? Hey, Uncle G, come try some of this red-eyed fish sashimi, just caught last night. Su Fan noticed a gentleman passing by, inspecting the fish, and helped Chong call out. Such small red-eyed fish aren't even enough to slice for sashimi, the gentleman remarked as he approached, and shook his head. Smaller ones have their own methods of preparation. Slice them butterfly style. Use a small electric pot to boil some water for dipping. This tender fish, briefly blanched, paired with some sauces, offers an exquisite taste. $15 a jin. Quite a bargain. The gentleman hesitated. Selling these is wise. There are 7 or 8 that weigh over half a jin. The others are not small either. If it were by weight, they would be selling for $30 a jin. That works. Please weigh them all. The smallest ones shouldn't be included. The smaller ones are a gift for you. He chuckled. After the red-eyed fish were sold, some mudfish and carp remained, but Su Fan was disinclined to bother with them, opting instead to tidy his belongings and prepare to indulge in some pork rice noodles back at the villa. Today, he made a modest profit of nearly $600 and packaged several servings of pork rice noodles for his return. He first stopped by the riverbank to deliver the packaged pig's foot noodles to Meng, only to find that the young boy had returned to fish again. And he had even managed to catch a 2-jin large red-eyed fish. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a large red-eyed fish before? You punk. The young boy cast a disdainful glance at Su Fan, then resumed his vigil over the fishing rod. All right. Wanting to leapfrog to success at such a tender age. Traversing a path that takes others decades to comprehend. You're quite proud, aren't you? Just wait and see how you carry yourself. Su Fan turned to find Meng, who was enjoying his noodles. That boy clearly had the makings of a scholar, with a well-rounded head and bright eyes. His future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. We must ensure that fishing does not hinder his studies. Send these 2 photos to the family group and tag that third uncle. The stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat from yesterday was delightful. I still yearn for more. Oh, it's all thanks to you. Just a moment. Upon seeing the photos Su Fan sent, Meng abandoned his noodles and quickly navigated to the family group, specifically tagging the boy's father. The content of the photos portrayed a child's fishing catch, alongside a silhouette of the young boy. There are no other languages to describe, just these 2 photographs. A man, just about to begin his labor, receives a call from a relative urging him to check the group chat. Upon reading the messages, his mind goes blank, and he hastily rides his motorcycle to the riverbank. The sound of sudden brakes pierces the air. Su Fan recalls a voiceover. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Crush them. All troops advance. First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. The young boy is utterly taken aback, receiving 3 swift strikes from a bamboo stick. Turning around, he sees it is his father and immediately takes off running. Dad, I caught a big red eye. Please don't hit me. Oh, do you think I need a fish from you? I told you to stay home and do your homework. Yet you sneaked off to fish. Just wait until I catch you. The man is genuinely startled by the photos in the group chat and chases after the boy with the bamboo stick in hand. The child, running ahead, cries out. His tears few, his expression more one of surprise than of sorrow. Such stamina is remarkable. This is how the soldiers of Guangdong are trained. No wonder they walked from the south to Shanghai to support the anti-Japanese war. Su Fan and Chong Meng engage in various fishing bait studies and even guard their spot through the night. Meanwhile, this boy possesses a mere bamboo pole. His fishing hooks likely scavenged, with a fishing line of unknown origin. The bait is earthworms, and upon arrival, he manages to catch a 2-pound red-eye, earning 50 yuan. Su Fan, hearing the boy's excited shouts as he runs away, drives back to the villa, feeling he has done a good deed, meriting a point of virtue. Chapter 19. DIY water bucket float. As Su Fan returns to the villa to take a cold bath, reflecting on his good deed. The boy with the surname Feng is nearly cursing Su Fan and Meng to death. His calves are marked with red welts, crisscrossing from the strikes. As he runs, his father chases after him, calling out, "Are you going to fish again?" It is only when the boy promises never to fish alone again that the pursuit ceases. The father and son return to the riverbank to take away the 2-pound red-eye, and the boy gazes longingly at Meng's camping gear. Yearning for freedom, he contemplated running away from home, aspiring to emulate Meng Gu by fishing for a living, thus avoiding the drudgery of homework. Unbeknownst to him, Su Fan, after his bath, pondered for a moment and sent a message to Shegacheng inquiring if he was still selling goods in town. Upon learning that he was indeed present, Su Fan promptly transferred funds for him to purchase summer homework and practice papers from the bookstore, investing a straightforward sum of 100 yuan. No need for gratitude. It is all for the development of our nation. With you around, the river's large fish would be all but caught, leaving me with naught to fish. After his bath, he succumbed to sleep in the tranquility of the mountain lodge, laying on a mat directly on the compressed earth, feeling a connection to the ground that rendered his slumber far more restful, as if he were transferring his fatigue into the soil. He awoke at 2 in the afternoon, roused by Meng Ji's phone call. "What are you doing? Why don't you answer the voice call? The signal is poor in the mountains. You might not be able to reach me. What is going on?" Su Fan checked the time and inquired. "That large carp you caught has someone willing to pay for it. They'll come by this afternoon to pick it up, offering 800 yuan. Wow. Someone is actually willing to spend that much?" Su Fan exclaimed in astonishment, immediately springing up to dress. "Hee. I initially asked for 1,000. He haggled down by 200. Does that suit you? If so, I'll have him drive over." "Absolutely. It's perfect. I'll head down the mountain shortly." After hanging up, Su Fan prepared his fishing gear, ready to leave the lodge. The 5 dogs were content with rice and large bones to gnaw on, so they certainly wouldn't go hungry. The chickens and ducks were even less of a concern, having been fed in the morning and left to forage for the remainder of the day. Upon reaching the riverbank, he found Shegacheng sleeping in the tent, while Meng Gu's fish bag was brimming with a good number of red-eyed fish, blue knives, and white strips. "You're here. Let us prepare some spicy salted fish and chill the beer in the water. Help yourself." "Oh, you've been fishing nonstop without rest? The bites are that good?" Su Fan placed some snacks and drinks on the campsite table. "Indeed. After you left, I set some bait. A school of red-eyed and blue knives arrived, and I've been catching them with ease. Impressive. I didn't catch any large ones. These won't fetch much. I'm contemplating getting a small boat." Meng Gu, taking a sip of beer, pointed downstream towards a place by the mountains where several water banyan trees stood. "You've tasted the fruit from those trees, haven't you?" "Yes. It has that delightful sweet and sour flavor. There are plenty of fish in that area, but without a boat, it's indeed challenging to access." "Exactly. Just the other day, I attempted to dive down and set a trap, but I couldn't get through at all. The vines were all intertwined. Even a dull knife couldn't penetrate 5 meters. Those few water banyan trees are indeed prime fishing spots. Buying a boat shouldn't be overly expensive, right?" Su Fan gazed into the distance with the eyes of a Feng Shui apprentice. "Close to 10,000. Is it truly that costly? You must have made a splendid purchase. I recall that inflatable boats cost around 1,000 to 1,800 yuan." Su Fan was astonished by Meng Ji's pricing. "The inflatable boat is quite useless. Someone across the river purchased one, yet it proved impractical for use. If one were to acquire a small boat, they could traverse the entire river, both upstream and downstream." Meng Gu, while speaking, showed Su Fan a photo on his phone of a small boat exceeding 5 meters, equipped with a propeller. "Are you aspiring to become a boatman?" Su Fan remarked, noting that this investment of over 10,000 yuan is no small matter. "Indeed. Recently, we plan to venture into the mountains to plant eucalyptus trees, which could yield over 300 a day. Within a month, we could accumulate enough to buy a boat." Impressive, a man earning over 10,000 a month. Su Fan nodded in approval. All hard-earned money. Without 300 to 500 yuan, who would undertake such labor? Planting wood is quite exhausting. Previously, I had to assist him in transporting the timber down, but with the road now repaired, it has become less strenuous. Yet it remains challenging. Money is hard to come by. The 2 men, enjoying drinks and salt-fried small fish at the campsite, engaged in quiet conversation. After a considerable time, a Great Wall SUV pulled up by the roadside. "Here they come. A river carp for 800 is indeed a fair price. You have a 10% commission." Su Fan chuckled. "Without your help in advertising, this fish would merely end up in a pot. If you come across such opportunities in the future, let me know." Netizens are fond of peculiar things. Posting videos on social media could garner me over 600 followers. You are on the path to becoming a major influencer. "Not at all. I still have a long way to go." Flattered by Su Fan's praise, Meng Gu beamed with delight. "Where's the fish? Let us see it. I'll buy it if it's alive. A stout man with a beer belly emerged from the vehicle, bypassing pleasantries and heading straight for the fish. All right. The fish is still in the live well. Direct and to the point, the three men approached the riverbank to inspect the thick-lipped carp within the live well, finding the scales intact and the fish exhibiting vigorous health. Indeed, such a carp exists. I'll buy it. The agreed price is 800, correct? Yes, precisely 800. Meng Ge glanced at Su Fan, receiving confirmation before nodding. Very well. I will transfer the funds to you. In the future, if you come across any unusual fish, feel free to message me. My family runs a fish and bait shop. It would be more economical than selling it at the market or consuming it yourselves. Sounds good. I'll sell to you at a reasonable price. Meng Ge nodded in agreement. All right. I shall take the fish now. To Su Fan and Meng Ji's surprise, the stout man's SUV was outfitted with a live fish tank, equipped with advanced facilities. When will I be able to drive a vehicle like that? Equipped with fishing rods. It would be an absolute delight. One could even sleep in the car. Meng Ge watched the SUV depart, reflecting on the vehicle as it vanished from sight. If one works diligently, rewards will surely follow. Buying a boat is exorbitantly expensive. Perhaps I shall DIY one. The fishing conditions at the riverbank campsite had become intolerable. The two men found themselves amidst unpleasant odors wafting from their surroundings. However, this led Su Fan to ponder the absence of even a septic tank at his own villa, realizing that continually digging pits was not a sustainable solution. A septic tank costs merely over 1,000 yuan, and with an excavator at his disposal, he could complete the task in less than a day. The hour is still early. Having given 100 yuan to Meng Ge as a share, Su Fan hurriedly drove to the small town. He gathered an empty bucket, steel wire, chicken entrails, soybean residue, and a strong fishing line. Each empty bucket costs 8 yuan. Purchasing 20 would only amount to 160. He also bought some egg tarts and bread for a late-night snack before driving back to the riverside. Are you planning to make a boat? Su Fan's idea stunned Meng Ge, who had just closed his eyes for a moment. How much is a mineral water bucket? 8 yuan. If you buy it, remember to ask for one with a sealed cap. 20 buckets for just 160. And adding the steel wire would only make it 200. Damn, you can really DIY a boat. Ah Chong, let's go. We need to hit the streets immediately. The duo, Chong and Meng, rushed to the town before nightfall. Su Fan cut several old bamboo stalks and securely tied the mineral water buckets together, constructing a cross-shaped boat. Apart from the main body, a rod was horizontally placed in the middle with 2 buckets tied on either side to prevent capsizing. After testing it in the water, the buoyancy proved excellent. Accommodating 2 or 3 people was no issue. However, stability was average. One could not be reckless on the boat due to its flat bottom. Let us go. Time to fish for the big ones. After organizing the fishing gear and supplies on deck, Su Fan took a bamboo pole and pushed the boat out. It wasn't the flood season, and the flow of the Zhu River's tributary was quite gentle. He paddled along the bank, simultaneously dropping the fish trap. He chose the largest banyan tree and leaned against it, chopping away the branches that extended over the water. The shore was laden with silt deposited from previous floods. Clearing away the roots and vines around the tree, he moved all the supplies up. The banyan tree was enormous. 3 people could not encircle its trunk. After cutting 2 nearby bamboo stalks and some shrubs, he easily climbed up. The tree bore numerous reddish-black fruits, with several thick trunks stretching out over the river's surface. This is truly a natural fishing ground, he thought. I wonder if I can catch a big grass carp. A few 3 to 5 pound red-eye fish would also be splendid. Selecting his fishing spot, Su Fan climbed down the tree and began chopping bamboo and shrubs with great effort. He piled everything onto the tree, then climbed back up to lay the bamboo across 2 branches, forming an aerial platform. The hurried duo of Chong and Meng, who were hastily crafting their mineral water bucket boat, watched Su Fan's actions in astonishment and decided to build their fishing platform on 2 other banyan trees. In earlier years, this area was not desolate. The brave predecessors would use explosives, much like Su Fan, hiding in the trees, waiting for fish to gather in the shade to feed. With dynamite packed in beer bottles, a single blast could yield a basket full of fish. Using explosives was not considered extraordinary. The apprehension lies with the electric fishing boats. These individuals traverse the river at all hours, and the likelihood of any fish surviving a jolt of electricity is virtually non-existent. During the initial decade, stringent measures were enforced against this practice, coupled with the annual rise in water levels which replenished the fish population, thus allowing Su Fan and his companions to still catch a modest quantity of fish during their nocturnal endeavors. As the aerial platform was completed, darkness enveloped the surroundings. A camping lantern dangled nearby while he secured his safety rope, preparing a wire mesh filled with soybean dregs and the pungent remnants of chicken offal. A length of rope was fashioned to lower the bait into the depths below. However, the challenge arose in how to cast the line. He could only tear the fishing line by hand. In hindsight, it would have been prudent to acquire a fishing rod with a reel. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. With 2 sizable grass carps, a monetary return would be assured. Chapter 20. Fishing with a guardian while establishing the mountain lodge remains Su Fan's primary vocation. The tools and equipment required for land clearing are numerous. Excavators, mowers, and fuel are all procured through the laborious process of trapping and excavating for eels and loaches in abandoned ponds. Currently, there are 60 pounds of eels in stock, having nearly depleted the reservoir and the abandoned ponds, awaiting a rise in market prices for sale. Although inquiries have been made regarding the price of loaches, the offered rate falls short of 1,000 per unit. Thus, they shall be nurtured for the time being. Future purchases will include a rotary tiller and fertilizers. Without stable housing, substantial funds are necessary to support these endeavors. Working at a menial job, felling trees with a chainsaw, earning $300 to $500 a day, tasks such as hauling manure, weeding, and felling timber seem less appealing compared to studying the art of Feng Shui from an elder's notes. While labor can sustain one's needs temporarily, it cannot serve as a long-term solution. Selling fish at a stall, regardless of size, would render one a street vendor. If one prefers not to operate a stall, slumber beckons. Sitting atop the platform nestled among the trees, with tonight's supper nearby, he secured his fishing box with a rope, having baited the water with enticing morsels that attracted a considerable number of fish. The predominant species included red-eyed and blue knives, which constitute a significant population in the river. Among the larger catches lurking at the bottom are carp, grass carp, and sizable red-eyed fish. The wire mesh obstructed their mouths. Yet some soybean dregs seeped through, ensnaring bits of chicken offal, but several large carps were unable to extract any bait. They collided with the nearby grass carps, each thrashing their tails, creating ripples across the water's surface. What a magnificent specimen! It likely weighs no less than 15 pounds. The bait consisted of finely chopped earthworms mixed with soybean dregs, formed into balls concealing the hooks, suspended 20 centimeters above the riverbed. A little over 50 meters away, 2 banyan trees intertwined, yet there were no substantial branches extending outward. The duo, Chong and Meng, crouched by the stones at the tree roots, casting their lines outward. Numerous red-eyed and blue-knifed fish were caught, their triumphant calls echoing from afar. The chance of Su Fan catching fish from the bottom was considerably lower, and these larger specimens were particularly discerning. Patience is a virtue when dealing with such prized catches. I may falter numerous times, yet a single misstep on your part could cost you a couple of hundred yuan. As the float bobbed beneath the surface, Su Fan tugged at the fishing line, each attempt feeling tantalizingly close to securing a catch. Throughout the earlier hours of the night, he had yet to land a substantial fish, managing only to reel in 2 half-kilogram red-eyed fry. After 11 o'clock, the bites dwindled, and fatigue began to weigh heavily on Su Fan. Gradually, he descended from the tree, seeking an open space to consume a modest meal before lying down to doze off. The river's catfish, capable of reaching over 10 kilograms, were exceptionally cunning, demonstrating remarkable caution in their feeding. They had even learned to carefully suck the bait off the hook, leaving it unharmed. The riverside was particularly humid and cool. To avoid disturbing the larger fish, the trio extinguished their camping lights, relying on the moonlight to bait their hooks. After dozing until 3:30 in the morning, a sudden splash in the water stirred Su Fan awake. He blinked in disbelief, gazing at the river's surface. Goodness, that's a massive grass carp. What a splash! With urgency, he clambered back up the tree, feeling his way to the platform where he threaded a worm onto the hook, then combined some crushed soybean residue with bait to coat the hook. Oh dear grass carp, my precious, I'm here. Come take a bite, and I shall lead you to a warm spring retreat, where you can bask in the beauty of the world. The bait quietly descended into the water, sinking into the fish's feeding ground. The float dipped several times, signaling that the large fish was now foraging. This was the moment. As the float vanished beneath the surface, Su Fan seized the opportunity, yanking the line with fervor. With a tremendous splash, the wounded fish thrashed, sending waves crashing about, stirring the river into a murky frenzy. Goodness, what a catch! Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Su Fan quickly untied the fishing line and maneuvered down the tree, reaching for the floating mineral water bucket to hop aboard. Hey, buddy, what is happening over there? Over 50 meters away, Meng and his companion shouted. I've hooked a big one. I'm going to let it tire itself out. What? You've landed a big fish? What kind is it? It seems to be a large grass carp. Wait, I'll grab the net and come help you. Upon hearing that Su Fan had hooked a grass carp, Meng and his companions swiftly entered the river, paddling their makeshift floating bucket to assist. Goodness, what a pull. I reckon it weighs around 20 kilograms. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this strong. I'm hesitant to pull too hard. I must let it drag me for a while to exhaust its strength. How have you fared? Su Fan inquired. I've been listening to the sound of your rods all night. Alas, we haven't caught a single bucket's worth. Your one catch is far more valuable than all of ours. We've only managed to reel in red-eyed and blue knives. However, the red-eyed fry here are relatively sizable. We caught 11 weighing over a kilogram, and the rest were around 5 or 6. Oh dear, what a high frequency of bites. I've been bottom fishing and only managed 2 fry weighing less than a kilogram earlier. As the clock struck 4, mist began to rise above the cool river, where 2 floating boats illuminated by camping lights appeared ghostly from a distance. But such is the audacity of anglers. Su Fan skillfully restrained the large grass carp from diving into the riverside reeds, exerting considerable effort to exhaust its strength. After nearly half an hour of tugging, he gradually coaxed it to the water's surface. The 3 men held their breath, their inhalations slowing, as Mango lowered the net into the water and gently shook it from below to secure the fish. Goodness, this is the largest grass carp I have ever encountered in the river. It is far more challenging to catch than a carp. Indeed, it possesses tremendous strength. If we were to pull too hard, the fishing line might snap. A joyful smile never left Su Fan's face. As dawn approached, they prepared to leave for the morning market, deciding to cease fishing. Menggu assisted Su Fan in placing the large grass carp into a fish bag before they began packing their belongings. The 3 of them rowed their boat to collect the traps they had set in the shallow waters near the shore. Su Fan had set 20 traps, while Chang and Meng had a greater number, totaling 35. By the time they finished retrieving the traps, the sun had fully risen. Leaving Chang behind at the campsite to guard their belongings, Su Fan drove a wuling, carrying the catch of the 2 men towards Huajian, with Menggu following closely on his motorcycle. The wild grass carp, weighing over 20 pounds and measuring more than a meter in length, drew the attention of fellow vendors upon being displayed at the stall. My goodness, how did you manage to catch that? The scales on this fish are truly remarkable. It is undoubtedly from the river. Fish from the reservoir do not possess such beauty. This male grass carp is stunning. It is rare to find a wild male fish that weighs over 20 pounds. These 2 young men have quite a catch. A large stainless steel basin was placed on the ground, accommodating the lengthy grass carp, while another basin was filled with several knife fish and pond loach. Curious vendors inquired about where the fish had been caught, but Su Fan and his companion merely mentioned they had been guarding the river, without disclosing the exact location. After a short wait, a restaurant owner arrived to inspect the fish, immediately showing interest in Su Fan's catch. How much do you sell it for per pound? The owner inquired. 30 yuan. That seems reasonable. It is lively. I estimate it to be worth 25, totaling 750 yuan. Sounds good. That's about right. Weighing it can easily injure the fish. Su Fan understood that the restaurant owner would not kill the fish immediately, but would keep it alive until customers selected it. This valuation was quite fair. Once the price was agreed upon, the owner made a call to arrange for the fish to be transported, using a cotton cloth to bundle it before placing it in a water tank on a tricycle. Remarkable. 1 fish sold for 750 yuan. Adding in the knife fish and pond loach, the total approaches 1,000 yuan. Menggu felt a twinge of envy. Hey, yours is quite impressive too. The red-eyed fish can fetch 20 yuan per pound, and combined with the knife fish, it totals around 500 yuan. Breakfast is on me today. Shall we have pig's trotters or braised pork? Let's go for the braised pork, and add 2 marinated eggs as well. Absolutely. This is the mark of a golden fish netter. It is essential. Who would dare net fish for others without the skill? Speaking of which, Menggu felt a swell of pride. Catching fish is one thing, but there are often instances where fish slip away during the netting process, leading to quite the mishap. Just as in football, where many extol the prowess of strikers, it is indeed the elusive golden goalkeeper that is far more challenging to find. After returning with packaged braised pork, marinated eggs, and rice noodles, I noticed that the fish stall was nearly sold out. It is no surprise that knife fish are in demand, yet there are quite a few vendors here selling red-eyed fish as well. Those 2 red-eyed fish you had, I sold for 10 yuan. Sold? Excellent. Now, let us indulge in some noodles. Today, it seems there are quite a number of fish enthusiasts. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, many are inviting friends and family, and our locality has developed a fondness for consuming red-eyed fish sashimi. An entire pound was swept away by a single proprietor. 2 individuals crouched behind the stall, guarding the last few fish weighing over 2 taels, but even after finishing their noodles, they did not make a purchase. They departed. When there are no buyers, such is their fate. I will take them back and release them at a river mouth. Su Fan disposed of the noodle waste in a nearby bin and called out to Menggu, who had just finished his meal as well. Hee. I had the same thought. Today has been the most seamless day for selling fish. Usually, I find myself lingering to give them away, to the point where I contemplate releasing them back into the water. I share your sentiment. Half selling and half giving away, I would rather let them go. Over the past few days, I've simply returned the smaller knife fish back to the water. The 2 then ventured to the noodle shop to pack some braised pork noodles. Su Fan was preparing a meal for the dog at the lodge, while Menggu was packing for his family. Your dog is living quite well. It makes me want to become a dog myself, though I fear I wouldn't be accustomed to eating dog food. Menggu's remark brought Su Fan great amusement. Ha, being human still requires enduring hardships. Let us go. Upon arriving at the riverside, they first unloaded Menggu's items, then took their own fishing nets. securing the floating boat with a steel wire at the water's edge. Just as they completed the setup, they unexpectedly encountered a young boy surnamed Feng. "Hey, you're back to fish again. Have you finished your summer homework?" Su Fan greeted him warmly. "You rascal. You actually bought my summer homework. You lack integrity. Do you dare fish alone? I will have Chung Gu send a message to the family group shortly." The boy's expression was one of defiance. His face filled with resentment. "Haha. Today, my fourth aunt is accompanying me to fish. Feel free to report me." No sooner had the boy spoken than a young and attractive woman descended from the main road. "Oh, you brought a guardian to fish. So young, yet already captivated by fishing. The future seems challenging. Uft. You didn't team mention that when you were earning your own money. I saw Chung Gu's social media post. You caught a grass carp weighing over 20 gene, didn't you? You must have made quite a profit. Are you trying to drive me away so that the big fish can be all yours? Humph, that is quite a devious thought. Wow, you've caught on to my scheme. Impressive, indeed." Su Fan exaggeratedly praised the boy's keen observation. "However, it won't serve you well. The fishing spots by the river are permeated with an unpleasant odor, and the mosquitoes are particularly numerous. Your lovely fourth aunt won't be able to stay for long." Their banter elicited a smile from the nearby young woman, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. It is hard to fathom someone who would spend 100 yuan to buy a multitude of summer assignments and practice papers for her nephew. The family found it quite amusing. While others were busy working in the fields, she happened to have the time and was coaxed into coming to the riverside. Chapter 21. An early market visit to sell eggs. The laughter of my sister was truly delightful, akin to the blossoms of spring. Su Fan gazed at his cheerful aunt and then at the boy beside her, feeling an urge to poke at his heart. "Ugh, you old rascal. Do you still harbor hopes of pursuing my aunt? You might as well abandon that thought. Blossoms of spring indeed. Ugh, huh? Is it so difficult these days? Can't one even offer a sincere compliment? May your endeavors in the Air Force prove futile." With that, Su Fan turned and departed, waving a casual goodbye. "Rebound. Rebound. All rebounds." The boy, infuriated, lamented. "Ah, you stinky old rascal. Ever since I crossed paths with Su Fan, I've endured 2 rounds of beatings in just a couple of days. My calves throb with pain and itch terribly. I can hardly stand it. I must rub them vigorously to find some relief. Fourth aunt, do not trust that fellow. He truly is a troublemaker. I have been beaten twice, and both times it was because of him. If it weren't for him, I would have caught the big fish in this river. Look at how many fish they've caught and sold overnight." The boy led his aunt to his fishing spot, even pulling out his phone to showcase Meng Ji's social media account. "During the day, I can accompany you to fish, but only in the morning and evening. The rest of the time, I must return to my studies. The atmosphere here feels strange. Brother Chong and his companions must be setting off firecrackers everywhere. Just be cautious of where you wander." To his surprise, they had set up 2 floating boats. No wonder they managed to catch large grass carp. Each fish could fetch 700 to 800 yuan. "Once we earn some money, I shall treat you to snail rice noodle soup." "Sure, you fish, and I'll watch from the side." After spending a night guarding the water banyan tree, he felt utterly drained. Returning to the villa, he fed the dogs and the chickens, then headed off for a shower and sleep. The fish in one area were finite. Guarding the spot daily would yield little reward. Upon awakening in the afternoon, he still felt somewhat fatigued and prepared a pot of plain porridge paired with stir-fried bitter melon and eggs. Something felt amiss. With so many hens, why are the eggs so few? I have 16 hens. After finishing his porridge, he took 5 dogs to patrol the chicken and duck enclosures. The ducks reliably laid eggs in the morning, but the hens bought from the farm did not follow that routine. The nesting area Su Fan had made for the hens only had 10 birds laying eggs, while the other 6 were nowhere to be found. Find them. Retrieve all the eggs. He waved an egg to summon the 5 plump dogs over for a sniff, gesturing for them to search the nearby grassy nests. The 5 dogs understood this simple command and scattered into the surrounding thickets and bushes. Regardless of whether they found anything, their enthusiastic approach filled Su Fan with satisfaction. Woof woof woof. Not far away, beneath a camellia bush, a red mountain dog was barking loudly, beckoning Su Fan to come and investigate. Goodness! Has this hen begun to incubate so quickly? Upon approaching, he discovered a hen nestled over a mere 5 eggs, none of which were particularly large. This batch of eggs likely lacked fertilization. It would be better to wait until they matured further, completely shedding their farm origins before attempting to incubate them. The eggs were collected, and the chicken coop was dismantled as I carried the young hens towards the shelter. 5 plump dogs scoured the vicinity, while a few other hens found their nesting spots. The farm's free-range eggs promised a sustainable source of income. With this thought in mind, Su Fan brought the excavator over and began digging a sloped wall beside the site. He meticulously fashioned several openings within the slope, hand excavating some loose soil, and laying pine needles to create nest-like formations. He also cut down some shrubs to construct a rain shelter, effectively covering the entire slope, and added several crossbars for the chickens to perch upon. The duck and chicken shed had been transformed into a hen house. From now on, each hen would have its own little burrow, and I would joyfully gather the eggs in a basket. How delightful! The eggs produced by the hens I fed with grains and small fish were bound to be more flavorful. Tomorrow, I plan to prepare a bowl of egg porridge to savor. After a busy afternoon, I tidied up the campsite, aiming to determine the location of the septic tank. During the day, I had caught sight of a lovely young woman, and I wished to add a female presence to the farm. Otherwise, the nights would be too dull. Lacking even a conversational partner, a few days of solitude were manageable, but prolonged isolation could lead to dire consequences. What one sees by day often seeps into dreams by night. I dreamt of the older sister with whom I had once made a childhood pact, desperately trying to recall her visage, only for it to be overshadowed by the gentle, smiling face of my fourth aunt. The days when I could dream freely were indeed pleasant, devoid of pressure, allowing my mind to gallop across boundless realms. Alas, I must find a female counterpart to return. Despite the late hour, sleep eluded me. The spiritual energy in the mountains was exceedingly thin, and my attempts at meditation yielded no results. Cradling the spirit-gathering array in my arms, I lay on my mat, gazing up at the night sky. Ideals? None, for since my earliest memories, I had either been studying or accompanying the old man through the mountains in search of auspicious sights, tirelessly striving for wealth. I had traversed the Black Mountain and the White Waters, visited the ancient city of Jingjue, and explored the treacherous terrains of Yunnan, as well as the vast mountains of my relatives. All these journeys were undertaken in the company of the old man. My first 20 years were spent assisting him. Now, my presence in the mountains was also due to him. It would not be an exaggeration to say I was guarding a grave. Yet, the rewards were quite substantial. And should it flourish, it could become a modest silver mine. Even a broken leg could provide a lifetime of sustenance, making it particularly suitable for me, Su Fan, who wished to lay low and avoid constant travel in the past 2 years. I rose early, eager to savor a bowl of egg porridge, brimming with energy. I set up a large pot and began to stoke the fire for cooking. As the rice began to boil, I cracked an egg into the pot, stirring it in so that the scalding porridge would cook it. A pinch of salt, a drizzle of peanut oil, and perhaps a splash of soy sauce completed the dish, creating an exquisite flavor. The dogs, however, did not share in this luxury. I simply cracked the eggs directly into their pot, and then let them soak in cool spring water to lower the temperature. The egg porridge needed to be consumed while still steaming, for once it cooled, the unpleasant odor of raw egg would prevail. Thus, after finishing a steaming bowl of egg porridge, I was drenched in sweat, feeling invigorated. I then inspected the young hens as they nested and laid eggs, collecting 4 duck eggs along the way. The goslings were growing rapidly, albeit in the awkward phase of shedding their down feathers, resembling little beggars in their unsightly appearance. The method of feeding is quite straightforward for Su Fan. Whenever he has time, he prepares some rice mixed with vegetables and rice bran, stirring it together. After returning from the market, he packs several portions of rice. Otherwise, he simply feeds them with rice grains, corn, or white rice. Aside from the initial 2 days when they were unaccustomed to the feed, they have since enjoyed their meals immensely without any adverse effects. He thought of setting up a stall in town. With over 20 duck eggs and an abundance of chicken eggs, he certainly has enough to sell. He also brought along some 5-finger peach and tough vine. Once sold, he plans to purchase a tank for waste. He gathered 2 buckets, placing pine needles at the bottom as a cushion before adding the chicken and duck eggs, and decided to take 10 pounds of loach to exchange for a little money. Arriving at the town a bit late, he could only find a spot at the end of the stall line. To his surprise, he not only encountered the duo Meng Gu, but also met Xiao Hai Gu and his fourth aunt. "Wow, impressive haul," exclaimed Su Fan, noticing 3 carp and 2 half-pound loaches, along with 2 red-eyed fish weighing over a pound each. The fish were indeed striking. He parked his vehicle and approached the stall. "Humph, if it weren't for you, I could have caught this much 2 days ago. Incredible. Let's see how you sell those fish," Su Fan said, heading back to retrieve his goods. He brought a bucket of chicken eggs, a bucket of duck eggs, 2 bundles of 5-finger peaches, a large basket of tough vine roots, a lengthy string of tough vine bracelets, and a live fish tank filled with loach. "Cut it out. Selling chicken eggs now? Have you run out of fish?" Xiao Hai Gu approached with a hint of provocation and disdain. Shoo, move aside," Su Fan replied, opening the live fish tank and fetching a stainless steel basin to pour the loach into. "Wow, where did you catch such splendid loach?" Both Meng Gu and his friend were astonished. Just the night before, they had asked Su Fan if he wanted to go fishing, but he had claimed he needed to rest. Now he was pulling out 10 pounds of loach. "I caught these earlier. The price was too low, so I kept them alive in the mud tank," Su Fan explained while lighting a couple of cigarettes. "You really know how to do business. Just a few days ago, we sold loach for 40 to 50 bucks. Today, the price should exceed 100. I hope so." As the morning market reached its peak, Su Fan's chicken eggs and 5-finger peaches were particularly well received by the Andes. The chicken and duck eggs sold for 1 yuan each, sourced from free-range hens in the mountains. "Is that true? Don't try to fool us. Why would I deceive you? There are only so many eggs," Su Fan replied. "Add me on WeChat." and I'll deliver fresh eggs to you when I collect them live on the day. Several aunties added Su Fan's WeChat, expressing their desire for fresh chicken and duck eggs. In the blink of an eye, all the eggs were sold, and there were none left for those who wished to buy later. The five-finger peaches also sold well. Su Fan's approach of selling them in bundles allowed the aunties to pick and choose. A group of 6 women gathered, vying for the five-finger peach roots. $50 a pound. Take it home and cut as much as you need for cooking. The root's aroma is the most fragrant, while the larger roots are the most nutritious. I'm not lying to you. Purchasing the entire lot is a surefire choice. Trim a few roots and place 2 hefty pieces beneath. The aroma is simply exquisite. $50 is hardly excessive. I even snapped 3 roots with my hoe. If you wish to dig some up, I shall gladly purchase them. Su Fan, while collecting payment, chatted boisterously with the women, adamantly refusing to haggle. In just 10 minutes, the 2 bundles of five-finger peach were nearly sold out, with some being broken off by the older women, leaving behind a pitiful collection of stems. I never anticipated the five-finger peach would sell so well. I saw plenty at the mountain. $50 per pound. These 2 hefty bunches weigh about 8 to 9 pounds, totaling around $400. This old Lu certainly knows how to earn. Xiao Haigu conversed with Aunt Si beside him. You can fish, but I want to accompany you to the mountains. You should remain at home and focus on your homework. Selling fish is quite challenging. No one has inquired about prices all afternoon. Let us wait for a while. Xiao Haigu felt somewhat awkward and uneasy. Su Fan, however, was quite the crowd puller. An hour passed, and apart from the tough vine and bracelets, everything else was sold. Eggs were $1 each, five-finger peach $50 per pound, and eel $90. The solid profit of over $1,400 left Xiao Haigu envious. Yet today many were also selling fish, and his stall was rather inconspicuous at the end. Someone inquired about the price of his 2-knife fish, and he shockingly quoted an online price of $120. The person glanced at Xiao Hai and walked away. Hey, Changgu, how much are you selling those knife fish for? I'm asking $120 for the larger one. If someone wants it, the price is irrelevant. Just hold on for now. Once you've sold all your fish, it'll just be the 2 of us keeping watch for company. Ah, that old Lu sells so quickly. Xiao Haigu wished to emulate Su Fan's call. Uncle Ji summoned Aunt Liang to take a look, but when he opened his mouth, he faltered, unable to utter a word. Chapter 22. Sweet potatoes and sesame mushrooms. The tough vine is challenging to sell. Digging this stuff is quite laborious. Su Fan tidied his basin and bucket before joining Meng Ge for a smoke at the stall. To be honest, I never imagined selling this would be feasible. Not to mention the desolate mountains, there are plenty of barren lands around. Last time, you tasted a bit of success. Now you're expanding your scale. Haha. I thought those gentlemen who bought my bracelets last time would broaden their circle, but it turned out to be just a few of them playing around, leaving me with so many bracelets. All of them were painstakingly shaped by the firelight at night. I have them in hand. Haha. The duo of Meng Ge laughed heartily. Happiness indeed thrives on the misfortunes of others. Please keep an eye on the stall. I'm going for a stroll to see if there's anything worthwhile to sell for myself. After finishing a cigarette, Su Fan sought profitable opportunities that suited him. I'll join you. Ah Chong, you stay and watch the stall. The usually vibrant Chong's face turned green. I want to go shopping too. If everyone goes, who will watch the stall? I'll be back shortly. I'll bring you a portion of stinky tofu. Make it a large serving. Understood. The market was left under the watch of Shagua Chong, while Su Fan and Brother Ming made their way towards the free market area by the riverbank. Today marked the bustling market day in Hua Town, with numerous vendors selling local produce. Among them was a couple with a child selling sweet potatoes. Their wares neatly arranged on the ground. The sweet potatoes were uniformly sized, neither too large nor too small, elongated and visually appealing, priced at $1.50 per pound. Back in the days when I toiled at the factory, working tirelessly for 13 hours a day, it truly felt like working oneself to death. I was reckless in my endeavors. If I had applied such diligence to farming sweet potatoes back in my village, I would have thrived. Surprisingly, their business was thriving. Who could argue with that? At the factory, one is constantly pressured to work. Back in the village, everything relies on personal motivation. If you neglect your sweet potatoes even slightly, they wither away. Sweet potatoes are indeed easy to cultivate. Once I acquire a rotary tiller, I shall begin to prepare the soil, and by next year, I can plant sweet potatoes. When the harvest is plentiful, I'll broadcast live to sell them. Come, let us buy some to cook and taste. Goodness, I never thought I would have to spend money on sweet potatoes. If you buy them, that is fine. But if I do, my father would likely laugh at me for a lifetime. Tonight, I will check whose sweet potatoes are thriving. Get lost. Do you still think you're 7 or 8 years old? Su Fan ignored the thief attempting to pilfer sweet potatoes. Both the chestnut sweet potatoes and the watermelon sweet potatoes were priced the same, allowing for a casual selection. The vendor noticed Su Fan crouching down and handed him a plastic bag. Do you sell sweet potato vines? I would like to buy some. A whole bundle, please. Perhaps a dozen or so. Such a large bundle. Sweet potato vines? Of course. Just 30 cents a pound will suffice. Leave your phone number, and I'll have someone deliver them to you. That sounds good. Let us arrange a time. I'll call back now to have them prepare the vines and remove the leaves, right? Yes, yes. Let me tell you, the variety of my sweet potatoes is exceptional. If you take some home to cultivate, you can start planting in February or March of the following year. By June or July, you could reap a decent harvest. You can plant now too, but they require ample water and nutrients. Even in winter, you could still gather a batch. Indeed, that is precisely my plan. Su Fan purchased 20 pounds of sweet potatoes, 10 pounds of each type, carrying a hefty bag as he continued on. Aren't you worried about losing business? Brother Ming remarked beside him. Lose business? Nonsense. Look, I'm giving you sweet potato vines for free. Can you produce sweet potatoes of such quality? Besides, if he doesn't sell me the vines, there are plenty available online. I can even grow seedlings myself from the sweet potatoes I take home. Cultivating these sweet potatoes is a skill. Do you think just digging a hole and covering it with soil suffices? I see you've been stealing sweet potatoes without paying attention to the fields. Perhaps you've read too many time travel novels, thinking sweet potatoes don't require meticulous care. No, I merely pointed this out, and you immediately snapped at me. Brother Ming was at a loss for words. Cultivating sweet potatoes still holds great potential. City dwellers, weary of their meat-laden diets, often yearn for coarse grains to cleanse their digestive systems. Are you familiar with the small taro? It is sold online at over 20 yuan for 5 pounds. Each pound contains 5 or 6 pieces, while a well-cultivated small taro can yield 2 to 3 pounds per seedling. However, most farmers possess only the knowledge of cultivation, lacking the means to sell or access markets. Su Fan sighed lightly. If it weren't for those last 2 sentences, I would have to criticize you. Should you charge 20 yuan for 5 pounds of small taro, I would promptly borrow a tiller and begin tilling the fields, planting them all with small taro. Just ensure you guarantee the purchase. Go away. I am still looking for someone to sell goods for profit. If I had such a route, I would have become a distributor by now. Who wouldn't he know how to grow crops? There are plenty of people skilled in farming. Yet, farming depends on the weather, the market, and the harvest. In my childhood, several villages around us cultivated peppers and watermelons. The peppers thrived, and the best ones were sold. Do you know how many peppers were produced in those 2 years? 3 entire trucks could not contain the harvest. They sold for a mere 2 cents per pound, 10 pounds for 20 cents, 100 pounds for just 2 yuan. After harvesting a field of peppers, there was barely enough to buy a piece of pork. Watermelons were even cheaper. Seedless watermelons, dark and shiny, still dusted with white frost, were worth only 3 cents. The melon buyers would pick and choose, refusing any with blemishes or insect bites. Farming is simply out of the question. As Mingo spoke, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it, tilting his head towards the sky to prevent tears from escaping his eyes. The once diligent young man found his heart shattered, realizing that hard work alone does not lead to wealth. In recent years, the market price for watermelons has been quite decent. Planting a few acres could yield 2 truckloads for market days. As mid-autumn approaches, watermelons have absurdly skyrocketed to 8 yuan per pound. It's outrageous. Just for the local seedless variety. If it were the Chilean melon, the price would soar to 5 or 6 yuan. Stay calm. It's merely a routine. The two continued their conversation as they walked, noting that during this season, ordinary people simply cannot afford watermelons. A price of a little over 1 yuan per pound is acceptable to Su Fan, better than indulging in milk tea. A cup of milk tea costs around 15 to 25 yuan, while a watermelon weighing 10 pounds is priced similarly. As they strolled, Su Fan stumbled upon something remarkable. It was the same vendor from last time selling peach blossoms, though this time there were fewer peach blossoms, yet beside them lay a small pile of mushrooms. To be precise, they were Chinese matsutake mushrooms, locally referred to as sesame mushrooms or oil hemp mushrooms. Goodness, are these sesame mushrooms still around? The aroma is simply divine. Su Fan approached and gently picked up a fallen mushroom cap to inhale its fragrance. This scent brings back memories of childhood mountain adventures. How much are they per pound? 130 yuan. Wow, I'll buy them. They were weighed out. Upon hearing the price, Su Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. Menggu, startled by Su Fan's intention to purchase, exclaimed, "Wow, are you truly willing to buy at such an exorbitant price?" Unable to contain his surprise, he added that if they missed out today, they might have to wait until next year. The vendor, amused by Su Fan's comment, chuckled, "Indeed. This is a discovery I made quite by accident while foraging for the peach fungus. Despite traversing many mountainous areas, I had not encountered it until now. It usually appears around April or May when the weather becomes warm and rainy." Weighing the 6 pounds and 4 ounces, the vendor announced the price, 832 yuan. He carefully placed the sesame mushrooms on the scale and suggested purchasing some peach fungus to round the total to 850. "All right, I'll give you a bit more," he said, handing over a large bag of sesame mushrooms, filling Su Fan with a sense of joy as they strolled through the market. "How about I go buy some lean meat?" Su Fan suggested. "No way. I can't bear to eat it," Menggu replied. Su Fan, aware that his friend was referring to a soup made with sesame mushrooms and lean meat, recalled a method he had heard about. using the water from washing sesame mushrooms to pour under pine trees, then covering it with pine needles during humid weather. The mushrooms would sprout. I tried that when I was young, but it didn't work out, Su Fan confessed. Meng Ge chimed in. I attempted it as well, though I am uncertain of the outcome. The spot I chose genuinely yielded a cluster of mushrooms, which astonished me at the time. However, subsequent attempts failed. Wow. Is it truly feasible? If successful, it could be quite lucrative. These mushrooms are not cultivated artificially, and with the forest now filled with eucalyptus trees, one must rely on luck to find them. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare sell for 130 yuan per pound. We'll discuss it later. Once I figure it out, you will experience a feast where even the aroma of your flatulence will be reminiscent of those mushrooms, Su Fan joked. The two friends completed their leisurely stroll along the riverside market before returning to the fish-selling area. Hey, sister, would you like some peaches? Su Fan inquired, opening a bag to reveal the peach fungus inside. Oh, they sell these here? I haven't had them in ages. Let me try? A young woman, thrilled by the contents of the bag, eagerly reached in to grab a handful. Peach fungus. I want some too. A child approached, attempting to reach in. You little rascal. You can't just reach in without asking. Know who you're dealing with? I'm selling fish here. Su Fan swiftly pulled the bag away, blocking the child's hand. Old Lu, you're too familiar. You can't just take food without asking. You must have quite the reputation, he teased. There is some for you here. Seeing the child embarrassed, the young woman offered her peach fungus to him. Humph, is it really that impressive? There are plenty on the mountain. I'll just go pick some tomorrow instead of spending money. Oh my, how impressive, she remarked, though she happily accepted the peach fungus from her aunt and savored it. Sister, there is more here. Chapter 23, Cultivating Sesame Mushrooms. Shu, cousin, what are you plotting? That young woman is married, Meng Ge said, pulling Su Fan aside as they waited for the young mother to return from a nearby stall. What are you thinking? I'm not one to covet another's partner. However, you must broaden your horizons. Isn't Aunt C quite beautiful? Su Fan replied earnestly, discussing the matter with Meng Ge. Indeed she is. The finest bride from the village has married outside. Just look at her exquisite genes. It stands to reason that she must have some lovely sisters as well. Cultivating a good relationship with her could lead to an introduction to one of her acquaintances. Surely, she would be inclined to assist you in this regard. That way, she would have company. How enlightening. It seems I have remained single for so many years due to my ignorance of such nuances. My dear cousin, your words of wisdom resonate profoundly. A bride who is married into the village deserves proper hospitality. Offering her a meal is hardly a crime. And it should be done openly. You are absolutely right. There is indeed someone from my fourth aunt's side who isn't just a sister, but a stunning bridesmaid from when she got married. My friend, speaking in hushed tones, gestured dramatically. Alas, not a single villager remains unscathed. The awareness is insufficient, indeed. Yes, it is evident that this fourth aunt is not from the Guangdong region. I have heard she hails from Zhejiang. It takes considerable courage to marry into such a small village. The golden vine is not easily sold. After lingering for a while, Su Fan decided to head to the hardware store to purchase a packaged septic tank and a handheld tiller. The septic tank, measuring 36 cubic meters, spans 2 meters and 40 centimeters in length, 1 meter and 20 centimeters in width, and 1 meter and 25 centimeters in height, with a total cost of 1,300 yuan. The tiller was priced at 1,000 yuan, bringing his expenditures for the day to nearly 3,000 yuan. The funds he had earmarked for catching yellow eels and loaches were redirected towards the development of the mountain villa. Otherwise, those tens of thousands of yuan could have afforded him a few months of leisure in a coastal guest house. With nothing to do, he could have spent his days at the beach, enjoying the sight of bikini-clad beauties for free, witnessing a good 70 to 80% of it without spending a dime. He arranged for the sweet potato vines to be delivered to the villa, and then he drove the owner of the septic tank back to the farm. Oh my, what a grand villa. I had never heard of it. It is indeed quite mountainous, he remarked. The drive took 20 minutes, enough time to reach the town. The hardware store owner was pleasantly surprised by this new establishment. It's quite decent. The mountains have their own charm, and the air is fresh. Indeed, fresh air. Yet the mosquitoes are quite formidable, Su Fan replied, momentarily at a loss for words. It's true, we have some free-range chickens here. The eggs and meat are absolutely delicious. Are you interested in purchasing any chickens? As they drove towards the base, passing the chicken coop, the hardware store owner was met with delightful surprise. I can sell the eggs, but not the chickens. We should have about 8 to 10 eggs today. I'll send some over for you to enjoy. Next time you need supplies, just message me, and I'll deliver them to your doorstep. That sounds wonderful. These eggs are even better than those from the village's free-range farms. Once the septic tank was securely positioned, Su Fan took the hardware store owner to gather eggs, showcasing his feeding practices. Brother, with your method of raising these native chickens, you won't have trouble selling the eggs. The initial batch is priced at 1 yuan each. Later, it will rise to 1.5 or 2 yuan. There are plenty of affluent individuals in town who only want the finest produce. Once you've raised the chickens a bit more, selling them for 2 yuan will be a breeze. Let us hope so. After gifting 9 eggs to the hardware store owner, Su Fan closed the gate of the villa and proceeded to operate the excavator, digging a pit for the septic tank. The most challenging aspect of this task was indeed the excavation. Fortunately, he had purchased a small excavator, otherwise he would have needed to hire 2 individuals for the job. He deftly maneuvered alone, successfully placing the septic tank into position. Following this, the construction of the restroom and the laying of pipes would commence. The water discharged from the septic tank must be channeled through pipes to the fields. Otherwise, the proliferation of mosquitoes could become unbearable. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a vehicle delivering sweet potato vines arrived. After settling the payment, he soaked the vines in water, adding a generous amount of rooting powder. Earlier, he had already mowed the field, and now the dried grass was cleared to create a safe firebreak. He ignited the dry grass, allowing the flames to spread across the area, with smoke enveloping the entire villa, lingering in the air. This fire marked the beginning of the farming season. The rice paddies posed a greater challenge, as the mower could not reach the roots of the aquatic plants. He needed to use a tiller to turn over the entire field, followed by a rotary tiller to remove the grass. However, a multi-purpose tiller could cost at least 30,000 yuan, and Su Fan could only afford a small handheld version. This 4-stroke tiller, capable of plowing and trenching, was a mere 1,000 yuan, so he decided to proceed with it. After testing the small tiller, he found it inadequate, as its plow depth barely reached ankle height. Frustrated, he acknowledged that inexpensive tools often lack quality. It was clear he would have to bring in his excavator. Such a small device was only suitable for cultivated land, not for breaking new ground. While working the field, he discovered numerous earth ginseng roots, and with the excavator at hand, he took the opportunity to unearth them. These roots are comparable in value to the prized 5-fingered peach, but are largely unrecognized by many. Known as earth ginseng, these roots are consumed for their properties of clearing heat, detoxifying, cooling blood, and promoting diuresis. They are effective for ailments such as fever, cough due to lung heat, sore throat, red eyes, dysentery, and sores. The market price varies, and there are few sellers, as knowledgeable individuals remain scarce. After digging up about 10 pounds, darkness fell. Although he had intended to go night fishing, he reconsidered, knowing that frequenting the river could lead to wet shoes. The Chongmeng duo, though able to catch some fish daily for trade, visibly showed signs of declining health. Continuing this way would surely lead to illness. As the solar lights illuminated the villa, the once shadowy surroundings felt less foreboding. He prepared to cook, thoroughly washing the sesame mushrooms he had purchased earlier for 830 yuan. However, tonight he would use the unexpanded mushrooms, collecting the washing water in a bucket. Heating oil in a pot, he stir-fried the mushrooms vigorously for a few moments, then added spring water. Once the water reached a boil, he would add thinly sliced lean meat, waiting a few minutes for it to cook through. However, the lean meat available in the market is rather mediocre, lacking an appealing appearance. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, slaughtering a chicken to accompany this fragrant sesame mushroom soup would have been perfect. After indulging, I shall dedicate time to nurturing the sesame mushrooms. Their aroma is distinct and tantalizing, igniting one's appetite. As the soup simmers, the scent of rice wafts from the fire, with the bottom of the pot slightly charred, imparting a hint of smokiness. A ladle of mushroom and lean meat soup poured over the rice creates an exquisite flavor that evokes deep nostalgia. The 5 dogs, observing Su Fan relish his meal, sat nearby, eagerly whimpering yet restrained, maintaining a respectful distance. Your food is still too hot. Wait until it cools a bit, Su Fan remarked, tossing 5 slices of lean meat onto the ground. A large pot of rice was devoured, leaving the dogs with round bellies. After satisfying their hunger, preparations for cultivating the sesame mushrooms began. A beef tendon bucket was procured, and a trip to the mountains yielded some decayed soil and pine needles. The open sesame mushrooms were crushed and mixed with the soil. This was a method Su Fan employed in his youth, which indeed yielded a cluster of sesame mushrooms. However, subsequent attempts failed to produce more mushrooms, possibly due to the weather. The second method involved crushing open sesame mushrooms, placing them in a bottle, and adding spring water to facilitate natural decomposition. The resulting solution was then applied to the decayed soil beneath the pines, covered with more decayed soil and pine needles. The third and simplest method involved saving the water used to wash the sesame mushrooms and pouring it around the pine trees, leaving the growth of the mushrooms to fate. Under the glow of a headlamp, Su Fan commenced his task at night. Aside from the solution requiring time, the first and third methods were planted overnight. To encourage mushroom growth, a humid environment, akin to one that could dampen clothing, was essential. I shall tend to it for a week. May the old man bless me. What a nuisance. You want my blessings for everything. If I had such abilities, I would be a mushroom mogul, not running around showcasing Feng Shui. An elder beneath the earth might have grumbled a few choice words. Chapter 24. The 25 yuan per gene earth mushroom. The next morning, Su Fan rose early. Pouring 2 buckets of cold spring water over the mushroom cultivation site beneath the pines, ensuring the surroundings were warm and moist to slow the drying of the substrate. Once this was completed, he set out to catch 10 pounds of yellow eels to place in a live water tank, ready to head down the mountain to set up his stall, returning home to guard the place. He settled for gnawing on bones while preparing to package his pork powder after selling the eels. The dogs chased him to the foot of the mountain, but Su Fan halted their advance. Woof woof woof. As the 5 dogs watched the Wuling Hongguang vanish around the corner, a moment of disappointment washed over them. Upon returning to the lodge, they began to playfully nip at each other, engaging in a lively romp. Today is not a market day, so the lovely lady and the little boy did not set up their stall. Instead, it is just Meng Gu guarding the stand alone. Ah, a magnificent grass carp. You've managed to catch one. Su Fan parked the vehicle and, as he approached, was dazzled by the large fish in Meng Ji's basin. Haha. After a night of fishing, I've caught 2 grass carps. The smaller one weighed 11, and I sold it right away. The remaining one, weighing 18 pounds, must await the arrival of the big boss. Why didn't you come for the night fishing? Meng Gu, filled with pride, stirred the water in the basin, eager for Su Fan to admire the fish's beautiful colors. You can't expect to catch fish all day long. You thought you'd empty the entire river with just a fishing hook? Dream on. Last night, we really baited heavily. We stealthily cast our lines under the dark cover of trees. These creatures are particularly picky eaters, making them quite difficult to catch. As Meng Gu continued speaking, he found himself at a loss for words. Su Fan moved the fishing box and basin closer and poured in 10 pounds of yellow eel. Wow. Where did you get this? From the back of the reservoir. That place has been completely depleted by me, Su Fan said, bringing over a large bag of items to lay on the ground. What is this called again? I can't recall at the moment. Meng Gu pointed at the heap of grass roots on the ground, feeling an urge to scratch his head. It's the earth gallbladder. Perfect for making chicken and duck soup, Su Fan replied, grabbing a piece of cardboard and writing on it with a water pen. Earth gallbladder, clears heat and detoxifies. Cools the blood and promotes diuresis, 25 yuan per pound. Wow, does anyone actually buy this? Meng Gu looked at the written words, his expression one of bewilderment. It's all right there, clears heat and detoxifies, cools the blood and promotes diuresis. It's great for soup. Haven't you ever tasted it? I have, but it was ages ago. This whole pile weighs over 10 pounds. If you sell it at 25 yuan per pound, that's 200 yuan. I must be utterly ignorant and sluggish in action. I see this stuff growing densely by the riverside fields. Hey, so what if you see it? You're not going to dig it up. It's hard to dig. I mean, it's excavated by machines. Su Fan chuckled proudly. I give up. No wonder I can't earn that money. Although the morning market isn't as lively as the grand market, some local residents still come out to stroll. Yesterday, I sold eggs to a few well-off local ladies who never have to worry about food and drink. I sent them the photo and benefits of the earth gallbladder, and a few expressed interest in coming by to take a look. Most of these women hold leisurely positions in government offices, some are retired, and others are landlords, essentially. They are affluent. An older man was selecting yellow eels when a young lady in a dress approached. Upon seeing Su Fan's dashing looks reminiscent of a film star, she paused, then glanced at the words about the earth gallbladder and squatted down. What is this? How do you prepare it for eating? She spoke in a mix of Mandarin and local dialect, leaving Su Fan momentarily stunned, before he replied in proper Mandarin. It's the earth gallbladder, used for making soup. Perfect for chicken, duck, and pork ribs. The flavor is even better than that of the 5-fruit peach. Is that really true? I've never heard of it. Oh dear. Why would I deceive you? Just search it on your phone, and after boiling a soup, you will understand. It alleviates heat and detoxifies, perfect for colds, fevers, and sore throats. A bowl of this soup is far superior to drinking herbal tea or taking pills. Ideally, use duck. The flavor is simply exquisite. However, do refrain from adding garlic. Simply include a couple of slices of ginger. Su Fan genuinely worries that this young woman from afar might return home and ruin the soup with garlic. It would be better for her to close her stall than to proceed with such folly. Shall I purchase 2 stalks? No, 2 stalks are insufficient. You must buy at least half a kilogram. 2 stalks would lack flavor for the soup. When you buy half a kilogram or a kilogram, you can prepare it in 2 batches. If you only want 2 stalks, you should go dig them up yourself. This young lady is getting anxious. Ha. There are indeed plenty of them in the fields. 25 yuan per kilogram. You truly dare to sell them at that price? An uncle beside the stall chimed in, helping to promote the quality. They are freshly dug from the deep mountains, free from any industrial pollution. Just look at this root. It is completely wild. No one cultivates this. It must be wild. Even the vendor is amused by the banter. 25 yuan is the labor fee I deem worthy. If you don't want to spend money, you can go dig in the fields. My roots are intact and of first-rate quality. That is a fair point. The uncle ceased his commentary, weighed out 1.5 kilograms of the yellow eel, paid, and departed. Then give me 1 kilogram. If the soup does not taste good, I will seek you out. If your culinary skills are lacking, let someone else handle it. This is truly a fine ingredient. Su Fan, feeling overwhelmed, quickly dodged. No more purchases. Perhaps it is for the best. I am concerned you might create a dubious soup that leads to food poisoning and then trouble me. Only those who understand the value should partake. Hey, beautiful auntie. Buy some wild ginger to prepare with duck, Su Fan called out, retrieving a plastic bag from his stall to beckon a passing sister buying vegetables. Wild ginger? Such a thing exists. Let me see. Subsequently, a local elegant lady arrived, confirmed it was indeed wild ginger, and began selecting her own. Each person chose over a kilogram, with one sister even stating she would take it to the city to prepare soup for her in-laws. As the stall attracted a crowd, business flourished. Those who initially hesitated, upon hearing about this ingredient's properties in alleviating heat and detoxifying, reconsidered in this scorching weather and ended up purchasing half a kilogram to make rib soup. Within half an hour, more than 10 kilograms of wild ginger had been sold out, leaving the young woman from afar watching as others finished selecting their goods. You are truly impressive. You are selling something no one else dares to dig up for 25 yuan a kilogram. Once the buyers dispersed, Meng Ge handed over a cigarette and remarked, the key is knowing your clientele. If it were up to you, you wouldn't buy this. Would I buy? I now wish for my father to take a hoe and dig in the fields, gathering 10 kilograms a day. It is far better than working. Ha ha ha. The young lady eventually departed, likely contemplating Su Fan for quite some time. The market price and demand for the yellow eel are gradually rising. A 10-kilogram catch sold within an hour. Nearby, Meng Ge, after selling his grass carp, noticed Su Fan closing up his stall and decided to do the same. Not staying anymore. Not staying, he exclaimed, as he planned to take some home to prepare for his father. You all spend your days by the river. Those dark circles under your eyes are telling, Su Fan remarked, though he refrained from mentioning how pale they had become. Ah Chong was heading to the mountains to plant eucalyptus trees. Alone at night, he didn't dare remain by the river. Ultimately, he thought it wiser to accompany Ah Chong to the mountains, where earning money would be swifter. A few thousand yuan would ease matters at home. After all, money is the universal remedy, capable of alleviating countless worries. Who could argue otherwise? Every effort made is ultimately in pursuit of those few silver coins. Isn't it? Fishing for profit relies heavily on luck, while the toil of drying grain falls first upon those who cannot bear it any longer, forcing them into the mountains for labor to sustain their living. Meng Ge's physical condition could no longer support his continued vigil by the river for large fish. If he persisted for another 10 days or so, he might as well prepare for a feast. With his days and nights turned upside down, he spent countless hours awake, fixated on the bobbing floats, with unstable meals and the heavy humidity by the river. An average person who spends a night in such a place would surely fall ill by the next day. He sold the dug earth for over 200 yuan, bought 2 pig trotters at the market, and returned to make a nourishing stew. Chapter 25. Introducing a young lady upon returning from Huazhen. He cooked a stew of pig trotters and dug earth, and after a meal, fell into a deep slumber. Soon after, he busied himself with the sweet potato field's excavation. The small rotary tiller was of no use, necessitating the use of an excavator instead, which he drove deep into the ground, reaching a depth of half a meter. In the morning, he excavated, and in the afternoon, he took the rotary tiller to turn the soil over, breaking it down finely and leveling it. Then he used the excavator to create ridges across 2 acres, leaving Su Fan utterly exhausted, his muscles trembling from the strain of handling the tiller. They worked tirelessly until dusk, preparing a simple meal of plain porridge and stir-fried bitter melon with cured meat. With the land prepared, he needed to go to town to purchase plastic film, along with some well-composted manure and compound fertilizers. Currently, funds were limited, but Su Fan had considered acquiring several truckloads of cow and sheep manure to spread across the fields, then covering them with sheets of plastic film. The translucent film would allow the grass seeds to germinate, only to be suffocated, while the sustained warmth would further ferment the manure. Tomorrow, he planned to take 2 loaches to test the waters, aiming to buy back the house before the Mid-Autumn Festival. With such thoughts, he slept more soundly, waking to the early morning calls of the mountain birds. He had brought 15 kilograms of yellow eel, saving 20 kilograms for the festival, and had collected 20 kilograms of dug earth. After feeding the dog some marinated eggs and ham sausages, Su Fan drove down the mountain to attend the early market. At the stall, he encountered Meng Ge, who was supposed to be planting eucalyptus trees, along with Xiao Hai Gu and his 4th aunt. Aren't you going to plant eucalyptus? Why are you setting traps instead? Oh, come on. You really made the trek all the way to the reservoir, he exclaimed. I thought about sneaking over the mountain to set traps by the reservoir, only to find a road leading to your villa. I was stunned. Haha, I just mowed my way through. Otherwise, who would have the ability to trek through those wild grasses for hours? The individual you mentioned is present here. Meng Ge is at a loss for words. The harvest has been quite satisfactory. I set up my traps for over half a month, and you could still catch 5 to 6 pounds of splendid specimens. Splendid? I placed 50 traps, trudging over mountains with them, as if my life depended on it. Witnessing the traces of your footsteps causes my heart to bleed. For the night was spent in vain. However, it was not entirely in vain, as the price is 90 yuan per pound, which would yield about 400 yuan for these 5 pounds. In comparison to you, I fall woefully short. Once the goods are displayed, I ask Mengge to keep an eye on the stall, while Su Fan goes to fetch 3 servings of braised pork noodles, neglecting to order for the young boy. You should eat the noodles. I will watch over things here, the young aunt says, slightly embarrassed, patting the young boy. Huh, you, old 6, don't get too complacent. Once I earn money from selling fish, I will indulge in 2 bowls, placing one in front of you for you to admire. Hee. I relish your ambitious demeanor. Remember this spirit when you achieve success. However, to flaunt your fishing prowess before me seems rather futile. Su Fan shakes his large stainless steel basin, revealing 15 pounds of wild yellow eel, which speaks volumes. You, young boy, after all this time, still have nothing to say, observes the young aunt, who is happily enjoying her noodles, while he rushes off to pack a portion for himself. Is this your source of income? It can't be something you do every day, asks the young aunt, who possesses a charming appearance and an appealing figure, as she takes small bites of her noodles. It's not something we can do daily. There's only a limited catch in one spot, taking the larger ones and leaving the smaller ones. The next opportunity will be in a month or 2. However, after the Mid-Autumn Festival, there is hardly any yield. This is merely a side income. Su Fan engages the young aunt in conversation. Is this something available in your hometown? No, my family lives in the town, surrounded by small factories, and the river water is polluted. There are no yellow eels or loaches. The factories earn far more than we do. Sometimes we have plenty, other times we go hungry. However, the environment and air quality here are quite pleasant. Do you enjoy the living conditions and lifestyle here? It's alright. The food is quite good. The rice noodles here are smooth and delicious. The young aunt smiles broadly. The men in our area are quite commendable, hardworking, and they can cook as well. Mengge is still single. Perhaps you could introduce some of your young ladies to come over and keep him company. It would be nice for you to have a companion while casually strolling the streets for noodles. Su Fan steers the conversation towards serious matters. I fear they might not adapt to this small-town life. There are no bustling night markets. After dinner, we retire early. The nights in the village are tranquil, and I hardly dare to venture outside. Mengge, who is nearby, wishes to interject but is at a loss for words. A serene environment is conducive to one's health. Your complexion surpasses that of many city girls. Is that so? My family doesn't allow me to work in the fields. I merely cook rice at home and wash the vegetables, while my family does the cooking. With such beautiful mountains and waters, as well as good men, one is well cared for. Su Fan can only express. The villagers say I do nothing, which makes me feel quite embarrassed. I wish to find a job, but my family forbids it, claiming they don't need my few thousand yuan. If I were in your position, I too would be reluctant to let you work. After saying this, Su Fan finishes the noodles he had been holding. In the village, the most beautiful daughter-in-law is not simply a matter of casual conversation. When she goes out to work, a multitude of suitors inevitably seeks her attention. If a good sister has a younger sister or something of the sort, she should introduce her to our village. The villagers would shower you with generous red envelopes. When it comes to planting eucalyptus trees in the mountains, they certainly have to endure great hardships. The younger aunts are already amused, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Indeed, they are somewhat tempted. Introducing a girl from my hometown to this place would be akin to acting as a matchmaker. If a good match is made, one could receive a substantial red envelope. Once the village is filled with people from my hometown, who would dare to speak ill of those who eat without working? The younger aunt was left pondering the proposal from Su Fan, recalling how the villagers often gossip together, leaving her, as an outsider, unable to insert herself into their conversations. While the daughters-in-law of other families toil in the fields or go off to work, she, being the sole one in the village who does not have to lift a finger, naturally becomes the target of exclusion from the information center. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, how about I introduce you to someone? The younger aunt's first prospect came to mind, Su Fan. She had heard through the grapevine that he owned a large villa in the mountains, and, despite his darker complexion, he possessed handsome features reminiscent of a certain celebrity. Introduce me? Let us wait until after the Mid-Autumn Festival. My family has arranged someone for me. If that doesn't work out, I'll have to trouble you for an arrangement. I see. Let us exchange WeChat. I'll send you a photo later. If you find her to your liking, you can reach out first. I'll speak highly of you. Thank you. Should it come to fruition, I shall bestow upon you a generous red envelope. This exchange left Mengge, who had been eavesdropping nearby, utterly astonished. The younger aunt was actively offering to introduce a girlfriend to Su Fan. Most of the beautiful woman's friends were also attractive, and even if they fell slightly short of the fourth aunt's beauty, they would still be among the most visually appealing in their cohort. The young boy, feeling a bit proud, returned to his work. While Su Fan had already completed the WeChat edition, more customers began to arrive, seeking to make purchases, and Su Fan busied himself attending to them. The herbal duck soup, renowned for its ability to clear heat and detoxify, is perfect for rejuvenating after indulging in too much milk tea or barbecue. A couple of bowls of this herbal duck soup will leave one feeling revitalized the next day. Half a pound. A few pieces 1 tea suffice for flavor. Come. It's 25 yuan per pound. It clears heat, detoxifies, and is ideal for those who sweat from the air conditioning at night. Su Fan cheerfully beckoned the curious onlookers. The old duck is the best. Chicken and pork rib soups are also good options. Just yesterday, I made a pig trotter soup. Look into my eyes, bright and full of spirit. If you've been staring at your phone too long and your eyes are red and inflamed, a bowl of this soup will help you sleep and your vision will improve significantly. While Su Fan energetically promoted his offerings, the young boy selling fish beside him was sulking, as his stall held only a few fish. 3 fish weighing a pound each, 2 carp, and a single red-eyed fish were all he had, caught the previous day, now lifeless and belly up, with no one even bothering to inquire about prices. With Su Fan's enthusiastic promotion of the herbal duck soup, half an hour later, he had sold most of his stock, leaving only 2 pounds of lesser quality goods. What's this? Are you thinking of digging for herbal ducks again? Su Fan noticed the young boy's gaze and broke into a grin. Your fish are quite nice. But what can you do if no one is asking about them? Isn't it rather infuriating to say that passers-by lack discernment? Hee. In a few days, school will commence. They even wish to compete with us for fishing spots. How naive. The little brother, faced with such inquiries, found himself at a loss and retreated to draw circles behind the stall. In terms of sales, the size of the eels was comparable. Yet it was only after Su Fan had sold out that Meng Gu could begin selling. This left Meng Gu feeling quite inclined to change locations. Why is this loach priced so exorbitantly? The little ant, observing Su Fan sell all his eels, remarked to those inquiring about the loach, it starts at 1,000 each. This is a pet, a spirit creature, not meant for consumption. Only those with discernment would take it away. The little brother clearly took issue with Su Fan conversing with his 4th ant and interjected, isn't it merely a large loach? A pet, you say? I've seen loaches this size in the drainage ditch during last year's heavy rains. One was even pecked by a rooster. Indeed, you speak the truth. How did you fare in your language exam? Did you secure first place? I was a perfect scorer in both subjects during my youth. Did I not tell you? Chapter 26. The fishing gear shop owner who didn't check the almanac before leaving the spirit loach remained unsold, yet 3 individuals inquired about prices and requested contact information. It was evident that these people aspired for advancement but lacked the means. After hearing of the wondrous capabilities of spirit creatures, they hesitated to make a purchase. 15 pounds of eels sold for 1,300, while over 20 pounds of the earthworm variety fetched over 400, yielding an income of 1,700. Yet, the revenue was dwindling. At night, no one dared to form a group for night fishing by the river. Buying a spinning reel and fishing rod seemed prudent. This rod was intended for use on the platform above the banyan tree, allowing one to fish without the need to hastily disembark from the boat. Upon entering the store, Su Fan was not particularly knowledgeable about fishing gear and told the owner he was interested in catching large grass carp. The proprietor immediately responded, Oh. Is it the old 6 fishing method? Where do you fish for large grass carp? Take me along. Hey, a secret base. Oh. Fellow anglers are all part of one family. Share a good fishing spot, and I'll give you a 50% discount. Upon hearing about a secret fishing spot, the owner became even more excited. You wouldn't lose money at 50% off. If I share my fishing spot with you, you might just catch 2 20-pound grass carp. What a loss that would be. Are you specifically in this line of work? The owner discerned that the charming young man in front of him was in the business of making profits from fish, and the fishing spots were invaluable. Close enough. It's quite challenging. When you catch a big fish, send me a message. I'll buy a couple just to satisfy my cravings. If there are no good fishing spots, I want to set up shop. This person is like a commander of the Air Force. Su Fan speculated that this fellow belonged to the type who relished purchasing equipment rather than cooking, one who, despite having poor gear, had an insatiable appetite for fishing. The more gear he acquired, the more he considered opening a fishing tackle shop. It has been revealed that Su Fan possesses remarkable insight, accurately predicting the course of events. Observing as Su Fan departed with a basic spinning reel set priced at 300 yuan, the shopkeeper promptly called his wife and began selecting equipment in a hurry. Eager to follow Su Fan's trail on his motorcycle, while preoccupied with thoughts of how to earn money and recalling the grass carp fishing technique mentioned by the shopkeeper, Su Fan remained oblivious to the fact that he was being tailed by someone. After packing several servings of pig trotters and braised pork rice noodles, he also purchased egg tarts and milk bread, clearly preparing for a fishing expedition targeting the large grass carp. With the bread and milk in tow, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with determination as he kept Su Fan's figure in his sights. With a wooling vehicle leading the way and the motorcycle trailing behind, they maintained a distance where a mere press of the throttle would reveal each other's speed and proximity. Consequently, when they ventured onto the mountain road, Su Fan failed to notice the motorcycle shadowing him closely. Indeed, it appeared to be a secret fishing spot. In such a mountainous region, One could wonder whether there was a reservoir or a wild river nearby. As they navigated several sharp mountain bends, Su Fan finally arrived at the entrance of the villa, parked, and opened the gate. The motorcycle that had been following him suddenly came into view, while an approaching dog barked aggressively. Goodness, you're quite the persistent one. I'm merely returning home, not heading out to fish. What sane person lives this far into the mountains? The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly. I'm the one who is not so sane. Well then, selling fishing gear is merely your side gig. The real endeavor is scouting the fishing spots, right? Laughter ensued, as he lamented today's blunder of following someone home, a rather embarrassing situation. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally, until we meet again. With that, he watched as the motorcycle turned around and left, feeling quite vexed himself. His recent farming activities had lowered his guard. Allowing this persistent follower to trace him to his doorstep was a mistake he vowed to rectify in the future. However, a fisherman is not one to easily concede, especially not one as tenacious as this. The shopkeeper drove out of the mountains in search of a location with signal and opened the Gauda Map satellite layer on his phone, meticulously examining the various rivers and streams. Ultimately, he confirmed that only 2 locations harbored the large grass carp, concluding that the reservoir was unlikely to be visited by his quarry. Thus, he resolved to explore the riverside. Upon reaching the camp of the Meng brothers, he found it devoid of equipment, leaving behind a well-trodden patch of ground. I knew it. This is an old fishing spot, he mused, uncertain if bait had been laid. However, seasoned anglers understand that old fishing spots rarely yield large catches, and the promised secret base surely led to a narrow path. Then, he fell victim to the trap set by the Meng brothers, stepping right into a minefield of sorts. One misstep resulted in a sudden splash, the unpleasant aroma instantly permeating the air as he slipped, leaving him with an expression that shifted from black to green as he beheld the unfortunate mess. Who on earth is so inconsiderate as to leave such a stench in the middle of the road? He exclaimed, utterly exasperated. This is beyond inconsiderate. It's downright foul. The proprietor of the fishing tackle shop, while nervously shaking his leg, wiped the soles of his feet against the nearby weeds, only to exacerbate the pungent odor. The more he rubbed, the more foul the smell became, leaving traces of his anti-slip shoes behind. Truly, what a lack of decency. Even the act of nature's call didn't require tissue. There were no signs of this foulness. I was left utterly speechless. The owner, cursing under his breath, trudged forward with his fishing gear, spotting a narrow path leading to the riverbank. He intended to descend and cleanse his shoes. However, just 5 or 6 steps from the river, he stepped into another pile. Good heavens! Is this a minefield? How could such a mess be made? Now, the back of his shoes was sullied, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and his mouth was filled with expletives. That location could only withstand the stench for the likes of children, while Su Fan couldn't bear to DIY a boat from a mineral water bottle. Fearing to wander down to the riverbank, lest he stepped on the traps laid by Meng Gu and his companions. After stepping on 2 traps in succession, the fishing tackle shop owner abandoned his shoes, hastily retreating barefoot from the area. The fishing spot was ideal, a cove with sufficient depth. Yet it was utterly disgraceful to see such a fine place in such disarray. No, I must remain vigilant. I cannot have come in vain. Su Fan was at the villa, nurturing the matsutake mushrooms by spraying cold spring water on the pine trees, layering pine needles to shield against the heat. Should his cultivation of matsutake mushrooms succeed, he would have no trouble selling them locally in Huajin, fetching a price of 50 yuan per pound, which would be highly sought after. Most of the mountainous areas surrounding Huajin had been converted to eucalyptus plantations or left to wild grass, providing no conditions for matsutake growth. While Huajin lacked suitable conditions, other regions with intact pine forests could yield this mushroom abundantly, available online for prices ranging from 45 to 90 yuan per pound. Additionally, there existed another type of pine mushroom, the red mushroom, which offered an average taste but was priced twice that of matsutake. After managing the mushroom growth, he had to fertilize the fields, securing the plastic film, then employing a film machine to stretch it while pressing the edges with soil clumps. The sweet potato vines were cut into segments, and using a spade, he opened the plastic film on the ridge, placing a handful of mixed fertilizer inside before inserting the sweet potato vines and covering them with soil. 5 dogs were also enlisted to assist, their plump figures darting about the field, each carrying a segment of the cut sweet potato vines. Oh, my aching back. It truly was a laborious task. This money was genuinely hard-earned. After finishing one long ridge, Su Fan straightened up, vigorously pounding his lower back. Yet, no matter how exhausting the task, it had to be done. Cultivating and managing crops was certainly more comfortable than working for someone else. Comparatively, laboring for someone else meant toiling from dawn till dusk, while sweet potato cultivation involved loosening the soil, sowing seeds, and watering for just 3 to 5 days. Later, a bit of water and fertilizer sufficed. And with the plastic film covering, there was little need for extensive weeding. A couple of mowings of the grass between the ridges would suffice before the harvest of sweet potatoes. In the morning, after selling eels in town. I toiled in the fields until nightfall, merely snacking on some egg tarts and milk to quell my hunger. Meanwhile, at the riverside, the proprietor of Su Fan's fishing gear shop encountered his lifelong adversary. Equipped with a fishing box, umbrella, tackle bag, float box, bait box, and a collapsible fishing platform, his motorcycle was laden with an abundance of gear. In stark contrast, the young boy possessed nothing more than a bamboo pole, a bucket, and a charming little ant. Such humble equipment proved to be more exasperating for the shopkeeper than stepping on a landmine. Despite his extensive gear, he failed to catch a single fish. While the boy effortlessly hooked several, the boy used store-bought bait, while he employed rice bran, which he had fed to the chickens, and worms as bait. After a day of fishing, he accumulated over a pound of red-eyed fish, blue-knife fish, and mudcarp, filling half a bucket. Returning home for lunch, he returned in the afternoon, wearing an expression that questioned why the shopkeeper was still there. Buying fish. You need them to fulfill your obligations. The shopkeeper regretted not checking the calendar before venturing out, lamenting how he encountered such formidable luck in a young child, though he contemplated resorting to violence and stealing fish. The presence of the boy's aunt kept him at bay, leaving him frustrated as he paid for the fish. Upon returning to his shop in the dark, he received praise from his wife, yet he could not shake off the unease that gnawed at him. After a hearty meal, feeling restless, he began to prepare his night fishing gear and set off again. On Su Fan's side, after a satisfying meal and a refreshing bath, he took a short nap before gathering his nets and fishing gear, loading 2 wooden planks into his car. Chapter 27. Come to my shop for fish. In addition to understanding resources, Su Fan also grasped the significance of fishing techniques. He had learned the old method of catching grass carp from the river, a skill that had led many to substantial catches. The key lay in creating a feeding spot and concealing the hook within it. With this knowledge, Su Fan felt empowered, convinced he would have a bountiful catch that night. As he arrived at the riverbank, having just parked his car, he unexpectedly encountered the shopkeeper arriving on his motorcycle. Did you set those landmines? That's truly malicious. The shopkeeper accused Su Fan. Did you step on one? Haha, what luck? Su Fan replied. It wasn't me, he said, retrieving a net, fishing box, rod, fish bag, and bait from the back of his wooling vehicle. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Wow, you're a net worker. No, you are mistaken. I am a migrant laborer, or you may call me a rural farmer. We engage in various trades, doing whatever brings profit. Networking is merely my side job. I am primarily a farmer. Really a farmer? Don't you have land to cultivate? Instead of resting at night, you come here fully equipped to fish. Huh, you continue to surprise. An old fisherman like you has found my secret fishing spot. I can't help but admire your persistence, Su Fan remarked as he shouldered his burdens and made his way down a smaller path toward the riverbank. As I tread along this narrow path, my headlamp illuminates the ground ahead. Fortunately, this is a fishing spot I have crafted myself, devoid of any hidden dangers. I successfully reached the riverbank and pushed the camouflaged watercraft, which I had secured, into the water. You even brought a float boat. Take me along. I jest. Yet, the rivalry between fishermen and netters is fierce. One cannot coexist with the other. Damn it. You're both netting and fishing, making a fortune while I toil. I watched Su Fan load his equipment onto the boat, unlock the steel wire, and push off from the riverbank. I was careless. I should have brought the inflatable raft. Here, a foul odor occasionally wafts through the air, truly unbearable. Su Fan, maneuvering the boat along the riverbank, sets 20 traps, baited with crushed earthworms mixed with bean curd residue and chicken entrails. Near the banyan trees, he uses a combination of chicken entrails, bean curd residue, and cassava leaves to entice the fish. This time, without Meng Guo and his companions present, Su Fan establishes 2 bait spots in the waters outside 3 banyan trees. The riverbank has been modified by Meng Ji's duo into a navigable path. If the fixed cassava leaves are disturbed, it indicates that the large grass carp have come to feed. To facilitate night fishing, Su Fan has installed 2 dim camping lamps by the water's edge, allowing him to observe any activity on the surface from the trees. He aims to catch 2 20-pound grass carp. Aspiring to become a man who earns over 1,000 in a day, may fortune smile upon him. In the southern region, reeds are relatively scarce. Su Fan rarely encounters vast fields of them. However, he knows that native grass carp feed on cassava leaves. He has harvested a few from others' lands, bundled them, and tossed them into the water alongside the steel wire traps. The first half of the night yielded a decent bite, but no large grass carp appeared. Su Fan took refuge on the aerial platform constructed among the banyan trees, where he laid 2 wooden planks, allowing him to recline and keep a vigilant watch for the grass carp. The bait spots attracted numerous red-eyed fish, knife fish, blue knife fish, carp, and native catfish, all vigorously sucking at the chicken entrails and bean curd residue. Yet Su Fan refrained from casting his line. No matter how many small fish he catches, they hold little value, fetching low prices and being difficult to sell. Casting his line would deter the larger grass carp from approaching the bait. Committed to guarding against the grass carp, Su Fan lay on the platform, occasionally glancing at the movement of the cassava leaves in the water. While the owner of the fishing tackle shop by the river felt increasingly anxious, Su Fan established 2 heavy bait spots to attract fish, drawing the surrounding smaller fish to his location, thus diminishing the advantage of his bait. After fishing throughout the night, he managed to catch only a single whitebait fish and a small tilapia. Damn it, I need to drain the water. I shall see where you hide. Refusing to approach the bait. Is this a slight against me? Just as he reeled in another small tilapia, the tackle shop owner grew frantic. At 2 in the morning, ripples danced across the surface of the water, and the bundled cassava leaves were disturbed. They have arrived. At last, I have awaited your presence. Su Fan, ever astute, chose the perfect moment to capitalize on human exhaustion. He carefully extended the fishing rod, with the cassava leaves concealing the hook, allowing the line to run smoothly. The fish hook was concealed within the cassava leaves, with a dry tree branch serving as a float. The bait was delicately placed amid the cassava leaves. A single folded leaf was undoubtedly more palatable than a whole bundle. Just moments after Su Fan cast his line, the float began to stir. The first movement was merely the fish's mouth brushing against it, causing the float to sway, completely oblivious to the fact that an angler was baiting it from above. The fish, drawn to the nearby leaves, took a bite. Suddenly, the float plunged beneath the surface, as the grass carp had swallowed the bait. With a swift, angled lift of the rod, the line whistled through the air, and a large, pale yellow fish writhed in the water. Success! The grass carp fought vigorously, yet it was thwarted by the reel's drag system, which prevented the rod and line from breaking. Carefully controlling the drag, Su Fan descended from the tree, approaching the riverbank to haul the fish ashore. With one hand steadying the rod and the other wielding the net, he gradually guided the fish into the net. Perfect! It weighed over 16 pounds, exhibiting stunning coloration. After securing the fish in a keep net and relocating it to a distant cove for temporary storage, he returned to tidy up his fishing gear and make his way to another spot. With the fish now in the air, it was unlikely that any grass carp would dare approach the baited area for the next hour or two, rendering further waiting futile. Su Fan, gripping his fishing rod, stealthily advanced towards a spot about 50 to 60 meters away, where he sensed some impact despite the distance. However, it was minimal. As the frenzied red-eyed fry continued to feast on the steel mesh nearby, seated in the shadowy embrace of trees along the bank, Su Fan was silent, even foregoing a cigarette, transforming into a master sniper in the night. Time slipped by, and nearly an hour later, the cassava leaves stirred, sending ripples across the surface. The grass carp had entered the area to feed. Here it came. He gently raised the rod, allowing the bait and float to drift down to the tip of the cassava leaves, submerging about 20 to 30 centimeters. Under the dim light, the silhouette of the large fish was barely visible beneath the surface. The fish nibbled but missed the hook. The movement of the cassava leaves indicated another attempt. Yet again, the hook remained untouched. Su Fan felt a bead of sweat form. After 20 minutes of anticipation, it appeared that the cleverly concealed hook was not attracting any bites. Frustrated, he nearly succumbed to the urge to lift the rod and inspect the bait. Just as he prepared to do so, the submerged leaves shifted slightly, and a grass carp swiftly inhaled the hook concealed within. The float vanished beneath the water, and without conscious thought, Su Fan jerked the rod upward. At that moment, realization dawned upon him. He had indeed hooked a fish. With the rod bending dramatically, the line whistled as waves erupted upon the water's surface. The grass carp fought fiercely, but after more than 2 minutes, Su Fan managed to bring it to the shore and net it. This one was substantial, likely around 23 pounds. He wondered if the fishmonger would be willing to negotiate a fair price. The coloration was impeccable, with 2 large grass carp now in the keep net. Su Fan gained a deeper appreciation for this seasoned angler's technique. The bait should not be placed too deep. It must rest precisely at the edge of the leaves. Continue. Unlike Su Fan, who steadfastly guards his fishing spot with unwavering confidence, the proprietor of the riverside tackle shop is fraught with anxiety. He seems to hear the faint whistling of the fishing line, but the distance is too great, and the darkness by the river prevents him from seeing clearly. All he can do is imagine. This only heightens his urgency. He yearns to wade into the river with his fishing rod. Yet the mist rising from the deep waters halts him. Su Fan remains vigilant until 5 in the morning. As dawn breaks, and the light begins to filter in, not a single large grass carp has approached his bait. He resorts to changing the bait and fishing at the bottom, and with a stroke of luck, he manages to catch a few decent-sized red eyes. With daylight upon him, Su Fan lifts the cassava leaves to inspect, then unties the ropes and tosses the leaves into the river. The chicken offal and bean dregs in the wire mesh are similarly discarded into the water to feed the fish. He steadies the floating boat, pulls in the fish guard along the bank, and the haul proves satisfactory. Yellow catfish and pond loach dominate his catch, along with a few sizable eels. Though something seems amiss, once back at his fishing spot, he secures the boat to the tree roots before dragging it ashore. The tackle shop owner gazes intently at the fish guard submerged in the water. So how about it? Interested in buying fish? Yesterday, I would have sold you 2 grass carps. The timing is perfect. What price can you offer? Su Fan responds, lifting the fish guard from the water. One weighs around 16 pounds, the other about 23. I'm accustomed to weighing my goods, so there's generally little room for error. Indeed. You've caught a big grass carp. I'll buy it just like that. The market sells farmed ones for 12 to 15. I'll take yours for 20 per pound. Su Fan retorts, in that case, I might as well set up a stall in town. Last time, I caught one over 20 pounds and sold it for 30, taking a loss per pound, with a buyer who didn't even haggle before taking the fish. Let us make it cheaper then, 25 per pound, totaling 1,000 for both, plus 2 red eyes over a pound, each thrown in. 1,000, and we're done. Wow, you've actually turned fishing into a profitable venture. As we agreed yesterday, 25 is reasonable. That price for wild grass carp is acceptable. I don't want the red eyes. I want the yellow catfish and the eel to take home for kanji. The tackle shop owner's gaze fixates on the large eel in the net. This eel seems questionable. I didn't dare empty it out earlier. Step aside. Su Fan says, lifting the net and shaking it, then loosening the knot to pour the eel into a bucket. Wow, that head looks off. The tackle shop owner frowns upon seeing the eel's head. This is a moon eel. It's poisonous, likely due to consuming too much of the river's decaying refuse. Those 2 yellow catfish, along with some red-eye slices, would enhance the flavor. Let us forget about this creature. It's best to release it. Su Fan spoke as he poured the moon eel back into the river. To think that moon eels truly exist, this was my first encounter with one. Its appearance was rather unsettling, leaving me with an aversion even towards the yellow eel. The riverside was home to golden and silver-ringed snakes, and one must don high rubber boots for fishing. If bitten, there was a pleasant spot nearby, cool and shaded, where a body would not emit a foul odor even after several days. Su Fan began to tidy up the fish trap, dismissing the place as anything but good. The owner of the fishing tackle shop transferred 1,000 yuan, bringing along 2 large grass carps and a yellow fish, as well as a tilapia he caught himself. Had Su Fan not exposed him, these fish would have certainly passed for a successful catch, varying in size and quite convincing. Upon returning to town, it seemed the fishing box could hardly contain the 2 large grass carps and had to be hung outside. The vehicle appeared to be out of fuel and would need to be pushed. The usually reserved shop owner was particularly cheerful and welcoming today, greeting everyone. The fish I caught, are they not sizable? The smaller one weighs 16, the larger 24. Come to my shop for some fish. Chapter 28. Income of 21,000 yuan. The market price for yellow-boned fish in the wild river is not low, approximately 3,580 yuan per pound. However, having sold the grass carps for 1,000 yuan today, I was too lazy to set up a stall in the small town. While there is a market price for these fish, they do not sell quickly just by setting up a stall. Time to prepare fish porridge. The tender and smooth taste had been long missed. I gathered my equipment and drove back to the lodge, setting a large clay pot over the earthen stove. Using pine branches for fuel, the fragrant aroma of pine mingling with the scent of rice, before finally adding the yellow-boned fish. Half a pot of rice. Half a pot of fish. Once the porridge was cooked, I lifted a whole fish with chopsticks, effortlessly pulling the flesh away, leaving the fish head with some remaining meat for the dog. The freshness was simply unparalleled. River delicacies. Pure bliss. No need for additional ingredients. Just simple ginger strips, chopped green onions, and a few goji berries. Savoring the steam with each slurp, the satisfaction was overwhelming. The 3 dogs also feasted until their bellies were round. This large pot of porridge could easily sell for 300 to 400 yuan in the shop, as Su Fan included over 3 pounds of yellow-boned fish. Oh, after a satisfying meal, there was still the chore of washing dishes. What a bother. Staying up late to guard the fish, I felt drowsy after eating. I gathered the pots and utensils to wash them by the side, then drew cold spring water from the large bucket to prepare for a bath. Staying up late truly was no trivial matter. That place was laden with dampness and negative energy. I would have to wait a day before returning, lest I wear myself down. After bathing, I fell asleep, only to awaken in the afternoon past 3. Checking my phone, I was jolted awake. Unable to connect to the internet, I realized I must purchase a signal booster, as the connection was often intermittent, causing delays. Su Fan grumbled as he dressed to head out in search of a spot with better reception to reply to messages. 2 messages arrived on my phone. One from an older gentleman who had requested contact details 2 days ago, but did not purchase the loach, and the other from a man in a shirt who had previously spent 16,000 on 3 exceptionally fine loaches. Both individuals are eager to purchase loaches and are keen on selecting their goods. As I drove down the mountain, about 7 or 8 minutes into the journey, I noticed that the fields were still being tilled, and there was adequate signal to respond to both parties. Their reply indicated a gathering at Huajin tomorrow. The price of loaches rises with their hue. The more yellow and red they appear, the higher the cost. For ordinary specimens, anything above a pound is priced at 1,000 yuan each. This commodity is one of mutual desire, ordinary individuals are unlikely to seek it out. It is primarily those in public service, aspiring for advancement, who wish to acquire loaches, hoping to capture the essence of the dragon. If I sell them at a lower price, they may hesitate and doubt the value. Conversely, a higher price instills a sense of justification in them, making them feel that their expenditure is warranted. The barren pond has been dredged of a layer of silt, which is now drying on the banks. Su Fan is prepared to excavate another layer, intending to clear the accumulated mud and check for any large loaches or eels. Resolute in his plan, he returns to operate the excavator at the fish pond still basking in the sun. Numerous springs exist within the barren pond, though Su Fan has been depleting them with a solar-powered pump, aiming to dry out the pond mud for further excavation. Otherwise, he risks digging through muddy water. Su Fan has devised a comprehensive plan for the barren pond. Once the sludge is cleared, he intends to encircle the entire pond with granite blocks or bluestone slabs and cement pillars. The base will be laid with charcoal, pebbles, and river sand, ensuring the water remains crystal clear. This endeavor requires substantial funds, potentially exceeding 1 to 200,000 yuan, primarily due to the high cost of the bluestone or granite materials. After laboring until complete darkness descended, I worked for an additional 2 hours under the excavator's lights before calling it a day. There remains much to procure. Several solar streetlights need to be arranged. At the very least, a few must illuminate the pond's vicinity. Expenses abound, making it quite challenging. After a busy afternoon, I had a simple meal before retiring for the night. The following morning, I arose early to use the pump to water the sweet potato vines. After 2 rounds of watering, the vines require little further attention, needing only a bit of fertilizer in a fortnight. Today, as primary focus is selling loaches. Leaving the eels untouched, I selected the 5 finest specimens to place in the aerated tank. I set out early for the town, first indulging in a bowl of authentic braised pork rice noodles. My dog at home must settle for marinated eggs and ham sausage until my return for their proper meal. I chose a secluded spot beneath a willow tree along the riverbank to wait for the 2 buyers. Shortly, the man in the shirt arrived, carrying the live fish tank from our last encounter. Without much conversation, he inspected the goods, which were indeed as fine as the previous 3. Su Fan confirmed this with a nod. I would like to acquire 3 of the finest specimens this time. What is the price? Last time, the 3 cost 16,000. You can offer 18,000 for this batch. Let us proceed with the transaction. The man in the shirt retrieved 2 bundles of cash from his bag, extracting 20 notes from one bundle, while handing the remainder to Su Fan. Please count. The money is in complete bundles of 10,000. Indeed. Su Fan swiftly assessed the cash to confirm its authenticity, ensuring the quantity was accurate. If the money is satisfactory, I shall take my leave. The man in the shirt, carrying a box of live fish, departed, turning a corner to place the box into an Audi before driving away. Su Fan waited for another half an hour until another customer, an uncle who had reserved some loaches, arrived. He was clad in a gray-blue polo shirt and dress trousers, with his shirt tucked in, indicating a certain level of formality. The quality is rather unsatisfactory. What happened to the last 2? The official frowned at the loaches in the tank, visibly displeased. Those 2 have already been taken. Slow and steady, every step is deliberate. I shall take this one. What is the price? The young official appeared somewhat relieved. 3,000. Here you go. Another cash transaction concluded. As for the last loach, Su Fan contemplated briefly before releasing it into the river. By selling loaches, Su Fan earned around 50 to 60,000. He decided against selling the remainder, opting to keep them for breeding purposes. With the invasion of other loach species and the alteration of the local environment, the native loaches and eels have become increasingly rare. Once the villa is established, the fish pond will be stocked with larger fish for breeding, and the fry can be released back into the wild, maintaining a balance. Giving himself an internal pep talk, with 21,000 in his pocket, he headed directly to a roast meat shop to purchase 3 pounds of roasted pork, along with chicken feet, stuffed green peppers, stuffed eggplants, bitter melon, and stuffed tofu. After completing this purchase, he decided to stop by a fishing gear store to acquire a set of spinning reels and rods, particularly those equipped with bells. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by the owner, whose nose was stuffed with tissue. Why didn't you go fishing last night? I had to manage alone under the banyan tree and caught a cold, he lamented. Su Fan chuckled inwardly. That's not my concern. I never made plans with you. That location is quite eerie, especially with the heavy humidity late at night. 2 of my single friends, having been alone for many years, would rather chop eucalyptus trees in the mountains than fish for large catches. Su Fan couldn't help but smile at that thought. Indeed, that place does have a rather ominous atmosphere, feeling as if it were only 15 degrees, making one shiver with cold. How did you fare with the catch? Did you have a successful haul? Su Fan stifled laughter at the sight of the owner with tissue stuffed in his nose, but managed to keep a straight face. Unfortunately, I didn't catch any grass carp, but I did manage to reel in quite a few carp and red-eye fry. It truly is a secret spot. And you even constructed an elevated fishing platform in the trees. Impressive. You are quite audacious to pilfer my fishing spots, Su Fan teased. Please fetch me another fishing rod. Accompanied by a more sensitive bell, Su Fan had no time to indulge in the onerous fishing tales and urged him to conduct business. Are you planning to set up a surf casting rig? However, this method could also work for catching grass carp, especially if a big one bites. Are you going fishing tonight? I will join you. No. You may go as you please, without the need to inform me. It seems we have made an agreement. Do not come seeking my assistance should you catch a cold or fall ill. There is no compensation to be had. Yet caring for your wife and children while inheriting your family's fishing tackle shop poses no issue. Goodness. In Chapter 29, a northeastern gal desires to marry a southerner. In this era where dining and drinking with companions can lead to financial liabilities, and one is unable to pursue thieves, I find it rather unwise to invite a frail individual to go fishing. Such an endeavor carries significant risk. Should anything go awry, the lodge may be held accountable. When one's health is compromised by illness, maintaining balance becomes a challenge, and the likelihood of falling into the water while fishing increases. The river has considerable depth due to gold-digging boats having excavated it in years past. The very location where Brother Meng fishes is a deep pit created by such endeavors. A misstep could lead to a tumble, submerging one completely. There is no time for idle chatter with the tackle shop owner. I shall simply grab my fishing rod and return to the lodge. The flavor of the roasted pork is rather lacking. It bears no semblance to the taste of pork, dominated instead by seasoning. Raising pigs is too cumbersome, and their flavor is overpowering. Otherwise, a few black pigs could thrive at the lodge. While consuming this insipid roasted pork, Su Fan observes the 5 small, pudgy dogs that keep watch nearby. They are all yours. Once they are well fed, they shall patrol the area. Another day of labor awaits. Continuing to excavate the sediment of the barren pond, which spans approximately 2 acres of water surface, the task appears quite substantial. I shall shift the silt to the side and gradually transfer it to the shore for drying. In front of the excavator, a small bulldozer makes the work considerably easier. As I dig into the yellowish-white soil, which remains firm, this highly adhesive earth may indeed be suitable for pottery. I hope to cultivate the conditions necessary to experiment with ceramic creation, which could serve as a modest hobby. From morning until dusk, I labor around the barren pond, gathering some lantern grass and car money grass, initially planning to wait by the river for the large grass carp. However, fatigue overwhelms me, and after a refreshing bath, I retire into my foldable mosquito net to enjoy the downloaded comedic anime. As the funeral dirge of the Ming dynasty resonates, yet another member of the Zhu family has passed away. Zhu Di experiences a bittersweet sensation akin to losing a father. Time flies swiftly as I watch the short video. While by the riverside beneath the banyan tree, the tackle shop owner has invited an old angler to join him in waiting for the large grass carp. As midnight approaches, the temperature drops significantly, and the owner, plagued by sneezes and coughs, finds that no fish dare to approach their spot, suffering from typhoid fever and exhaustion. As he descends from the tree, he loses his footing and falls into the river, with a splash that sends water soaring 3 meters high. His fishing companion is startled and hastily jumps in to rescue him. Upon retrieval, the owner is found to be unconscious, and in the midst of the misty riverscape. A call for help is made. When assistance arrives, the tackle shop owner finds himself in a hospital room, reliant on an oxygen tube. On the following morning, a message was received regarding an incident from the previous night in the family group chat. Meng Gu and his companions had been patrolling when they heard cries for help. How amusing. Who do you think you are, daring to venture into such a place? Have you considered your own capabilities? The river beneath the banyan tree was noticeably colder, reminiscent of the chilly springs of Natution. Even on a sweltering day, the temperature in the shaded area beneath the banyan was at least 10 degrees lower than the flowing river water outside, a stark contrast akin to stepping from the heat of summer into a room cooled to 16 degrees. Meng Gu and his friends inquired about him, but Su Fan replied that he was busy clearing land in the mountains and had no time for night fishing. While also asking about their progress with the eucalyptus trees, the weather was quite warm, and after sprinkling cold water on the mushroom field, he continued the task of clearing mud from the pond. He had managed to catch over 10 pounds of yellow eels and loaches. Once all his stock was sold, it would be sufficient to purchase a mobile homestay. If that did not work out, he could always buy bamboo boards to create his own setup. That night, he counted his funds and contemplated his arrangements for the Mid-Autumn Festival. He planned to set aside 5,000 yuan to buy gifts for his father-in-law, leaving him with 30,000 yuan for the purchase of the homestay residence. Su Fan had thoroughly searched the mountain lodge for anything of value and found nothing worthwhile. Even the single lantern vegetables and plantain were harvested in large bundles. Early the next morning, he gathered all his cash to deposit in the bank. He had 23 pounds of yellow eel, 5 pounds of small loaches, and over 10 pounds of plantain, along with 7 or 8 pounds of lantern vegetables. He set up his stall with the yellow eel and loaches. When Su Fan arrived at the stall, he unexpectedly saw Xiao Haigo, who was selling land crabs and had managed to catch 30 to 40 pounds. What a surprise. A little money-making genius, indeed. Why aren't you selling fish anymore? Did you fail to catch any, or were you prohibited from fishing? He joked. Look at my haul, Su Fan exclaimed, pouring his yellow eels and loaches into a large basin. Humph, I have little respect for networkers, he scoffed. Though the truth was his own finances prevented him from purchasing traps. As they conversed, a nearby auntie watched Su Fan with a cheerful demeanor. Do you have anyone interested in these? She inquired softly once he had set everything up. This is called lantern vegetable. I refer to it as single lantern vegetable. Its scientific names are snow herb and thunder god root. If you take it home, clean it well, and add some lean meat to make soup, it's truly exceptional. The elders call it the king of cooling. You can eat it when you're feeling overheated. There are also drinks made from it in milk tea shops. Su Fan briefly explained. Oh, it can be made into a drink as well. I feel like your fields are full of medicinal herbs. Anything can be dug up for soup or cooling water, she laughed. Not many people understand this plant nowadays. Even the roots of thatch can be used medicinally. For instance, the white-flowered herb commonly seen by the roadside is indeed a medicinal plant. When one suffers from bleeding or injury, crushing a few leaves and applying them can effectively staunch the flow and reduce swelling. Look, over there in the corner, that's the herb, Su Fan remarked, gesturing toward it for Annie Xiao to see. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. It's nothing extraordinary, merely common sense acquired from spending time outdoors. Some individuals apply ointments or take medications for their injuries, yet see no improvement. A few days with this white-flowered herb, and the wound will be scabbed over, he continued. Those who are knowledgeable dare to use it thus. Those who do not understand might criticize them for neglecting hygiene and bacteria. As the morning market commenced, Su Fan and his companion had 3 sizable piles of green goods that attracted inquiries from customers. A woman from out of town, who had previously missed out on purchasing the local herb, returned to ask various questions. What is this mud herb? I fear nothing but your kind of half-baked dialect. Su Fan replied. Please speak Mandarin. I can comprehend that. Humph, you think I am a meddlesome woman, don't you? The woman from out of town was becoming increasingly agitated. I am not. Do not spread falsehoods. We are not exclusionary. If you understand the goods, purchase them. If not, refrain from meddling. You're clinging to me like a stubborn weed, he quipped, drawing the attention of those nearby. That's the herb. Ask if they know what it is. Once you take it home, you'll know how to use it. If you don't understand, don't cause a ruckus. I cannot be held responsible for any mishaps. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Where did you dig this up? A woman approached to examine the goods. From the mountain valley. It takes over 10 minutes by car. There is not a trace of herbicide. Finding this herb is no easy task nowadays, as pesticides are rampant everywhere. 8 yuan per pound. Take as much as you need. Indeed, it's difficult to find. Just the other day, I mentioned going to gather some for a soup for my child, but after wandering several plots, I found none. 8 yuan is a reasonable price. Local elders typically sell it in small bunches, either for 2 or 5 yuan each. The herb in question refers to Centella asiatica, known for its pungent and bitter flavor, and its cold medicinal properties, which are effective in detoxifying, reducing swelling, clearing heat, and dispelling dampness. It can be used to treat sore throats, coughs, asthma, fevers, enteritis, dysentery, hemorrhages, edema, blood and urine, external bleeding, bruises, jaundice due to damp heat, and carbuncle poisoning. It may be consumed as a decoction or juice. It can also be applied externally to the affected areas. However, the potential for adverse reactions remains uncertain, nonetheless. The older generations have consumed it this way. Those who understand its value will buy it. You are quite remarkable. You can sell anything with great success, Annie Xiao remarked, waiting for a moment when Su Fan was free to converse. Selling is, after all, about relationships. The same item will be more willingly purchased from someone one feels a connection with. I am that person. My nickname is the charismatic seller. Haha. Even Louis Koo cannot match your sun-kissed complexion, Annie Xiao chuckled, her smile wide and warm. This is not merely a tan, it is the radiance of vitality. You bask in the sun every day. The sun's intensity has become quite overwhelming, and even the young ant finds herself amused. Indeed, just a few days ago, she cultivated 2 acres of sweet potatoes, and recently, she has been busy excavating the fish pond and clearing the mud. Even donning a straw hat cannot shield her from the sun's relentless rays. Rest assured, while her neck and limbs may bear a darker hue, the skin beneath her clothing remains fair. Who truly cares about such trivialities? Customers come and go, intermittently purchasing goods while engaging in light-hearted conversations with the young ant. She is genuinely intent on introducing a girlfriend to Su Fan. This potential match is a classmate and close friend of hers, hailing not from Zhejiang, but from northeast China. Among those who served as bridesmaids, this girl expressed a desire to settle down in the south, wishing to escape the frigid winters that leave one feeling like a dog. If you are agreeable, I will arrange for her to visit this region. She currently works in Guangzhou, handling office tasks. The rent is exorbitant, and after years of labor, she has been unable to save enough for a home. She seeks a partner from a family like mine, someone who does not require her to toil. That is out of the question. Marrying me would entail hard work. I cannot afford to keep a pampered lady. Upon hearing this, Su Fan grew anxious. The young aunt's expression hardened. But you previously lamented not wanting someone like me to labor in the fields. That was someone else's situation. When it comes to my own life, I certainly need a partner who can support each other. A little assistance is perfectly acceptable. Humph. Then you shall remain single. The young aunt, disinclined to entertain Su Fan's nonsensical remarks any longer, recalled how sweetly he spoke in the past, only to realize it was all an act. Oh dear sister, you have no idea about my circumstances. I toil in the fields and fish. My income is unstable. Look, I've resorted to foraging for wild herbs to sell. If she does not help me, it weighs on my heart, does it not? Over time, conflicts are bound to arise. It's not that I refuse to do any work. I merely refer to physical labor. You have misunderstood me. By the way, I forgot to mention. She is more beautiful than I am. You can ask her. What does a child know about beauty? Ignore him. Su Fan paid no heed to the child who feigned seriousness while secretly eavesdropping. Chapter 30. The mountain villa completed this time. The market stall was set up for an extended period, with sales concluding around 10:30 a.m. The neighboring child, selling wild herbs, only managed to sell half of his stock, at a price merely one half of Su Fan's, which left him feeling quite dejected. Once all the goods were sold, Su Fan deposited the cash into his bank account and sought refuge in a bubble tea shop, enjoying the air conditioning while browsing online for a suitable mobile accommodation. The previous space capsule discussed with customer service was prohibitively expensive, costing 30,000 yuan without even covering the entrance fee. He could only afford a basic frame. Damn it. I could construct something like that in a week if only provided with the tools and materials. 35,000 yuan is simply outrageous. He fixed his gaze on a wooden accommodation that exuded a poetic charm, yet customer service stubbornly refused to lower the price. A few columns and beams. With a tiled roof, surely, one could complete such a project at a fraction of the cost. Just a matter of time. How about a DIY approach? The carbonized and anti-corrosive camphor wood logs, measuring 30 centimeters in diameter and 4 meters in length, are available for a price of 200 yuan each, including shipping. If one purchases 20 logs, the total cost amounts to 24,000 yuan. The lumber boards are even more economical. With dimensions of 35 by 135 millimeters and a length of 4 meters priced at merely 86 yuan each. This is indeed a feasible venture. With an invigorated spirit, Su Fan promptly engaged in discussions online with the lumber supplier regarding the shipping details and quality of the wood. He learned that delivery would be made to the mountains, with the condition that he would confirm the wood's condition before signing off on the delivery. He proceeded to spend 26,000 yuan on lumber, reserving the remaining 4,000 yuan for tools at the hardware store. He acquired a small cutting machine, a chainsaw, a hammer, nails, a planer, and cement, totaling over 3,000 yuan. The blueprints for a charming wooden villa are readily available online, and he could easily craft it according to the dimensions. Upon returning to the mountain lodge, Su Fan began measuring the foundation with a tape measure, marking the ground with lime, and recording various data in a small notebook. The design includes a single room with an attached bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen, both of which remain unfurnished. The bedroom requires floor-to-ceiling windows and doors, while the beam structure is relatively straightforward. If he opts not to use wooden boards for the walls, he will need to transport 2 loads of blue bricks and procure some tiles for the flooring, which would cost a few thousand yuan. He must not neglect the fish traps. He needs to keep watch at the reservoir's tail. More spots for the large grass carp must be established. Online, a mere 30,000 yuan yields only 20 square meters, but by investing in a DIY approach, the bedroom alone could offer over 20 square meters. Nestled against the mountains, overlooking fields and a fish pond, the house will feature half a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, providing an exquisite view. The dredging of the abandoned pond is progressing swiftly, aiming to unearth as many eels as possible. After a full day of excavation, he managed to collect 2 pounds of eels, neither too large nor too small. The lumber is expected to arrive in 2 days, so the next day, Su Fan ventured to the town to consult a construction team regarding the blue bricks and tiles. The materials can be purchased on credit, and he arranged for the delivery of 2 loads of bricks and tiles. Cutting the bricks is a skilled task that requires assistance. Choosing an auspicious day to commence the foundation work is within Su Fan's capabilities. As long as the location is suitable, the formalities are manageable, provided he avoids any taboos. Since he is merely constructing a small wooden house, even the groundwork does not necessitate extensive effort. However, considering his intention to reside here long-term, he decided to approach it more formally. There are seasoned craftsmen in the village who can assist with cutting the bricks. And inquiring with Meng Gu and others revealed that it could be accomplished for 350 yuan a day. However, the master brick cutter is solely responsible for cutting the bricks and cannot assist with other labor. He will require cement, mortar, and bricks to be delivered to his side. Fret not over debts. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the burdens will ease. The array of spiritual gathering requires the outer driving jade talisman, which is currently with his future father-in-law. He possesses two, one buried near the ancestral tomb under a pine tree and the other in his possession. Initially, the elder mentioned that this talisman could nurture individuals and attract fortune, prompting the Zhao family, led by Mr. Zhao, to pursue it through various activities and excuses. Moreover, as Su Fan spent considerable time in the company of the elder sister, a jest resulted in an arranged betrothal. The Zhao family acquired the jade talisman, and the elder arranged a matrimonial engagement for Su Fan. However, the crucial element lies in the single token buried with the Zhao family ancestral grave. The elder left a contingency for the Zhao family, should they fail to uphold their promise and abandon Su Fan. He could unearth the jade talisman hidden beneath the pine tree and claim what belongs to the Zhao family. If they refused, he would resort to uprooting the vegetation beneath the tree. By instigating discord, he could apply herbicides to the roots. That ancient pine tree is the keystone of the Feng Shui site. As long as the tree stands, the energy flows harmoniously, but if it falls, fortune dissipates. The jade talisman serves to concentrate the spirit and auspiciousness around the pine. Simply removing the talisman would not affect the site as prosperity. It would merely eliminate its catalyst, causing the Zhao family's growth to regress to its original state. The arrival of blue and ceramic tiles signaled Su Fan's preparations in town, where he had arranged for a steel reinforcement grid. Initially intended to be supported by wooden pillars, the design evolved into a structure of half brick walls and half pillars, complete with a lofted floor. With only 2 grids to install, Su Fan could easily manage the task alone. The excavator arrived to mix and transport cement, and within half a day, the work was completed. On the 3rd day, quality timber arrived, having undergone carbonization treatment, making it suitable for flooring. On the 4th day, Su Fan drove into the mountains to fetch the master craftsman for wall cutting. One must commend the craftsman for his meticulous work. Not a single drop of mortar spilled onto the bricks. After reviewing the architectural renderings of Su Fan's wooden villa, he offered several insightful suggestions. Sir, after finishing the walls, could you assist with guidance for a few more days? The pay remains the same, including 3 meals. Su Fan truly cherished such diligent and attentive craftsmen. Very well. I can offer guidance, but I want to be climbing onto the roof. I can manage that part myself. Just provide me with some pointers. That is not a problem. I have the time. With the master craftsman assisting in measuring and marking, Su Fan took up the chainsaw and chisel to refine the lumber, placing each pillar into the prepared cement holes. Once the pillars stood erect, the excavator hoisted the wooden beams into position, adjusting them meticulously with the pulley system, finally securing the 39-foot-high beams in place. With the beams set, the framework was nearly complete. Su Fan called a local restaurant to order a few hearty dishes to be delivered to the mountain. Such industrious individuals are rare these days. You've also cultivated a considerable amount of sweet potatoes. While enjoying the pickled fish sent over from the restaurant, the master craftsman reflected, all of this requires money. I possess no other skills, so in the future, I can only rely on the mountains for sustenance and the land for cultivation. Your master is quite generous, leaving you money pales in comparison to gifting you such a vast tract of land. I would prefer the money. He refuses. He fears I would simply laze around playing games, so he abandoned me here in the mountains. There is no signal at all. What about your master? How could he leave you to manage alone? The craftsman had been in this place for several days, yet had not seen Su Fan's own master around. He had gone north with others to conduct business. Presumably, he was enjoying himself there. Indeed, the elder's demise was known only to Su Fan. The burial site and the offering location were distinct. As long as Su Fan refrained from disturbing the elder's grave, others would remain oblivious to its exact position. The public narrative simply stated that he had gone north for business. After a day of rest, the construction of the wooden house resumed with the installation of the crossbeams and roof slats in the attic. The laying of tiles followed suit. Despite the area being just over 50 square meters, the task was completed swiftly. A layer of river sand was spread around the exterior, followed by the placement of blue bricks, while the interior was adorned with ceramic tiles laid over dry and wet cement. Now, aside from the unfinished doors and windows, the wooden villa had taken shape. This endeavor took 9 days, and the outcome was surprisingly pleasing. It made me contemplate building a similar house in my woodland retreat. With age, living with family often feels less than satisfactory. The seasoned craftsman, smoking a cigarette while observing Su Fan's little wooden house, expressed his sentiments. That house was built in your youth, wasn't it? One cannot be cast out in old age. Everyone faces the inevitability of aging. However, the mountain air is refreshing. If one can endure solitude, it is a place for nurturing one's health. I can indeed withstand solitude. Upon my return, I shall procure timber and construct one myself. Although my mountain spans only a few dozen acres, there are several acres of wasteland below. When the time comes, you can assist me with a small excavator. I shall cultivate the land and sustain myself. I have no need for someone to look after me. offering unsolicited advice. The craftsman, incensed by this notion, made a firm decision. That sounds feasible. I could raise some castrated chickens or hens. During the festive seasons, I could sell them. Essentials like grains and oil would not pose a problem. Call me when you commence work. I shall assist you for free. With your guidance, I can execute this work beautifully. I am thoroughly satisfied with the wooden house. Ha ha, working for free is indeed agreeable, but I must compensate you for fuel costs. Let us make that clear. Once I select a location, I will reach out to you. No problem. After bidding farewell to the craftsman, Su Fan drove to the window and door shop in town to arrange for their installation. There should be a small loft included, and this shop also allowed for credit, as long as the balance was settled by year-end, ensuring high-quality selections for the doors and windows. The installation was completed in an afternoon, and after a thorough cleaning, the elegant and charming mountain wooden villa was finally finished. The remaining tasks involved lighting decoration and arranging the interior furniture. Next to the little villa stood the lightweight steel pavilion purchased earlier, which now truly served its purpose. The timeline was indeed tight, with additional details still requiring attention. Upon the arrival of the light fixtures ordered online, the entire ambience of the small villa transformed. However, my bank account was completely drained, and I still owed for the doors and windows, cement, sand, blue bricks, and tiles, totaling over 14,000 yuan. I was nearly without funds for meals and fuel. Thankfully, I had saved some spare change for vending. Otherwise, I would have been left begging. I must devise a way to earn money. Tonight, I will go fishing for large grass carp. I lack bedding. I've had enough of sleeping on the ground. May the heavens bless me. Only after the completion of this small villa can I remain here in peace to protect your mountain. There are not many. Just 5 or 6 large grass carp will suffice. The old man said, get lost, just 5 or 6, not too many. You can lie down and take care of yourself. Chapter 31. No bait is free regardless of how sparsely furnished the interior of the house was. Having single-handedly crafted this modest 50-square-meter villa, Su Fan was exceedingly pleased. The floor tiles were adorned with a light yellow marble pattern. Desiring to share his joy, he scoured his list of contacts, but to his dismay, found it lacking suitable companions. While he had numerous friends in the gaming list, the thought of telling them about his newly constructed wooden villa would likely lead to estrangement. Neither could he confide in Meng Guo and his companions. Alas, even after several days of silence on his phone, no one had reached out. He considered that perhaps his aunt might be a suitable confidant. If old Deng were to deny his claims, he would at least have an escape route. Engaging in self-reflection, Su Fan captured a beautifully angled photo of his quaint wooden villa and sent it to a contact named Shumu Jian, Waterwood Shore. Wow, what a lovely wooden house. Is it in your villa? She replied. Indeed, it was just completed. It took about 10 days to build, though I still need to furnish the interior, he responded. Impressive. No wonder I haven't seen you in town for days. You've been busy building. The design is truly beautiful, a pastoral and leisurely style. I wish I could stay there for a few days, she enthused. Ha, it's only a few days stay. Staying longer would be uncomfortable. My place is still in the clearing stage. For a while, I was sleeping on the ground with just a mat, he remarked. You're quite remarkable. Such strong initiative. They conversed at length, and Su Fan noted her unique passion for homes. Despite being married and not needing to toil in the fields or hold a job, most women still cherish the idea of creating their own small family and life. Life in a large household is seldom favored by women. Su Fan sent her a panoramic video of his villa and soon received a detailed renovation proposal exceeding 3,000 words. The sheer volume of suggestions overwhelmed Su Fan. To an outsider, it might seem he was flirting. No, he was not a rogue. He needed to tread carefully, lest he attract unwanted attention. Sharing his emotions lifted his spirits considerably. He gathered his fishing rods, traps, tackle box, and night fishing gear, loaded them into the car, and set off for the river, stopping along the way to collect some cassava leaves. To his surprise, upon reaching the main road by the river, he encountered 2 groups of people. One was the Chongmeng duo, and the other comprised the owner of the fishing tackle shop and a fellow angler, both of whom had just arrived. Meng Guo, are you out of the mountains? Don't you need to plant the eucalyptus anymore? Su Fan queried as he stepped out of the car and lit a cigarette. The shop owner boasted about how that entire area was to be cultivated. Originally, I thought I could manage for a month, but to my surprise, it was over before I knew it. I completed my tasks hastily. Ha. I inadvertently stumbled upon some good fortune. Su Fan found it amusing. Today, it seems we have upgraded our gear significantly. The two of them watched as Su Fan unloaded his fishing rods and equipment. It had been several days since they last fished. Having been occupied with the arduous work at the villa, money had been spent extravagantly, and they hoped to catch a few big fish. Today, they encountered rivals with such luxurious equipment. Meng Guo gestured for Su Fan to observe the 2 individuals from the fishing tackle shop. A wife who does not enjoy cooking is fond of buying pots. They decided to fish in a different location, as the water chestnut trees had grown wary from previous encounters. Although Su Fan had not ventured out, He was aware that the water chestnut trees had been frequented by numerous fishermen both day and night. I too wish to explore other fishing spots. Where there are people, there are bound to be traps, Su Fan mused, as he and Meng Gu paddled their makeshift raft towards the water chestnut trees. A pungent odor assaulted their senses. Goodness, this fishing spot is uninhabitable. Coughing lightly, they both acknowledged that encountering traps in the wild was not uncommon for them. Su Fan held his breath, climbed up the tree, and discarded 2 large wooden planks into the river, taking them aboard the raft. The fishing spot by the water chestnut trees was likely rendered useless. The fishing tackle shop owner, following closely in his inflatable boat, could not withstand the stench for long either. Thus, the 3 boats drifted downstream, purely on a journey. Su Fan even set down 20 fish traps. At this moment, possessing a rudimentary understanding of geomancy proved advantageous. Su Fan located a small bend in the rapid current and maneuvered the boat closer. I shall fish here. You all continue searching for a suitable spot. This fishing location appears promising. Menga nodded in agreement with Su Fan's selection and continued downstream in search of other sites. The riverbank was particularly desolate, making it difficult to descend. They maneuvered their boat closer, wielding machetes to clear the dense underbrush, removing all the overgrown vines and grasses. They prepared a fishing area of approximately 5 or 6 square meters, climbing the slope to cut several bamboo stalks, positioning them above the current as camouflage. They dragged the raft ashore and mixed chicken entrails with soybean dregs, securing them in a wire mesh to bait the area, while cassava leaves hung nearby. With 2 fishing rods, one employing the traditional method with cassava leaves to catch grass carp, and the other using worms and soybean dregs for bottom fishing, they worked tirelessly throughout the day. The sounds of clearing brush echoing along the riverbank. A group of 5 had successfully established their fishing spots. You are being kept busy with chores at home, they remarked, laboring to carve out their fishing areas. It was no surprise they were sent out. Meng Gu, having emerged from the mountains, chose not to return home to sleep. Likely embroiled in a dispute with his father, neither could persuade the other. The elder wished for Meng Gu to settle down, earn a living, and marry. Yet Meng Gu stubbornly refused to work in a factory, preferring the arduous life of labor in the mountains or fishing in the river. As for the fishing tackle shop owner, he was merely idle, seeking distraction. The newly established fishing spot attracted a variety of fish, blue knives, small tilapia, and native crucian carp, but Su Fan paid them no mind. After organizing the campsite, he laid down on 2 wooden planks, resting his eyes, encircled by a fine mesh net, untroubled by the thought of snakes approaching to bite. As the night deepens, Su Fan finds himself across the river from Meng Gu and the fishing tackle shop owner, separated by a distance of over 50 meters, both illuminated by camping lights. Su Fan has set up 2 dim lights by the water's edge to cast a weak glow upon the river, while the bank remains shrouded in darkness. If only he could afford a small fish finder or an underwater camera, he would be able to ascertain whether any sizable fish are lurking nearby. Vigilantly observing the movement of cassava leaves, he waits until 9 o'clock at night, but no large grass carp come to nibble at his bait. Instead, he hears the occasional splashes from the opposite bank, where fish are evidently being caught. What are they catching? Are the fish truly so ravenous? Su Fan pulls out his phone to inquire. Small-eyed fish. All are just a few ounces, no big ones biting here. What about your side? Nothing, no fish at all. Really? That confluence should be teeming with large fish. Who knows? Let's wait a bit longer. While Su Fan remains uncertain of the presence of big fish, he is certain of the abundance of small-eyed fish. When he tosses some bean dregs into the water, a swarm quickly arrives to snatch up the food. The method he employs yields no results. Each time he tries bottom fishing, his bait is promptly stolen, leaving him feeling bewildered. This situation persists until 2 o'clock in the morning when the float of his bottom rig dips twice. Su Fan immediately raises his rod, and to his astonishment, he discovers the culprit behind his missing bait, a large river crab. Goodness, there's a big river crab here. If I set a trap, I might catch quite a few of them. Though they lack substantial meat, they could still be decent steamed with liquor. With this revelation, he adjusts his bait and casts near the steel mesh nest. Just as he drops his line, before he can even manage the water line, the float sinks several times and then goes dark. Here we go. Time to strike. He swiftly cranks the reel to tighten the line. And in that moment of darkened float, he jerks the rod upward and quickly reels in. He lands a 2-pound small-eyed fish, a delightful catch. The disturbance in the spot momentarily scatters the fish, yet they soon return. The 2-pounder hardly struggles. It is swiftly lifted from the water and flung onto the shore. The other small-eyed fish, still engaged in their feeding frenzy, seem to sense something amiss and dart away, unable to discern what has transpired. Su Fan resumes his task of enticing the fish with bean dregs and chicken entrails. Adjusting the float takes skill. He finds the depth to be just right for fish of this weight category. Let us see what you've got. A small profit is still profit. I'll earn back the money for tomorrow's pork belly. As he casts his second line, within a minute, he feels a bite. In the dark shadows of the riverbank, a figure swiftly reels in and lifts the rod. There is no play with the fish, they fly straight out. In rapid succession, he catches a second, third, fourth, and sixth fish, bringing in 6 small-eyed fish weighing over a pound each in a short span of time. The exhilaration is palpable. The 6th fish weighs over 3 pounds and creates quite a splash on the surface, causing the larger fish in the area to scatter. My dear friend, what commotion transpired just now? Have you managed to catch the large grass carp? We have only just placed the fish into the keep net when Meng's message arrived. It was a red-eye, weighing 2 to 3 pounds. The large red-eye makes for splendid sashimi. Alas, I have only caught small-eyed ones. Darn it. I have reeled in over 30, yet not a single one exceeds a pound. I fished just above the bottom and finally hooked a fish moments ago. You all have had your fun throughout the night. Su Fan, do share your experience with adjusting the float. Sigh. I am aware that the larger fish tend to stay at the bottom, but after waiting for ages without a bite, I adjusted the float back. Oh. Fishing for big fish requires a particular mindset. While the larger fish dwell below, the smaller ones often occupy the upper water layers. Although Su Fan has baited the bottom, he occasionally tosses some soybean residue onto the surface to entice the smaller fish, as it is only when the smaller fish congregate that the larger ones dare to approach. As the night wore on, the blue fish vanished, yet the small red ice were plentiful, along with a good number of catfish, all clamoring for bait at the surface. The 6th brother's fishing method remained silent, while Su Fan periodically tossed 2 morsels of soybean residue mixed with crushed worms every 7 or 8 minutes, gradually attracting more fish to the vicinity. Under the dim light, the carp surfaced to seize the bait, creating ripples across the water. Has the large grass carp not yet arrived? The price of these carp is far from high. At the fishing spot, Su Fan cleverly used a tree branch to conceal his presence, peering through the gaps to observe the movements of the foliage. Could it be that the large grass carp have ventured to feast on sweet corn kernels? Su Fan suddenly recalled that the tackle shop owner across the river utilized commercial bait. Perhaps the large grass carp have crossed over to indulge in something fresh. Once I establish my spirit-gathering array, I shall crush and compact the grass to create a favorable baiting spot. Let us see how you all compare. Human nature tends to anticipate the worst. While your crops may be good and delicious, they must not be excessively remarkable. Many agricultural tales depict crops maturing in an incredibly short time, packed with nutrients, capable of enhancing beauty, aiding sleep, and even curing ailments. This is not gardening. It is sowing calamity. A tree standing out in the forest will inevitably be toppled by the wind. A pile on the shore will surely be swept away by the current. A person who excels will undoubtedly face condemnation. In the public eye, forced demolitions of houses occur frequently. If your fruits and vegetables can cure ailments, as long as people are not foolish, they will certainly take notice. The old man's jade talisman merely speaks of nurturing health and gathering fortune, and Zhao Lao Deng goes to great lengths to curry favor, even offering his daughter to Su Fan in an arranged marriage. Regardless of the efficacy of the spirit-gathering array, Su Fan will suppress its influence, preferring to earn a modest sum daily rather than engage in actions contrary to reason. While guarding the fish, my eyes remain fixed on the water's surface, and my mind wanders freely, concocting delightful scenarios to amuse myself. I wonder if others possess this ability, where the eyes observe while the mind conjures a unified scene. The eyes serve as a predetermined monitor, with the mind operating in the background. The cassava leaves on the water's surface rustled twice, triggering the monitoring system of my eyes. My mind swiftly shut down the imagined film, and only then did my eyes and body synchronize. Here they come, here they come. They always arrive in the late hours to pilfer a meal. Quite cunning indeed. The average person would struggle to endure your antics. The water's surface teemed with red-eyed fish joyfully devouring bait, creating an illusion for the large grass carp that there were not just one, but several feasting on cassava leaves. Under the dim light, one could discern the massive silhouettes. Come on, come on. I've been waiting for you all night. Su Fan slowly reached out to grasp the fishing rod, employing the old Lu technique. Just beyond the cassava leaves lay the camouflaged hooks. 2 sizable grass carp were tugging at the leaves, nearly swallowing the adjacent hooks on several occasions, causing the onlooker to break into a nervous sweat. 3, 2, 1. It's your turn. Got it. The small wooden float bobbed a few times before suddenly sinking, indicating that the concealed hook had been taken into the fish's mouth. Su Fan swiftly lifted the rod to set the hook and stood up, pulling to the side to prevent the large fish from entangling in the nearby weeds. By my word, I've caught a big one. It weighs over 25 pounds. Phew, the force is tremendous. With one hand controlling the rod, he occasionally eased up to relieve pressure before reeling in some line, allowing the large grass carp to thrash about on the surface. After 5 minutes, the fish's energy waned, and Su Fan, with one hand on the rod and the other extending the landing net into the river, sighed in relief. Thankfully, my net is sufficiently large and long. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to manage you. With a net of ample size, catching the fish required little skill. It was merely a matter of scooping it up. Hey, did you catch a big grass carp? The boisterous brother Meng across the river could no longer contain himself and shouted. Indeed, nearly 20 pounds. The fish is quite vibrant. Goodness, you've landed another big catch. Ha ha. Su Fan chose not to respond, instead shifting the grass carp into a larger live well for safekeeping. The river shrouded in mist, yet this side lacked the chill of the water banyan trees. Even his hat was dampened by dew. And his sun-protective clothing was soaked in moisture. All this waiting cannot be in vain. I wonder if the large grass carp will still dare to come. The darkness before dawn receded, and the sky began to brighten. Without the aid of lights, the surface of the river became clear, revealing an abundance of red-eyed fish and blue knives competing for bean dregs, while the cassava leaves remained still. Gathering some mullet, tilapia, or blue knives would suffice. If not for sale, he could always make a pot of fish soup over rice. Let us get to it. After an entire night of feeding, Su Fan had caught 6 red-eyed fish, but had yet to hook any from the upper water column. When he tossed the bait, the smaller fish, accustomed to the feed, quickly fell prey. He chuckled. Unbeknownst to many, free offerings are often the most valuable. I'll serve you half a pot. The fish bit eagerly, and after casting again, he hooked another, landing a total of 10. It was only after a 2-pound mullet splashed out of the water that this spot erupted with activity. Ah, the haul is quite satisfactory. That's enough for now. Chapter 32, The Boy Selling White Cauliflower. The sky gradually brightened, and Su Fan tidied up his fishing rod before pushing a mineral water barrel into the river to retrieve his traps. Indeed, there were quite a few river crabs. Their sizes were commendable as well. Perhaps there was a liquor seller interested in these. The first trap yielded 3 river crabs, along with a knife fish and a yellow catfish, all of considerable size. The yellow catfish from this river truly looked splendid. Today, it wouldn't be sold for less than $50 a pound. The yellow catfish, under constant illumination, does not appear as vividly yellow. However, when a headlamp shines upon it, a dazzling hue akin to gold emerges, creating a striking visual appeal. With 20 traps yielding a harvest of 8 to 9 pounds of yellow catfish, one trap was nearly bursting with the catch, leading to delightful surprises. The 3 fishermen, navigating their boat back to the riverbank beneath the road, exchanged glances, eager to discover each other's catches. Biao, where's your big grass carp? It's tied to the side of the boat. No rush. We'll see it shortly in the fishing box. Su Fan began to transfer the water bucket and traps onto the road for loading into the vehicle. The proprietor of the fishing tackle shop, carrying a fishing box that was heavier with water than fish, grumbled at Su Fan. Damn it, this farmer always catches the big grass carp. It's truly outrageous. I suspect the bait isn't suitable. Your sweet corn bait is ineffective in this river. Only the black hole grass carp would be tempted by it. Tonight, I'll bring some chicken offal and cassava leaves for baiting. The seasoned anglers began to reflect and analyze, identifying key points and planning their next steps. Let us go. I still have confidence in my sweet corn bait. With a few more feedings, they'll get accustomed to it and start biting. The veteran angler did not argue. For this bait was a commercial product, and in the entire flower town, only 3 fishing tackle shops existed, with his being the sole seller of the sweet corn bait. The last time Su Fan sold him 2 large grass carps, he boasted about how effective his bait was, convincing many local anglers. If one fails to catch fish, it is merely due to poor location choice, and the spot near the water cypress tree had become a minefield of traps. With their catch in hand, they hurried to set up their stall early. The young boy was ordered to refrain from fishing by the river and had transformed into a skilled herbal forager, bringing various items to the town each day to sell for profit. This lad truly embodies the auspicious features of ample fortune and harmonious balance, suggesting a promising future in any endeavor. While other children clustered to play video games, he was diligently saving his earnings. While others sought money from their families for school, this young fellow likely had a small fortune of 1 or 2,000 yuan, which remained quite alluring to young girls. The white flower vegetable, Solanum nigrum, dog liver vegetable, earth gall head, lantern vegetable, and car money grass. Wormwood. Impressive, Su Fan remarked as he transported his belongings to the stall, unable to resist complimenting the young boy as he passed by. Of course, you think not allowing me to fish means I can't earn money? You underestimate me. Indeed. Quite impressive. Su Fan, while exclaiming his admiration, set down a large basin and poured out his catch. 3 large basins were present, with the largest containing over 25 pounds of grass carp, while the other 2 held yellow catfish, knife fish, pond perch, and crabs. The final basin was filled with red-eyed fish and bream, with a striking 3-pound red-eyed fish standing out prominently. Wow, Biao, look at your catch. As the motorcycle slowed down, the vendor behind was utterly astonished. Basic skills. Unbelievable, he caught 2 batches, once 6 fish, another 10. Goodness, I have fished all night and haven't caught fish worth as much as your 1 basin. I was careless. I should have brought a trap to set. Ha! If I don't set it, won't it lay eggs? Su Fan pulled out a cigarette, took a drag to ease his stomach and clear his mind. At that moment, The ant approached to inspect the catch. Did you go night fishing again last night? The grass carp are truly massive. Have you had breakfast? I can pack some for you. Not yet. After guarding all night, I'm both cold and hungry. I'll transfer you the money. Have you had breakfast? Do you need me to help with the packing? The ant smiled gently, then turned to the two fishermen. Could you bring back 2 portions of braised pork noodles? I'll give you cash. As Meng Ge handed her 100 yuan, he remarked, all right, just wait a moment. It was evident to anyone that this ant was specifically buying breakfast for Su Fan. Meng Ge and the others were merely along for the ride. And the child felt a pang of envy. The basin filled with fish was quite popular with passers-by, especially the yellow catfish and red-eyed fish. Beloved by those who enjoy rice wine, the yellow catfish could still be boiled into a pot of fish porridge, while the red-eyed fish could be savored with a drink soon after. Fish heads, bones, and tails could be boiled into soup, and then some noodles added. After enjoying the fish sashimi, one could indulge in a bowl of fish soup noodles, an absolute delight. The only downside was the price. As a local gourmet squatted by the basin, negotiating over 3 pounds of red-eyed fish, can you lower the price a bit? I'll take it at 30 yuan per pound. 100 yuan for one fish is acceptable, but 45 is too steep. Fine, I'll agree to this price. The local gourmet, fearing Su Fan might change his mind, quickly produced a snakeskin bag from behind and scooped up the large red-eyed fish, leaving 100 yuan behind as he departed. That fish could probably be sold for 50 yuan, and you have undersold it. Hey, let's just make a start. As Su Fan was not too concerned about this. He understood that the essence of business lies in making an initial sale. Once that is achieved, it is akin to opening a sluice gate, allowing the flow of customers to commence. Indeed, after the initial sale, customers began to trickle in to buy fish. While Meng Ge had yet to sell to his first customer, waiting in vain for a second to inquire about prices, the ant returned with the packed breakfast. Su Fan took a few bites before assisting in weighing the fish, having to help scale and gut them as well, particularly with the yellow catfish. Most buyers were women who were not adept at handling them, so Su Fan had to ensure they were cleaned properly. The ant watched Su Fan busily, remarking during a lull, you southerners seem to excel in business. The same price wouldn't be customary where I'm from. Buying fish means you take them home to kill. Hearing this, Su Fan chuckled. Haha, you don't understand. It's all about ensuring the money is well spent. When we earn money, it's only right to provide good service. This yellow catfish can be found at the seafood market for 18 yuan. Currently, I am offering my services for a mere 50 yuan, assisting in the meticulous process of deboning and filleting. However, it is important to note that this is indeed wild fish, regardless of whether it is wild or not. The price remains consistent as long as the customer is willing to pay. If someone attempts to bargain down to 30 yuan or insists on acquiring it for 20, I would certainly retaliate by splashing the basin of water in their face, let alone the effort of cleaning it. It is only reasonable to have certain expectations for returns. Much like how a beautiful bride ought not to toil in the fields after marrying into a family. Alas, I too wish to lend a hand. But they simply will not allow it. The young ant seemed slightly embarrassed. Su Fan did not engage with this remark and hastily finished his rice noodles, turning his focus to attracting customers for fish sales. The large grass carp was taken away by the restaurant owner who had previously come to inspect the goods, fetching 30 yuan per jin, totaling 760 yuan. This made the nearby young herbalist green with envy. The fish were not yet sold out, with 2 catfish remaining unsold, while a man who indulged in liquor purchased a pot of crabs for 10 yuan. Setting up a stall to sell goods is indeed swift. A third of those passing by inquired about prices, and half of them were persuaded to squat down and buy fish. The transaction rate was remarkably high. The young ant observed as Su Fan cleaned the entrails of the fish and tidied the floor, analyzing the process of his fish selling. Good quality, a pleasant demeanor, and a favorable connection. I have witnessed individuals who can sell even the least desirable goods with great success. They are the true masters of sales. How much for the white flower vegetables? Su Fan asked, approaching the sulking young herbalist. Do you wish to purchase my white flower vegetables? 3 yuan for a handful. Spring is the best time, particularly for their tenderness. That's acceptable. I will take 2 handfuls. Su Fan replied, retrieving his phone to make the payment. You see, this fellow sits there with a sullen expression, while others must approach him with warmth to make a purchase. I do not, the young herbalist retorted, his face reddening at Su Fan's comment. All right, whether you have them or not is inconsequential to me. The money has been transferred. The WeChat payment of 6 yuan was confirmed, and the young herbalist's face brightened with a smile. Su Fan's purchase marked the young man's first sale. Daily, he sets up this stall, yet it is clear that the townsfolk cannot indulge in such goods every day, and the villagers visiting the market are not devoid of options. Take the white flower vegetables for instance. They grow plentifully along the fields and roadsides. The locals do not purchase them in the morning, if they desire them. They can easily gather a few baskets from the riverbanks. With everything packed, only Meng Ge and the young herbalist remained at the stall, while the young ant found a shaded spot to browse her phone. Forget it. I shall return home to rest. There were still 2 large catfish in the fishing box, and he considered gifting one to the young aunt as a token of gratitude for her invaluable suggestions regarding the small villa. However, fearing it might raise suspicions, he abandoned the thought. After packing 5 portions of pig trotter noodles and replenishing some ham and marinated eggs, Su Fan hurried back to the villa. In the morning, he would rest, and upon waking, he planned to prepare a fish soup with the 2 catfish, knowing that the addition of white flower vegetables would elevate the flavor to extraordinary heights. Oh, how delightful it would be to savor freshly picked ingredients. Regrettably, the wilderness is abundant. Otherwise, cultivating this would be a simple task. One could harvest every 3 days. The flavor is truly delightful. Su Fan consumed 2 generous handfuls of white flower vegetables alone, while 5 dogs relished the rice soaked in this soup with gusto. White flower vegetables, also known as nightshade, are primarily enjoyed for their tender leaves. Once the fruit matures, it turns a deep purple-black, while the unripe ones possess a mildly toxic alkaline substance. Typically, it is used for making soup or hot pot, and can be boiled briefly for consumption. It is reputed to dispel wind and dampness, eliminate internal wind and moisture, and detoxify the body, addressing ailments such as trauma, rheumatic pain, and leukorrhea. Many women gather this to brew soup, often adding a couple of eggs or slicing some lean meat, resulting in a refreshing meal. The white flower vegetable is easy to harvest, unlike goji leaves, which most people struggle to cultivate. This venture could certainly be pursued. One could harvest successive crops. The small town cannot consume it all, and vendors from the county will buy the surplus. This is a feasible plan. Su Fan, satiated and content, sat in a pavilion gazing over the expansive fields, pondering a plant similar to white flower vegetables that could also be used for soup: goji leaves. Goji leaf pork offal soup, rice noodles, goji leaf and lean meat soup, goji leaf and egg soup, or for hot pot. The demand is substantial. It could be worthwhile to cultivate 1 or 2 acres of it. Once the decision is made, the excavator is fueled and set to work on the land by the fish pond. Many may not realize that goji leaves and the goji berry tree used for soup are not the same plant. However, goji leaves do flower and bear fruit, which are the goji berries found in soup ingredients. There exists a distinction between large leaf and small leaf goji plants. The former is specifically cultivated for its leaves and is more commonly found in the market. The small leaf variety, if allowed to grow continuously, will flower and yield goji berries. Claims circulating online that southern goji berries lack medicinal properties are mere exaggerations. The southern climate is simply not conducive to drying and preserving goji berries. Otherwise, it would rival the renowned Ningxia goji. After all, this is the most frequently used ingredient in soups. Cultivating this plant is somewhat akin to planting young ginger. The land is initially tilled before employing a small tiller to break up the soil, after which ridges can be formed. However, goji should be planted in the furrows, not atop the ridges. Once darkness falls, work ceases, and a simple stir-fry of eggs suffices for dinner before heading out with fishing gear. In pursuit of profit, one must continue to harvest fish from the rivers. There are few professionals like Su Fan and Brother Ming who specialize in placing traps for fishing. After all, extensive education often leads to a reluctance to engage in such seemingly lowly pursuits, where catching shrimp and fish is viewed as a less respectable endeavor. In the county town, an industrial zone thrives with factories where the capable seek employment. Those who do not often migrate to Shenzhen, Zhongshan, or Guangzhou. The village has seen a decline in its youthful population, leaving the older men to either raise pigs or cultivate the land. The river remains untouched by new energy ventures, which has afforded Su Fan the opportunity to earn some modest income. Upon arriving at the riverbank, he noticed that Meng Gu and the fishing tackle shop owner's vehicles were parked nearby. As they prepared to descend into the water, they carried their gear, setting up floating buckets and placing traps beneath the surface. "Biao, why are you so late today?" called Meng Gu from across the river. "I got caught up with some digging," Su Fan replied. "Have you caught anything big yet?" "2 sizable carp, each weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, Meng Gu reported. "That's excellent. Enough for meals and some cigarettes," Su Fan responded appreciatively, though he felt a tinge of regret for not catching a large grass carp. With no time to indulge in banter, Su Fan set up his fishing spot, employing the traditional method of using cassava leaves to conceal the hooks. He reclined on the wooden platform, allowing himself to doze off. The price for red-eyed fish is around 25 to 30 yuan per pound, and catching 10 fish over a pound yields only a few hundred yuan. However, a single grass carp weighing over 10 pounds could fetch 600 to 700 yuan. Thus, it was crucial to leave the spot undisturbed until the larger fish arrived to feed. After dozing for an hour, he awakened to a sense of unease, as a foul odor wafted through the air. Frowning, he checked his phone. It was 11:30 at night. A bead of sweat trickled down his back, and goosebumps prickled his arms. This doesn't feel right, he thought. He promptly turned on his headlamp and camping light, scanning the perimeter of his net to ensure there was no creature lurking nearby. Relieved that nothing was stalking him from the towering peaks, He peered into the surrounding thickets, but found no owls or eagles perched above. However, a sense of dread washed over him as he pondered the possibility of something emerging from the water. Curiosity propelled him a few steps closer to the riverbank, where he looked into the cove below. What on earth is that? He gasped, realizing the source of his unease. A lifeless child lay face down near his fishing spot. Its body bloated. The stench emanating from the corpse confirmed its unfortunate fate. Stay calm. Light a cigarette and think, Su Fan muttered to himself. He retreated, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, before rummaging through his gear for a few powerful firecrackers. Taking a deep breath, he blew gently on the cigarette's tip, igniting a spark before tossing one of the firecrackers into the grass on the bank. He threw another into the thicket to the left, and one more behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted in the underbrush, the resounding blasts echoing through the mountains on either side of the river, a testament to the formidable power of the firecrackers. What on earth are you doing over there, Abiao? Menga shouted, startled by the noise. I've got a grass carp in my spot. Su Fan called back. I've got something big here too. Come see. Su Fan spoke as he leaned forward, capturing a 10-second video of the lifeless child's body beside the nest with his phone. He also had the WeChat contact of the tackle shop owner. He couldn't bear the sorrow alone and decided to share it all at once. What the hell? Are you sending me this at such an hour? The tackle shop owner cursed after watching the video intently from the opposite shore. Abiao, what do we do about this? Mengum messaged him inquiring. The stench was overwhelming. It was impossible to remain there. This fishing spot was lost. I'll net it and tie it to the side. We'll deal with it at dawn. I had set a heavy bait today and couldn't bring myself to cast until late. Fearing the grass carp wouldn't enter the baited area. Now it's all gone. Sending a text to Mengo. Su Fan took his large net and scooped the lifeless child into it, securing the net to a nearby post. Cough, cough. Nothing surprises me anymore. No taboos. May the old man bless us. The body shifted slightly, releasing more of the foul odor. Su Fan pulled out a cigarette, lit it to mask the stench, and then tossed a large firecracker into the bushes near the post where the net was tied. Boom. The sound echoed loudly. He reeled in his fishing rod, organized the camping gear, pushed the floating barrel into the water, and set off across the river. Damn, Abiao, you're really something. So composed. Even rowing across the river at midnight. Upon seeing Su Fan approach, Mengo lent a hand to pull the floating barrel onto the fishing spot. The stench over there was unbearable. I would have liked to paddle upstream back to the lodge, but it seems closer to come to your side. The nest is gone. I still have some cassava leaves. I'll toss them nearby to see if any grass carp come to feed. Su Fan said as he tossed his cassava leaves upstream of Meng Ji's spot. Are you really still thinking about catching big grass carp? What are we going to do about that? Menga seemed a bit anxious. What else can we do? It's the dead of night. Arthur is asleep. And the villagers are resting too. There is no guarantee anyone will answer the phone. We'll let it soak there for now. The net is holding it. If it can run, let it run. Don't talk about such terrifying things. Do you have any extra firecrackers? I need a couple. I mentioned wanting to buy some last time, but never did. Your few blasts have calmed me down. Mengu rubbed his hands together. Night fishing, trekking through the night. Essential for entering the mountains. However, don't toss them into a haystack in the mountains. You'll start a wildfire, and you'll be the one eating the consequences. Su Fan, saying this, pulled out 2 large firecrackers and handed them to Mengu. Wow, such a large one. No wonder it makes such a loud noise. A fine item indeed. Every year, people drown in the rivers, and it just so happened that Su Fan encountered this incident. In the profession of Feng Shui, having seen human bones while relocating ancestral graves, he could handle such a scene, if only it didn't stink so much. For large firecrackers had been detonated in the river, and not only did the grass carp not enter the nest, but even the small blue knives were absent. The campsite was illuminated by camping lights, and the tackle shop owner had turned on his mining lamp, fearful that something might approach him. Engaged in a casual conversation while smoking with Ming, we meandered through the ever-shifting tides of international affairs, each expressing our unique perspectives on the state of the world. I posited that a civil war is inevitable in America within the next 5 years, a scene that would rival the tumult of the Zhou dynasty's downfall and the ensuing strife of the warring states. However, I believe that no figure akin to the first emperor, Ying-Zhai, will arise to unify North America once more. A fragmented America, riddled with discord, may well be the most favorable outcome. Meng shared his own insights, suggesting that such an endeavor might prove challenging. Currently, targeted assassinations are more feasible. Those who dare to rise and challenge the status quo find little refuge. Should they rally a banner of rebellion, it is done in daylight. Yet they meet their ancestors under the cover of night, perhaps never even seizing the chance to raise that flag. As long as the military apparatus remains intact, any civil war could swiftly be quashed. Su Fan, idly flicking the ashes from his cigarette, remarked that there was a semblance of truth in my assertions. Osama bin Laden lacked a solid base for maneuvering and was swiftly eliminated by American forces. Unlike in ancient times, raising a flag now equates to an act of terror. Once a target is identified, missiles can be launched to deliver a grim greeting. The logic is sound. Raising a banner necessitates a speech, rallying the masses to your cause. Yet, in the midst of this, one may find an armed individual lurking in the crowd, ready to disrupt the proceedings with tragic results. Meng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that regardless of the corruption that may permeate the upper echelons, there will always be a multitude of zealots willing to undertake such perilous tasks. With ample provisions and care for their families, they are driven by momentary desires. However chaotic the situation may become, it is unlikely that we would be called to action. Millions of single individuals yearn for a future, a chance to establish a family. Should we involve ourselves, we would struggle even to secure logistical support. Considering the overwhelming number of recruits, Su Fan recounted his experiences, noting that during his time at the factory, many of his co-workers expressed a desire for war, preferring to perish on the battlefield rather than endure the monotony of the assembly line. Now he dreams of cultivating the land, raising chickens, perhaps some cattle, and even pigs, all while finding time to fish. If I lack land to cultivate, I shall cultivate the land of others, he concluded. I echoed his sentiments, revealing that I too possess considerable land and am contemplating some form of livestock farming, whether it be pigs or cattle. Meng pondered the best options for such endeavors, recalling his recent reflections on future prospects. If you choose to raise pigs, you must prepare slop for them 3 times a day, constantly cleaning their pens, he advised. For cattle, a smaller number allows for the cultivation of fodder. You can harvest grass in the morning to feed them. If necessary, you could stake them on the beach to graze while you fish, returning them to the barn by nightfall. Ah, that is indeed a feasible plan, he exclaimed. Fodder is relatively easy to grow. In a Chang's vicinity, there is an abundance of grass that can be propagated quickly. I shall return and procure a tiller to prepare the fields and plant the fodder, I declared. However, I am hesitant to venture here for night fishing in the coming fortnight. Haha, I share that sentiment. The two individuals exchanged numerous thoughts on the matter of farming and cattle rearing. Meng, in particular, expressed a genuine desire to establish a ranch for raising cattle. Having earned 7,000 to 8,000 yuan from selling eucalyptus trees, he calculated that hiring a plowing machine would only cost around 500 to 600 yuan. A bit of anti-weed plastic sheeting and the planting of pasture roots would complete the endeavor. With a calf priced at 2,000 yuan, he could easily purchase 2 for grazing, allowing them to rest during the day while he fished at night, thus effectively managing both activities. Without further ado, Su Fan found himself enlisted as a laborer, tasked with operating an excavator to carve out a campsite in the mountains. This arrangement proved mutually beneficial. He planned to borrow a large rotary tiller from the village, which he would then drive to his own ranch to till the 50 to 60 acres of both paddy and dry fields. As their conversation unfolded, the dawn gradually illuminated the surroundings. Will we need the fish traps today? Meng inquired of Su Fan. The traps were indeed necessary, despite the fish catch being deemed unnecessary. They decided to retrieve the traps first. Once the sun rose further, Arthur would likely be on duty, at which point they could report the situation. It makes sense. After all, those traps cost me several hundred yuan, Meng remarked. Without further discussion, they pushed the floating mineral water container into the river and paddled upstream to collect the traps. The fish catch was decent, yet both opted to release all the fish back into the water. After gathering the traps and organizing their belongings, daylight broke fully. The owner of the fishing gear shop and his companions took advantage of the morning sun to paddle their inflatable boat back to the campsite by the road. Wow, you two are truly something else. Out here boasting at night, and didn't he even invite me, leaving me to smoke alone in the cold? The shop owner grumbled upon their arrival. It's just a 50-meter distance. If you were afraid to get in the water, who were you going to ask? Meng retorted. All right, who among you will call the police about this? The family will probably offer a reward once they find out. I'd rather not get involved, Su Fan stated, glancing at Chong Meng and another experienced angler. I fear complications. Chong was the first to shake his head. I don't want that reward either, the old angler concurred. I'll handle it. I have experience with such matters, Meng responded to Arthur's inquiry. This reward could be substantial if the body has drifted downstream. The family has likely been searching for a considerable time. I'll report it, he resolved, recalling his recent hesitance to fish at night in this area due to a lack of funds. Very well, then you take care of it. The others agreed as they watched Meng dial 110, his tone calm and concise as he relayed the situation. Hello, is this the police? I've discovered a child's corpse in the river. It has likely been submerged for a while, drifting down from upstream. I've secured it with a net, and it remains by the riverbank. The location is it was that straightforward. I have nothing to hide. I'm not afraid of anything, he added confidently. Ah Chong, please go to the street and grab some rice noodles for me, Meng requested after finishing the call, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Su Fan, uninterested in the unfolding events, gathered his equipment and returned to the ranch. The prospect of earning money through night fishing had vanished, and there was no place to set the traps. This is troublesome. I have no immediate projects that will yield income. Upon returning to the ranch, he slaughtered a capon for chicken soup to restore some vitality, then took a straw mat outside to shield his eyes from the glaring sun and doze off. Regardless of one's familiarity with the scene, the presence of a corpse inevitably carries an aura of dread. Otherwise, the hair would not stand on end. If the owner of the fishing gear store were to confront such a sight, he would likely return home with a fever. Awakening past 2 in the afternoon. I found a message from Meng Gu on my phone. It concerned a child who had drowned while sneaking off to swim in the upstream town. Missing for 4 days and unexpectedly floating downstream. A red envelope containing 3,000 yuan had been sent to Meng Gu. He mentioned he would share half with Su Fan. But Su Fan declined the money, insisting instead on a meal. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Su Fan drove a small excavator down the mountain to assist Meng Gu and the others in preparing the campsite. Duck stew with freshwater snails and pickled bamboo shoots. It will be ready soon. Let us send it off with some duck. Upon seeing Su Fan's excavator approach, Meng Gu hurriedly called out, "Hold on. Have you chosen your spot yet? I'll level the ground for you right now. It will be perfect for setting up tents at night." "That sounds good. I'll keep the fire small and let it simmer slowly. The spot is under this large pine tree." It was only about 20 or 30 square meters, requiring minimal excavation. After a busy half hour, not only was the ground leveled, but the original mountain path was also restored. With this machine, things are so convenient. If I had to use a sickle and hoe, it would take me days. The duck stew was ready. You may say they have little money, but one cannot claim their food is inferior. Let us eat first. The work will never end. Meng Gu set up a folding table in the leveled campsite, alongside a large bottle of bulk white liquor. May it rest in peace and find a good family. Let us have a drink. Meng Gu lifted his head, and everyone took a sip to cleanse their palates. The duck stew with freshwater snails was indeed delightful, rich in flavor. Made with genuine ingredients, the duck was free-range from the village, the pickled bamboo shoots were from Meng Ji's home, and the rice wine was brewed at the local distillery. The meal was invigorating, filled with boisterous conversation and dreams of the future. Thankfully, neither of the two bold souls suggested, "I have a daring idea. I have a brilliant plan. Biao, I too wish to establish a mountain resort. The mountain opposite is my family's land. I plan to raise free-range chickens, specifically to sell their eggs." As everyone enjoyed their drinks, De Zhang shared his thoughts. "That is feasible. Eating too late. I will return tomorrow morning to help you out. And also clear the path." "Sounds good." De Chang drinks little. Let him ride the motorcycle and take you back to the resort. Chapter 34. Extracting the Hornet's Nest. A group of older, single men seeking survival in the wilderness describes the current state of Meng Gu and his companions. With the addition of an elderly gentleman, the families residing in the nearby mountains are only 7 or 8 minutes from the village entrance, unlike Su Fan, who requires over 10 minutes by car and has no access to electricity or reliable cell service. However, the mountains are still dominated by small pines and grass-covered hills. A significant portion of the villagers have not leased their forests for eucalyptus cultivation, and Meng Ji's family is one such example. Engaging in this endeavor alone would be rather conspicuous. When a group participates, it becomes less remarkable. Thus, Su Fan harbors a supportive attitude towards Meng Gu and his family's ventures in cattle and chicken farming. Moreover, the county government encourages small-scale farming, as long as it does not escalate to large-scale operations that jeopardize water sources and ecosystems. Engaging in modest agricultural practices seldom attracts governmental intervention. The following day, Su Fan arrived in his wuling, equipped with a grass cutter, and took the time to instruct the two men on its use. He then operated an excavator to help them level the mountain roads, farming areas, and residential sites. The pair eagerly seized the grass cutter, clearing away half the hillside's reeds. Once they completed their work, an elderly uncle who was assisting with wall construction also arrived, having procured diesel and gasoline, awaiting Su Fan's help to level his site. However, the elder's forest harbored some valuable resources. At the foot of the hill, he had planted numerous sweet bamboo shoots, revealing to Su Fan the source of Meng Ji's sour bamboo shoots. They were indeed pilfering from the elder's bamboo grove. These bamboo shoots are quite remarkable, and once finances allow, Su Fan intends to purchase a batch of bamboo roots to plant at the mountain's base. The elder's campsite is adjacent to the bamboo grove, and after leveling the area, they would excavate several post holes. Unexpectedly, they discovered an expanse of sweet bamboo. They might harvest some for sale at the market. After completing their tasks, Su Fan offered the elderly uncle a cigarette to initiate conversation. They aren't worth much. There are plenty of people selling bamboo shoots at the market. I picked them to dry for bamboo shoot preserves. My daughter assists in selling them online. We just harvested a batch not long ago. If you want to eat, feel free to dig some up. They aren't valuable," he chuckled. "Well, I ought to take some with me. There are a few male ducks at the resort. I could use one to stir-fry bamboo shoots. By the way, can you dig up some roots to sell as seedlings? If you're selling, I'd like to buy over 100 a plant in my resort. I'll check online for the price of seedlings." As Su Fan spoke, he pulled out his phone to look up the prices of bamboo seedlings. "Look, uncle. Others are selling bamboo shoots for 25 to 50 yuan each, but that doesn't include shipping and labor. I can operate the excavator myself. How about 20 yuan per seedling? 100 seedlings for 2,000 yuan. I'll pay you 1,500. Come with me to dig. The uncle waved his hand, his tone serious. All right then. I've been quite strapped for cash lately. They proceeded to excavate bamboo roots, with Meng Gu and his companion joining in to help. They first cut down the bamboo, then used the excavator to dig, generally uncovering 1 or 2 small shoots along the way. The 4 of them worked diligently, and it wouldn't take long to collect 100 bamboo roots. After 2 days of diligent work with Meng Gu, Su Fan made 3 trips with the Wuling Hongguang to transport bamboo roots back to the villa, confirming that there were no significant tasks left here. He took the excavator back to his own estate to dig holes for planting sweet bamboo roots. Once planted, these roots would yield an abundance of bamboo shoots, providing a continuous harvest. May the old man bless this endeavor. The bamboo forest stretches along the base of Nabizi Mountain, where the soil is relatively loose, making it suitable for bamboo cultivation while stabilizing the mountainous terrain and preventing soil erosion. After planting 100 sweet bamboo roots and watering them, Su Fan busied himself with the goji leaf mounds and tending to the rice paddies by cutting grass and drying hay. From dawn until dusk, the sound of his snoring at night echoed through the valley, but he slept soundly, exhausted from physical labor, although his mind remained somewhat restless. The cash flow was stagnant. Each morning, after brushing his teeth and cooking porridge, he would crack 2 eggs into the mixture, savoring a bowl of egg porridge while gazing into the distance from his quaint villa, reflecting on his situation. Su Fan had yet to earn any money, and his dog was relegated to a diet of plain porridge with ham sausage, with no opportunity for eggs. The morning sun shone brightly, the weather was dry, and it had been days since the last rainfall. He routinely inspected the surrounding residential area, collected eggs from the chicken coop, and ventured up the mountain to check on the mushroom grove beneath the pine trees. To his astonishment, mushrooms had indeed sprouted. How delightful! A promising venture had come to life. Although there were only 2 tiny mushrooms, it was enough to signal the potential for a mushroom forest once they released their spores. He needed to set up a protective net around the area to prevent any disturbances. Hesitating, he wanted to touch the freshly emerged pine needles, but feared that doing so might hinder their growth. Returning, he erected a fine mesh net around more than 30 square meters, expanding the area nourished by the mountain spring water, creating a more conducive environment for the spore's development. Money. Oh money. If only he had a few thousand yuan, he could expand this mushroom growth. He needed to find a way to earn some quick cash. Deciding to visit the town to see what others were selling, he thought of the bustling market day and realized it had been a while since he had seen the beautiful women in town. Sometimes, stepping outside could lead to unexpected opportunities. Meng Gu and his companion were occupied with constructing shelters, raising chickens, tilling the land, and planting forage, without any goods to sell at the market. Meanwhile, the young boy consistently brought wild vegetables and herbs to sell at his stall. He established a regular spot, and many locals flocked to him whenever they sought these wild greens and herbs, earning him a decent living. However, his prices were kept low as local women haggled fiercely, and his inability to negotiate meant he had to sell at 7 to 15 yuan, far less than Su Fan's 25 yuan. Once prices were driven down, raising them again proved an arduous task, resulting in meager earnings from hard work. It's been days since I last saw you at the market. Why haven't you driven over? Where are your goods? As the young aunt spotted Su Fan approaching, her face radiated evident delight. This stirred something within Su Fan, leading him to believe he might have piqued her interest. Ever since the last time he shared about the wooden villas at the resort, he had sensed this inclination and subsequently tempered his conversations with her. Preoccupied with clearing land for cultivation, he had yet to find anything profitable to sell. So he decided to take a leisurely stroll through the marketplace. You all carry on. I shall continue my walk, Su Fan said, waving his hand as he departed, limiting his interaction with the charming young aunt. If one were to say she was living well, that was indeed true. She was carefree and unburdened by labor. Conversely, if one were to argue that her life was less than satisfactory, it seemed she was constrained by familial obligations, with aspirations often met with opposition from her relatives. For instance, her desire to work and earn money was thwarted. Su Fan had met his cousin's 4th uncle once, who had formed a team for water and electricity installation and tile laying. He was a minor leader in that group. The profits from such work were quite substantial, as they were responsible for the installation of appliances purchased online in areas like Huatown and Pingtown. When one bought a washing machine, air conditioner, or television, self-installation was cumbersome without professional tools, hence the emergence of teams like that of his cousin's uncle. Hastily moving on, Su Fan shook his head to dispel any unwarranted thoughts, then focused intently on the wares displayed by roadside vendors. He wondered why the kudzu vine had become less marketable. Was there a wealthy household involved, extracting from the kudzu family? Passing by a stall, he observed a mound of roots and bundles of kudzu vines, leaving him momentarily dazed. At 15 yuan per pound. One could purchase it to infuse in liquor, which was notably effective for treating rheumatism and bone pain. Look at my age. And I can still climb mountains to dig up so much. This is what goes into the infusions. Come. You want 2 pounds, right? I'll give you a bit extra. The vendor, an elderly man, called out, exhibiting remarkable skill in attracting customers. As a fair number of buyers squatted to make their purchases, 15 yuan a pound. At this rate, I might as well take my chances night fishing in the river, Su Fan remarked, shaking his head as he continued onward. As he walked, 2 more stalls caught his attention. One was selling black ant nests, contained within fine mesh bags. Large nests of black ants affixed to branches and stuffed into the bags. The other featured hornet nests laid out on the ground. A cardboard sign displayed the price and contact information for orders, 200 yuan per pound. Goodness, is it really that expensive? Can consuming it enhance vitality and nourish the kidneys? Su Fan stood aside, observing several men as they squatted, sifting through the hornet nests. Desiring fish from the depths is futile. It is better to weave a net, he thought, watching as 2 gentlemen spent 600 yuan to purchase 2 hornet nests. Promptly, Su Fan took to the internet to search for the efficacy and value of such items. As for the bee larvae, they were well-known delicacies and prime bait. However, he was taken aback to discover that dried hornet nests could fetch 150 yuan per pound. It turned out that hornet nests were also commonly used medicinal materials, possessing properties that could eliminate toxins, kill insects, and alleviate pain. Utilized for treating ulcers, abscesses, mastitis, scrofula, stubborn skin ailments, and toothaches. This substance is indeed a traditional Chinese medicinal herb, and the price seems quite reasonable. It is no wonder that I have heard of individuals who specifically rear wasps. Their endeavors are closely related to this. With the contact information for the delivery noted, Su Fan continued his exploration, discovering that the most lucrative ventures currently revolve around black ants and wasps. While the demand for black ants is limited, there is a significant need for wasp nests and the wasps themselves. By the time Su Fan returned from his stroll, the wares at the wasp stall had all been sold out, priced at 200 yuan per pound. Acquiring several large wasp nests could provide the necessary funds for the solar-powered water pump in the sesame mushroom forest. This endeavor must be pursued. Finding refuge in a bubble tea shop to enjoy some air conditioning and access the internet, Su Fan placed an order online for protective bee suits and wire mesh containers for wasps. A professional beekeeping suit with dual-layer protection cost 380 yuan, while a collection cage was 26 yuan. In total, he spent 640 yuan on a suit and 10 collection cages. The cages are considered part of the selling price for the wasps, and the bee suits can be reused. It is certain that bees will be raised in the future villa, making the suits quite useful. With this in mind, it is crucial to eliminate the hornets in the vicinity, otherwise, the bees may become a mere snack for them. This presents yet another sustainable source of income. In due course, Su Fan plans to cultivate a variety of flowers, such as honeysuckle, chrysanthemums, roses, camellias, and even rapeseed. The prospects are promising. As he pondered this, the scope of his project expanded significantly. The larger the stall, the greater the financial investment required, causing Su Fan to lose interest in his bubble tea and air conditioning. He swiftly finished his drink and drove back to the villa. Su Fan was knowledgeable about locating wasp nests. He retrieved his long-unused DJI drone, originally intended for aerial photography of mountain streams, and repurposed it to track the wasps. In an open area, he inserted a twig into the ground and placed a small piece of lean meat on its tip, patiently waiting for wasps to arrive. Taking shelter in a pavilion from the sun, he waited for about 7 or 8 minutes until a wasp landed on the branch to nibble on the meat. At that moment, he refrained from disturbing it, knowing that once it returned to its nest, it would attract others. This was the opportune moment to take action. Using a thin string, he tied a small duck feather to create a slipknot. As the second batch of wasps approached to feast on the meat, he could gradually loop the slipknot around the wasp's waist. After waiting 6 or 7 minutes, the second group of wasps arrived, and Su Fan was pleasantly surprised by their numbers. These were indeed large wasps. Marvelous. The wasps were engrossed in their meal, showing little response to Su Fan's presence. They cautiously buzzed away but soon returned, reassured by the absence of danger. As they resumed their feast, Su Fan carefully positioned the slipknot around the wasp's waist and gently tightened it, leaving a small duck feather dangling behind the wasp. This particular aspect does not impede the flight of the wasps. After having a bite of meat, the wasp finally took off. Su Fan had already prepared the drone, skillfully piloting it to follow closely, the aerial footage meticulously focusing on the white duck down. Astonishingly, it was still on my mountain. This simplifies matters considerably, eliminating the need to traverse dense woodlands. Identifying the landing point of the wasp, the drone descended for a closer inspection, revealing a golden peach tree surrounded by wasps bustling in and out. The location was atop Niuwai Mountain, an area yet untouched by a grass cutter. Time to get to work. Retrieving the drone, Su Fan strapped on the grass cutter and made his way toward Niuwai Mountain, clearing a path as he ascended. directly forging a clean route leading to the wasp nest. I'll tidy you up once my protective gear arrives. Don't get aggressive, you'll regret it. Upon entering the wasp territory, a multitude of soldier wasps quickly gathered at the entrance of their burrow, swirling and on high alert, poised to sting Su Fan at any moment. This creature's venom is intolerable for many, according to the elders. Those with a water constitution are particularly susceptible to wasp stings, resulting in severe swelling. Conversely, individuals with earth or wood constitutions can endure stings, experiencing only minor swelling. Additionally, those with a wood constitution are well suited for beekeeping, as they can harvest honey from hives without protective gear. Su Fan had witnessed this phenomenon several times. While others donned full protective equipment, an elderly gentleman would approach bare-chested, using a straw hat to gather the bees from a tree branch into the hat before returning them to the hive. The sight of him followed by a swarm of bees left a lasting impression on Su Fan. There have been instances where individuals required hospitalization after being stung, highlighting the need for one to consider their own body's resilience. Chapter 35. Recovery. Although wasps belong to the Vespidae family, not all wasps are classified as such. However, most people refer to them collectively as wasps or yellow jackets. The differentiation depends on the needs of those seeking their pupae and nests. Once a wasp nesting site was established, Su Fan remained industrious, slicing numerous strips of lean meat to set bait in the surrounding mountainous clearings. Upon observing larger wasps feeding on the bait, he would send the drone to follow them. In this manner, various nests throughout the surrounding hills were discovered. Some suspended from trees, about the size of a bowl. Others were nestled within tree hollows or protruding from rocky cliffs. A total of 13 nests were identified. Additionally, several mountain bees were spotted, yet these little creatures do not consume meat, making it somewhat challenging to track them to their hives. Driving down the mountain to an area with internet access, he placed an order online for 5 Cantonese beehives, along with bee-attracting beeswax. A beehive equipped with frames costs 80 yuan. Thus, purchasing 5 amounted to 400 yuan. Additionally, bee lure wax is priced at 60 yuan, and I acquired 2. Each spring and autumn marks the peak season for bee swarming, during which this wax may be employed to attract bees to establish their nests. Some mountain dwellers frequently place beehive buckets deep within the mountains, applying a layer of bee lure wax inside. After a period, bees tend to swarm into the buckets, leading to the harvest of pure honey. Su Fan intends to follow suit, planning to eliminate the wasps and other large bees in the vicinity before planting flowers and fruit trees, transforming the entire Qingyo Mountain into a bee sanctuary. Online, numerous individuals seek genuine mountain honey at high prices, yet authentic products remain elusive. Even offers of 300 yuan yield honey sourced from beekeepers who feed their bees sugar in the mountains. Quality goods command high prices. The market demand for true mountain honey is substantial, with many willing to pay, particularly among women. Honey is known for its various benefits, such as promoting digestion, alleviating anxiety, enhancing skin health, and providing anti-inflammatory properties. However, it is essential to note certain dietary restrictions. For instance, honey should not be consumed with tofu or leeks, as this may lead to abdominal pain or diarrhea. Having invested a considerable sum, it would be unwise to simply withdraw from the endeavor, especially after purchasing protective bee suits. While awaiting the delivery of the bee suit, Su Fan drove a van to various mountain entrances, strategically placing strips of lean meat as bee bait. He established lure points along the routes leading to Huazhen and Pingzhen. During his exploration of the wasp nests, he stumbled upon several wild bee locations, which was a delightful surprise. With the bee suit yet to arrive, venturing far into unfamiliar territory could result in inadvertently disturbing someone else's hives. Additionally, after using the large tiller at Mengji's, Su Fan decided to procure fuel to operate the tiller. This equipment, owned by a local elder, is typically utilized during the busy spring and summer seasons. When not in use, it remains at his home, available for rent on a daily basis, with the stipulation that any damages must be covered. Such machines can cost upwards of 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, while the one owned by the elder is valued at over 90,000 yuan, servicing the rice and dry fields of several neighboring villages. He operates from village to village, charging between 150 to 300 yuan per mu, depending on the desired tillage precision. The machine can efficiently prepare dry land at remarkable speed, far surpassing the capabilities of smaller manual tools. Menggu, having followed on his motorcycle to observe Su Fan's adept handling of the equipment, expressed astonishment. "It took me 2 days to get the hang of it. Have you operated one before?" he inquired. "No," Su Fan replied. "As long as you handle it with care and maintain stability, it shouldn't pose any issues. I learned how to operate it online." "Impressive. I needed someone to guide me for quite a while before I could till the land on my own. Your sweet potatoes are sprouting leaves. They seem to be growing quite rapidly. There will be sweet potato pits by the end of the year." Minj pointed towards Su Fan's 2 acres of sweet potato field. "If you raise cattle, you could cultivate sweet potatoes. The vines can be used to feed the cattle, and any unsold sweet potatoes could also serve the same purpose. The nutritional value should surpass that of regular fodder. By the way, you could also consider raising rabbits. They breed rapidly and have a market as well, allowing you to earn some extra income on the side. Su Fan had a sudden epiphany and proposed a small money-making idea. Most people wouldn't know how to handle them. He mused. Minj shook his head. Ah, you seem to be unaware. There are numerous vendors online selling bamboo rats. They process them by briefly charring their skin with straw until it turns a golden brown. If you know a few gourmet enthusiasts, you could easily prepare them and deliver right to their doorsteps. I'll find some time to check the town for anyone selling rabbits. Otherwise, all these sweet potato leaves will go to waste. Sell me the sweet potato leaves. I plan to buy some calves in a few days. My father gave me 15,000, instructing me to purchase 5 calves to rear. You shouldn't focus solely on me, as I too intend to raise cattle. In addition to water buffalo, I plan to keep some dairy cows as well. Goodness, you seem intent on pursuing every venture. Minch replied. I'll discuss with my father about acquiring 2 more plots for sweet potatoes. With a wave of his hand, he bid farewell to Su Fan, not wishing to hinder him in his farming endeavors. As he exited the estate, he drove away, aware that 5 sturdy dogs were vigilantly watching him. Akin to guards against intruders, one cannot afford to be idle. When broke, one calls their old bean. When prosperous, they refer to their old father. Minch has quite the sense of humor. The tiller worked tirelessly. After a full rotation, it needed to pause for the removal of tangled weeds from the blades. The rice paddies and dry fields were completed in a day, yet for the fields to be ready for planting this year, they required another round of tilling. The next morning, he rose early to clear the weed piles from the fields and then operated the large tiller once more. The rice paddies were transformed into a mud-like substance suitable for transplanting seedlings, while the dry soil was pulverized, ideal for cultivating potatoes and sweet potatoes. What can be planted in the rice paddies at this season? Others' rice is nearly in bloom, yet I haven't even sown any seeds. The first thought that crossed Su Fan's mind regarding the rice paddies was the transplantation of rice seedlings. He hadn't considered other crops for the dry land. He initially planned to cultivate a season of strawberries and vegetables for quick returns, postponing other plans until he was more financially stable. However, he was determined not to let the land fall into disuse again. Returning the tiller, Su Fan paid a rental fee of 700, and the machine still had a considerable amount of fuel left inside. He also received a delivery of windbreak clothing at the town's pickup point. While collecting the package, another parcel caught Su Fan's attention. It contained seeds for aquatic plants, likely intended for aquariums. However, Su Fan sought not aquatic plant seeds, but rather slow-protecting grass seeds, specifically cowhair grass. Originally, he had planned to buy turf once he had sufficient funds, but as earning money proved slower than spending it, he had to opt for this most economical solution. In the rice field, water was drained slightly, and a layer of mesh fabric was spread over it, followed by the sowing of grass seeds, which would eventually yield a harvest of turf. The seeds were not particularly expensive. 5 pounds of ryegrass cost 48 yuan with free shipping, while 5 pounds of green grass were priced at 60 yuan. Additionally, a mixture of cosmos, zinnia, and wildflowers was available at 25 yuan per pound. Uncertain about the germination rate, Su Fan hesitated to purchase in bulk, opting instead to invest a few hundred yuan to test the waters. However, leaving the rice field barren was not a viable option. He ventured to the local agricultural store to buy several large bags of late rice seeds. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "But it's already out of season. You're not planning to scatter rice seeds, are you?" Su Fan reasoned that since the land was idle, he might as well sow some seeds and let them grow on their own, while he had also raised a few chickens and ducks. "Oh, so that's the case. I thought you youngsters were unaware of the seasons, causing a ruckus here." The land had fallen into neglect, and government subsidies were insufficient to entice people to farm. Dismissing the shopkeeper's chatter, Su Fan departed with the rice seeds and proceeded to purchase a plethora of grass seeds from another shop. He bought 2 bags of every vegetable seed available, determined that the land must not remain fallow. As for whether they would thrive, that was left to fate. If pests became too numerous, he would procure more chicks or hens for free-range farming. The insects would consume the greens, the chickens would eat the insects. The hens would lay eggs, and though the profit margins were modest, it was better than letting the land lie barren. With a package of seeds, several large bags of seeds, and provisions of bread, milk, and dry goods for the coming days, Su Fan hurried back to the villa. The next day marked the bustling market, and tonight he needed to clear out several nearby wasp nests and beehives. He nearly ran out of fuel money. Am I deficient in wealth in my 5 elements? How have I never saved a few coins throughout my life? Truly perplexing. Unpacking the delivery, he inspected the beekeeping suit and collection cage, ensuring there were no tears before preparing to get to work. He decided to tackle the wasp nest on Bulltail Mountain first, as his dinner depended on it. Go, go, go. Don't follow me. I'm going to deal with the wasps, and you might get stung. 5 eager dogs trailed behind him, wishing to accompany him up the mountain. But Su Fan would not allow it. Otherwise, they would end up with dog heads like pig heads. After shooing the dogs away, he approached the wasp nest and donned his beekeeping suit, which had a fan to keep it from becoming overly stifling. After ensuring there were no holes, he took the collection cage and advanced. The surrounding reeds and bushes had been cleared, and he leaned in to part the weeds at the entrance of the nest, positioning the collection cage directly beneath it. Holding the cage with one hand, he struck the earth with a hoe, and soon, a steady stream of wasps emerged from the hole, flying into the collection cage. The returning foraging wasps swarmed around Su Fan, but his protective gear held firm, continuously striking the ground to startle the wasps. Within 10 minutes, the collection cage was nearly full, and no wasps emerged from the nest. 80. Locking the entrance of the beehive securely, I grasped my hoe and began to excavate the earth. With each strike of the hoe, the hidden honeycomb revealed itself. Oh, what a discovery! It was no wonder that I could fill an entire cage with wasps. The honeycomb was indeed vast. A modest profit awaited me. Carefully, I continued to unearth the surrounding soil. Layer upon layer of honeycomb emerged, broad as a straw hat and consisting of 7 tiers. Each level was teeming with numerous pupae, some plump and white, wriggling their heads, while others were on the verge of becoming bees. After extracting everything for inspection, I located the queen bee, which I carefully placed in a small cage. Finding the queen can be both challenging and simple. Every autumn and winter, many wasp workers and females perish from the cold and starvation. Those that survive transform into queens, and during the warm spring and summer months, capturing any one of them could yield a queen. By nurturing it, a hive can be established within a month, gradually forming a colony. I packed the honeycomb into a snakeskin bag and carried approximately 15 pounds of it down the mountain, with wasps swirling behind me. However, halfway down, they retreated back to the mountain. At last, a semblance of profit had been regained. I aimed to excavate the surrounding hills thoroughly, as I had yet to procure the manure and seedlings for the strawberries. Chapter 36. Selling honey. Aside from the honeycombs perched atop the treetops, the ones located underground and on lower branches were easily harvested by Su Fan. The path to the wasp nests surrounding the villa had been cleared with a mower, allowing me to don my bee suit and extract the honeycombs effortlessly. Those hidden in the trees managed to evade capture, but the nests built underground were mostly collected into my beehives. I retrieved 6 wasp nests, the largest weighing over 20 pounds, while the other 5 ranged from 1 to 8 pounds. Eventually, I sought wild mountain bees, equipping myself with a large plastic basin, a cutting knife, a hoe, and 2 mineral water bottles filled with sugar. It all hinged on this venture. The living expenses for my daughter at the end of the month, whether 1,000 or 2,000, depended on this. I prayed for a bountiful harvest. Upon reaching the hillside where the mountain bees flitted in and out, I bowed to the location of the hive and began crafting a staircase with my hoe to ascend the slope. The honeycomb lay buried within the earth. Slowly, I excavated the soil, layer upon layer of honeycomb, making my mouth water. Oh, what a sight! A treasure indeed. After digging down over half a meter, I finally revealed the outline of the honeycomb, each piece larger than a stainless steel plate, with the honey mostly sealed, yet oozing at the edges. The sight was so tempting that I longed to break off a piece and savor it. I reached out, gently pushing aside the bees, and divided a piece of honeycomb into 2 portions, placing them into the basin, each brimming with honey and nearly devoid of empty cells. The joy I felt as I cut was indescribable. Each chunk of honey felt substantial in my palm, a delightful weightiness that brought me immense satisfaction. As he continued to slice upwards, the honey became increasingly rich and thick. Upon reaching the upper 4 layers, he discovered numerous bee larvae peeking out from the hive, and the adjacent containers were nearly filled. Su Fan decided to halt his efforts. He procured a rain cover and wooden sticks to commence the repair of the hive, sealing off the entire excavated surface. Subsequently, he hung 2 5-liter mineral water buckets from a nearby tree branch. The buckets were punctured with several small holes, allowing the bees to enter and exit freely. One bucket contained a concentrated sugar water solution made from mineral water and dissolved white sugar, while the other was filled with granulated sugar, half a bucket's worth. As the mid-autumn festival approached in early September, the flowering plants on the mountain dwindled. Without feeding the bees with this sugar water and granulated sugar, it was likely that the hive's population would diminish significantly. Earning a profit was certainly essential, but spending a little to ensure the survival of the bee colony was equally prudent. When my beehive arrives, I'll treat you to delicious food and drink. He chuckled as he prepared to leave. The honey was indeed delightful. After completing his tasks, Su Fan savored a small piece of honey from the bowl. With a single bite, the honey burst forth, filling him with a sweet and overwhelming sense of happiness. He found a spot to remove his windproof attire and contentedly returned to the lodge with the honey. There was no need to separate the honey for sale. The essence of the original cut was what customers desired, allowing them to press and filter it themselves. The next morning, he rose early, bringing along 6 wasp nests and a large basin of honey to set up a stall in Huajian. To his surprise, he encountered 2 groups of early risers. The child was still selling wild vegetables and herbs, while Meng Gu and Sha Guchong had gathered a considerable amount of five-fingered peach and lampgrass, setting up an impressive display. Wow, have you really harvested all the five-fingered peaches from the mountain? Su Fan exclaimed in astonishment as he laid out 2 large cardboard sheets at his stall. Nowadays, fewer people are fishing, and we don't dare to guard the big grass carp at night, so we've taken to foraging in the mountains instead. What are you selling today? And why the cardboard? They asked. These are solid goods. Bring them over now, Su Fan replied as he swiftly returned to his vehicle, transporting a basin of chicken and duck eggs, along with the wasp nests, one by one. Meng Gu, the child, and Aunt C were all taken aback. Wow, you actually went for this? Did you get stung? I saw someone selling these while browsing the market a few days ago, in order to set up protective clothing online. With that gear on, they can sting all they want, Su Fan said, returning with 4 cages of wasps to set up at his stall. Incredible. This should attract buyers. Infusing it in liquor is exceptional, and for those who dare not drink, it can be applied externally. Why didn't I think of this? I nearly got stung while foraging for five-fingered peaches, Meng Gu lamented. I've marked the locations of wasp nests in the surrounding forests. If you want to pursue this, it might be a bit late. Ha ha ha. The real deal has arrived. Truly wild mountain honey. Finally, Su Fan brought over a large basin of freshly cut honeycomb. Oh my. I can't believe I managed to obtain such a rare delicacy. I cannot. Allow me to have a taste first. Meng Gu, filled with envy, swiftly grabbed a small broken piece from the side and placed it in his mouth, his expression vividly animated. It is truly delightful. Far superior to the honey produced in our village. How much do you intend to sell it for per pound? After indulging in its sweetness, Meng Gu, still savoring the moment, inquired about the price from Su Fan. 300. That is too steep, Meng Gu exclaimed, waving his hands in refusal as he stepped back. I had hoped to take some back to send to my sister. She invested a portion of my cattle-rearing funds. Such a coincidence. Your sister is just like my sister, Su Fan remarked playfully. Take a piece back to practice making honey yourself. He then retrieved a transparent fruit packaging box, placed a piece weighing over a pound inside, and handed it to Meng Gu. Are you serious? Meng Gu was taken aback, never expecting Su Fan to actually give it to him. Take it. If we finish early today, join me in the mountains. There are a few large wasp nests I need to reach, and we must bring a brush cutter. Then I must take it. Meng Gu eagerly accepted. Come on, Achong. Gather everyone after you've eaten. Hee hee, my mother has always wanted some honey. This is just perfect. Sha Guchong did not hesitate either, happily accepting the box, and then stepping aside to record a video on his phone. Both men received their gifts, and the lovely aunt could not be overlooked. Someone was eagerly awaiting her turn. I've always wanted to thank you for the renovation advice you've provided. Today, I present this gift. Su Fan handed the most exquisite box of honey to the beautiful aunt. I really like it. By the way, I have opened a social media account on Tushio, where I share snippets of my daily stall activities. May I film a video? If anyone wishes to purchase honey, I could sell it online. As she inquired, the two next door had already finished filming. Su Fan pointed to Meng Gu and his companion, who had both uploaded their videos to their social media accounts. Haha, my footage is quite detailed. It may take you some time. No problem. Those who are willing to spend money on this are still asleep. Su Fan had sent a video to the wealthy women in town yesterday, and at this hour, they likely had not yet risen. An elderly gentleman interested in a wasp nest hesitated for a moment after confirming the price before purchasing a 3-pound nest. Impressive. At 180 yuan per pound, Meng Gu, too lazy to sell his 5-finger peach, assisted Su Fan in persuading the gentleman to pay. This liquor requires over a year to mature before it can be savored. Ideally, it should age for 2 years. My great-grandfather once had a jar of this wasp liquor. When he suffered from rheumatism, a small cup would alleviate the pain. I dare not drink it. If I experience an allergic reaction, I use it for external application, vigorously massaging the affected joints until they feel warm. Meng Gu continued to persuade the still indecisive gentleman. I have tried it elsewhere before. It does have some effect. However, 600 yuan for a cage seems a bit pricey. What is so expensive about it? Soaking 1 pound of liquor only costs around 100 to 200 yuan. You have chosen the largest hive, which contains at least 1,000 wasps. I am already selling it at a discounted price of 600 yuan. If you do not purchase it, I shall take it back and steep it in liquor under the sun. I will buy this hive then. The price of bee larvae and wasps is 10 to 20 yuan cheaper compared to the last time I sold them. Su Fan was concerned about not selling out and being left with unsold stock, but his worries were unfounded. The town is filled with connoisseurs. The last vendor sold honeycombs for 200 yuan per pound, and here Su Fan priced his at 180 yuan, prompting no hesitation from the discerning buyers. By 8:30 in the morning, the affluent women of the town, unreserved in their spending, flocked to Su Fan's stall, eager to purchase. Is 300 yuan per pound expensive? Not at all. Out of 26 pounds of honey, apart from 3 or 4 pounds set aside for Meng Gu and the others, the rest was swiftly purchased by 4 wealthy ladies. The latecomers among the other women could only discreetly share a small portion. Indeed, this is what selling truly entails. We simply stand guard, waiting for customers. Let us go, I'll take it to the pharmacy for a better price. We are done waiting. Upon seeing Su Fan pack up, Menggu immediately followed suit, dismantling his own stall. The two of them sold all their goods to a local herbal shop at half the market price, barely recovering their hard-earned money. Meanwhile, a nearby woman watched Su Fan and the others packing up and secretly opened a fruit box to take a bit of honey to taste. Upon seeing Su Fan leave, her child followed suit to taste the honey. Wow, how sweet. It was my first experience with freshly cut honey. Though a bit of beeswax remained, the flavor was delightful. The woman's face lit up with joy. My uncle raises bees. I can buy some if I want more. The honey cultivated differs somewhat from that found in the mountains. I am content with this. Consuming too much isn't advisable, though I am tempted. Someone is buying. Hurry. Chapter 37. Bee larvae at the reservoir. Wild mountain honey is priced at 300 yuan per pound, while wasp nests range from 150 to 180 yuan per pound, and eggs are 1 yuan each. 20 pounds of honey amounts to 6,000 yuan. More expensive than a calf. The items Su Fan offered at his stall invigorated Menggu and his companion. However, lacking equipment, they could only observe Su Fan as he demonstrated how to extract snails and eat crabs. The three of them purchased 2 fine mesh nets in town. Menggu planned to DIY a bee-proof suit to protect his head from stings, adding an extra layer of clothing elsewhere and wearing gloves. They were keen to engage in this venture, and Su Fan had no objections, especially considering the wasp nests perched atop trees, which would require cutting branches. A cooperative effort would certainly alleviate some challenges. Wealth cannot be amassed alone. Moreover, enticing wasps to their nests does not require much skill. It is easy to snatch up the goods, so collaboration is preferable. However, while wasp nests can be harvested together, honeycomb must be secured individually, as its price is exorbitant and the demand exceeds that for wasp nests. The hornet nests in Huazhen can endure for a while longer. If the three of them venture to collect hornet nests across the mountains, they may find that the meager profits from selling them are not worth the effort, leaving them with no choice but to consume their bounty themselves. Upon returning to the lodge, preparations commence. A grass cutter, a chainsaw, windbreak clothing, bee traps, fine mesh nets, snakeskin bags, and net pouches are gathered. When they convene with Menggu, the duo has ingeniously fashioned a windbreaker from fine mesh netting and cardboard, donning winter attire for the expedition. Although their makeshift gear lacks aesthetic appeal, it is economical, sturdy, and durable. And so, they set forth. Riding motorcycles in tandem with Su Fan's wooling, they leave the mountains for Huazhen, veering into another mountain access point and halting at the foot of a hill adorned with eucalyptus and overgrown grasses. Biao, what other locations nearby have you not explored? Menggu is taken aback, astonished by the extensive reach of Su Fan's efforts. Well, I've thoroughly scoured the vicinity of my lodge and the paths leading out of the mountains, Biao replies, though I suspect there may be some oversights. I have set bait along both sides of the access routes to the two towns, but I cannot recall the smaller, more desolate spots. The current find is substantial, weighing an estimated 40 to 50 pounds. The grass cutter roars to life, and Menggu steps forward to shoulder the machine. Taking the initiative now will facilitate the borrowing of tools later. Without the grass cutter, attempting to ascend the mountain would be an arduous task indeed. As the drone ascends to survey the mountainous terrain, they locate a suitable ascent point and set to work. Menggu leads the way, with Su Fan and Sha Guchong trailing behind, laden with gear. After more than 20 minutes, they reach the summit, where a massive hornet nest rests atop a wild chestnut tree. By heavens, this is enormous. At 100 yuan per pound, we could fetch 4 to 5,000 yuan for this, exclaims Su Fan. Biao, you truly have a knack for making money. We're always a step behind. While strolling through the market, Su Fan had seen vendors selling such items, but had never imagined he would engage in the endeavor himself. He had felt a sense of pride for the hornet liquor brewed at home, yet now, he realizes he has been oblivious to the opportunities around him. Menggu gazes up at the hornet nest, reflecting on the stark contrast between this venture and his workday thoughts. Everyone is aware that plastic bottles can be sold for cash, yet only those who are unemployed would devise various means to earn money, even collecting plastic bottles as a strategy. It's time to don the protective gear, lest we suffer stings, Su Fan advises as they approach the hornet's territory. He instructs Menggu to pause briefly to don the bee-proof attire. Thus, the operation begins. The heat is oppressive, necessitating swift action. Menggu, with the grass cutter on his back, clears the underbrush surrounding the wild chestnut tree. Su Fan, armed with a bundle of nylon rope, ascends the tree to secure a section of the branch housing the hornet nest, fashioning a makeshift pulley system to prevent the nest from crashing to the ground when the branch is cut. He positions himself carefully, lowers another length of nylon rope for Sha Guchong to attach the chainsaw, and then hoists it up the tree. With the chainsaw now operational, Su Fan begins his work, sawing through the branch as thick as a calf. The severed branch, tethered by rope, dangles in midair, swarming with agitated hornets. In a swift motion, Meng Gu and his companion grasped their fine mesh nets and began to ensnare the wasps. The nest belonged to Su Fan, and whatever wasps they managed to capture would be deemed their own. After carefully placing the chainsaw back on the ground, Su Fan descended the tree, setting the substantial wasp nest down and using a small handsaw to clear away the leaves and branches. The duo exhibited remarkable skill, their nets dancing in the air as they captured every wasp that emerged from the nest. Soon, the skies were devoid of the buzzing insects, and all that had attempted to escape found themselves trapped within their fine nets. Su Fan shook the net to check for any hidden wasps and then retrieved the larger bag, prompting the trio to gather their equipment and prepare to leave. As they began to shed their clothing, the heat became palpable. Goodness, it's sweltering. No wonder we needed those protective suits. This heat is nearly unbearable, Meng Gu exclaimed. Guzzling down water from a bottle, Su Fan joined him, also downing a couple of bottles, before suggesting, since it's still early, should we continue hunting wasps or drive to town to sell our catch? Let us sell them. These wasps won't last until tomorrow after being netted, came the reply. After all, live wasps are only useful for brewing liquor. We can return to work when the sun is less intense. Indeed, in this sweltering heat, I could wring out my t-shirt and underwear. They laughed. Let us hurry to town, sell our catch, and enjoy some milk tea in the air conditioning. Upon reaching the marketplace in Huazhen, they found a young boy tending a stall selling wild herbs, but there was no sign of the ant. Upon seeing Su Fan and his companions approach with the hefty wasp nest, he was taken aback, momentarily abandoning his stall in shock. The nest was substantial. After removing the outer shell and branches, the honeycomb and pupae weighed at least 50 pounds. In this small town, news travels quickly, and it wasn't long before several interested individuals made their way over. The price was slightly steep, but for those willing to spend. Meng Gu found that selling wasps was quite lucrative. At 50 yuan for 200 wasps, this price was below market value, prompting some to purchase glass jars and high-proof liquor on site to brew their wasp-infused spirits. Within no time, the 2 large bags of wasps were sold out. Most buyers were older gentlemen, with a couple of middle-aged men participating as well. Su Fan noticed that not many were willing to buy an entire batch, so they divided the catch into portions for sale. A few patrons pooled their resources to buy a layer of wasp pupae, intending to have them stir-fried. As the pupae were poured out and fried in oil, the enticing aroma of high-protein meat wafted through the air, enhanced with a sprinkling of salt and pepper, a dish that was simply irresistible and a perfect accompaniment to drinks and boasting. However, it should be noted that many people are allergic to consuming wasp pupae, with some even requiring hospitalization after indulging. After an hour of selling, there were still some left unsold, and Su Fan was growing weary of the stall. Yet, he hesitated to indulge himself until his gaze fell upon a fish stall across the way, lighting up with inspiration. There exists a certain type of individual who refrains from indulging in humble fare, deeming even a pair of buns priced at a mere yuan to be excessive, yet readily acquires fishing bait that costs several dozen yuan. Such is the life of an avid angler. Su Fan promptly summoned the proprietor of a fishing tackle shop via his mobile device, dispatching a photograph of the stall accompanied by a message, baiting the black pit. The catch increases exponentially. Come quickly. The shopkeeper indeed arrived with alacrity, bringing cash in hand, accompanied by another fishing enthusiast. 180 is a tad on the pricey side, remarked one. Is 180 truly dear? Just one sizable grass carp would be worth that amount. You wouldn't catch a single carp with a pound of bee larvae. You might as well snap your fishing rod in half. Come along and learn the art of setting traps, Su Fan retorted, wearing an expression of skepticism. You make a valid point. I'll make the purchase. Shall we venture to the reservoir? Are you joining us? Not going. I've recently abstained from fishing and consuming fish. Both Su Fan and Brother Meng hastily replied. What are you afraid of? Just toss out a couple of your large traps. Nothing will happen. The tackle shop owner feigned superiority. Yet, you don't even fish in our rivers. You prefer the reservoir. What's the deal with the reservoir? Can one take fish home? How much does it cost to fish for a day? Su Fan pondered, realizing that selling the bee larvae in Huazhen was not feasible. He suspected Brother Meng and his companion would engage vigorously, while he himself might not fare as well, given the market was heating up. Fishing for a day seemed to cost either 300 or 500 yuan. No catching of silver carp allowed. Only other species may be fished. Forget it. I shall wait until the frenzy subsides before attempting to fish. Reminded of past conflicts arising from fishing, Su Fan still found the prospect of guarding the rivers for grass carp intriguing. The fish conditions in your rivers are indeed splendid. Such a pity. The tackle shop owner purchased the remaining bee larvae, arranging for several anglers to accompany him to the reservoir. The last night fishing expedition had resulted in a child being pulled from the water face down. Children from towns upstream and downstream were forbidden from playing near the river, mandated instead to remain at home completing their homework. Aside from the children affected, the river's fresh catch suffered severe repercussions. Sales plummeted, and those aware of the incident refrained from purchasing river fish, even discouraging others from doing so. The implication was clear: consuming fish exposed to corpses is quite repulsive. Furthermore, since river fish are generally more expensive than farmed fish, with alternatives available, the market for river fish collapsed. Chapter 38. Purchasing household items in Guangdong. Winter is a foreign concept. Even around the Mid-Autumn Festival, the heat remains oppressive, with little rain and excessive dryness. The trio found refuge in a milk tea shop, basking in the cool air conditioning. Ah Biao, engaging in bee larvae harvesting is indeed a promising venture, Brother Meng remarked, sipping his milk tea while sharing information he had gleaned online. By the time you realize this opportunity for profit, others will have already amassed their wealth. You even shared it on social media. What village lacks 1 or 2 nests of wasps? A mere piece of lean meat can serve as bait for tracking. It can be lucrative, but it requires extensive travel, exploring areas unvisited by others. Indeed, one cannot earn from both ends. Brother Meng nodded in agreement with Su Fan's assertion. They proceeded to craft a DIY bee-proof suit, a project others could similarly undertake. The markets in Pingzhen and the county town still thrived. But if they lingered in Huazhen a few more days, the demand would likely dwindle. After all, it was not a necessity. There are individuals online who express a desire for your products. Particularly, the wild mountain honey you've produced has garnered inquiries regarding its authenticity, with offers reaching 350 yuan per pound. Meng Gu even shared his chat history with Su Fan for verification. This requires cold chain shipping, necessitating ice packs and insulated packaging. The associated costs, when totaled, are comparable to my stall's selling price of 300 yuan per pound. Finding beehives is no easy task. Otherwise, one could profitably engage in beekeeping. The three of them conversed extensively at the milk tea shop, discussing various unconventional financial ventures and the development of mountain resorts. Around 3 in the afternoon, they drove back into the mountains to extract a hornet's nest. This particular nest, located in a tree fork, weighed around 30 to 40 pounds, translating to a potential profit of 3 to 4,000 yuan, which Meng Gu and his companion greatly envied. Men who earn over 10,000 a day are impressive, Meng Gu remarked as he watched Su Fan load the hornet's nest into the vehicle, carrying a bag of hornets himself. This endeavor sparked in him a desire to venture into beekeeping. It is said that beekeeping is quite simple. One merely needs to catch small fish, cut them open, and hang them nearby, allowing the bees to feed themselves. There is a steady demand for beehives, making it a viable side business. Shai Guchong expressed a faint yearning for this prospect. Only a fool would raise hornets. If I were to keep bees, I would choose mountain bees. Establish a couple of wild hives in the mountains, film the process of harvesting the honey, and at 350 yuan per pound, after deducting costs, there would still be a profit of 300 yuan per pound. This is considerably safer than dealing with hornets. If they sting someone, it could lead to significant troubles. Death by a sting is not unheard of. Even cattle have been incapacitated by them. Hearing such wisdom, Shai Guchong abandoned his plans for beekeeping. Meanwhile, Su Fan had already established 3 hornet nests in the wild, situated a couple of mountain peaks away from Qingyou Mountain. He initially fed them 2 pieces of lean meat, after which he would no longer need to tend to them, leaving their survival through winter to fate. Upon returning to the resort, he took a refreshing cold spring water bath, changed his clothes, and proceeded to sprinkle spring water on the sesame mushroom forest. The sesame mushrooms had fully unfurled, but the humid temperature here did not exhibit the same dryness as in other locations. Besides the initial 2 mushrooms, 2 more had emerged. However, it was not merely sesame mushrooms that were sprouting, but rather a burgeoning business opportunity. It was time to invest in a solar-powered water pump. I wanted to maintain the entire forest in a damp and warm state. The unique aroma of the sesame mushrooms lingered in the air, prompting Su Fan to linger for quite some time before descending the mountain. There was still another hornet's nest to be harvested, albeit further away, and the mountain path was arduous. Faced with the dilemma of maximizing returns, he shouldered his tools and set off before darkness fell. The purpose of this excursion was to procure wild honey from a rocky cliff at the summit. Ascending the mountain with a lawnmower took over an hour, leaving us utterly fatigued. As the sun dipped below the horizon, bees continued to flit in and out from beneath a large stone fissure. The slope was rather steep, necessitating the use of a sturdy nylon rope to carefully lower ourselves down. Establishing 2 footholds, we began to chisel away at the beehive. The task proved exceedingly challenging. Even a military shovel could not penetrate, forcing us to pry away small stones incrementally, gradually enlarging the opening. The honey within was so enticing that it made Su Fan's mouth water incessantly. With 1 basin brimming and another half filled, we realized there was still much honey beyond our reach. In total, we gathered around 40 pounds, sufficient, yet not excessive. Although tempted to further enlarge the opening to extract more honey, I decided against it. We retrieved stones to seal the entrance, covering 2 mineral water bottles filled with concentrated sugar water and sugar with a tree branch nearby. However, this colony of bees was too vast. A division was imperative. We stabilized them with the sugar water, awaiting the arrival of the beehive to encourage them to naturally separate. After 2 trips down the mountain hauling tools and honey, darkness enveloped the land. Exhausted and famished, we still faced a long trek to reach the parked wooling vehicle. Our labor continued until 10 o'clock at night, when we finally returned to the lodge, bathed, and succumbed to sleep. In my dreams, I envisioned the blissful expression on my aunt's face as she savored the honey. This dream stirred Su Fan awake in the middle of the night, immersed in the cool spring water. He couldn't help but reflect on the truth that genuine friendship between men and women is a rarity. Who could remain indifferent to beauty? Tomorrow, I shall set up a stall in Pingshan. When a woman begins to influence your emotions, do not hesitate. Remove her from your life. To do so is akin to the adage there's no silver here, and the best course is to remain focused on financial growth and personal development. After all, my aunt remarked on how lovely the villa appeared, expressing a desire to stay for a few days. The lodge cannot hold a woman, at least not the current one. At dawn the following day, Su Fan packed his belongings and drove down the mountain, 5 dogs watching eagerly as he departed before returning to patrol the lodge. Pingshan is replete with business owners, and the drive takes 40 to 50 minutes. By the time he arrived, the sun was fully risen. As the hornet's nest and 2 bowls of wild mountain honey were displayed, the local residents who ventured out to the morning market became quite animated, gathering around to witness the spectacle and inquire about prices. At 300 yuan per pound, customers could purchase as much as they desired. Tasting samples were available on site, free of charge. Su Fan cut a piece of honey into small portions for interested patrons to savor. The flavor was delightful. It was genuine wild mountain honey, not the kind artificially enhanced with sugar. An elderly gentleman, after tasting, offered a serious critique. It must be from the mountains. I've spent 4 to 5 hours climbing. I pry stones from the crevices on steep cliffs. The honey produced at home lacks this complexity. He explained that the honey gathered from the mountains is infused with wildflowers and medicinal herbs, offering a taste and nutritional value far superior to that of ordinary fruit tree blossoms. Come and try it, he exclaimed. Indeed, at home, I only have lychee and longan honey, which does not compare in flavor to yours. I'll take 5 pounds to gift. Following his tasting, an older gentleman immediately placed an order, handing over 1,500 yuan. As the first customer, Su Fan generously offered a little extra to the elder, showcasing the benefits of purchasing from him. This gesture enticed others, and soon they all succumbed to the temptation of fresh products. Freshly baked items hold a particular allure for the locals. Freshly baked egg tarts, just roasted ducks and geese, small river shrimp just caught, fruits freshly plucked from trees, and watermelons just harvested from the fields. The irresistible freshness is something no local can withstand. Those who manage to resist do so only due to a lack of cash. In less than half an hour, over 40 pounds of honey vanished, and the basin was cleaned out by an eager woman. Sales of the hornet's nests were also promising. Eventually, only 5 or 6 pounds remained unsold. Su Fan, unwilling to endure the sun any longer, began packing up his goods to return home. While checking his messages, he noticed inquiries from Meng Gu and the fishing tackle shop owner, both wondering where Su Fan was and why he wasn't at the market. Meng Gu was curious about Su Fan's latest money-making venture, while the tackle shop owner boasted about his fish catch and expressed interest in purchasing a hornet's nest. These fellows had taken a hornet's nest to the reservoir yesterday, almost bringing the owner to tears. They were eager for another round today, dreaming of enjoying a meal of hornet larvae. You bring cash right to my door. How could I refuse? He thought, setting off to Huazhen in a wooling vehicle, which took over an hour. He arrived to find several anglers waiting. Wow, are hornet larvae that effective for fishing? He mused, carrying a plastic bag containing a hornet's nest. Haha, you don't understand. In most places, using larvae might not yield fish, but in a reservoir, it's guaranteed success. Today, we will try a different reservoir. The owner from yesterday was nearly ready to throw us out, nearly crying over his losses and demanding we leave. Thankfully, they had been a large group. The tackle shop owner boasted, feeling quite pleased with himself. Impressive, truly impressive. Indeed, it seems you have truly captivated the attention of the boss. Let us refrain from imposing a ban on fishing with bee pupae in the future. Su Fan's words brought immense joy to the fishermen, as if they had accomplished something of great significance. Ah, their laughter echoed, and as the fishermen departed, only a small portion of Meng Ji's hornets remained unsold. How is the demand over in Pingshan? Is it selling well? Meng Gu offered a cigarette to Su Fan while inquiring. It's not too bad. I have sold off 3 to 4 dozen pounds of honeycomb, leaving only 5 or 6 pounds. The price ranges from 130 to 160. But I've been pressured significantly on the price. The folks over there love to haggle. They can bargain for half a day just to save a bit of money. That's normal. I've heard that many people prefer to transport their goods to Huazhen rather than sell them in Pingshan. Here, no matter what price you set, they might only ask for a discount, but want to engage in prolonged negotiations. By the way, where are you headed? May I borrow your chainsaw? There's a large hornet's nest on the trees behind my village that I wish to retrieve. Meng Ge shifted the conversation to a more serious matter. Certainly. The chainsaw is currently in my vehicle. I want to be extracting the hive today, and I can lend you the bee suit as well. However, be cautious while cutting. If you leave any gaps, you'll be the one stung. Su Fan intended to purchase some furniture to furnish his quaint villa. He truly wished to avoid sleeping on the ground. I assure you, nothing will be damaged. I want to be keeping it. Take this to brew your own liquor. Meng Ge called for Shigu to fetch Su Fan's equipment. Su Fan's chosen location for the hive extraction lay along the highway, ensuring he wouldn't venture towards the village. He would only proceed into the mountains. This can be seen as a form of wealth for the villagers. An outsider should ideally refrain from meddling. If an outsider were to extract a hornet's nest from their village and sell it for several thousand, they would likely face expulsion or even arrest upon their next visit, under the pretext of harming the ecological environment and engaging in reckless deforestation. If a local undertakes the task, it is viewed as eliminating a hazard. Having not joined Meng Ge and the others in dealing with the hornet's nest, Su Fan began to browse for beds, wardrobes, tables, and chairs in the furniture city. He had earned over 24,000 yuan from selling hornets and honey, so spending 5,000 on furnishing the villa posed no issue. In a more remote area of the mountains, there was another hive, which could yield nearly 10,000 yuan, providing him with ample confidence. Chapter 39, Stone Cliff Honey at 350 yuan per pound. The oak solid wood bed with posts and a mattress costs 800 yuan, which includes a mosquito net and a 4-piece bedding set. However, the vanity table costs 800 yuan, which is simply outrageous. I could easily craft one myself for less than 500 yuan with some plywood, and it would be spacious and minimalist. A round dining table with 6 chairs is priced at 800 yuan, which is quite reasonable. And I no longer need to use my fishing box as a dining table, spending 5,600 yuan. I still intend to purchase a metal clothing rack online for the wardrobe. I'll buy something new when a woman is willing to move in. The furniture comes with delivery and installation, though the driver seemed increasingly anxious, almost as if he were encountering a supernatural event. Had it not been for the clear skies and the visible tracks of vehicles along the mountain road, he might have turned back in fright. I never anticipated that such a quaint villa could be established in such a desolate mountain area. It even makes me wish to create one for my own retirement. Amidst the mountains and waters, there lies a serene pond. To cultivate some vegetables, raise fish, and tend to chickens would be truly remarkable. If one were to spend a week in solitude amidst the mountains, devoid of mobile connectivity, such thoughts would soon diminish. Su Fan jested, "Is there no network here?" The infrastructure appears quite commendable, with a surrounding fence established. The distance renders the signal unreliable, and bringing in electricity would incur substantial costs. Currently, I find myself devoid of funds even to purchase fertilizer for cultivation. Ha ha ha. In such an expansive area, recouping the investment should not pose too much of a challenge. The proprietor of the furniture city genuinely envied Su Fan's model development of the mountain retreat, particularly the fields that had recently been tilled. He gazed into the distance, proclaiming, "Behold, this is my dominion. This is my land. These are my people." Installing solid wood beds is a straightforward task, with pre-drilled openings allowing for easy assembly. One merely needs to secure the screws tightly. Do you sell the eggs, vegetables, and sweet potatoes here? If so, I would like to purchase some, inquired the furniture store owner after completing the installation of beds and dining tables. Stepping outside to survey the expanse of the estate's fields, he took a puff of his cigarette and addressed Su Fan. "I set up a stall at every major market. Let us exchange contact information. When I have quality goods, I'll send you a message. Home delivery is no issue." "Excellent. I usually oversee the shop, and for groceries, I frequent the market. I have yet to see your stall." The furniture store owner, somewhat reluctant to depart, left knowing Su Fan had gained yet another valuable client. Clad in simple, casual attire, the proprietor was undoubtedly affluent and held a modest reputation in the town. Upon the marriage of his 2 daughters, he provided them with dowries of 300,000 each, along with a car and a house. Such extravagance is often the subject of gossip among the townsfolk. Many from the Guangdong region regard the dowry as a token of sincerity. The accompanying gifts often surpass the dowry itself, sometimes even multiplying several times over. However, daughters from such families are generally out of reach for most. To partake in the fragrant rice of life, one must pursue education, thereby creating opportunities to connect with such women. With the doors and windows well ventilated, it would be a simple matter to select a propitious day for a housewarming ceremony. The sun still blazed fiercely, prompting an inspection of the rice seeds soaked 2 days prior, only to discover they had begun to sprout. I proceeded to drain some water from the paddy, just enough to expose the soil's surface. As the afternoon sun tilted towards the west, I began to scatter the seeds across the waterlogged field, akin to a celestial maiden showering flowers. Whether they would grow into golden ears of grain was of little concern to Su Fan. He simply wished to avoid the fields lying fallow, lest he be compelled to till them again in a fortnight. The hens in the mountains were still too few, and the demand for eggs remained substantial. The night was filled with the chorus of insects. One rooster proved inadequate, timidly avoiding the rice paddies and merely wandering about the foot of the mountain. Truly disappointing. After scattering the rice seeds, I returned to find the rooster accompanying the hens, pecking at insects and clucking to encourage them to join in. In certain areas, the sowing of seeds and farming is conducted in this manner. The teal-headed ducks and geese exhibit a certain boldness, meandering along the irrigation channels and winding mountain paths, seldom revealing their presence during daylight hours. As the sun tilts westward, at around 4:30 in the afternoon, the oppressive heat relents a bit. Su Fan prepares himself and drives down the mountain to meet Meng Gu and collect a windbreaker. Hey, you've arrived. Have some watermelon. It's been chilled in the water, just waiting for your arrival. The watermelon, priced at $2.50 per pound, is truly exquisite. Upon Su Fan's arrival, Meng Gu takes a knife to slice the watermelon. I absolutely adore this watermelon. Today is a lucrative day. This watermelon must weigh at least 23 pounds. His estimation is spot on, 23 pounds and 2 ounces. The honeycomb we harvested weighed 37 pounds, which the owner of the fishing gear shop purchased for 145 yuan. It is said that this bee pupa can be bartered with the reservoir owner, who is quite eager for it. After enjoying a couple of slices of watermelon at Meng Gu's place, Su Fan dons his windbreaker and navigates the road toward Pingshan, then veers into a mountain path. This location, where a large nest of rock honey was discovered while setting traps for wasps, features a substantial section of honey clinging to a steep rocky cliff. The journey is arduous, with no paths leading to it, necessitating the use of a brush cutter. This place once saw cattle grazing and land being cultivated over 40 to 50 years ago, but now the road has vanished entirely, and the previously cultivated fields are overrun with shrubs and reeds, now entirely abandoned. With no one venturing here, these treasures are left for Su Fan, who is undeterred by hardship. After maneuvering the brush cutter forward for several hundred meters, he returns to retrieve his equipment and continues forward, having changed fuel twice. As darkness envelopes the land, he finally reaches the base of the steep cliff. Under the moonlight, he gazes upward at the thick mass of honey, primarily sealed by bees, measuring about 20 centimeters in thickness, with a swarm of bees clinging to it. What a splendid location, sheltered from the wind, yet basking in sunlight. With only a small nest of wasps nearby, ideal for placing 2 beehives, Su Fan does not immediately ascend the steep slope, but instead takes the time to observe his surroundings, pulling out a cigarette to smoke. After finishing a cigarette, having thoroughly surveyed the environment without spotting any venomous snakes or hazardous creatures, he dons his bee suit and begins to scale the steep incline. Atop the slope, he notices 2 pine trees. After securing ropes, he lowers 3 lines and makes several trips back and forth, finally managing to ascend the rope ladder from the base of the steep cliff to harvest the honey. This time, he must bring a bucket to collect the honey as he cuts into it. It flows forth like molten lava, thick, rich, and radiant in color. Hands and feet entwined in the ropes of a ladder, another rope suspending a bucket, I carefully slice off a piece of honeycomb and place it inside. In no time, the bucket is filled to the brim, yet I have only harvested half. Ah, what sheer delight. I long to finish it all. Once the bucket is full, I descend the ladder and take a taste of the honey within. This honey possesses a more exquisite flavor than that which I extracted from the stone cave previously. Perhaps it is due to the unique environment in which it flourishes. However, this time, I have brought only 1 bucket and 1 basin. I transfer a bit into the basin, then ascend again to harvest another 10 pounds before calling it a day. If I continue further, such a large hive of bees would struggle to survive the winter. I have stationed a mineral water bucket filled with sugar water and white sugar at the steep slope below. After gathering the honey and leaving the ladder behind, I begin my retreat. The beehives have already been shipped to the town, and tomorrow I shall retrieve them to establish 2 apiary sites on the slope. Should the bees enter the hives, I can, under the cover of darkness, transport them back to the villa for free-range keeping. By the time I return to the villa, it is already 11:30 at night, and I seize the opportunity to message the town's affluent ladies and the owner of the home goods store. This batch of Stonecliff honey is being sold at a staggering 350 yuan per pound, more than 3 times the price of ordinary domestically raised or free-range honey. Beekeepers, who release bees flower by flower, command prices that can soar to 60 to 120 yuan per pound. Those who rear their bees without feeding them white sugar can sell for 150. Honey sourced from the wild, not freshly cut and sold, has a market acceptance price ranging from 150 to 260 yuan. In my hometown, where longan and lychee are produced, the lychee honey during the flowering season fetches 150 yuan per pound, and good quality wild mountain honey can be sold for 200. Individuals like Su Fan, who harvest and sell directly, are not typically the type of people to splurge on such purchases, but the wealthy are different. Just after returning from a bath, my phone intermittently buzzes with messages, though the reception is unstable due to poor signal. However, the 350 yuan per pound Stone Cliff honey nearly attracted the entire interest of the home goods store owner. This person might be a doting father, purchasing honey as gifts for his married daughter, and he buys in bulk, a whole barrel at a time. How extravagantly generous. It makes me want to exclaim, Father. One barrel weighs nearly 40 pounds, amounting to over 14,000 yuan. Su Fan notices that the men in Huazhen seem to have a fondness for their daughters. Most patrons at the bubble tea shop are girls, and it is rare to see spirited young men wealthy enough to indulge in bubble tea. The following morning, before even reaching the market stall location, Su Fan spots the owner of the home goods store waiting there. As soon as Su Fan's vehicle comes to a halt, the owner approaches eagerly. Where's the stone cliff honey? I want to give it a taste. Last night, I sent the photos you shared to my daughter, and she immediately expressed that she would take as much as I could provide, raving about how delicious it is. I must sample it first. Consuming this particular item warrants caution, particularly regarding potential allergies to honey. Additionally, one must be vigilant not to combine it with other substances such as tofu, onions, scallions, garlic, Christian carp, crabs, or leeks. I shall send you a chart shortly. Be cautious. Indiscriminate consumption could lead to complications. Last night, driven by hunger, I consumed half a kilogram of it without any adverse effects. Su Fan, in jest, offered a piece to the proprietor as a precautionary taste test. I was merely joking. I had thoroughly researched its consumption prior to my purchase. Hence, I would not have ventured to buy it otherwise. Very well, exercise your discretion. The challenge with wild produce lies in the absence of a safety guarantee. If you deem it beneficial and the price is reasonable, then procure it. Su Fan, however, does not extol the virtues of honey excessively. Rather, he merely states that it is scarce and genuinely sourced from the wild mountains. No one can assure that honey consumption will be devoid of risks, as individual constitutions vary. The owner of the household goods store has already sold out his stock, resulting in Su Fan receiving a sum of 14,800 yuan. The remaining quantity was purchased by affluent ladies from the town, rendering the need for a market stall unnecessary. At 300 yuan per kilogram, no amount of shouting will persuade those without funds to buy. Consuming it does not guarantee longevity. Were it to enhance vitality, perhaps louder calls would be warranted. Finally, fortune has smiled upon us. Let us set aside debts for now. Many debts do not weigh heavily. They shall be settled by year-end. This is a peculiarity of Huazhen, where all debts must be cleared before the eve of the new year. If one does not repay, shopkeepers will come to collect. It is akin to purchasing agricultural chemicals, fertilizers, or rice seeds. One can incur debts at long-standing establishments. However, all accounts must be settled before the afternoon of New Year's Eve. Friendships are one matter, dining another. This custom is commendable. Those unscathed by misfortune typically settle their debts by year-end, allowing everyone to enjoy a prosperous new year. Chapter 40. The arrival of a blind date with approximately 30,000 yuan at hand. I allocated 10,000 for strawberry seedlings, fertilizers, bird nets, plastic film, and goji root seedlings. These items can be ordered online and simply collected from the town at the appropriate time. It is indeed a challenge to save money. It is quite perplexing. After purchasing the seedlings and fertilizers, Su Fan transferred 3,000 yuan to an account with which he had no prior communication, labeled as living expenses. Thus, only a little over 15,000 remains. Next, I placed an order for 5 solar-powered water pumps, each set costing 1,000 yuan, totaling 5,000. Subsequently, I purchased several large cowhide buckets, leaving me with 10,000 yuan. There are no significant beehives or wild honey in the surrounding mountainous areas for Su Fan to harvest. I retrieved 5 beehives from the courier point and did not linger in Huazhen. I hurried back to the villa. After tending to the dogs, I began transporting the beehives and beeswax to the mountains for installation. Each beehive bore a red inscription of the character Su, indicating ownership. Should anyone discover them, they would recognize that these hives are claimed and would think twice before attempting to steal the honey. The process of enticing bees with beeswax is quite straightforward. One may utilize a blowtorch to directly melt the beeswax, allowing it to drip into the beehive and at the entrance, or alternatively, one can heat it in a pot and then brush it onto the interior of the hive. Beeswax is essentially the byproduct of the bees' nests. After extracting the honey, it is boiled in water and subsequently filtered and condensed to yield beeswax. To prepare the hive, one must level the ground and place 2 stones underneath for support, ensuring the beehive is positioned correctly. A waterproof sealant can be applied at the top, and pressing down the stones will complete the setup. The bees, attracted by the scent of the beeswax, will enter the hive, which serves as their domicile during the swarming process. A bucket of sugar water hung nearby provides sustenance for the bees, and those hives that have been harvested stabilize beautifully. Truly, these industrious creatures are a delight. I cordially invite you all to visit my mountain retreat next time. However, the bees might protest, exclaiming, "How dare you? It is we who toil, while you, the opportunist, reap the rewards." After a year of hard work, they find little honey for themselves, which is indeed a hardship. Having set up all 5 hives, I am utterly exhausted from a day spent traversing mountain paths, and upon returning to the lodge, I find myself too weary to even engage with the water bucket. On September 1st, Su Fan begins preparations for planting strawberries in the mountains. From planting to flowering takes merely 2 to 4 weeks, and from bloom to ripening, about another 2 weeks suffice. The weather outside is quite warm, making it necessary to wait until after the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day to plant. However, the cool spring water at the lodge, combined with a solar-powered pump continuously spraying water across the fields, ensures a temperature several degrees lower than that outside. Strawberries grow leaves and small buds when temperatures exceed 20 degrees, yet they rarely flower, and the mother plants may perish. Fertilizer, delivered promptly, outpaces the seedlings upon unboxing. The mixed compound fertilizer is scattered across the ground, and then incorporated with a tiller to form ridges and lay down plastic mulch. Wearing a straw hat, I feel the heat intensely. My 5 dogs lounge comfortably in the water ditch, declaring, "Don't exaggerate, we're not that hot. This cool spring water is delightful." As I toil in the fields, my phone rings, which is somewhat peculiar, given the intermittent signal allowing calls to come through. "Hello, this is Hua Zhen, also known as Gu Tianla. What can I do for you?" A familiar voice responds, "It's me. The matchmaker I introduced to you is here visiting. Could you drive to the train station in the county to pick her up? Did you not see my message? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, really? You're serious." The signal is indeed poor, yet the charming young lady has taken the initiative to introduce herself. I cannot afford to dismiss her. Glancing at my sweaty appearance, I hurriedly return from the fields to take a cold shower and change into a fresh outfit. The journey from the lodge to the high-speed train station in the county takes an hour and a half. The young lady mentioned in the WeChat message seems quite impressive. In matters of fate and fortune, rarely does a woman elicit such favorable remarks from Su Fan, who is typically not swayed by mere attraction. A beautiful appearance does not guarantee good fortune. The young lady is a testament to this, possessing beauty but, alas, lacking in auspicious fortune, suggesting that she may encounter some challenges ahead. Upon arriving at the high-speed railway station, Su Fan immediately spotted the young woman, whose figure was more robust than that of southern girls, adorned with a long, dark braid cascading down her back to just above her hips. My goodness, this woman is beyond the grasp of an average man. They say she can truly hold her own in a fight. Su Fan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. After all, she was the legendary woman known for her prowess. "Is it you, Hongtiao? I am the one and only Gu Tianla from Huazhen, Su Fan." "Oh, it's me. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." The girl stood up, nearly matching Su Fan's height, though slightly smaller in stature. "I apologize. Living in the mountains, the signal is poor. It was only when Ning Jia called that I managed to come down. Are you hungry? Let me take you out for a meal." "Indeed, I am quite famished." The girl looked directly at Su Fan, surveying him from head to toe. "Let us eat while we converse. Hop in." It was clear to Su Fan that she was evaluating his external attributes and character, as is customary in the realm of blind dates. If one is to look, one should do so openly, to assess compatibility. Accompanied by this formidable woman from the northeast, Su Fan arrived at a Cantonese restaurant, indulging in common local delicacies: boiled shrimp, steamed perch, braised ribs, yam chicken soup, and stir-fried greens. "I am Wen Hongtiao, hailing from the northeast. I aspire to marry a southerner. Li Waning is both my classmate and dear friend. I was her bridesmaid at her wedding. She has been singing your praises, claiming you are a rare find among good men, encouraging me to meet you and take a brief respite." After a few bites to satiate her hunger, Wen Hongtiao got straight to the point. "Su Fan, I am a farmer, currently residing in the mountains, and I will continue to do so in the future. That is all. Ha ha. I even praised your entrepreneurial spirit, saying you have a knack for selling things. Why didn't you mention that?" Wen Hongtiao found this response quite amusing, unable to suppress her laughter. Her smile revealed a charming glimpse of her teeth, an added bonus. "Your laughter is truly delightful, like the blossoms of spring. I am 25. How old are you?" Wen Hongtiao concealed her smile, reluctant to be addressed as sister. "I am 23. Do not call me sister. I am not that old." Cough cough. Alas, she may not be a fairy. Her features do not suggest such a persona. Su Fan refrained from further commentary, realizing that his attempt to address her as sister had struck a sensitive chord. There was indeed little entertainment in Huazhen or the village, and Su Fan was at a loss as to why his aunt had brought her here. The casual mention of sister had dimmed the atmosphere of their meal, leading to sparse conversation as they dined, before they drove back to town. Aunt Li Waning awaited them there. "Do I have any further obligations? I feel like making my escape." Su Fan sensed that he was unable to manage this formidable woman with the long braid, wishing to flee. "What? You wish to leave already? You two are the main characters. I am merely the intermediary. You cannot go." Auntie blocked Su Fan's path. "If I must stay, that is acceptable. Just arrange the itinerary and treat me as your errand boy. The town is quite small, with only a few streets. Once you walk through, I wonder where else you could possibly explore. Let's first check out the place where you set up your stall. I find that lifestyle immensely appealing. Will there be anything to sell tomorrow? I would like to tend the stall myself." Back in Guangzhou, I used to sell accessories at stalls, but I was often chased away by the urban management officials. Let us go. Over by the riverbank, we can take a look at it as well. Li Weining pulled Wen Hongtiao along, sharing an umbrella, while Su Fan basked in the sunlight behind them. Here, markets are bustling on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But tomorrow is not one of those days. It will be the day after. That's where we usually set up our stalls. How wonderful. There's no stall fee, right? Wen Hongtiao walked over to the spot where Su Fan used to frequently set up and playfully mimicked a vendor. Small stalls do not incur fees. However, those who occupy a space long-term and sell goods from their vehicles will be charged 5 or 10 yuan. That sounds delightful. Running a stall, even a small one, makes one feel like a little boss. Hearing this made Su Fan chuckle. He once shared the same sentiment. The town is compact, with 5 streets running horizontally and 7 vertically. 3 of those are main streets, both horizontally and vertically, not counting the stalls along the riverbank. After a brief stroll, one can nearly finish exploring the place. Life in the town can indeed feel mundane. Just a quick walk and it's all done. How do you feel? Li Weining asked Wen Hongtiao. Quite leisurely. Strolling without the pressure to buy anything feels rather pleasant. The items in the shops are affordable, allowing me to browse without stress. It's quite relaxing, unlike the bustling malls in Guangzhou, where I find myself unable to afford anything, which makes the experience lose its charm. I can relate to that sentiment. Are you tired from the ride? I have booked a room at the same inn as last time. Li Weining agreed with Wen Hongtiao's observation, but noticing the fatigue in her eyes, she suggested settling in before planning the next steps. I would love to stay at your mountain villa. Many of my thoughts align with what Aing suggested. Did you make any changes based on that? Wen Hongtiao suddenly looked at Su Fan, as if he were a duck startled by thunder on a rainy day. Huh, you want to stay at my place? It's quite mountainous. Don't you mind my visit? Wen Hongtiao gazed directly into Su Fan's eyes. Ahem. Well then, let us go? I have nothing to lose. Li Weining rode her motorcycle, following closely behind as they entered the mountain estate. Wow, is all this enclosed area yours? Li Weining was the first to express her astonishment. The reality was far more impactful than what she had seen in videos. Yes, over there are the rice fields, dry land, and the mountains, all enclosed by a fence. No wonder you said you live in the mountains. You are truly the lord of this estate. Wen Hongtiao also took in the surrounding mountain scenery. The signal here is quite weak, and there is hardly any internet. At night, I sometimes venture out to fish and play on my phone without residing in the mountains. Indeed, it is somewhat remote. It's quite a distance from the town. Let us go. First, let us drop off our things and enjoy some watermelon to cool off. Allowing Wen Hongtiao to hop onto the back of the motorcycle, they drove directly to the open space of the mountain villa. This is it. Within, you may observe for yourself. The bed was purchased the day before yesterday. I have yet to sleep on it. Su Fan led the 2 women into the quaint villa, while he went to the cool spring to fetch a watermelon. The exterior is quite aesthetically pleasing, yet the interior is stark and devoid of furnishings. There is even a lack of a dressing table or wardrobe. Wen Hongtiao gazed silently at Li Weining and then stepped outside. Come enjoy the watermelon. It's slightly chilled. Su Fan called out. Why is it not furnished? Insufficient funds. All the materials for constructing this villa are still on credit. That bed was purchased with money I earned from gathering wild honey these past couple of days. Look, the pavilion and mat over there serve as my bed. Li Weining was similarly taken aback by the villa's simplicity. Su Fan presents a facade of grandeur, while the reality is quite the opposite. The videos were beautifully shot, yet the actual site is rather rudimentary. Only this wooden villa amidst the mountains is somewhat appealing. Come, let us indulge in the watermelon. I will take you to the town shortly. I shall reside here. Let it be simple. I am not a young lady of privilege. The conditions here surpass those of my childhood home by leaps and bounds. As the individuals involved expressed their intent to stay, Li Weining refrained from further comments, as the villa's interior was beyond her expectations, leaving her slightly disappointed. After a stroll around the town, everyone grew weary. Having finished the watermelon, they sat in the living room of the villa, exchanging glances. Do not look at me. Your opinions outweigh mine. You do not heed my words. So why gaze upon me? Su Fan felt an urge to retort. Then heed my suggestions. Tomorrow we shall set up a stall to sell goods. See if there is anything we can take along. Nothing. I've been working in the fields these past few days. There are no supplies. Su Fan shook his head, genuinely lacking any income. What about wild vegetables or herbs? Is not your nephew setting up a stall daily? Wen Hongtiao pointed to Li Weining. Oh, those are currently of little value. The children are selling daily, and prices have been driven to rock bottom. After selling, it would not even cover my transportation costs out of the mountains. I will not engage in that. Then find a way to procure something for us to sell. Wen Hongtiao urged Su Fan. How about selling eels and loaches? I have not set traps by the reservoir in quite some time. I shall place traps this afternoon and collect a batch to take to the stall tomorrow. That could work. This is also feasible. Having settled on the items for sale, the 2 women engaged in further discussions, particularly regarding the operation of social media videos. Li Weining, as a beautiful woman who married into the area, documents the daily life of locals in a southern town, and her account enjoys a fair amount of traffic, boasting around 100,000 followers. The slow-paced life in the town is indeed alluring to many, especially as the children earn their income from setting up stalls. This has compelled numerous children, who would otherwise languish indoors enjoying air conditioning and video games during summer break, to venture outside and gather wild vegetables and herbs. It has truly caused quite a stir. Initially, Su Fan merely noticed that the boy was adept at fishing and decided to have him shift focus. Little did he anticipate that this lad would excel not only in fishing but also in foraging for herbs. Consequently, the other children bore the brunt of this shift. Su Fan refrains from engaging in video production herself, as doing so would draw undue attention. A nest of stone honey cells for about 20,000. Who would still want to work? The surrounding mountains would surely be flattened. After finishing the watermelon, the tranquility of the mountains enveloped the two women as they began to feel drowsy. Li Weiniang sought to create an opportunity for Su Fan and herself, so she made an excuse to return home. Su Fan drove his Wuling to escort them down the mountain. Upon returning, he encountered a woman with long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in casual pants and a short-sleeved shirt, Wen Hongtao. After a 20-minute journey, she had taken a shower and washed her clothes, now looking for a place to hang them. It felt quite awkward for Su Fan, who typically hung his clothes on tree branches, as he had no designated area for drying laundry. Wait a moment. I will set up a place for drying, he exclaimed, grabbing a chainsaw and running up the mountain to cut down 3 shrubs. He returned to the side of the villa, drove 2 wooden stakes into the ground, laid a beam across, and tied it with steel wire. Here you go. A single man is truly hard to deal with. So careless. When Hongtao remarked as she passed by Su Fan, the bedding and pillows are new. I haven't used them. They've all been washed and sun-dried. I know, he replied. Chapter 41, Sweet Potato. Why do you keep staring into my eyes? Ahem, when you're not looking at me, I want to look elsewhere. Looking at you is asking for trouble. After hanging her clothes, when Hongtao returned to the living room, while Su Fan happened to be lying on the floor, trying to cool off, their gazes met for a moment. Admit it, my figure is good, and there's nothing wrong with having ideas, she teased. If you dare act recklessly without my consent, do you know how strong this punch is? I don't want to know. Is your hometown near Changbai Mountain? Su Fan adjusted his sitting posture. It's not particularly far. Why do you ask? Do you like watching snow? I've been to many places and have seen snow. Your figure is indeed impressive, akin to Wuchang rice, plump and full of vitality. This lineage seems quite unique, unlike any other. Your hair is the shiniest I've ever seen. Humph. You do have an eye for beauty, Wen Hongtao replied, pleased with the compliment. The northern region is associated with water, characterized by darkness and a tendency toward aggression. The color black corresponds to the kidneys, signifying a larger frame and greater bone density. Your punch is no less powerful than that of an average man. Typically, Southerners cannot withstand you. You might even end up with a domineering wife. Ha ha ha, you're quite the analyst. Are you afraid of me? Not particularly. However, most men prefer not to engage with strong-willed women. Your looks are decent, but your personality and physique tend to intimidate most Southerners. All right. Since your analysis is so accurate, do you wish for a reward from your sister? Wen Hongtao said, her smile momentarily fading. Su Fan glanced at her resilient figure and abruptly diverted his gaze. No more talking. Oh, why have you stopped? Please continue. Sweet potatoes that haven't been stored in a cellar for winter are quite hard and not sweet. Please, be merciful. Humph, you seem to know quite a bit. Oh, once the years of schooling pass, the sweetness of love fades away, Su Fan replied as he lay down on the floor. As adults, everyone has myriad considerations and concerns, easily discerning one another's thoughts. Wen Hongtao works in the company handling quotes and orders, undoubtedly possessing a keen sense of value. The reality is that Su Fan cannot emerge from his current predicament, nor would he desire a woman whose ideas surpass his own, seeking to alter his perspective. Thus, the choice rests upon Wen Hongtao. Wen Hongtao, red sweet potato. The Cantonese pun on wen implies to stew. In colloquial terms, it translates to stewed sweet potato, and she is also affectionately known as Sweet Potato Girl. Yet Su Fan dares not call her that. He would rather praise her as Wuchang rice than risk calling her Sweet Potato Girl, which would be an egregious misstep. Wen Hongtao herself is uncertain of her thoughts, observing Su Fan lying on the floor with his eyes closed and silence enveloping him, prompting her to retreat to her room for rest. A woman who is overly rational and clear-headed can be challenging. It complicates matters of romance. This is Su Fan's first realization. At 5 in the afternoon, he prepared a mixture of crushed earthworms, chicken and duck eggs, soybean residue, and chicken offal to serve as bait for the traps. Although they might not blossom into a romantic relationship, he felt it essential to maintain decorum and hospitality. The chicken soup with yam was exquisite. It had been ages since he had savored such rich broth, a delightful taste indeed. This could be considered a privilege of residing in the mountains. The free-range chickens often went unfed as they foraged for insects and leaves themselves. The amount of chicken fat was minimal, yet the meat was firm and succulent. Truly, it was commendable, rivaling even the classic chicken and mushroom stew. When Hongtiao, enjoying her chicken soup and leg, couldn't resist capturing a video to boast to Li Weiniang. Alas, the poor internet connection thwarted her attempts to share. Su Fan mentioned he would soon embark on a trek through the mountains, taking 1 or 2 hours to reach the reservoirs and to set the traps. He planned to return at 4 in the morning to collect them. Expressing concern, he asked if she felt safe staying alone. "What, you plan to keep vigil?" she exclaimed. The round trip would take 4 hours, and with the time spent setting and retrieving the traps, it would amount to 5 or 6 hours. She had only heard Sistering discuss how profitable street vending could be, unaware of the hard work that lay behind such earnings. "Then I will accompany you." When Hongtiao stated earnestly, "You wish to join me on the night watch? You might get drenched in the fog," Su Fan replied. "I trust you won't leave me in a predicament." "No wonder you remain single," he teased, barking playfully. "Ha ha ha, you're quite amusing," she laughed. After when Hongtiao decided to bring an extra garment, Su Fan readied a rain cover and waterproof camping mat. The two, after satisfying their hunger and thirst with some bread and snacks, set forth. Northeastern women are renowned for their industriousness, and Su Fan did not feel the need to overly indulge her. She could accomplish nearly everything a man could, embodying the spirit of a woman who could support herself in any endeavor. Who would dare to treat her poorly? She could certainly hold her own. It had been some time since they ventured to the reservoir's end. The path cleared by the grass cutter had sprouted tender leaves. Before darkness enveloped the sky, they quickly set the traps at the reservoir's edge. "Did you create this path?" he inquired. "Indeed, this reservoir is vast, and I have earned over 20,000 yuan here collecting eels and loaches. Is it not reasonable to create a path?" Su Fan commenced the meticulous task of organizing the campsite, raising the rain cover, and hanging the camping lantern, which instantly transformed the atmosphere. "It is no wonder you can earn money. Such proactive men are indeed rare. Is it poverty that drives you? If I possessed even a modicum of wealth, I would recline in comfort rather than sit. Poverty cultivates admirable qualities, diligence, simplicity, and competence. Otherwise, I would not be particularly commendable myself. Does the massage and foot spa at the club not bring you comfort?" Su Fan's candidness rendered Wen Hongtao momentarily speechless. After a minute of silence, Wen Hongtao seemed to discern a pivotal point, gazing at Su Fan, who was engrossed in his phone. "You appear to fear that I might develop feelings for you?" "A little. Being married could lead to disputes. I am well aware of my own disposition. During times of poverty, I am industrious and unpretentious, but once I attain wealth, I shall undoubtedly choose to recline. Observing your demeanor, you resemble a diligent man who lacks ambition, simply lying there. Conflicts are inevitable. However, being a confidant suits the situation." A chuckle escaped her lips. "You seem to relish the idea of responsibilities without the burdens. Youthful yet possessing a mature mindset." Upon hearing Su Fan's words, Wen Hongtao could not suppress a cold laugh. Su Fan, not engaging with her retort, arranged the camping bedding and declared, "Let us rest now. The humidity will be heavy later in the night, making it difficult to sleep. The fine grain from the south hardly compares to the quality of Wuchang rice." Perhaps fatigued from the day's journey, Wen Hongtao lay beside Su Fan and soon drifted into slumber. The sounds of insects in the mountains persisted, yet she slept deeply, not awakening until 5 in the morning. "Hey, wake up. I must get to work." Su Fan gently shook her arm. "Where am I?" she murmured. "It's me. Su Fan. You accompanied me into the mountains to set the traps. You're quite unfazed. Get up and wait here. I shall go retrieve the traps." Paying no further heed to the carefree woman, Su Fan took up his net bag and water bucket to begin pulling the traps. It had been some time since he had last checked this area, and he had relocated several sizable yellow eels and loaches from the reservoir. The first trap yielded a bountiful catch. The subsequent ones promised similar success. He anticipated around 10 pounds today. After retrieving the first trap and shaking out the contents, he untied the knot and poured the catch into the bucket. 5 large eels and 2 smaller ones, totaling over a pound. The second trap was also fruitful, yielding 3 eels weighing about 3 to 4 ounces each, amounting to a pound in total. The market price for yellow eels hovers around 100 per pound. Thus, these 2 traps alone were worth over 200. Quite satisfactory. By visiting every 2 weeks, he could secure his living expenses. Su Fan moved swiftly from one trap site to another, pulling traps and shaking them to gauge the catch. Water snakes, silver-ringed snakes, domestic laylongs, pond perch, fighting fish, small miscellaneous fish, yellow eels, loaches, and crabs filled his haul. Yet, yellow eels remained the primary catch, ranging from 2 to 7 ounces. Not a single one weighed a full pound. After awakening and regaining her composure, Wen Hongtao approached to observe Su Fan's work with the traps, subsequently attempting to collect a few herself. She exhibited remarkable bravery, showing no trepidation at the sight of snakes. Were she a local woman from Guangdong, she would undoubtedly perform remarkable feats, executing an unprepared jump and a hand flourish that even athletes would struggle to replicate. completing the motion in an instant. Can these yellow eels truly sell for 130 yuan per pound? The several cages I collected already weigh 3 pounds. Wen Hongtao untied the knots by the water bucket and poured the fish into it. Thinking back, the last time was on July 14th. People in Guangdong enjoy eating eels and loaches during this season. After this period, the prices will inevitably decline. Generally, those of average quality can only be sold for 45 yuan per pound. The lowest price I have sold them for was 60 yuan. At present, I should be able to sell them for 100. That's rather impressive, even surpassing my salary from work. When Hongtao nodded in agreement. A steady job provides a daily salary, but collecting traps in one location can yield returns that diminish after just 3 rounds. Time to go. Let us pack up and head back. Su Fan suggested finding a place to hide the traps before carrying the fish back. Won't those traps be stolen? If someone had the intent to walk 3 to 4 hours through the mountains to get here and discovered the traps missing, then so be it. There's no way to prevent that. The two hastened back to the mountain villa, walking briskly towards the rising sun. And after a quick brush of their teeth and splash of water on their faces, they set off down the mountain. Arriving at the market in Huazhen, they set up the stall, assigning the 2 women to watch over it, while Su Fan went to package the rice noodles. How was last night? You look quite well. Li Weiniang whispered to Wen Hongtao. I didn't sleep at the villa. I hiked over 2 hours of mountain trails to set the traps at the reservoir. Camping there at night was exhausting. I slept soundly until I was awakened around 4 or 5 in the morning. You're so carefree. Camping in the wild like that, and sleeping so deeply. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Li Weiniang seemed to be reveling in juicy gossip. Humph. You've misjudged this fellow. He is full of mischief. He said I wouldn't be suitable as a wife since I'd fight with him. But as a confidant, I would do just fine. At that moment, I felt like punching him squarely in the face. He truly dares to say such things. When Hongtao mimicked a fist aimed at someone. Really? He actually said that? Humph. You may know his face, but not his heart. Fortunately, he is clean-handed. Otherwise, I would have left him incapable of taking care of himself. The 2 of them managed the stall selling eels, loaches, crabs, small fish, and other local catches, while simultaneously engaging customers and gossiping about Su Fan. Come take a look, pure wild eels. They invigorate the blood, nourish the liver and kidneys, dispel wind and dampness. They're just perfect for making eel porridge or stir-fried with chives, when Hongtao called out cheerfully and coolly to a passing uncle. This scene was something Li Weiniang could not imitate. You 2 are truly adept at running a stall. I can only wait for others to buy. But you can engage interested customers and encourage them to choose fish and make their purchases. It's truly impressive. There is something wonderful about places where no one drives you away. The demand for eels seems quite healthy. By the time Su Fan returned with breakfast, the water basin in front of the stall was nearly emptied. Wow, is it selling that quickly? How much per pound? 100 to 110, with small fish half sold. Half given away. That's great. Perfect ingredients for business. Let us have breakfast first. The braised pork rice noodles and pig's trotter noodles all come with marinated eggs. Su Fan said, lifting the breakfast he held towards the 2 women. I want the braised pork noodles. I've been craving that. Ha ha, enjoy. The stall was entirely entrusted to the 2 women. However, they were not merely guarding the stall. They had also set up a filming rig alongside, with a small wireless microphone at their collar. The vibrant and alluring Wen Hongtao caught the attention of the local men, sparking a silent admiration that was palpable in their eyes. Good heavens. Whoever marries this fish seller is destined to live an additional 20 years. 2 gentlemen, having just purchased some eels, stepped away from the stall to begin their banter. 20 years. Within a month, you'll be leaning against walls to walk. If my son were to bring home such a girl, I would have to prepare a coffin for him. Indeed, she is beautiful. That is undeniable, yet I can't help but think she seems to be single. Upon a fleeting glance, I considered inquiring about her relationship status, hoping to introduce her to my son. But upon closer inspection, my word, she is extraordinarily striking. I share that sentiment. At her age, her physique might resemble those grand Russian beauties. A stature that dwarfs us all. The status of the household is diminished. All men are alike, full of cunning thoughts. Chapter 42. When Hongtao's entrepreneurial aspirations, athletic individuals typically possess striking physiques, akin to those Russian beauties, albeit with dark hair and gentle, pleasing features. At the stall, 2 women guarded the last few eels and loaches while Meng Gu and his companion arrived on a motorcycle, carrying 2 sacks filled with hornet nests to set up their stall. Upon their arrival, they stood momentarily speechless, glancing at the nearby Aunt C, then spotting Su Fan. Biao. She is here, not even bothering to set up her stall, gravitating towards Su Fan. The matchmaker you introduced, Aunt C, is currently experiencing the art of vending. Goodness. She introduced you to the most beautiful bridesmaid. Meng Gu felt a pang of envy. Well, it is said that one should treat the daughters-in-law from outside the family with kindness. Let us cease the teasing. I want to do it again. You truly are impressive. Biao. Meng Gu and his companion begrudgingly set up their stall with the hornet nests. Su Fan approached, wary of any hornets escaping to sting. Where did you find all these? How did you gather so many? Haha. There are plenty of hornet nests in the mountains and forests surrounding the village. We even ventured to other villages to collect them. However, it wasn't easy in those places. We nearly got into a scuffle. I had to cut a branch from someone's lychee tree and pay 200 yuan to settle the matter. I dare not venture into this village to gather nests. Fearing such confrontations, Su Fan nodded in agreement with this prudent approach. Do you have any buyers for these hornet nests? How much do they sell for? Are they edible? Wen Hongtao, observing the scene, curiously inquired. Meng Ge wished to impress, but was thwarted by Aunt C's prior introduction. You should ask Abiao. He was the first to sell here. This hornet nest has medicinal properties, with a market purchase price of 150 yuan per pound. The larvae can be consumed or used as bait, and the price for the larvae is somewhat lower. Additionally, the hornets can be used to infuse liquor for medicinal purposes, priced at 50 yuan for 200 hornets. However, harvesting hornets is particularly perilous. A few stings could land you in the hospital. Be cautious if a hornet escapes. A single sting could leave you looking like a swollen pig. I genuinely fear them. They appear quite fierce. Ansi quickly stepped back a few paces. There is no need to guard this little amount. Take it back and cook it for yourself. I must return to rest and prepare for work. If you wish to guard it, then I shall take my leave. So be it. Take the remaining portion back to sauté. The two women did not insist further. This fellow is still Su Fan's, and they were merely experiencing the sensation of selling something. As they watched Su Fan and his companions depart, Meng Ge felt a mix of envy and bitterness. That girl is truly remarkable. If she were to marry me, I would willingly sacrifice 20 years of my life. Nonsense. You wouldn't even last 5 years if you married her. You couldn't handle it. For the first time, Shai Guochang firmly rebuked Meng Ge. The disparity between their kinds is too vast. The local girls are around 1.60 meters, while she stands over 1.70 meters and appears heavier than I am. It is indeed a bit overwhelming. Nevertheless, her figure and beauty are exceptional. Meng Ge mused about how they had eaten less during their youth. It is said that the northern folk grow so tall due to their consumption of buns and wheat products, compounded by the cold northern climate. Unlike us, who sweat profusely all day long, expending much energy. I recall that fourth aunt had several splendid bridesmaids. It would be wonderful if they could be introduced to us. Abiao has a mountain villa, and so do we, although ours is merely smaller in scale. Meng Ge and his companion retained their confidence, for Su Fan was tanned. And so were they. Everyone is equally tanned, rendering them comparably handsome. Southern men appear quite similar, yet Su Fan possesses slightly more defined and harmonious features. Likely due to years of meditative practice from a young age, which has cultivated such an aura. The young aunt did not dare to enter the mountain villa. Upon returning to the mountains, Su Fan could not be so carefree, indulging in sunlit strolls and baths. He must return to the bathroom. Feel free to wander about with Dogsy. I shall retire for some sleep. After hanging a pig's trotter in a cool place, Su Fan bathed and then spread a mat in the pavilion. You can check upon waking. I shall rest for a while longer. Ordinary people do not experience love. Those who speak of love are typically affluent young masters. For common folk, regardless of how they meet and come to know each other, they ultimately return to the mundane realities of life, watching films or perusing their phones. Su Fan finds greater pleasure in the latter. He slept soundly until noon, quickly sautéing some greens and frying an egg, concluding with a pot of plain congee. After satisfying his hunger, he sought out straw to roast the pig's skin, which became slightly charred before scraping it clean. Are you stewing the pig's trotter? When Hong Tiao inquired as she approached Su Fan, a faint fragrance wafted over, and the knife nearly grazed his hand. I am preparing pig's trotter with ginger to dispel the chill. Isn't that something one consumes during confinement? I am uncertain. Regardless, I desire to eat it tonight. Am I to consider the timing when craving meat? Ha ha ha. Others say that people from the two Guang's regions consume much meat, and this grand meal is indeed a matter of desire. When Hong Tiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Is this your reason for wishing to marry a southerner? Having been tempted by meat in your childhood? Quite so. In our region, women are not even allowed at the table. They can only nibble at the stove after the meal is prepared. Such customs do not exist in the South. Indeed, engaging in conversation with the Northeast rice while skillfully preparing the dish, he gathered pig's trotter, yellow ginger, white sugar, rock sugar, glutinous rice vinegar, salt, and eggs. After briefly stir-frying the yellow ginger, the pig trotter is sautéed until moisture is evaporated. Then, a layer of yellow ginger is placed at the bottom of the pot, with the pig trotter laid on top. Sweet, glutinous rice vinegar is poured over the meat, and it is time to start a slow simmer. Keep an eye on the flame. Once the aroma wafts through the air, remove the open flame and let the charcoal heat do the work. I need to head to the fields first. You're still going to work in this blazing sun. When Hong Tao glanced up at the glaring sun, which was already tilting towards the west. Tonight, work will continue until dusk. The strawberry seedlings are arriving tomorrow. We must seize the moment. You're still planting strawberries? They have a high unit price and are easy to cultivate. Why not? I believe many in the north have begun to plant them as well. Su Fan did not linger for idle chatter, returning to the fields to continue the work from yesterday, tilling the soil and laying down plastic film. He busied himself until the pig trotter and ginger were done simmering, returning to a dish that was tender, chewy, fragrant, sweet, and spicy, a first-time experience for him with this northeastern rice. Delicious. I want to learn this so I can cook it myself in the future, he exclaimed. Wen Hongtao's response would typically be, "This pig trotter and ginger dish is so tasty. Could you make it for me again next week? I want to eat it." However, with the northeastern rice, she would simply make it herself if she desired it. Perhaps this is why she, with her striking beauty and figure yet lacking a boyfriend, sought a compliant partner. Unfortunately, Su Fan was not that man. Satiated, he returned to work, while when Hongtao approached, eager to assist, but he declined her offer, stating he could manage alone. Consequently, she retreated to the villa to relax and play with the dog. "I said I could do it alone. Do you truly believe I can? You cannot see my inner fragility, can you?" Fortunately, he possessed foresight. Indeed, she could be a lover. But marrying her was out of the question. Working until darkness enveloped the land, he had prepared most of the strawberry field. Tomorrow morning, he would finish up and then head to the town to collect the package. Without any intention of marrying Wen Hongtao, Su Fan treated her as a friend, focusing on what needed to be done. Aing expressed her desire to partner with him to open a vegetable supermarket in a small community within the county. That evening, they sat in the living room, sipping tea and discussing the venture. A vegetable supermarket in the community? This small investment should yield a considerable profit. Sourcing goods from villagers and reselling them could at least double the earnings. However, this small supermarket may not sustain both of you. Indeed, it would merely be a small family business. I would suggest she collaborate with her own partner. I do not wish to be involved, but I want to pursue group buying. Community group buying for fruits. For instance, with your abundant strawberry harvest, retail sales would surely not suffice. You could send me samples, and I would share information in various community group buying chats, tallying the number of interested buyers, and then you could pack and deliver them. When Hongtao slowly articulated her thoughts, "Your ideas are quite idealistic. You expect me to prepare and deliver? You can buy if you wish, if there are unsold goods. I will feed them to the chickens and ducks. I am a farmer, not your laborer. Beauty alone is commendable, but how can one possess such an exquisite imagination? Are you merely profiting from the price differential? Is that not a notion worth considering? Is that not feasible?" Wen Hongtao has yet to grasp the crux of the matter. Certainly, it is possible, but not in my domain. It is likely to be equally challenging elsewhere. In this line of work, one must have a dedicated team for receiving, packaging, and organizing goods, ensuring that the fruits and vegetables delivered to clients are of superior quality. You expect me to package them neatly for you, relying solely on your network to profit from the price difference? I cannot believe that you would unpack each box. Otherwise, inferior and damaged products would inevitably infiltrate. You have not lived in the village. You do not comprehend this mentality. Those receiving the goods aim for the largest and finest. However, from the farmer's perspective, they have toiled to grow these crops, and even if the appearance is lacking, they are still edible. After just a couple of instances, your reputation would be tarnished. After listening to Su Fan, Wen Hongtao fell silent. I had underestimated the complexity of the situation. You ask me, now that I have a bit of money and wish to venture into business, what should I do? After a brief silence, Wen Hongtao sought Su Fan's advice again. Upon hearing this, Su Fan shook his head decisively. I do not possess the knowledge. I am merely a vendor without any formal business experience. The market is unfavorable, and any investment carries risk. Huang mentioned that you are quite capable, but it would indeed be a challenge for me to remain in this mountainous region. I prefer the lifestyle of towns and county cities. There is no signal in the mountains. I am certainly well off. Managing such a vast area ensures that whoever marries me will not go hungry. Living in the county requires paying property fees, and one must spend on food and drink. Here, I drink spring water, grow my own vegetables, and raise chickens, ducks, and geese free range, with no pesticides used. It is a pity, however, for my physique accustomed to labor. Leave, who possesses a physique solely due to labor. The two continued their conversation, and despite realizing they were not a suitable match, they found themselves growing closer, like old friends. Wen Hongtao frequently faced flirtations from her boss at the company, who made suggestive remarks about supporting her. Yet she remains a woman of strength, aspiring to run a business. This time, she was invited to Huajin, both to observe Su Fan, who was reputed for his business acumen according to Li Weiniang, and to evaluate the feasibility of establishing a vegetable supermarket and community group purchasing. Ultimately, Su Fan doused her aspirations with a cold splash of reality. There were still numerous considerations to address. Chapter 43. Expanding strawberry cultivation. It is unclear whether this woman is either overly optimistic or simply trusts Su Fan, as the hunting knife at her waist seems of dubious utility. While it may serve to ward off gentlemen, it could prove inadequate against more nefarious individuals. She sleeps like a little pig, snoring away. Is this a suitable test for the party and its officials? Who can withstand such scrutiny? A paragon of virtue among respectable women, she has a remarkable ability to attract suitors. However, the fly does not alight upon an unblemished egg. She shows no inclination to relent, and regardless of your skills, you cannot penetrate her defenses. Otherwise, those solid, robust thighs of northeast rice may very well snap your waist in two. With nothing to discuss overnight, the next morning, she rose early to gather duck and chicken eggs, placing them in a pine needle bucket, preparing to deliver them to the owner of a furniture store. To speak candidly, this lifestyle is rather pleasant. I can simply take items to sell at the market, earning a little income each day while keeping my expenditures minimal. One Hong Tao observed Su Fan picking up duck eggs from the ground, feeling a sense of reflection. I am currently in debt to the tune of nearly 300,000. Honestly, if you were to take a liking to me, I would feel embarrassed to let you endure hardship alongside me. Sister Ing only sees me making money at the stall. She is oblivious to my expenditures. Otherwise, do you think I was born with this sun-kissed complexion? Off we go. Let us head to the town for some noodles. Such a significant debt indeed. One Hong Tao climbed into the passenger seat of the Wuling. Why would I deceive you? There is no benefit in that. How about I lend you some money? After all, the group buying business isn't taking off. Keeping the money does no good. Are you serious about lending, my friend? If so, I could expand the strawberry field by another 20 acres. If you're not working then, you could help me sell strawberries. How much do you have? Su Fan's eyes brightened. If this northeastern friend were to lend money, he could almost settle his debts by the end of the year. 130,000. Saving that amount after several years of work is quite commendable. What is your monthly salary? Su Fan nodded in approval. 12,000 a month. My rent alone is 2,000. Ahem. To save 130,000 is indeed quite frugal. I will lend you the money, and I will sell the strawberries. Aside from Huajin, I'll take care of everything else. The thought of Su Fan having dozens of acres of strawberries made Wen Hong Tao's eyes sparkle. You trust me so much? The strawberry leaves haven't even fallen yet. Su Fan teased with a smile. Those who labor until dusk are capable of cultivating the land well, and if you are willing to invest in manure, the first batch of strawberries from this new plot will surely be splendid. I have visited numerous strawberry farms in Guangzhou, where the fields are barren and devoid of nutrients. The fruits are small, unpalatable, and exorbitantly priced. If you cultivate these dozens of acres of strawberries, I believe we could engage in group buying. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? My friend, this is a loan, not an investment. Let us be clear. If I truly lend you money, rest assured, I would not deceive you. Only the best will be chosen for you to sell. Before the vehicle had even left the mountain, Wen Hong Tao transferred the entire sum of 130,000 to Su Fan's account. Upon arriving in town, they first delivered chicken and duck eggs to a furniture store, then enjoyed some noodles, and collected a package containing bundles of strawberry seedlings. After a leisurely stroll through the town, Su Fan hurried back to the villa to begin his work. To purchase, one should acquire seedlings. Dissolving rooting powder in a bucket of water, then unwrapping the packages to soak the roots of the strawberry plants. Once this was completed, Su Fan descended the mountain to seek assistance from Meng Gu and others in the village family group to purchase some old bamboo. Why buy so many bamboo poles? The current price isn't low, Meng Gu inquired. I'll pay 12 yuan each, but you must ensure they are delivered to my villa's entrance. I need the older, tender type, as I intend to set up bird nets for strawberry cultivation. Surely you need 5,000 of them for strawberry planting? If you say you truly spent 60,000, then you really did. Impressive. I require 5,000 straight, old bamboo poles. Are you interested in taking on this contracting job? Su Fan possesses some knowledge regarding the market prices for bamboo, which are set at 12 yuan per pole. There is indeed a profit to be made, albeit through considerable labor. I will inquire with the Chong to see if he is willing to engage in this venture. If he is on board, we shall take on this task. Very well. I shall provide you with a deposit of 30,000 yuan, with the remaining payment upon delivery of the bamboo. Let us proceed. Meng Gu will head to the neighboring hill to discuss the contracting details with Shang. Meanwhile, Su Fan remains here, utilizing his phone to procure manure, plastic film, bird nets, insect-attracting night lights, and beehives, spending an additional 20,000 yuan in the process. He then places an order with the hardware store for 20 large rubber barrels, along with water pipes and spray nozzles, incurring another expenditure of 10,000 yuan. The borrowed 130,000 yuan from Wen Hong Tao has already diminished significantly, and additional funds will be required for packaging boxes and fruit crates. By the looks of it, this sum may not suffice. Meng Gu has indeed accepted Su Fan's bamboo project. The two shared the news in their family group chat, receiving several responses indicating how many poles individuals might be able to sell. The price of bamboo at the source is relatively low. The labor costs, however, are substantial. Hiring someone to cut and bundle the bamboo incurs a labor cost of 253 yuan per pole. The price offered by collectors at the roadside is 57 yuan, while farmers can only expect a maximum of 7 yuan for transporting cut bamboo to the roadside. Once outside, Retail or wholesale prices range from 10 to 13 yuan per pole. Meng Guo's offer to the villagers stands at 7 yuan per pole. He will handle the transportation, delivering the bamboo to the mountain villa for 5 yuan per pole, totaling 25,000 for 5,000 poles. With his own labor costs accounted for, he estimates a profit of around 20,000 yuan, equating to 10,000 for each person involved. Upon returning to the villa, Su Fan dons his bee-proof suit and ventures out again, with only 4 days of leave to harvest the rich northeastern rice. Although he has yet to find a romantic partner, he has managed to secure a loan. It is crucial to cultivate this relationship well, potentially developing it into a solid connection. Sure, Yumi remarks, then you shall incur our losses. What a truly unfortunate situation. You managed to find such a desolate hill. Upon Su Fan's arrival at the Shiryami's site, he discovers that a hive has already been occupied by bees. Upon inspection, the hive contains a substantial population, at least 1/3 of the original colony. He seals the entrance and proceeds to harvest from the hive, collecting only 7 to 8 pounds of honey this time. Amidst the buzzing of the bees, he departs with a box of bees and 8 pounds of honey. Strawberry cultivation necessitates the presence of bees for pollination. Transporting bees ensures they will not go unfed. In the afternoon, the water pipes, rubber barrels, and spray nozzles, along with shade nets, arrive at the villa's entrance, and work resumes in earnest. Every few rows, a barrel is placed as a water reservoir, while water pipes are laid out intermittently. The vertical spray pipes are then assembled, and when connected to the water pump, the nozzles will spray water in all directions. It is essential to select dry land for strawberry planting, as wet fields can lead to rotting fruit, although some moisture in the soil is necessary. As the afternoon sun began its descent in the west, Su Fan commenced the planting of small strawberry seedlings that had been soaked in rooting powder. He punctured the plastic film with a small incision and carefully placed the seedlings, securing their roots in the soil. Although his pace was not slow, the task of crouching for extended periods took a toll on his back. After completing several rows, his aunt arrived on a motorcycle, delivering sweet potatoes to the mountain villa, providing him with some assistance. However, the help was limited. Both women had long been away from agricultural labor, and after digging a few shovels of earth, the skin around their fingernails began to peel back, causing them to wince in pain. There's no need for you to exert yourselves any further. If your hands become roughened, I shall be reprimanded later. Ingjia, you should head home now. The sun will soon set. All right, I'll head back, Li Wanning replied. Noticing her fingers caked in dirt and carrying a faint odor of decay, she hurriedly made her way to find water to wash her hands. Wen Hongtiao was not in a much better state. Once her aunt departed, she feigned diligence for a moment before indulging in idleness. Su Fan, however, had no time to tend to her distractions. Women often cherish the bounty of harvest and the joy of gathering, yet few truly relish the labor of the fields. It was a blessing if they could forego manicures. Go prepare dinner. I have some delightful provisions awaiting you by the spring. Do take a look. Observing those who were either idling or squatting and hindering his work, Su Fan felt compelled to urge them on. Good provisions. I shall take a look. I will handle dinner tonight. Finally, he was able to focus. Crouching down, he found the large peaches to be irresistible. Round and plump, they were of the finest quality. With distractions eliminated, Su Fan accelerated his planting of the strawberries. Fortunate that the initial batch was not extensive, he had originally intended to supply Huajian with less than 2 acres to cultivate. Once he completed the planting, the night had fully enveloped the sky, and it was already past 8 o'clock. After a simple meal, armed with a camping lantern and a headlamp, he began to water the strawberry seedlings. The task of watering was straightforward. There was no need to fetch water manually, as he simply filled buckets from a prearranged water point. The first watering required thoroughness, and he was busy until 11:30 that night. Ah, what exhaustion! He sighed, taking a quick shower before donning loose beach shorts and reclining on the cool floor of the living room. He had not anticipated that farming would be so laborious. Wen Hongtiao, seated cross-legged against a chair, observed Su Fan's well-defined muscles. Planting strawberries may not be grueling, but cultivating rice, peanuts, soybeans, cassava, and sweet potatoes is truly arduous. It is sheer physical labor, exhausting like plowing. The toil of harvesting cassava, gathering peanuts, and picking sweet potatoes leaves one with countless prickles, both itchy and uncomfortable, and these crops are not easily sold, fetching low prices. That is not entirely true. I saw others selling sweet potatoes quite profitably today. Many people in Guangzhou buy sweet potatoes to eat, and the prices are rather high. When Hong Tiao disagreed with Su Fan's assertion, voicing her perspective. Shipping costs consume half the profits. Even if they sell well, the quantities are limited. If you plant too few, you won't make a profit. If you plant too many, they won't sell. You see, I only cultivated a few acres of sweet potatoes. By the end of the year, I should be able to harvest a decent batch. Tomorrow morning, I shall prepare some sweet potato leaves for a stir-fry. Wen Hongtao, seemingly unperturbed about tomorrow's meal, merely gestured towards a fruit basket on the table. By the way, where did you procure this honey? Its quality is exceptionally high, with a unique and delightful sweetness. I could assist you in selling it at a premium. At a premium? How much could it fetch? Perhaps around 300 to 500, though anything beyond that is uncertain, when Hong Tao pondered. I could sell it for 350 a pound without even leaving the estate. However, this honey is no longer available. To savor such rich and pure wild stone cliff honey again, one might have to wait a year or two. I brought back a box of bees today and have set them free on the mountain. Beekeeping sounds splendid. In due time, I could help you sell the honey. Perhaps even raise more hives. My friend, the mountain flowers in one area are limited. Without a nectar source, the bee population will naturally dwindle. Honey produced from sugar is easily discerned as inferior. Once I further develop the estate, I'll consider raising more bees. We must cultivate myrtle, honeysuckle, camellias, chrysanthemums, and other flora on the mountain. Oh, that sounds wonderful. When the mountain blooms, it will surely be a sight to behold. When Hong Tao was swept away in the reverie inspired by Su Fan's words. Do you still have funds? By year-end, you could purchase seedlings to plant. You might also acquire several hives on the mountain, allowing you to harvest honey yourself. I'm out of money. Without funds, what can you say? I know your grandmother is a woman. Dreaming too much is unrealistic. Su Fan mused internally, rolling up the mat to rest in the pavilion. This room was effectively surrendered for her use. Chapter 44. The wild chicken rearing plan. Would you like to sleep in the room? Absolutely not. I fear you may harm me. I offered you an opportunity, yet you let it slip away. The door remains unlatched. Her tone was half serious, half joking. Perhaps she was merely capricious, but Su Fan remained resolute, opting for the cool mat and listening to the symphony of crickets in the pavilion. The following day, the northeastern rice was taken, along with all the chicken eggs, duck eggs, and honey. Taking these 3 items was not her limit, but rather, it was all that Su Fan had available at the moment. It was indeed a classic case of a daughter returning to her maternal home, taking with her all that she could carry, even filling several bottles with spring water. After driving her down the mountain, they met up with a distant aunt in town for a brief chat before escorting her to the high-speed train station. You must take good care of the strawberries. I shall resign from my job upon returning. If there are no strawberries to sell next month, I shall be living off you at your estate without lifting a finger. Please, hurry inside to check your ticket. Fear not, my friend, I have everything under control. Su Fan waved her on, urging her to enter the station. What is unattainable perpetually stirs restlessly. I, Hua Town's Gu Tianla, do not speak in vain. I nearly found myself trapped in this northeastern tree. Time to make my exit. Upon returning to Hua Town, the distant aunt awaited him, her demeanor as cheerful as ever. Hong Tao expressed quite a favorable impression of you. Yet you made no attempt to retain her, hastily sending her off to the high-speed train station. She tea cut out for farming. She won't linger long at the estate. She yearns for the leisurely pace of small-town life, rather than the serene solitude of my mountain retreat devoid of signal. Off she goes. Time to return and prepare the land for strawberry cultivation. When the time comes, do lend a hand in strawberry picking. Perhaps invite some women or children too. Su Fan recalls the vast expanse of strawberries he has planted. He may find himself overwhelmed during the harvest and will need to enlist help. Why not call the little brother? He chuckles. The little brother has quite the appetite and tends to select the largest strawberries to savor. Such a voracious eater, this young lad. He ought to focus on his studies. The laughter of the young aunt is truly delightful. She presumed that girls would be more adept at picking. Yet it turns out the little brother is the one with the hearty appetite. After bidding farewell to the cheerful young aunt, Su Fan returns to the estate to commence his tasks. The rice he sowed a few days prior has begun to sprout green shoots, while the grass seeds are emerging rather sparsely. The radish and vegetable seedlings have sprung up quite well, although they are being feasted upon by numerous pests. The best growing crop appears to be the goji berry leaves. In a few days, he can harvest some tender shoots to sell at the market. He spreads manure, runs the tiller over the land again, forms the ridges, lays down plastic sheeting, sets up the irrigation system, draws water, and plants the strawberry seedlings. Su Fan toils from dawn until dusk, single-handedly cultivating nearly 30 acres of strawberries, and even waters them in the dark. He rises earlier than the chickens and retires later than the dogs, averaging 3 to 4 acres a day. He labors tirelessly for a week until Meng and his companion arrive with a truck to haul bamboo into the mountains. Wow, impressive, my friend. You've truly planted so many strawberries. It won't be easy to sell this quantity in town. Someone previously planted just a few acres and ended up feeding them to chickens. What of your partner? Has anything come of it? He teases. Once you're settled, do introduce us to the young ladies from her hometown. Meng offers a couple of cigarettes, accompanied by a knowing glance. Not quite yet. Marrying her means she'll be treated like a princess. A farmer like me would struggle to support her. Have you finished the bamboo collection? Su Fan takes a cigarette, lights it, inhales deeply, and exhales a long plume of smoke. I'm utterly exhausted. We collected bamboo, 500 stalks per truck, needing 10 trucks. Truly exhausting work. Once I'm done with this, I shall head to the county for a proper massage at a spa. Count me in. If I don't have someone to ease my aching back, I fear I might suffer from muscle strain. I'm in the same boat. For this meager sum, I've already purchased a couple of medicinal patches for my shoulders and lower back. A bundle of bamboo is intensely heavy. Others earn a full month's salary in a single day. After finishing their cigarettes, Meng and his companion begin unloading the bamboo, while Su Fan lends a hand. Once the bamboo is unloaded, he returns to continue planting strawberries. The price of this fruit is more expensive than pork, especially during the pre- and post-New Year period. Fetching 29.50 yuan per pound. Typically, a box of strawberries sells for 10 to 15 yuan. While there may not be many young men in the village, the larger market still attracts a multitude of mothers and children. The phenomenon of being single affects only a segment of the population. In fact, there are many who are opting for a second or even third child. In town, several mother and baby shops and formula stores have opened, numbering 3 or 4. Strawberries are not as challenging to sell as some claim. The difficulty arises when many vendors or farmers present their strawberries in heaps. Strawberries cannot withstand being picked over, leading to bruising. In contrast, in Zhejiang, strawberries are sold individually in fruit boxes, each weighing between 1 and 2 pounds, with some packaged in small baskets. When selling at stalls, they are priced at 10 or 20 yuan per box, attracting numerous buyers, including men. However, it is unlikely for a man to meticulously select strawberries at a stall like a woman would, inadvertently reducing the customer base by half. Furthermore, collaboration with high school canteens could be beneficial, as the yield from dozens of acres of strawberries would hardly suffice for the county market. The following afternoon, Meng and his companion finally transported all 500 bamboo poles to the entrance of the villa, exuberantly inviting Su Fan to join them for a massage. What else is there to discuss? After a shower and a change of clothes, they would drive out of the mountains. Riding a motorcycle through the county is rather inconvenient, so they parked their motorcycle at the village entrance and set off in their wooling towards the county. It had been ages since they last enjoyed the lively atmosphere of the county. In the past, after returning from work, they would go to karaoke and sing their hearts out. Reflecting on it now, Meng felt it was a rather foolish expenditure. The hundreds or thousands spent could have been invested in a calf or several hens. Such money wasted. As Meng sat in the passenger seat, he gazed out at the retreating scenery, pondering aloud. Will we still get to enjoy a massage tonight? Absolutely. This is a form of wellness, a therapeutic treatment. If I don't get a massage, I might have to lie down for several days. By the way, Abiao, what do you think about raising wild chickens? Is that a viable venture? Wild chickens? Absolutely feasible. There is a market for them. How much for a chick? Su Fan, intrigued by the prospect of wild chickens, inquired. A pair of mature live ones goes for around 150, and chicks are about 10 yuan each. Upon hearing the price, Su Fan frowned. That is quite expensive. Wild chickens weigh only half a kilogram to a kilogram. Most are raised in captivity. Let's check if there are any fertilized eggs available for hatching. Buying them to raise into chicks gradually should allow for free range without them running away. Indeed, no wonder you're my cousin. That is a brilliant idea. A hatchable egg is just over 2 yuan. A hatching machine wouldn't cost much either. Well, I'll figure out the process later. How many do you plan to raise? Su Fan, focused on driving, chimed in briefly. Let us start with a few dozen and assess the survival rate before expanding. Well, then you'll only have enough for yourself. I plan to raise quite a number, perhaps a few hundred. Soon enough, I'll be collecting eggs all over the hillside. If strawberries remain unsold, I'll just use them to feed the chickens. Goodness. With your approach, we may find ourselves unable to sell chickens as effectively, leaving us with only the option to consume them ourselves or gift them to others. It was only then that Meng Gu realized the essence of his strategy. I am pursuing a high-end path. Typically, individuals are reluctant to indulge in such delicacies. Your ordinary approach does not conflict with mine. Those few dozen chickens you have may tempt you, leading you to indulge in chicken dishes frequently, yet they will soon be depleted. This idea is splendid. Wild chickens are neither large nor particularly fat, making them perfectly suited for such culinary endeavors. When those affluent relatives return during the new year, I shall sell them to them. Before we even reached the county, the three of us had each added a wild chicken project to our respective resorts. Meng Gu and his companion planned to use netting to raise dozens, while Su Fan intended to let them roam freely, providing them with grains regularly. Should they decide to take flight, so be it. When the time comes, hunting wild chickens in the mountains will be quite rewarding. If others wish to enter the mountains, they must pass through our resort. By blocking the path, those who wish to venture further will find their way entirely obstructed. With the grass towering above a person's height, capturing a wild chicken will indeed be a remarkable feat. Having received the final payment, the contractor arrived at the clubhouse with an air of confidence. Moving with a sprightly step, give me a replacement. I need someone with softer hands. Lying on the massage table, Meng Gu waved his hand, requesting a change when he saw a lady approaching. Sister, come here. I need a proper massage to ease my muscles after 10 days of strenuous labor. At around 40 years of age, he may not appeal to the younger men, yet Su Fan did not mind this. The younger ladies may have softer hands. but they lacked strength. Despite their efforts, they could not relieve his tension. At 75 yuan an hour, the three of them indulged in 3 hours of massage before heading out to find a late-night snack. Mengge treated for the massage, while Su Fan covered the late-night meal, which included a turtle congee, stir-fried greens, sautéed snails, spiced duck chins, and fried clams, accompanied by beer. The county is truly delightful. If I were wealthy, I would consider acquiring a residence here, allowing me to traverse between both locations. Mengge expressed a certain nostalgia for the county's vibrant nightlife. Eating duck chins, Shai Guchong countered Mengge, I'm not so foolish. It takes over an hour to reach here, and by the time we arrive, we have no desire to engage in leisure activities. We should either develop directly in the county or remain diligently at our resorts. If you lack a livelihood in the county and marry a woman to live there, can you truly be at ease? Old Wang next door can assist you with your plumbing needs. Dude, having Old Wang help you with plumbing is more plausible. Biao, why do you think modern women are disinclined to live in the village? For those of us who struggle to make a living elsewhere, yet cannot detach from the village, what path is left for us? Mengge took a sip of beer to gather his thoughts. Could it be that your expectations are too high? I refuse to believe that so many women have excelled in their studies and are earning money through work. There are undoubtedly some individuals who are reluctant to engage in traditional labor. Once your resort gradually takes shape, with an annual net income exceeding 100,000, you will find yourselves significantly more advantageous than those toiling in factories. After all, being associated with you means only a modest amount of daytime labor, without the incessant hustle or night shifts. When the matchmaker introduces prospective brides, you should convey this perspective. Furthermore, you might discuss the ease of life for those in town who sip milk tea and enjoy noodles while tending to their children. They lead a relaxed existence. You can assure them that they need not toil in the fields daily, making marriage a feasible prospect. I understand now. It appears we possess certain advantages. The women in the city cannot afford to miss a single day of work, as their expenses accumulate. They hesitate to splurge on chicken. Yet marrying me would be a different matter entirely. I could easily manage for chickens a month. The more Mengge spoke, the more confident he became, sensing the advantages lay with him. Chapter 45. Strolling through the market with a young matron. The people of Guangzhou are truly indulgent when it comes to food. Consuming chicken frequently is quite commonplace, especially when procuring pork is involved. Moreover, in this relatively remote rural area, every household tends to have some chickens, and some even raise pigs. Slaughtering 4 local chickens a month indeed contributes to a comfortable lifestyle. After finishing a late-night snack, we did not head to the KTV. Those of us with resorts needed to return to tend to the chickens, cattle, and fields. Mengge and his companions ordered wild chicken chicks online, approximately 9 yuan each, with a survival guarantee. Su Fan purchased 2 types simultaneously, 100 chicks, and the remainder being fertilized wild chicken eggs at 2 yuan each, intending to incubate 30 eggs using a 200 yuan incubator. This wild chicken project is particularly suitable for free range at the resort. Selling wild chicken eggs has proven lucrative, and daily chicken soup is no trouble at all, also serving as a natural pest deterrent. After a soothing massage, I returned to the resort for a refreshing sleep, having toiled in the fields intensively for over a week. However, upon awakening the next day and glancing at the strawberry fields, I noticed that the early batch had grown lush and vibrant green. The entire resort area has been equipped with solar-powered pumps, periodically drawing cold spring water to spray into the air, creating a pleasantly cool atmosphere reminiscent of early spring. The first batch of sesame mushrooms in the forest has already dried and decayed, while 3 subsequent batches have emerged, yet Su Fan has refrained from harvesting them, allowing nature to take its course. Daily, we maintain a regimen of spraying cold spring water 3 times, and the surroundings of the forest are visibly greener. With a loan of 130,000 for northeast rice, there is no need to engage in nighttime fishing for large grass carp. After planting the strawberries, I plan to cut sections of bamboo using a chainsaw to enclose the strawberry patch. After 3 days of labor, the ordered wild chicken chicks arrived, and I went with Mengge and others to the town to collect the package. They are so small, costing merely 9 yuan. It feels almost like robbery. Once we raise the chickens, we will incubate the eggs to sell. The 3 of us eagerly unboxed the package at the delivery point to inspect the chicks. Hey, this idea is quite promising. You are creating a documentary that chronicles the growth of a chick from its infancy to maturity. When the time comes for chicks and eggs, I can sell you the eggs as a product promoter, taking a commission. Upon hearing this, Mengge nodded repeatedly in agreement. This is quite feasible. Biao, you could actually create a documentary on the transformation of your mountain villa. Your estate is sufficiently spacious, with daily projects to engage in. I will finish my tasks here shortly, and will lack material. Mengge still wishes to involve Su Fan in the venture, but on second thought, I prefer to focus on my physical business and loyal customers. The survival rate of chicks is remarkably high. Out of 100, only 1 may succumb. I will bring them back to the villa, enclosing a small area next to the chicken coop to feed them millet and mixed grains for a few days, allowing them to acclimate to their new surroundings. With the addition of these 99 wild chicks, the villa will be imbued with even more vitality. I shall record a brief video to preserve this moment and later share it with Wen Hongtao to report on the progress of strawberry cultivation. This woman seems to have developed an interest in Su Fan, yet she hesitates to commit to a year-round life in the mountains. She is torn between the desire to abandon the idea and an unwillingness to let go, recognizing that further steps would require courage. She engages Su Fan online, inquiring about the progress of the strawberry farm under the guise of oversight, subtly prompting him to express himself more, hoping to cultivate emotional attachment that would entrap him. This behavior resembles a chronic attempt to ensnare Su Fan. Unfortunately for her, Su Fan remains indifferent, providing only serious updates without indulging in any flirtatious banter. Should she take the initiative, and the situation deteriorates later, she cannot claim, "I was truly blind to have chosen you." Once the strawberries are planted, the remaining task involves setting up bamboo stakes and bird nets, resulting in some leisure time. Rising at 5:30 in the morning, I take scissors to the goji leaf field to trim the tender branches. Each branch measures from fingertip to palm in length, and nearly the entire stem is edible. Weighing them yields approximately half a pound or a pound per bundle. A half-pound bundle fetches 3 yuan, while a pound is priced at 5. In urban areas, this product could sell for 10 yuan per pound, but the small town cannot command such prices. Selling 50 small bundles and 30 large ones nets over 200 yuan. This encapsulates rural life. There aren't always substantial profits. For instance, Meng Guo and his companions, not fishing or setting traps, have nothing to sell and must wait for their cattle and chickens to mature. Upon arriving in town, I unexpectedly encounter Aunt Li Weining, who is accompanied by another young mother from the village. They are filming the daily happenings of the bustling market and approach Su Fan's stall. Speaking in a local dialect, "What is this? How much per pound?" "These are goji leaves," Su Fan replies. 3 yuan for a small bundle, 5 for a large one. They're used for making egg drop soup. Haha, the goji leaves you've grown are ready for harvesting. They look quite lush. The aunt smiles as she moves to set up a filming angle behind the stall. Soon, she decides to take 2 bundles home for soup. Consuming this can help cool the body. The weather has been rather dry lately. Su Fan says as he hands 2 bags filled with a handful each to the 2 women. "You're really giving these away. I can take them?" The young mother teases Su Fan. This is hardly valuable. The prospect of selling out remains uncertain. However, I am confident in your exquisite goji leaves, which are sure to be sold. "Have you had breakfast yet? I can bring you some rice noodles," inquired the aunt towards Su Fan. "Not yet. Just a serving of lean meat noodles will suffice." On market days, the streets bustle with shoppers. Su Fan also sent messages to loyal customers in the town, and soon a few affluent ladies arrived to purchase vegetables, praising the goji leaves he cultivated. Every day, he simulates rainy weather using spring water, creating an environment as moist as spring itself. He employs only rich soil, ensuring a bountiful harvest. Delicious food can be purchased in bulk. Families can join together to buy. I will bring fresh produce from the mountains to the town. Currently, we have chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goji leaves. In a few days, there will be strawberries, white radishes, and chives. Add me on WeChat, and I will create a group. These are all natural foods. Many women in the town are aware of Su Fan's stall, especially after he sold honey. With the help of these affluent ladies, inquiries regarding honey have increased significantly, though he sadly has run out of stock. His most devoted fan is the owner of a furniture store, who, upon learning that Su Fan had brought goods down from the mountains, rushed over to purchase them. He bought the remaining 10 bundles of goji leaves, stating he would drive them to the city for his 2 daughters. "A true daughter's darling. Your business is thriving. It cost you a mere $20 in potential earnings," the aunt remarked, playfully teasing as she put away her filming equipment. "Let us not discuss that. You are aiming to become a prominent blogger. Praise the young men of our town, so that more lovely ladies like you come to settle here. In the future, you will have someone to treat you when you dine out. Introduce a suitor to the fishmonger. You can visit his home regularly to buy fish. He would certainly be reluctant to charge you." Haha, he might not charge, but the woman certainly would not be pleased. "I am consuming her goods. Will you return to the mountain villa after closing your stall?" Li Weining observed Su Fan as he cleaned up. "I'll browse the market first. It has been several days since I last visited and saw others making money at their stalls. I have a bit of free time lately. Perhaps I can earn some extra cash. We'll accompany you and perhaps earn some extra as well," responded the aunt, beckoning a young mother with a child to follow. Thus, Su Fan led the way, followed by 2 mothers and a small child, as they leisurely strolled through the market. They passed a stall selling various rural goods, all beautifully dried and well prepared. Jiningzi, Neo Dali, chicken bloodvine, star anise, 5-fingered peach, wild chrysanthemum, earth poria, yellow ginger, potato root. Some of these cut specimens still exude a crimson liquid. This is indeed the chicken bloodvine. A few elderly gentlemen were selecting goods, and Su Fan approached to observe. Discovering that the array of rustic products on display was distinctly earthy. "How much for the wild chrysanthemum?" he inquired. 30 per pound, replied the vendor, who then looked up. I'll take a pound, Su Fan responded. All right. There were quite a few knowledgeable patrons. The vendor's wild goods were selling briskly, with a bag of wild chrysanthemum in hand. Su Fan continued on his way. Is this used for brewing tea? Enlighten me, please. I noticed many people purchasing from the vendor earlier, and I felt too shy to ask, Li Weiniang said, catching up with Su Fan. Wild chrysanthemum. It clears heat and detoxifies, dispelling liver fire and enhancing vision. For those with excessive liver fire, poor skin, fatigue, or irritability, chrysanthemum tea is beneficial, especially with a touch of honey. For those engrossed in their phones all day, brewing a cup of chrysanthemum honey tea every couple of days is advisable. This herb is cooling, so it should not be consumed excessively or during certain times. A cup every 3 to 5 days is sufficient. Here, take a handful. When you return home, steep 5 or 6 flowers to brew, Su Fan explained, walking while reaching into the bag to hand a small pouch of flowers to Li Weiniang. We are somewhat hesitant to buy this. We usually purchase small tea bags online, remarked a young aunt and a mother, both accepting the handful of flowers Su Fan offered them, clearly delighted. The online sellers have seen a rise in sales, but the materials they use are primarily from large-scale cultivations. They wouldn't pick wild ones for you. I might also sow some chrysanthemum seeds at my villa. I'll take charge of your chrysanthemum tea, Su Fan joked, causing the two mothers to laugh heartily. Golden passion fruit, only 8 yuan. Taste freely. If it's not sweet, you pay nothing. Sweeter than first love. Just 8 yuan. Come quickly. As he walked a little further, he encountered a large-scale grower selling off his produce, with a 3-meter stall piled high with golden passion fruits. All of decent size. Likely the top quality ones had already been selected and sold individually. Priced at 8 yuan per pound, each weighing about 50 to 60 grams. Yielding roughly 8 to 10 fruits per pound. Each fruit costs around 80 cents. This seems promising. It appears that this variety cannot be grown in the north, but shipping is an option. Su Fan thought to himself, considering purchasing some seedlings for planting in the spring. He began selecting 20 fruits to weigh. A little over 2 taels, plus 2 for 20 yuan. The vendor interjected before Su Fan could speak, promptly placing 2 suitable fruits into a bag. Scan to pay. He instructed. Next time, I want to buy from this stall again. I'll just use my phone to scan for payment, avoiding the need for change. And he directly handed me the 2 fruits, adjusting the total. Su Fan, in a somewhat irritable manner, peeled the passion fruits and handed them to the 2 women to enjoy. Without spoons, the taste was less than satisfying. Li Weiniang found herself with a pulp of passion fruit stuck to her nose. Just a moment. Su Fan took the initiative to peel the fruits entirely, leaving only the membranous sacs inside. Wow, it can be done this way, just like a coconut egg. He took a bite directly, savoring the combination of the white membrane, which enhanced the flavor and texture. Su Fan encouraged his aunt to take her own, then proceeded to peel 2 more for the young mother with the child. Delicious. This white membrane balances the acidity of the passion fruit, making it quite enjoyable. The flavor is indeed delightful. After finishing the passion fruit, the aunt wore a satisfied expression. This is somewhat akin to the white membrane found in oranges. The pairing creates a pleasing taste. Su Fan suggested they take a few home to enjoy at leisure, slipping 5 or 6 passion fruits into each of the women's handbags. Haha, you're putting your purchases in our bags. One of them chuckled. A small token of appreciation. When the time comes, please help us find some people to pick strawberries in the mountains, alright? Hom. Chapter 46. Wild Game. Mountain Mouse Durian, Thai Durian. 19 yuan each. Pack it up, it smells divine. As they savored the passion fruits and walked ahead, they encountered a vendor selling durians from a small truck. Mom, I want to eat durian. A small child tugged at the young mother's sleeve, pointing excitedly at the fragrant durians. The young mother glanced at Su Fan, noticing his feigned indifference to the situation, and chose to ignore her son. Mom, I want to eat durian. The child persisted, pulling at her clothes for attention. It was only September, far from the new year. What was the rush? The child was bewildered, questioning if he had misspoken. Mom, I said I want to eat durian, the ones on that truck. That is fruit, not oil or salt. We have soy sauce at home, no need to buy. I said I want to buy durian to eat. The child reached out to grab a durian. If you want to eat, ask your dad for money. Let us see if he lets you. 1 durian is enough to buy you 10 bowls of pork noodles. Let us go. When you earn money, we'll buy some. The young mother raised her fingers in a gesture toward the child's head, exuding a palpable authority. However, the child was not easily deterred. He immediately lay on the ground, rolling around while wailing for durian. Witnessing this scene, Su Fan quickly stepped back a few meters. The young mother had previously hinted with her eyes for him to buy durians, and now her child was rolling on the ground. She shot him a look again. Come on, he's a boy. If I buy him durian, he'll forget it for life. If it were a girl, buying a durian wouldn't be an issue. She'd remember to bring gifts when visiting in the future. Su Fan ignored the mother's gaze and moved on to other stalls. The child rolling on the ground seemed to have learned this tactic from someone. It was quite the display. However, The young mother did not attend to the child sprawled on the ground, but instead took out her phone to record a video to send to her husband. Look at our son, rolling on the ground because we didn't buy him durian. Such a little rascal, completely unresponsive to calls. We always said we shouldn't indulge him. Yet you continued to do so, and now look where we are. These words hinted at much, prompting Su Fan and the young aunt to step back a bit. At 198 yuan per kilogram for durian, a 5 to 6 kilogram fruit would cost around 100 yuan. With that amount, one could purchase a pair of wild chickens. Ultimately, the child's father transferred the money, and upon hearing that durian was on the way, the child quickly brushed off the dirt and debris from his clothes, wiping away the dried tears at the corners of his eyes. I need to go send a package. I'll be on my way now. Su Fan, unable to bear the sight of the child's triumphant yet wary expression, bid farewell and prepared to leave. Li Weiniang decided to accompany Su Fan. I'll go too. I'm just heading out to pick up a package. With the absence of the young mother and the little one's commotion, their shopping trip became more enjoyable, largely due to the local Jade person inquiring about the efficacy and uses of various goods at the stalls. Laughter accompanied their stroll, making Su Fan feel as if she had stepped into another realm. Having spent too long at the villa, she felt as if she had contracted a peculiar affliction. After an extensive outing, they purchased an assortment of fruits and snacks, but the only item suitable for her stall was the cow dung fruit. Market price was 8 yuan per kilogram. This fruit was abundant in the mountains, particularly on Qingyo Mountain, where it was best left to ripen on the tree until the end of the year. The taste was devoid of bitterness, offering a sweet aftertaste. And just a couple of pieces could soothe a sore throat. Wild chrysanthemum, passion fruit, and cow dung fruit were all packed and sent to the northeastern rice farmer. When Hong Tao, while the young aunt teased nearby, weren't you just saying these weren't suitable? Yet you're still sending things. That's my creditor. I must send something to ease the debt reminders. Su Fan provided the address of Wen Hong Tao to the courier station owner and turned back to the young aunt. I find you two quite amusing. She even lent you her savings. Su Fan sighed upon hearing this. Indeed, some individuals are better suited as friends. When it comes to marriage, perhaps I'm still lacking in some aspects. It could also be that my finances aren't substantial enough or that I'm not distinguished enough. You're better than many, the aunt replied. If things don't work out with Hong Tao, I still have 2 good classmates and a best friend who are single. And they're only 2 years older than you. What is going on? Does the young aunt think so highly of me? Could she possibly have the gift of foresight? Sensing my extraordinary future. We'll see when the time comes. I still need to buy some feed for chickens to raise. By the end of the year, I can sell a batch. All right. I too must return home. The feed for the young hens costs 50 yuan each, weighing only 2 to 3 kilograms. While the castrated roosters are priced at 70 to 80 yuan, all fed at the poultry farm. The last batch I purchased was brought back to the mountain lodge for free range, and the quality of the meat has improved significantly, now resembling that of farm-raised indigenous chickens. I acquired 50 hens and 35 roosters, placing them in the wooling vehicle with the windows rolled down for the journey back to the lodge. These chickens require minimal attention. Once I arrive at the chicken coop, I simply open the cages and let them out, alongside a bowl of rice bran mixed with rice and shredded radish leaves. The environment here boasts pristine mountains and crystal-clear waters, complemented by mosquito and insect traps, ensuring that the chickens live in a cleaner setting than those in rural coops. After all, Su Fan cleans the chicken coop every other day, removing chicken droppings along with the soil beneath and piling it up in a designated spot outside. The ash from daily cooking is also collected here. This material is intended for composting to cultivate earthworms, which not only serve as excellent fish bait, but also as top-tier feed for chickens and ducks. A few earthworms can lead to an increase in egg production among the hens. The wild chickens have been released into the enclosure, allowing them the freedom to roam the lodge grounds. Whether they escape or fall prey is not a matter of great concern. With the robust growth of the 5 dogs, they patrol the area independently, eliminating the need for Su Fan to guide them. Additionally, the grass cutter has cleared the surrounding wild grasses, leaving no hiding spots for large snakes. Any that dare to show themselves are quickly besieged by the 5 dogs, forcing them to retreat in defeat. Initially, I had considered raising a couple of cats, but in the mountains, they would inevitably become chicken hunters. In this self-sufficient environment, they would not need to rely on Su Fan for sustenance. In rural areas, cats, especially tabby cats, are known for their independence, often ignoring their owners. Even without being fed, they thrive and remain plump. In previous years, some cats ventured into the mountains, gradually evolving into chicken hunters, preying on mountain mice, field mice, snakes, and frogs. As their population grew, they depleted the local mouse population and began raiding the village for chickens. This is the origin of the chicken hunter. This is a leopard cat, a true chicken hunter, yet the genuinely fierce ones are the tabby cats that have returned to the wild, growing to the size of dogs. It is rare to find a few days of leisure. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Am I destined to be perpetually weary? How peculiar. Accompanied by the dogs, I took a stroll around the entire lodge and ventured into the fields. Everything is developing slowly. Aside from using the grass cutter to trim the reeds, I find myself unexpectedly free during this time. I am not accustomed to this. Perhaps I should go night fishing? It has been quite some time. The townsfolk should have nearly forgotten about me. Surely, a single drowned child wouldn't linger in their memories for an entire year. The river has already flowed through several cycles. I should check in with Meng Gu and the others. The emptiness in my heart grows with the absence of money coming in. The thought of year-end obligations, including repaying debts and purchasing numerous fruit seedlings, weighs heavily on my mind. Each seedling costs 1 to 200 yuan, a considerable sum. A 20-kilogram grass carp could be exchanged for 5 or 6 seedlings, making the effort worthwhile. Without much hesitation, I gathered my fishing gear, traps, and some soybean residue with earthworms and set off from the mountains. Driving down, I intended to visit Meng Gu's farm to see how they were faring, only to unexpectedly encounter these two engaging in poaching. What a surprise. What brings you here? I didn't post anything on social media. Meng Gu was holding a pair of tongs, roasting field mice over a pile of straw. Just in time. He managed to catch a few, 3 in total, 2 large and 1 small, of modest size. He retrieved the other 2 mice from the fire. Just enough for a dish. Enough for each person to have a couple of bites. He chuckled, urging everyone to hurry. Afterward, we could go fishing. Today was market day, and the fish market was bustling. We decided to take the floating boat to a more distant spot to catch larger fish. I had long desired to fish, but Achong was too frightened to join. I felt a bit hesitant on my own, but I was confident that the 3 of us would be fine together. Once I managed to prepare this for Huang, it would be quick work. Meng Gu picked up a kitchen knife and began scraping off the charred, golden skin. Is there any alcohol? He asked. I'll grab some beer and snacks. Upon recalling the taste of the mountain mouse, Su Fan's appetite was piqued. We don't have any, but we do have some for soaking. He went to fetch a couple of items. True field mice, or mountain mice, differ significantly from the common rats found in households or city sewers. Mountain and field mice have notably larger ears and thicker, longer tails. And they are quite bold, baring their teeth and growling at humans. These 2 types of mice command quite a high price, unprocessed. They can sell for 35 to 110 yuan per gene, depending on their size and category. Especially the white-bellied, long-tailed mountain mouse, which is so prized that one would struggle to trade 2 gene of beef for it. Some farms or specialty restaurants offer dishes made from mountain mice, priced between 160 and 280 yuan per serving. However, pure wild mountain mice are increasingly difficult to come by, as people have begun to raise them specifically. Once a location is depleted, there are no more to catch. Su Fan drove out to buy a case of beer along with some peanuts and marinated duck wings and feet, while the mountain mice sizzled in the pan. What prompted this sudden endeavor? He mused. Instead of reading the classics at midnight, we're doing this. Su Fan popped open a beer and tossed a bottle to each of them, taking a sip himself and inquiring, honestly, I hadn't planned on this. I left the corn and rice bags nearby, and they chewed through them. When I saw such sizable mice at night, I was tempted to catch one. He had taken 2 dogs to the mountain villa to keep the snakes and rodents at bay, allowing for more peaceful nights. You wouldn't believe it. But when I first stayed at the villa, the wild grass and shrubs were taller than a person. One night, I lit a fire, and a 5 to 6 meter long snake slithered over. It stood as tall as my chest. Are you scared? 5 to 6 meters long. If we caught that, we could feast on several chickens. Meng Gu exclaimed, turning his head with delight at the thought while still stirring the pan. Well, your place is quite cool. It won tea smell even after lying there for days. Su Fan could only helplessly sip his beer. The dragon and phoenix casserole truly resonates with people. The culinary delights of the old Guangzhou never fail to impress. The flavor of mountain rat is difficult to articulate. Su Fan had sampled it a few times during his treks through the mountains with the old man, and indeed, it was quite delightful, though the quantity was insufficient. A few morsels were quickly devoured, leaving one yearning for more, only to resort to peanuts and beer for solace. Let us embark on the quest for the magnificent grass carp. Chapter 47. Acquiring raft fishing gear. Zhai Guchong drove to town to sell bait and chicken entrails, while Su Fan and Brother Meng headed to the riverside base to load up the mineral water floating boats. Upon arrival, they unexpectedly encountered 3 boys, 2 of whom were older and accompanied by Li Weiniang's nephew. Don't they have classes? What day is it today? Su Fan inquired of Brother Meng. I have no idea. I only pay attention to the lunar calendar now, not the days of the week. Let me check my phone. Today is Sunday. My brother brought me to fish. And my dad knows. No need to report me. The boy, upon seeing Su Fan approach, became quite smug. Oh, but what if my fish are in your bucket? Su Fan walked over and was taken aback to find 2 carp and a red-eyed fish, all of considerable size. The boy paused for a moment, then scoffed disdainfully. Huh? Air Force Commander, do you think you can catch any? The insult was minor in harm, but starkly offensive. Had it not been for the 2 older boys nearby, Su Fan might have seized the lad by the collar to teach him a lesson about the harsh realities of life. This is our fishing spot. You should fish further away, the boy said, eager to chase Su Fan away upon noticing his covetous glance at the fish. All right. Very well then. Brother Meng, Do you still have that video from the other night? Send it along with this picture to your family group chat. None of these three will escape unscathed. Su Fan stepped back a few paces and snapped a photo of the backs of the two older boys and the younger one, then sent it to Brother Meng. Wow. Are you really going to be that ruthless? You're actually posting the video? Of course. Young people should study for the rise of our nation, not squander their days fishing and foraging. What a disgrace. Education transforms destiny, young man. Do you want them to remain in the village like you? Damn. I'm sending this video. Don't blame Brother Meng for it. If they become successful, Brother Meng doesn't he expect you to repay him with wealth? Upon hearing Su Fan's words, a sense of national pride surged within Brother Meng, and he promptly shared the video and photos in the family group chat. The younger boy could catch 3 sizable fish, which embarrassed him somewhat. The previous night fishing incident, where they encountered a deceased child, had not been circulated, as it was indeed eerie and terrifying. Once the video was posted in the family group chat, it was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped into a tranquil lake, stirring all those who usually lurked beneath the surface. The father of the younger boy, upon learning of the situation while working in the fields, rushed to the riverside on his motorcycle, wielding a hoe after watching the floating corpse video. The 3 boys, without phones, remained oblivious to the severity of the situation, feeling an unsettling chill run down their spines as the father's fury mounted. Ah, father, why do you strike me? I had come to the riverbank to fish, believing I could escape misfortune after seeking permission. However, my father was alarmed by the videos of floating corpses in the group chat. Those who frequently walk by the river inevitably get their shoes wet. This child, ever yearning to fish by the river, risks trouble, or perhaps misfortune will befall him. The more one thinks about it, the more infuriated one becomes, neglecting his studies. He dreams only of fishing. Truly, he deserves a good beating. 2 children, oblivious to the impending disaster, crouched nearby. One boy dashed into the bamboo grove, while their father pursued him. Just as they reached the roadside, 2 elderly men appeared, brandishing large bamboo sticks. Run, cried the boy. Indeed, he was quick on his feet. A true leader among children. Su Fan marveled at these agile figures. These boys were likely left behind by their parents who worked in distant lands, under the care of their grandparents. What an empty expanse. The boy seized the opportunity. Su Fan took out a cigarette, offering one to Meng Ge, who lit it and exhaled smoke languidly. You really are something, he remarked. Let us change our spot and keep watch. The notion that studying can alter one's fate is no jest. The 2 disassembled the floating boat made from mineral water barrels, loading it into a wooling vehicle, and drove along the highway downstream in search of a suitable location. The river widened significantly downstream, yet there were no sandy beaches, only steep mountainsides. They found an old ferry landing, parked the car, and began assembling the floating boat. This area should host plenty of grass carp. As I see the banks have been nibbled, Su Fan assembled swiftly, glancing upstream and downstream at the river. Indeed, there are grass carp here. Across the river, there are numerous fish ponds. During last year's floods, many fish escaped. Catching 5 or 6 large grass carp could offer a calf for the mountain villa. After waiting for a while at the old ferry landing, Shai Guichong returned from town with chicken, offal, and bait. What chaos is this in the group? He inquired. We encountered a defishing with his newborn when we went to move the floating boat. I went over with a biao, and that lad dared to call me the commander-in-chief of the Air Force. The ensuing events are known to you. His father swiftly unbuckled his belt and chased after him, the sound echoing loudly. How did I miss this? He runs far faster than you did as a child. You just stood there, taking the blows. I won't even comment on you. I recall when we snuck watermelons, and while others sought your father, you remained frozen in place as he scolded you. Did you truly believe he intended to hit you? If you did not run, it was only to provide entertainment for others. Look at me. I dashed away with great agility. That lad embodies my youthful spirit. Indeed, one must stand at attention when faced with punishment, especially when there is no escape and one is caught red-handed. Su Fan chimed in. Upon hearing Su Fan's words, Meng Ge reflected deeply. Back in the day, I was the first to dash out of class, the quickest to flee when trouble loomed, and I was the first to enter the factory. The assembly line was remarkably swift, yet I struggled to keep pace. I hope they can achieve great success and not end up like me, toiling tirelessly without accumulating even a few coins. Accepting one's own mediocrity and circumstances can be a kind of extraordinary resilience. Not everyone is destined to become a soldier or a scientist. The land needs to be cultivated, and factories require workers. If everyone excels in academics, who will undertake the laborious tasks? If I had a bit more wealth, the villagers would allow me to lease the barren fields in the mountains. I would aspire to cultivate several hundred more acres. Otherwise, when war breaks out, the northern grain-producing plains cannot withstand a few rounds of artillery. As Su Fan finished his statement, Sha Guchong interjected. That's not quite right. Aren't we large importers of grain? Soybeans, corn, rice, wheat, and livestock. The limits on imports ensure that we won't suffer losses in farming. Nowadays, aside from growing enough for ourselves, no one tends to the more distant fields. They are becoming increasingly unprofitable. Huh. Is losing money worse than the losses incurred when it rains on your harvested grain? Meng Ji's words struck a nerve with Sha Guchang. The conversation was flowing well until he introduced that topic. With laughter, the three of them began to gather their fishing gear and prepare the boat for their expedition. The area was filled with steep, desolate land, requiring the use of machetes to clear a path. The two boats maintained a distance of 2 to 3 meters as they paddled together. Look over there on that hill. There are 2 large stone platforms. If we throw a rope up there and climb, we could establish a fishing spot. What do you think? Su Fan pointed to a distant rocky ridge. Sounds good. It's not far, and we can keep an eye on each other. Once the location was confirmed, they paddled directly toward it. The rocky cliff stood 2 to 3 meters high, surrounded by vines and grass, making it impossible to climb directly. They could only toss a rope to secure it, then ascend. Su Fan had both the rope and tools. He used his machete to cut a piece of bamboo, tied it to a strong nylon rope, and tossed it up, securing it in the shrubs before climbing. The three of them moved with the agility of a special forces team, quickly hauling their gear up. With machetes in hand, they expanded their campsite and began to prepare their fishing spots. Su Fan utilized a metal net for baiting, while Meng Gu and the others took a more unconventional approach, using a fine mesh net that couldn't even contain small fish fry. This is absurd. Such a fine net. The fish won't be able to reach the bait. Sha Guchang questioned Meng Gu's method. You know nothing. All you do is scroll through your phone, watching streamers dance. If I had no stockings, I would even consider using them for bait. Stockings for baiting. The more you fish, the more the spot remains productive. Just watch me. Tonight, I'm bound to catch a big grass carp. Hearing this, Su Fan couldn't help but laugh, but still felt the need to caution him. Are you preparing for exams? You have a whole repertoire of excuses. Tonight ISNT about large fish being caught recklessly. We need to fish at the bottom to catch the big ones. If we're too close, I'm concerned that your constant pulling of smaller fish will disturb my chances of landing a big grass carp. I understand. One large grass carp is worth more than a bucket of small fish. We are also in pursuit of the bigger catch. Indeed, the fishing spot has been prepared, and the sun is beginning its descent in the west. The fish are quite active at this hour, with schools of bluegill frantically seizing the bait on the surface. However, the three of them exercise restraint, opting instead for bottom fishing. Su Fan manages 2 fishing rods, one rigged with chicken liver for bottom fishing, and the other adorned with cassava leaves and the weeds along the shore, employing the old 6 technique. Yet, the new spot yields no significant catch as darkness falls. Only Meng Gu manages to reel in a carp weighing over 3 pounds from his side, with no bright lights on the shore. The weak glow of a lamp by the water's edge casts a flickering reflection on the surface. The trio keeps vigil over their rods, occasionally checking their phones, but their primary focus remains on the lines, pulling up bait from time to time to inspect and replace it. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierces the air from Meng Gu's direction. Another carp is netted, this one weighing just over 6 pounds. He whispers to Su Fan, then falls back into silence. Su Fan, upon hearing this, does not respond but leans over the rocky ledge to peer down. This position should be more advantageous than Meng Gu's. Why are the larger fish congregating over there? A sense of regret washes over him. Perhaps he should invest in a fish finder. Otherwise, he remains oblivious to the presence of big fish in the area. Resolute, he decides to purchase one. Last time, he lacked the funds, but now he has a bit saved. If he manages to catch a large grass carp, it could very well offset the expense. This type of small sonar fish finder is ideally suited for river and pond fishing, as well as for bank and pier fishing, simple to operate and easy to carry. A wired or wireless model costs 779 yuan. After browsing the reviews and finding no significant complaints, he places an order. Upon ordering, he shares the news with Meng Gu and the others. Wow, a biao. How did you come to think of buying this gadget? Meng Gu exclaims. With this device, we could navigate the waters while locating schools of fish. Damn, I want one too, he adds, chuckling. Su Fan retorts, you can tag along, but don't get too close to my spot. Your laughter sends shivers down my spine. Chapter 48. Exploring new fishing grounds. Night vigil for grass carp. Logically, fishing at night is more fruitful than during the day, especially now that autumn has arrived, bringing cooler temperatures and the occasional gentle breeze. Where have the large grass carp gone? Occasionally, Meng Gu manages to catch a carp or 2. But Su Fan does not envy him. Those fish are not easy to sell. Preparing them for drying and later stir-frying with ginger and scallions sounds delightful. Firm, translucent fish meat resembling jade. The riverside is filled with the chirping of insects and the soft rustle of the evening breeze. As a sudden sense of autumn envelopes the atmosphere, time passes slowly. Su Fan sits in the dark, hugging his knees, straining to listen for any sounds from below the rocky cliff. At 11 o'clock, he hears the splashing of water as the cassava leaves are disturbed. His ears perk up, and he slowly releases his embrace of his knees to grasp his fishing rod. A few more splashes signal the movement of the cassava leaves. They are here. Not just one. Could it be a double catch? I have enough strength for that. Come on, my precious grass carp. Let me show you the bustling market and the luxurious kitchens of others. Silently, he inches closer to the edge of the cliff, rod firmly in hand, mentally counting 1, 2, 3. As Su Fan counted, the grass carp in the water became increasingly eager, voraciously consuming the bait. With the hidden hooks nestled among the leaves and the chicken liver beneath the surface being swiftly devoured. The chicken liver bait was the first to be tugged, startling Su Fan, who nearly pulled back his rod. At that moment, Lao Lu's fishing method also yielded a catch. Goodness, may the old man bless me. I've hooked a double whammy. The force was tremendous. He clamped the fishing rod between his thighs and vigorously jerked it upward. Come help me net the fish. I've got a big one. Goodness, have I hooked a large grass carp? Meng Gu and another companion rushed over with a landing net through the narrow path. Wait, 2 fish. Seeing the rod bending dramatically between Su Fan's legs, they exclaimed in astonishment. First, net the one I've pulled to the surface. Steady. I suspect it weighs over 27 pounds. It devoured such a substantial piece of chicken liver. Its strength is formidable. Got it, Meng Gu responded, lowering the net into the water as Shai Guochang took over the other rod to assist in controlling the fish. The trio held their breath as the fish's head broke the surface, gradually nearing the net. Meng Gu lowered the net further to scoop it up. Done. Wow. This one must weigh around 30 pounds. Its appearance is truly magnificent. Use the fish keeper, not the tackle box. Let me do it. Su Fan, wary of Shai Guochang's negligence, insisted on handling the large fish himself, as he had not secured a catch all evening, and his luck had been rather dismal. Phew. Finally caught one, chuckled Su Fan as the hefty grass carp was safely placed into the keeper and lowered back into the water. The second rod still had a grass carp under Shai Guochang's control, as Su Fan took over to reel in the fish. The skilled netter Meng Gu flawlessly scooped the fish into the net. This one isn't small either, weighing around 17 or 18 pounds. You certainly caught something worthwhile. I only managed a few carp. The disparity is stark. After netting the fish, Meng Gu began to feel the strain. Haha, I used only large bait, specifically for catching big grass carp. You all know Lao Lu's method. Just wait for them to nibble on the cassava leaves. The hooks are hidden among the foliage. I understand. I employed Lao Lu's technique as well, but no large grass carp ventured into the baited area. 2 grass carp worth over 1,000. That is quite a catch. I'll also switch to larger bait when I return. I must secure one tonight. Meng Gu and his companion headed back to change bait for fishing, while Su Fan ventured into the overgrown grass to find a secluded spot by the water to place his keeper. Although the tackle box could accommodate the large grass carp, it wouldn't keep them alive. He opted for the fish keeper, ensuring that the 2 grass carp could wait until tomorrow for sale in town. With the large fish stirring up the area, it would be a while before any substantial fish dared to approach the bait again. During this lull, small portions of earthworms and bean curd residue were used to entice the smaller fish, such as the blue knives, white strips, red eyes, tilapia, and loach to the surface. An hour passed, and the fishing spot began to attract numerous sizable fish, boldly competing for the bait. The splashing was significant, though it was not the sound of grass carp feeding. Meng Gu, observing Su Fan's method, remained focused on the larger grass carp, ignoring the 3 to 5 pound red eyes splashing about. At 2 in the morning, the river breeze managed to stir up a few ripples, and the commotion beneath the water intensified. A bite. I've hooked something substantial. Su Fan was patiently holding his fishing rod when a loud exclamation erupted from the adjacent fishing spot. It was Brother Meng, unable to contain his excitement. Damn. It was just a hair's breadth away. Su Fan sensed that a large grass carp was nibbling at the leaves concealing the hook. Yet it was still just out of reach. How heavy? Su Fan lowered his voice to inquire, and the response came, 20. Quite impressive. Between brothers and fish, Shai Guochang exhibited extraordinary skill in netting the fish, assisting Brother Meng in bringing the hefty grass carp to the surface. If that fish had managed to escape, the 2 brothers, already cast out from home, would likely have turned on each other in an instant, perhaps severing ties for good. In the future, when they had children, they would surely have to impart some wisdom. Do not associate with that Chong uncle's child. They are more trouble than they are worth and could bring you down. A teammate, however foolish, is still a teammate. After this fish, both fishing spots seemed devoid of any larger catch. They hoped to secure another grass carp. Yet even as dawn broke, there was no sign of activity. Time to go. Once the fish were sold, they would return to procure some cassava leaves for bait. They planned to come back later that night. You all go ahead. I'll stay for a bit longer. Bring me back some braised pork noodles. Shai Guochang had been skunked the previous night, sounding quite dejected. All right, just tie a safety line around your waist. If we don't come back, don't untie it. Brother Meng, feeling uneasy, directly secured Shai Guochang with a nylon rope, tying it around his waist and fastening it to a nearby bush. Shai Guochang found the situation amusing yet perplexing. I'm not even going into the water. We're worried you might hook a massive grass carp and get pulled in. Su Fan chimed in, eliciting a hearty laugh from Shai Guochang. His spirits lifted. With a safety rope secured, Both men felt a bit more at ease as they paddled their floating boat back to the old ferry terminal. Those who drown are often the ones who can swim. This saying perfectly encapsulates the notion that when one frequently walks by the river, it is inevitable that their shoes will get wet. Being bold and being obstinate are two different matters. While one might dare to fish alone at night, unafraid of floating corpses or supernatural occurrences, such risks are unnecessary. Arriving at Huajin, the sun was already bright, and the market was bustling with shoppers. Unlike Brother Ming, who set up a stall, Su Fan visited the tackle shop to purchase a large stack of live fish bags, specifically designed for the separate transport of larger catches. He had bought them before when selling the spirited mudfish. These bags were prepared by the tackle shop owner, who promptly informed him when a fine catch was available. The doting father was willing to spend generously. Upon hearing that these were large grass carp caught at night, and upon inspecting the quality of the fish, he immediately requested that they be set aside for him, with price being no object. The larger one weighed 31 pounds and 2 ounces, priced at 35 yuan per pound, while the smaller one weighed 17.5 pounds, priced at 20 yuan per pound. The total came to 1,435 yuan. The fish were weighed, carefully placed into the live fish bags, oxygenated, and the openings sealed. All set. Such a substantial catch, with a weight that is certainly not insignificant. My brother has another grass carp and a few carps over here. Will these two suffice? Su Fan took the opportunity to recommend something to Meng Guo. This one is also quite good. Let us package them together. Truly, as a prominent owner of a home goods store, he only considers the quality and appearance of what he buys, without even inquiring about the price. Meng Guo's fish is just shy of 20 pounds. Priced similarly to Su Fan's smaller one at 20 yuan per pound. Adding a carp to the mix, it totals 400 yuan. 3 live fish bags were placed in the trunk of the old Lingji car, and the proud father wore a smile reminiscent of a doting father eager to present good fortune to his daughter, evoking envy in Su Fan and Meng Guo. If his daughter were to divorce, please inform me. I would be quite interested in that meal. Divorce with children is no hindrance. Meng Guo, watching the car disappear around the corner, suddenly spoke seriously to Su Fan. Wow, you are the most astute of us all. However, this situation seems rather bleak. Those two currently holding the bowls are surely clinging tightly, so it's not our turn. The youth, unaware of the pleasures of a soft life, mistakenly squanders their prime. I too was once a spirited young man. A client from Zhejiang visited our factory and encountered 2 bag snatchers while I happened to be nearby. In a moment of fervor, I delivered a swift kick, effectively rescuing her. Su Fan remained silent, instead offering a cigarette, igniting one for himself, and listened intently. At that time, I believed my demeanor must have captivated her. She wanted me to accompany her to Zhejiang. I was somewhat tempted, yet at that moment, I had a beautiful girl on the line who smiled at me upon my return to work. That smile, oh, it cost me dearly. The wealthy woman's opportunity vanished. You know how it is with attractive women. The supervisors and factory heads are all watching. The girl smiled at me, and after a few exchanges, I found myself in trouble. All the arduous and dirty work was assigned to me. I had to confront them directly, leaving them on the ground howling in pain. The girl genuinely had some interest in me, but alas, it was not meant to be. Fortune and timing. Indeed, my luck was quite poor at that time. As the saying goes, when one is impoverished, luck is low, and one's opportunities are squandered. As Meng Guo finished his statement, Su Fan nearly succumbed to the urge to ask him, "Where did you acquire that pork?" The remaining carps sat for half an hour without anyone inquiring about their price. After having breakfast, the two decided to pack up and buy supplies. The new fishing spot was relatively desolate, yet since it was unvisited, Su Fan planned to expand a few more spots, quietly moving to the next location once the fish began to bite. Meng Guo went to deliver breakfast to the grain drying station, while Su Fan returned to the villa with the dog's pig feet powder. After a brief inspection of the strawberry fields and a thorough check of the chicken coop for any deceased chickens, he gathered both chicken and duck eggs. Everything looked splendid. The wild chickens had formed a robust group, foraging for insects in the hills and fields, thriving and clever, adapting far more swiftly than the large chickens purchased from the farm. Finding no issues, he took a shower and retired for the night. At 3 in the afternoon, with the sun still blazing, Su Fan had already set out with a lawnmower and a spade, making his way up the mountain to rendezvous with Meng Guo and the others, before heading to the fishing spot at the cliff. This time, not only had they prepared cassava leaves, but also several large bundles of pasture grass. Upon arriving at the cliff fishing spot, the lawnmower sprang to life, clearing 8 fishing positions along the river, spanning over a kilometer. Su Fan positioned himself downstream, delineating the area from the cliff point, with 3 of them on one side and Meng Ji's group of 5 on the other. The pasture grass and cassava leaves were simply tied together and secured to the shore, while chicken entrails and bean dregs were placed in nets to attract the fish. After finishing, they were drenched in sweat, with the sun already beginning its descent. The 3 of them, clad only in shorts, jumped into the river for a swim to wash away the sweat. "I won't leave until I catch a big grass carp," Su Fan declared. "Shai Guchong, don't cause a ruckus. If you don't return, who will feed the chickens at your villa? You can't expect me to serve you if you don't catch anything. Get lost. If you can't catch a big grass carp, just go upstream to that top spot and fish for red-eyed fry instead. Don't let me get irritated. Are we still good brothers? Shai Guchong lamented. Good brothers indeed, but you can't make me fish empty-handed. Chapter 49. The Nighttime River Spectre. As night fell, they commenced their vigil, moving like phantoms beneath the faint moonlight. Once, as Su Fan crouched at the cliff fishing spot, Meng Gu and another approached stealthily. Without a sound or any light. Had it not been for Su Fan's slightly heightened reflexes, he might have been caught off guard. You two would have made excellent scouts. Su Fan whispered in admiration. That's nothing. I once knew an old man, a veteran of war, who could sneak into your bed at night without you ever noticing. He was the real deal in reconnaissance. I heard he could even approach wild boars in the mountains without them realizing. That's astonishing, Su Fan exclaimed. Indeed. It was said that even the town mayor had to show him respect. Sadly, he passed away early, having sustained injuries in battle that he couldn't withstand through winter. Inevitably, Su Fan reflected. Death in war is commonplace. The real tragedy lies with those who survived. Their children have all secured prestigious positions in government. I plan to inquire about cattle breeding policies and subsidies, but they all turned their backs on me. You dare to ask about that? Su Fan was taken aback. Aren't policies supposed to encourage cultivation and breeding? I wanted to raise a few more, and if money was tight, I thought I might inquire about policies or loans. Yet no one paid me any mind. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, when my flowers bloom and all others wither, then I shall see how arrogant they become. They turn their noses up at a simple question. If you were sent to Africa, you could probably unify an entire region. Su Fan joked, offering a cigarette. I've heard tales of someone who went to Africa for business and became the second in command of a tribe, leading them in conquests, while also developing agriculture, industry, and trade. The first war criminal after the founding of the nation. It appears that the tribe has bestowed upon him several wives. You, however, are at a disadvantage, lacking proficiency in English, making communication there quite impossible. Su Fan discerned the underlying meaning and sighed, shaking his head. Indeed. I have heard that this individual holds a position as an engineer or something of that sort. A lack of education has its consequences. The trio lowered their voices, engaging in a conversation that meandered through various topics, yet remained centered around the fluctuations of international affairs, marriage, and the pursuit of wealth, three paramount concerns. Career, beauty, and riches. These are the ultimate aspirations of young men. Just a few days ago, a matchmaker brought a woman into the village for one of the elders, and it was reported that the bride price was set at 150,000. I have heard that the women there possess considerable beauty and figure. Goodness, that woman is nearly 40. Whether she is capable of bearing children is another matter entirely. To demand 150,000 up front, with the intention of absconding afterward, is audacious. Ah Biao, you have traveled extensively and know many people. Do you have any connections to the women there? Sha Guchong suddenly revealed a piece of gossip and then inquired of Su Fan. This is rather tricky. Many of the women introduced through acquaintances often abscond with the money. While you are fast asleep at night, they might leave with someone else. Of course, some are willing to stay, but the fear of losing both money and person looms large. It would be wiser for you to focus on developing your mountain villa. In due time, there will be women willing to take on the role of villa mistress. Alas, it will take several years of development to achieve that. By then, I will be nearing 30. Another day of envying Ah Biao, who has a matchmaker introducing him to prospects. Sha Guchong sighed. The charming Gu Tianla from Huajin is here. Off I go to patrol my nest, in a love devoid of wealth. One is left with nothing but the bananas of Odbo, either green or yellow. The green ones are abundant, while the yellow ones are swiftly plucked from the trees. Even if one has the inclination, what use is it without money, old friend? Su Fan's words struck a chord with the two. Oh dear. Let us earn some money. The women at the club still possess soft hands. Su Fan lingered not, grasping his fishing rod, tiptoeing into the darkness to inspect his fishing spot. The fishing rod in his hand resembled a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, from a distance of 20 meters. A gust of wind would sway it slightly. The sounds of aquatic grass and cassava leaves being tugged beneath the water were not subtle. Here they come. Not just one. Su Fan promptly adjusted his fishing rod, checking the tender leaves of the grass on the hook, and followed the gentle whispers of the river breeze towards the fishing spot. Without peeking out to spy, he deftly cast the rod, the makeshift float crafted from a tree branch, adorned with tender leaves, landing softly upon the river's surface. With a gentle tug of the line, he positioned the leaves against the foremost edge of the aquatic grass. May the old man bless me. I need not more than 2 tonight. Just 2, and I shall cease. The float did not startle the large grass carp. The feeding commotion continued unabated. Su Fan maintained his crouched position, his breathing slowing as he awaited the test of his patience and the fortune of the grass carp. As time passed inexorably, just as Su Fan felt his feet growing numb, the fishing line quivered, pulling twice in quick succession. Got you. With a swift motion, he lifted the rod to hook the fish, and it immediately bent into a dramatic arc. Although small, it weighed around 14 to 15 pounds. The river was teeming with sizable grass carp. The headlamp flickered to life as he approached the riverbank to examine the surface, revealing a grass carp. Not overly large, but of exquisite quality, thrashing in the water, with one hand expertly controlling the rod and the other wielding the net. He dipped it into the water and after 2 attempts, successfully brought the fish ashore. This time, Su Fan opted to place the live fish into an aerated bag rather than a keep net. The previous evening, he had released fish into the keep net. But after waiting until dawn, no more grass carp had ventured into the feeding spot. He collected the net and rod, relocating to the rocky base, where he coincidentally spotted Meng Gu returning with a fish of his own. Impressive. Mine's just under 15 pounds. Su Fan exclaimed, lifting the bulging bag of live fish. Mine's slightly larger, probably about 17 pounds. Haha, what about a Chong? The higher-ups have taken notice of him and appointed him as Air Force Commander. Su Fan chuckled at this. Meng Gu borrowed a bag from Su Fan, similarly aerating his fish before placing it in a shaded area. They shared a cigarette, exchanging fishing insights, and then stealthily patrolled the fishing spots. This old-school method of fishing was indeed more effective for catching grass carp compared to waiting at a spot. It was uncertain if the grass carp could sense human presence. When waiting patiently, one might wait an eternity for a large carp to approach the bait. However, during the brief interlude of Su Fan and Meng Gu sharing tips, 2 sizable grass carp moved into the feeding spots downstream. Tonight, let us catch 2. No more than that. A big one would suffice. 25 pounds would be just right. Come on, big grass carp. The large grass carp, blissfully munching on the aquatic vegetation, remained oblivious to Su Fan's evolved fishing prowess. Capable of stealthily approaching the spot under the cover of darkness, synchronized with the rustling of the wind. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to encounter the hidden hook disguised within the leaves. The old-school method truly proved invincible. With a sudden tug on the rod, Su Fan switched on his headlamp and walked to the bank, shining the light down to observe. Near the vegetation feeding area, a grass carp of remarkable quality gazed up in bewilderment at the figure on the bank. The large carp opened and closed its mouth, pondering. As a member of the carp clan, I consider myself a seasoned veteran. Any slight disturbance, and I make my retreat. Little did I know I would fall for this. Startled, it jolted him. At 25 pounds, it could fetch 30 yuan per pound, totaling over 700 yuan. After a spirited struggle with the fish, he waited until it was exhausted before skillfully netting it. The night by the river truly drained one's vitality. Su Fan secured the fish and emptied the chicken entrails from the bait bucket as feed. Upon returning to the rocky base, he found Meng Gu had also caught a sizable fish, though it was not a grass carp, but rather a large river carp weighing in at 11 pounds. Oh wow. This carp is stunning, Su Fan remarked in a hushed tone. It certainly is. This is a pure wild river carp. I recently captured a photograph and shared it of the last catch, a largemouth carp. It was taken as a pet fish for a sum of 460 yuan. Quite a commendable deal. If I were to sell it at a stall, I would barely make 100. This evening, I plan to catch 2 more to conclude my work. You might want to scout the fishing spots downstream. Su Fan gathered his live fish bags together and prepared to lie down and rest on the floating boat. Is this for real? Go ahead. If you say you'll catch 2, then catch 2. Su Fan waved his hand. Then I shall proceed. Ah Chang's temperament is too intense, and I fear it might affect me. I'll explore your excellent fishing spot. Meng Gu quietly departed with his fishing rod and net, while Su Fan reclined on the floating boat at the stone cliff, closing his eyes for a nap. As he dozed, he seemed to hear the chilling cries of a ghostly figure running down from the upstream, rice-drying area. There's a ghost. Ah, the sound was piercing. Su Fan immediately stood up and turned on his headlamp, while Meng Gu downstream also illuminated his lamp, preparing to rush over. Holding a thunderous firecracker, Su Fan lit one and tossed it onto the adjacent open land before the figure from the rice-drying area could reach him. Boom. Don't blow it up. It's me, shouted the figure, stopping more than 30 meters away from Su Fan. What is happening? Su Fan brightened the camping lights and walked a few steps forward, wielding his entrenching shovel. There's someone drifting in my fishing spot. What are you screaming about? It's not like you've never seen anyone before. Meng Gu, who had just arrived, cursed upon hearing this, as he awaited the grass carp to bite downstream. Let us go take a look, he urged, grabbing a net and nylon rope. Su Fan called out to Meng Gu and then tossed another firecracker aside. Boom. The explosion echoed through the riverside forest, muffling the gentle river breeze. Approaching, he scrutinized the agitated figure, assessing whether his heels were barely touching the ground. Let us go see. The 3 men, equipped with their gear, quickly made their way upstream. Upon arrival, they spotted a bare-chested fool splashing in the river. Hey, where's this place? Encountering this ominous sight, Su Fan decided to toss another explosive. He ignited a firecracker and hurled it into the grass by the shore, near the man. What the hell are you doing? The startled fool jumped back 2 meters from the noise. Boom. It's a living person. Su Fan pulled out a cigarette and lit one. Of course, I'm alive. The bare-chested fool shouted, attempting to find a way to climb ashore, but the height difference was too great, and he struggled for a foothold. Why aren't you at home sleeping at this hour? Splashing around in the river is disrupting our fishing. Su Fan exhaled a puff of smoke before squatting down to inquire. I had a couple of strong drinks and couldn't sleep. So I came to wash up in the river, and then the alcohol hit me, and I fell asleep. Hearing this, Su Fan and Meng Gu praised him, taking out their phones to capture the moment. Impressive. This bravery is truly remarkable. Swimming in the river at midnight. Which village are you from? Stop it, stop it. The bare-chested man covered his face, trying to prevent Su Fan and Meng Gu from filming. No filming, all right. Do you have any more of that potent medicinal liquor? Meng Gu interjected, getting to the point, as he sought to borrow some of the fool's liquor. First, pull me up. Who threw the firecracker that startled me? I even took a few sips of water. Su Fan raised the engineer shovel in his hand. It was I who threw it. Look at the brand of my engineer shovel. Cough, cough. Let us not joke around. We are on the same side. It was a good throw. I merely wanted to inquire where one might procure such firecrackers, as I too wished to buy some for amusement. Chapter 50. The medicinal wine worth hundreds of thousands, bare-chested and clad only in shorts. I floated downriver for 4 miles from a riverside village named Fanlei, known for breeding snakes and raising mice. Tonight, feeling somewhat bored after consuming a bit of revitalizing wine, I decided to soak in the river to cool down. My swimming skills being quite exceptional, Brother Lei is rather impressive. To be able to float in the water and sleep so comfortably. Praised the Air Force Commander Guo with admiration. These are merely trifles. Each year, when the waters rise, I can fish for pigs and cows in the river. These are trivial matters. Let us set aside the niceties for now. You made a ruckus in our territory, so what do you propose we do? Without half a gene of medicinal wine, you should catch a couple of grass carp for us. We have been on watch all night. Brother Meng has already tapped into that revitalizing wine. It's not easy to deal with at this hour. This acquaintance is also a kind of fate. When you have time, visit my snake farm. You bring the chicken, and we can make a dragon and phoenix pot without issue. It's a deal. We have the chicken sorted. Brother Meng confirmed the arrangements directly. Have you caught any fish while you were stealthily guarding this spot in the dead of night? The firecrackers are all prepared. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, I would have almost caught a 20 to 30 gene grass carp just now. That's over $1,000. Do you understand? If we had hand grenades, it wouldn't matter if you were a floating corpse. We would blow you up anyway. Cough, cough. I'm sorry. Do you think I'm joking with you? A biao caught 2 earlier in the night, and they're sitting there. I caught one as well. There's a big haul feeding at my spot. Brother Meng shone a light on Su Fan's fish releasing area. Fish have entered my spot too. If it weren't for you, I would have caught at least a 20 gene grass carp. Cough, cough, quite impressive. The snake breeder Lei could only nod in agreement. These 3 fishermen clearly seemed formidable, especially the one who threw the firecracker with the engineer's shovel. Gentlemen, may I borrow the floating boat to change my clothes? I left my phone on the shore. Go ahead. Just return the boat. And we will go to your snake farm. Not at all. I'll definitely be back in the morning. 1 large snake is worth 10 of your little broken boats. Today, I encountered some bandits. Drifting in the water, Lei paddled back, and the 3 of them resumed their chatter for a while. I know this Lei. He specializes in breeding various large snakes for farms and specialty restaurants, and he also raises over 2,000 white-bellied mountain mice. He is quite a well-known figure around here. By relying on these ventures, he even purchased a BMW. Meng took out a cigarette and strolled around, informing Su Fan about the drifting water mines. The ability to nurture such a multitude of snakes and rats is indeed impressive. It is a feat that most cannot emulate. Indeed, we just returned from the factory, and our parents have been incessantly criticizing this rascal. Damn it. In every profession, there are those who excel. And I hear there is a python as thick as a thigh, with several measuring 5 to 6 meters long scaling the peaks. He refuses to sell even at high prices. I cannot help but feel envious. Encountering such a large snake leaves me feeling faint, especially on the mountain peaks. If it were to escape, it would certainly pose a threat to anyone nearby. You all continue to patrol the nests. I shall take a brief rest. Once tonight's tasks are concluded, I'll have to tend to the fields in the following days. I am in a similar situation. I need to expand the pasture as well. Meng nodded and began to pack away his fishing rod for the patrol. Su Fan noticed Shai Guchong still lingering nearby and asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Cough, cough. I am guarding this nest. Very well. Su Fan said no more. It was clear that this fellow was afraid. Late at night, the sight of a motionless figure at the nest, whether alive or dead, would be quite alarming. Night fishing, aside from catching big grass carp, often brings unexpected surprises. If it were Meng or Su Fan in Shai Guchong's position, they might have resorted to throwing stones or firecrackers. Otherwise, they would certainly employ a net. If a net were to be cast, and the target stirred, a swift shovel could turn it into a floating corpse. As dawn broke, Brother Lei, the snake keeper, rode over. Su Fan scrutinized his features and recognized him as a capable individual, which explained his ability to manage so many snakes and rats. Su Fan mused. Are you here to sell fish in town? Why not sell them to me instead? Come over to my place for a drink later. He felt somewhat embarrassed about the previous night. With that medicinal wine, you need not worry about the fish. I will handle it. 1 river carp and 1 grass carp will suffice. Meng, the connoisseur, immediately offered to provide the ingredients. Let us go. We must enjoy some fine wine to ease our nerves. Brother Lei's snake farm was located at the foot of a mountain near the river, quite expansive, with tall walls and steel wire netting on the drains. Both the snake and rat farms were entirely enclosed, with fine wire mesh covering the tops. The snake farm resembled a poultry farm. Outsiders were not permitted inside. Su Fan and his companions understood this well and began to process the fish in the living area outside. Surrounding the living area were numerous starfruit trees, peach trees, and cowherb, all meticulously maintained. Brother Lei, is this peach known as the eagle's beak peach? May I have a few to taste? While Meng dealt with the fish, Su Fan admired the fruit trees surrounding the farm. Of course, help yourself. I usually reserve these for clients. This is the last batch that has ripened too much. Then I shall not hold back. Where can I procure seedlings? I also wish to cultivate a batch. Indeed, I am acquainted with the proprietor of the nursery. Initially, he called to reserve the black snake fruit, and upon delivering it, I discovered this intriguing specimen at his nursery and purchased it. The flavor is delightful, and the premium fruit sold at the local market is priced at 19 yuan per pound. Once cultivated, there should be no difficulty in selling them, particularly as gifts. Is it truly that expensive? What is the cost of each seedling? Shigaechang also approached to inquire. The mature seedlings from last year were priced at over 600 to 300 each. You can select directly from the nursery and inquire about the price of any that catch your eye. For the smaller seedlings, the price is somewhat lower, but they require several years of nurturing before bearing fruit. While Shigaechang continued to ask about the pricing, Su Fan plucked a peach from the tree and split it open. The flesh separated cleanly from the pit. This is indeed a prime specimen, free from any growth enhancers. The flesh is vibrant, and the aroma is robust, making it ideal for gift-giving. Su Fan checked for fruit flies and examined the quality. Meng Gu, busy processing the fish, grew impatient listening to Su Fan crunching on the peach. A biao, pluck 2 for me as well. There are still plenty on the tree. After you finish your drink, you can still walk, so pick them yourself and carry them back in your clothes. Olay, old buddy, please share the nursery's contact information with me. I must grow a batch of these peaches. The shape and fragrance are exceptional, Su Fan remarked as he picked a few more. After gathering a sufficient quantity, Shigaechang chuckled and decided to climb the tree. I want to get some for myself to taste. It seems you have no fruit flies here. How do you manage that? Su Fan inquired while examining another peach. I raise hornets. On the mountain, I have 2 large nests of them. Not only do fruit flies dare not approach, but even bees must practice their agility, or else they will be devoured by the hornets. However, I have little foot traffic here. If you raise hornets, choose a secluded spot, or else you may encounter trouble if they sting someone. Impressive. To dare raise large hornet nests near the village. Su Fan couldn't help but commend him. Hee, others are unaware. Moreover, the entire back mountain belongs to my family. We have fenced it off. The hornets are not specifically bred. I simply dug a pit, and they developed and reproduced on their own. Understood, I want to report you. The 4 of them were all single, with Lei, the millionaire, being the most notable among them. He was 3 years older than Meng Gu and likely nearing 30. However, women in this profession are often terrified. Some even refuse to consider marrying him. Those with no other options are not to his liking either. The big grass carp and river carp were processed, with 2 plates of thinly sliced fish prepared for sashimi, and 3 plates of butterfly meat set aside for hot pot. Early in the morning, they set a table beneath a starfruit tree and began drinking. This wine is what I consumed last night. It is quite potent, and I can still feel its effects. After finishing the meal, one might consider a leisurely visit to the county town. Brother Lei produced a glass bottle filled with a rich amber-colored liquor. He suggested drinking according to one's own tolerance, first taking a sip to check for any allergic reactions. Assuring that he would be fine, as he poured himself a glass and took a hearty gulp, he exclaimed, "Wow, this liquor packs a punch. The river fish here are indeed exceptional. I have tried fishing a few times myself, but caught nothing after hours of effort." The 3 of them observed Brother Lei indulging in his drink and meat, and without hesitation, Meng Gu took a small sip. He was indeed a connoisseur, yet not a fool. The liquor had certainly been infused with numerous medicinal herbs, and there was a possibility that an entire snake had been steeped within it. Should one overindulge, there would be no opportunity for rescue. Su Fan was acutely aware of this situation, having bathed in medicinal concoctions since childhood. He understood the potential variability of such brews. However, this particular medicinal liquor was undeniably potent, containing only the finest wild ingredients. With a single sip, he could feel his blood surging. Shigaechang nearly flushed with color, remarking on the strength of the brew. After just 2 sips, he was already feeling its effects. Meng Gu took another sip of the medicinal liquor, exclaiming once more. Pace yourself, he advised. In this field, it's either a big snake or a few male dogs. Ha. At worst, I'll just swim back. This liquor was formidable indeed. Once Su Fan confirmed its safety after 2 sips, he began to absorb and refine it. Glass after glass. Whoa. A biao. A biao. Save some for me. That's the only bottle I have left. The others haven't steeped long enough. How am I supposed to enjoy myself in the county town if you finish it all? As Su Fan reached for the bottle again, Brother Lei instinctively clutched it, attempting to escape with it. Just one more glass. A promise is a promise. To deceive is to be akin to a pup. Just 1 glass. He exclaimed, goodness. I've never encountered someone who can drink so much, especially of such a potent medicinal liquor. You've truly frightened me. Observing Su Fan's robust arms, Meng Gu felt a twinge of apprehension. If provoked, the 3 of them could find themselves in peril. Grabbing the bottle, Meng Gu poured Su Fan another drink. Genuinely feeling a bit intimidated. Lifting his small cup, Su Fan took another sip. This liquor is excellent. How much would a bottle like this cost? If one selects the right materials, it could easily exceed $1 million. This one has cost me nearly 300,000, with 20,000 just for the ginseng. While the other herbs I forged myself. Impressive. This liquor indeed alleviates anxiety. I welcome you to come again next time, Su Fan complimented. You're talking nonsense. If you were to strike my head with a spade, would I still have it intact? Ha. On a serious note, Brother Lei is slightly intimidated by Su Fan. Those arms are clearly strong. If he were to drift into my territory at night, a mere reflex could turn him into a floating corpse, dying for naught. Chapter 51. Fish Scouts Patrol the River 1. You are a woodcutter, while he is a shepherd. After a day of conversation, his sheep are well fed. But what of your firewood? The woodcutter cannot afford to linger with the shepherd. Please abandon your futile socializing. 2. Though the woodcutter appeared to gain nothing from the day spent chatting with the shepherd, he learned which mountains held abundant firewood, which paths were easily traversable, and which were overgrown with thorns, returning home the next day with a bountiful harvest. Communication holds paramount importance. Engaging in conversation with the right individuals can significantly reduce unnecessary detours. Brother Lei, having lived alone for an extended period, finally found 3 like-minded individuals to converse with, revealing intriguing insights about their practices in breeding snakes and mice. For instance, the white-bellied mountain rat serves a dual purpose, while a portion is used to feed snakes. The majority is primarily sold. Once processed and cleaned, it is simply scorched with straw before being picked up by buyers, or it is dispatched in cages. The snakes are actually fed quails, which undergo a meticulous cleaning process to remove feathers and entrails before being fed. Additionally, calcium and zinc elements must be incorporated into their diet. As for the crops, I can procure sweet potatoes and rice that have not been treated with pesticides. Wild chicks are too costly for me to buy. However, once they mature, do remember to bring them to me. In this exchange, Brother Lei informed Su Fan that he is aware of Su Fan's substantial cultivation of sweet potatoes and rice, specifically seeking organic, pesticide-free produce. The breeding farm has not experienced a smooth trajectory, particularly after he profited from selling his goods and purchased a BMW. He discovered that the rice and sweet potatoes he sourced from villagers were tainted with poison. This led to the unfortunate demise of a batch of his stock. Thankfully, since he was not feeding snakes at the time, he narrowly avoided a disastrous setback. Upon hearing of Su Fan's dedication to organic farming, he expressed keen interest. The 4 of them, all similarly spirited, each possessing their own territory, began to synergize their resources while envisioning a prosperous future. As they enjoyed their meal until midday, everyone left with fruitful insights. Su Fan and his companions, captivated by Brother Lei's suggestions, resolved to invest in raising quails, given their rapid reproduction and prolific egg-laying. However, the potency of the medicinal wine proved overwhelming. Upon exiting the snake farm into the fresh air, the effects surged within them. Meng and his companion found a spot by the roadside and succumbed to sleep. Su Fan, feeling restless, lay beside them for 2 hours, awaiting their full recovery from intoxication. This medicinal wine significantly revitalized their drained vitality. After consuming nearly a pound, Su Fan felt a resurgence of energy coursing through him, finally perceiving a flicker of spiritual essence in his dantian. Cultivation revolves around 4 fundamental elements: wealth, methods, companions, and land, with wealth taking precedence. Previously, he had been drained of spiritual essence by an elderly man utilizing a gathering array, which depleted his internal energy and diminished his physical essence. Thanks to today's medicinal wine, he managed to regain some vitality. With sufficient funds, he could prepare nourishing medicinal meals to further restore himself. As for the catfish that refused to bite, standing on the shore allows one to pinpoint their energy. A well-aimed fish spear can yield a bountiful catch. Under the sun, both individuals felt their energy surge. Drenched in sweat, their restlessness finally awakening them. Where am I? Meng, parched and bewildered, surveyed his surroundings. recalling a dream where he was about to pounce with a decisive kick. They had been lying by the roadside, with a motorcycle tire awkwardly turned. Look over there. They are wriggling like maggots. Su Fan had activated his phone's recording mode, capturing the adjacent sun-drying scene, which resembled a chaotic tableau. What kind of spring dream is this? Meng exclaimed, slapping the scene with a chuckle. All right, let us head back. If we linger here, the grass will be stripped bare. The group shared a hearty laugh. And as they returned, the potency of the medicinal wine became apparent, leading to a moment of realization for the sun-drying worker, who felt a wave of embarrassment upon recognizing Su Fan and Meng. If it weren't for Meng Ji's intervention, the videos capturing the lush greenery could have been cherished for a lifetime. After recovering from their inebriation, Su Fan drove himself back to the villa, drenched in sweat. He indulged in a refreshing soak in the cool spring water, a sensation of unparalleled bliss. After his bath, he inspected the villa to ensure everything was in order before laying a bamboo mat in the living room to rest. Strangely, accustomed to sleeping on the floor, he found the plush mattress uncomfortable and could not drift into slumber. In contrast, sleeping on the floor allowed him to quickly sink into deep sleep within minutes. Though fishing yielded some rewards, it was unstable, and the ceiling was always within reach. In a river, unlike the sea, the population of large grass carp is limited, and once caught, they would only fetch a modest sum, falling short compared to the strawberry harvest. Upon rising early the next morning, he took a hoe to clear the small weeds in the strawberry field. After a thorough weeding session, the sun would soon wither the newly sprouted weeds. With periodic weeding, the strawberry patch would remain largely free of unwanted flora. The cooler mountain temperatures were favorable for the strawberry plants, which had begun to blossom, with some already displaying delicate white flowers. In just 3 days, the first batch of strawberry blossoms would be in full bloom, attracting the bees from the surrounding area, who were particularly focused on the strawberry garden. After a day of weeding, he spent the evening sawing the remaining bamboo into segments with a chainsaw, splitting them down the middle. Although the ground was covered with plastic film, which absorbed heat, strawberries resting on it risked scorching or rotting from dripping spring water. Thus, placing the bamboo around the roots would protect the strawberries from contact with the film, enhancing their quality. While splitting the bamboo was somewhat wasteful, cutting it into thirds could also serve to separate the film, as the strawberry stems were quite short. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, Su Fan had previously arranged to visit the Zhao family to discuss marriage matters. From the tone of Zhao Laotu, he sensed that the visit might not unfold smoothly. That evening, his aunt-in-law messaged him to inquire if he would be setting up a stall in town to sell goods, seeking to capture footage. This revelation caused Su Fan some discomfort, as it indicated possible discord in her marriage. When a woman seeks independence and aims to earn a living, it often signifies underlying family tensions or serious disagreements between spouses. His aunt-in-law seemed to be plotting an escape or striving to assert her own identity. One Hongtao's conversations had shifted from mere progress reports on the strawberry field to flirtatious exchanges with Su Fan, requesting him to take some selfies, particularly showcasing his abs, a rather brazen request. After 2 busy days at the villa tending to the strawberry field, the fishing gear he ordered online arrived, and the 3 of them gathered in town to purchase bait, preparing to earn some extra money from the river. If they could catch a haul weighing 50 to 60 pounds, it would be a significant windfall. Do you know about river snails? Meng Gu inquired of Su Fan. I do. What's the matter? In our river, we also have this creature, albeit the large snail is as cunning as a ghost. The chicken entrails we offer are largely ignored, and they seldom venture into the traps. One must employ snails to catch them, and their movements are rather erratic. If one manages to catch a sizable specimen with a stone in its mouth, it can fetch a considerable sum. Upon hearing Meng Gu's account, Su Fan immediately comprehended. What you refer to is the living jade fish, used to calm frightened spirits for children. Indeed, those of good quality can be rather expensive. Some are willing to spend, making sales of several thousand to 10,000 not an uncommon occurrence. Yes, that is precisely it. Just the other day, I recalled this after hearing an elder in the village mention it. Let us go patrol the river. Only Su Fan and Meng Gu purchased fish finders, while Sha Guchong hesitated to spend the money, now feeling a tinge of regret, hastily ordering one online. Without equipment, it would be rather awkward if Meng Gu chose not to include him on an outing. Setting out on the floating boat, the 2 vessels distanced themselves, drifting downstream in unison. The floating boat navigated smoothly, with the sonar device gliding along the river's surface, while the handheld display could roughly ascertain the underwater terrain and the layers where fish resided. To their surprise, this device proved quite effective. Although the river's surface appeared devoid of fish, beneath it lay a considerable number of carp, truly cunning creatures. Upon reaching the rocky cliff fishing spot, the fish finder indicated a plethora of large carp and red-eyed fish, along with other sizable catches. Where had the daytime grass carp disappeared to? Not a single one was in sight. Meng Gu stood and called out to Su Fan. I have no idea. Let us continue searching. Perhaps they are visiting relatives during the day. The two boats maintained a slight distance while using the fish finder to survey the river's bounty. The banks of the river offered few accessible fishing spots, with most anglers congregating around sandy beaches or floating bridges for leisure fishing. Few, like Su Fan, approached fishing as a means of income. The majority were regarded as mere baiting immortals in the eyes of the fish community. To catch even one or two large red-eyed fish, they might have used a considerable amount of bait, enough to satisfy a school of fish for 3 days. In certain areas, fishing is even restricted, as it is believed that anglers disrupt the ecological balance of the rivers. They remain oblivious to the discerning nature of the fish below and the vast numbers of the aerial forces in the waters. If fishing were permitted, all related trades could flourish, generating numerous employment opportunities. While Meng Gu earned modest profits from fishing, Sha Guchang merely served as the commander of the aerial forces feeding the fish, with Su Fan being the sole one currently making money. The proprietors of fishing tackle shops, alongside professional anglers, engage in repeated investments. Last time, they spent thousands on wasp nests and larvae for fishing, which subsequently led to a ban on fishing with those baits in reservoirs. With the nests prohibited, they switched to different bait, with no hope of recouping their investments. The money spent could have purchased a modest apartment in the county. Such individuals are, regrettably, quite numerous. The fish finder emitted warnings of large fish, and the three embarked on a leisurely river journey, casting scraps of bean curd into the water as they floated. Indeed, there were plenty of red-eyed fish. The shadow they had spotted earlier was likely to weigh 4 or 5 pounds, an impressive catch. If they managed to land it, it could be sold for at least 50 yuan per pound. If it did not meet that weight, it would suffice for their own consumption. Su Fan produced a cigarette and lit it, observing the various fish that trailed the floating boat in pursuit of bait. Snails and giant soft-shelled turtles. If he could catch a couple, he could acquire some seedlings of hawthorn trees. Additionally, he could cultivate watermelons and local peaches, and perhaps some sanhua plums as well. With fruits available throughout the year, every market day promised a lucrative return. Such prospects were indeed delightful. May the old man bless him. After drifting for half an hour, he had yet to spot any large snails, but encountered a school of grass carp instead. This particular species was foraging in a small wild river, with a considerable number, perhaps 30 to 50. Surely, there were many treasures upstream in this wild river. Time to retrieve the fish trap. He decided to head back. Upon observing the wild river, Su Fan noted it was a place long abandoned for 20 years, untouched by human hands. Meng Gu watched in exasperation as Su Fan paddled upstream with impressive vigor, exclaiming, "Wait for us." It was frustrating. They could hardly match Su Fan's speed, wasting precious energy. It was often suggested they invest in an electric propulsion device. "You're just full of ideas. Are you contributing financially?" Meng Gu retorted, feeling annoyed. As Su Fan sped ahead, resembling a dragon boat racer, the distance between them grew, deflating their spirits entirely. Chapter 52. Capturing grass carp at the river mouth. With exceptional balance and swift paddling, Meng Gu and his companion watched Su Fan return to the old ferry landing to retrieve the fish trap from the car, only to paddle away hastily again. Their own traps remained at the mountain lodge. "I must buy a new car once I earn some money. Even a second-hand one will do." They lamented the lost opportunity to make a fortune. "That wild river has been claimed by a biao. How much do you have left? Let us pool our resources for a second-hand vehicle. It should only cost around 20,000. A biao was always prepared with his gear, thus reaping the rewards. Meng Gu attempted to persuade Sha Guchang to contribute funds. "I have none left. I've spent my money on chicken feed. Besides, I've been skunked these past few days, having caught no fish at all. Enough. Let us continue our patrol and see if we can locate that earlier school of grass carp. If we can set up a spot to catch 10 or 8 of them, we could afford a new vehicle. Not a luxury brand. Mind you, those are just junk." Yet, the reality was that even acquiring an electric bike required careful consideration, and purchasing a second-hand car was a daunting task. There were simply too many financial demands. Meanwhile, Su Fan maneuvered the floating boat swiftly into a thicket that concealed the small wild river. He used a bamboo pole to gauge the depth at the river mouth, finding it to be nearly 2 meters deep. "This is tricky. I must purchase a blocking net to secure this river mouth." He pondered. "What if I were to construct a dam to draw water? I need a solution, and time is of the essence." Su Fan gazed at the vine-covered river surface. However, this wild river indeed harbored potential. If he could set up a heavy baiting spot within the river to entice the previous school of grass carp inside, then lay a pocket net in ambush, he could pull it up once the fish entered, subsequently driving them out of the river mouth, causing the school to collide with the net. Nevertheless, this wild river stretched quite long, and managing it alone would require considerable time and effort. "Forget it. I'll bring Meng Gu and the others along. Earning this money alone is no easy feat." Su Fan surveyed the wild river mouth, contemplating the flowing waters of the great river and the adjacent shallow grassy banks, pondering the thrill of a grand endeavor as opposed to merely guarding a fixed spot. He summoned Brother Meng and briefly conveyed the plan. a large net must be submerged and secured to the riverbed. Additionally, ample bait was required to lure the fish back into the river. Once the fish had entered, someone would need to venture upstream to guide them into the net. I'll provide the funds for the fishing net and bait. Can we make this happen? Su Fan offered a cigarette. Absolutely, we can do it. I'll take on the labor. Brother Meng readily agreed. Very well. First, we need to chop some bamboo for stakes to construct a netting mechanism capable of withstanding the force of the big grass carp. Chong will procure the net and bait, including plenty of bean curd residue, chicken entrails, and snails. I will transfer the funds to you, and I assure you we will complete this task. As they prepared to return to shore, Su Fan and Brother Meng began cutting bamboo, stripping down to enter the water to construct the net mechanism. Once completed, they ventured through the wild grass for over 2,000 meters before discovering a drop-off point, a promising location for fish such as eels and loaches. However, the area was too wild, leaving no space to set a trap. Brother Meng lamented the difficulty of navigating the covered river surface, which explained the presence of grass carp in the area. After confirming the location, they returned to the river mouth to await Shai Guchang's return with the net and bait. In the past, the elder generations would have blocked the exit at such river mouths, collecting spicy reed grass upstream and crushing it to release its essence into the water, thus driving the fish towards their nets. Unfortunately, due to the extensive use of herbicides over the years, finding a patch of spicy reed grass has become increasingly difficult. For brewing purposes, this grass is now cultivated on a large scale. If the effects are potent, combining lime with the spicy reed grass upstream could flush out all the small fish and shrimp from the river. In the 1980s and 90s, when meat was scarce, spirited young men would weave large fish traps from bamboo, block exits, and pound spicy reed grass upstream, yielding enough small fish and shrimp for a satisfying meal. However, such tactics are now deemed unsustainable. Brother Meng submerged himself at the river mouth, carefully laying out the pocket net, concealing it within the riverbed while securing nylon ropes on either side. Once the school of grass carp entered the wild river, the hidden net would be swiftly pulled up. The surrounding shallow areas of the river mouth were baited with bean curd residue and snails, akin to a bait chain, enticing the fish further into the river. Having completed their tasks, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. They strategically positioned a fishing probe at the river mouth, with the 3 of them retreating to a spot 50 meters away from the river surface, diligently holding onto the rope to monitor the probe. Each individual was equipped with a bag of marinated snacks, bread, and 2 cans of beer. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, they were unable to make loud sounds or play videos, fearing the buzzing of mosquitoes. Su Fan and Brother Meng each guarded a side of the riverbank, while Shui Guochang ventured upstream to keep watch. Should the fish enter the wild river, he was prepared to deploy a large explosive to scare them back out. The setup was quite perfect. However, the grass carp were no fools. They repeatedly entered and exited the netted area at the river mouth with a cunning strategy, leaving Su Fan with no opportunity for a comprehensive catch. As Brother Meng observed the display on the probe, his phone lay beside him, awaiting Su Fan's command. At 11:30 at night, a school of grass carp, numbering 7, entered the wild river to feed. Brother Meng felt a surge of excitement, but Su Fan restrained him. They continued to remain vigilant. With a mouthful of marinated duck wings, Su Fan meticulously recorded the number of large fish passing through the river mouth into the wild river. As fish came and went, some greedy ones lingered behind, reluctant to depart too soon. The number of grass carp remaining in the wild river, feasting on the bait, steadily increased. Too much is as bad as too little. 18 large grass carp would suffice. They could share 10, which would yield more than a day's fishing. Spitting out the duck wings, Su Fan dialed Brother Meng's number. It was time to act. Raise the net. Upon connection, Su Fan shouted, swiftly standing up to pull the nylon rope and raise the large net concealed beneath the river mouth, blocking the entire entrance. Fire the explosives. With agility, Brother Meng didn't need further prompting and called out loudly upstream. Boom, boom. The sound of the explosives echoed, and within 5 seconds, the net was jolted upright. The big fish were trapped. Hold them. Su Fan and Brother Meng shed their clothes, grabbing their landing nets, and leaped into the river. Quickly block it. Raise the net from the bottom. The 2 positioned their bodies to obstruct the mouth of the net, submerging themselves in the water to hoist the net upwards. Shui Guochang, who had been igniting explosives upstream, dashed down in the dark, and upon hearing the commotion in the large net, he couldn't help but break into a grin. Stop grinning. Get the fish bags. Su Fan and Brother Meng, together with the large net, waded out of the river mouth onto the shallow bank to organize their catch. Phew. Once again, a biao proved reliable. They had only guarded halfway. It would likely be a while before they could attempt this again. Let us go. We should head back and have some noodles to warm up. The river water in the early morning was still quite chilly. The 3 of them carried 18 grass carp, averaging 16 pounds each, to the shallow bank. Each fish was weighed at the riverbank. and its weight was marked on the live fish bags with a black marker before being filled with water and oxygen sealed. The largest weighed 28 pounds, while the smallest weighed 14 pounds, showcasing a splendid haul. The grass carp, each meticulously packaged in individual live fish bags, were loaded into a wooling vehicle for a trip to Huazhen for market selling. As dawn broke, with the early morning cleaning just completed, breakfast shops had begun to serve eager patrons, the braised pork still steaming. At the Fat Lady's Noodle Shop, Su Fan carried a live fish bag to the meat section and inquired with the proprietress, "Madam, I would like 3 servings of braised pork noodles with a marinated egg. Please, these are freshly caught river grass carp." The proprietress, intrigued, asked if she could inspect one. River grass carp? Let me take a look. I'm not afraid of your scrutiny, but rather if you are unenthusiastic. She examined the sizable fish in the bag. "We just opened, and this one weighs 17.3 jin. It's priced at 23 yuan per jin. Just 400 yuan will suffice. They can survive in the live fish bag until afternoon." Isn't that a bit steep? One fish for 400 yuan is equivalent to 40 bowls of braised pork noodles. Su Fan countered, "How about 300 yuan? Along with 3 servings of braised pork noodles on the house." The proprietress, recognizing Su Fan and noting his disheveled appearance, likely just returned from the river, agreed, "All right. Congratulations on the opening. If you have a tank, place the fish there. If not, keep it in the bag." With 300 yuan and 3 servings of braised pork noodles and marinated eggs secured, Su Fan and Menggu were ravenous. Despite the scorching sun during the day, the early morning chill was quite brisk, causing them to shiver after emerging from the river. The elderly men strolling about showed little interest in the grass carp. Only one inquired about the price, recoiling upon learning it was 23 yuan per jin. Once well fed, the day brightened entirely as they drove to the river delicacies market area, placing each bag on the ground before capturing the moment with a photograph to share in their customer group. This method of individually packaged live fish proved quite effective, particularly for uncles seeking to enjoy a drink with friends. Carrying a bulging live fish bag to visit an old acquaintance, one could showcase the fish's quality and prepare the sizable grass carp on site. This experience was delightful. Su Fan's devoted fan and daughter-s store owner immediately came to collect the fish after seeing the morning message. "You're truly impressive. You managed to catch grass carp from the river," the store owner praised while admiring the large fish in the bag. "We both stripped down and jumped into the river to set the nets and bait, waiting all day and into the night for them to enter the traps. The river water is quite cold. Indeed, with the autumn breeze rising, the temperature fluctuates significantly. How many eggs do you have on your farm? Could you send some over?" Su Fan replied, "Sure. Tomorrow morning, I'll collect a batch of goji berry sprouts and bring over both chicken and duck eggs." "That sounds excellent. Goji leaf and egg soup will be delightful." The store owner took the 2 largest fish, priced at 30 yuan per jin, totaling over 50 jin, amounting to more than 500 yuan. "Biao, I also have some eggs. Let us see if we can sell them." Sha Guochang expressed a hint of envy towards Su Fan for having such loyal, high-value customers. "You feed your chickens with feed, while mine have to fend for themselves. Often going 3 days with 4 meals, foraging for insects in the mountains. I solely fed them rice, corn, and rice bran. I cannot tarnish my reputation. I have scarcely fed them any commercial feed. It has primarily been a mixture of rice and rice bran with chopped grass. These can be considered organic free-range chicken eggs." Shai Guchang, unconvinced, remarked, "Why not set up your own stall and attract customers yourself? I can barely sell what I have." Sighing, he pondered, "I shall give it a try myself." Chapter 53. The Tyrant of Chuan and You, the Northeast Tiger. The next time you sell eggs, practice a bit and create a sign that distinguishes between free-range mountain chicken eggs and domestically raised chicken eggs. The former can be priced a couple of yuan higher. In reality, they are the same product, ensuring a better sale. Once your wild chicken eggs are available, you can sell them individually at 2 yuan each, and perhaps catch a couple of wild chickens to display as samples. "I understand now. Wait, let me grab a pack of cigarettes. Please elaborate for me," Shai Guchang said, feeling as if divine providence had smiled upon him. He hurried off to purchase 3 packs of cigarettes. "Here you go, a biao menggu. Let us smoke." "Ah, splendid, splendid. You've made significant progress." Both Su Fan and Menggu accepted the cigarettes without hesitation. Last night, while they were netting fish, Su Fan contributed both funds and effort, and Menggu exerted considerable strength, leaving Shai Guchang to assist and run errands. However, the earnings were shared equally with Menggu. He thought of buying 2 packs of cigarettes to balance things out, so that he could invite him to join in next time. I have seen others who specifically set up stalls to sell eggs. They use a large basket, similar to those used at home, filled with straw, and then place the eggs inside, making it appear as though they are selling a basket full of eggs. Each type of egg should be categorized, such as 3-yolk chicken eggs, free-range chicken eggs, mountain chicken eggs, grain-fed chicken eggs, and wild chicken eggs. Set up a few baskets of eggs at various large markets, and gradually, as you consistently participate in these markets, customers will begin to remember your stall. However, I do not have that many hens in my farm. Shai Guchong acknowledged his limitation. What about you? Why not gather eggs from the village? Or return and buy some feed for free-range chickens? He was advised. While becoming affluent may be challenging, making a modest profit is certainly feasible. Once you successfully raise chickens and establish a stable clientele, you will become an egg vendor, humorously dubbed Egg Seller Chong. Shai Guchong was rather pleased with this title. Pork Rong, Fish Chong. These are all acknowledgments of reputable brands. 18 grass carps were sold before 9 in the morning, yielding an income of 7 for 170 yuan. Su Fan took 60, amounting to 500 yuan, while the remaining 988 yuan was equally divided between Meng Gu and himself. The harvest was satisfactory. Let them relax their guard for a couple of days, and we shall return to set a heavy trap, luring them into the wild river, Meng Gu exclaimed. All right. Remember to call me. He cheerfully nodded. They both departed to attend to their respective tasks at the mountain villa. Su Fan's estate currently focuses primarily on agriculture, with a secondary venture in poultry farming, while Meng Gu specializes in cultivating forage and raising cattle, boasting a herd of 12 calves along with some mountain chickens. Shai Guchong solely engages in raising chickens, including mountain chickens, castrated roosters, and hens, while also cultivating appropriate forage for both chickens and ducks. The scale of their operations is modest, minimizing risks. Even if all the chickens were to succumb to illness, the losses would not exceed 10,000 yuan. Conversely, should all of Meng Ji's calves perish, he would incur losses amounting to 50 or 60,000 yuan, a significant setback. Upon returning to the estate for a round of inspection, Su Fan scattered half a bag of assorted grains purchased online to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese on the premises. Each bag weighs 20 jin and contains sorghum, rice, millet, wheat, and crushed corn, costing 50 yuan with delivery to the town's express delivery point. This feed is typically administered in the evening when the chickens return to their coops. During other times, they are allowed to forage freely. The cacophony of insects within the estate has noticeably diminished compared to before, and at night, the dogs occasionally emit cautious low barks. The estate has shed its former desolation, with the tall reeds no longer towering over the inhabitants, creating a rather tranquil living environment in the mountains. The following morning, Su Fan rose early to prune the tender branches of the goji berry plants, each bundle weighing approximately 1 jin, plump and succulent, suitable for hot pot or soup. If these goji leaves were to be sold during the New Year festivities, they would fetch no less than 20 yuan per bundle, and with only 30 bundles available, he could barely make 300 yuan. He gathered eggs from the chickens and ducks. The duck eggs were relatively stable at 5 per day, while the chickens yielded 30 to 40 eggs daily, albeit some were on the smaller side. Selecting the larger eggs, he placed them into a basket lined with pine needles, ready to transport down the mountain. How will you sell these? Did you gather them yourself? At the town's market, Su Fan not only encountered an egg vendor, but also the lovely young woman, Li Weiniang. My nephews gathered them after school and asked me to help sell them. He explained. I thought I might capture some footage, so I agreed. These kids, he mused, have short memories. Instead of reviewing their textbooks after class, they ended up foraging for herbs. Su Fan contemplated sharing photos of their herb-gathering exploits. Please, spare us that, she laughed. The last video you shared at midnight frightened everyone. That poor child was left bruised all over. Now, he curses you whenever he walks, claiming he would confront you with a mop if he saw you. Her face was lit with mirth as she spoke. Well then, it seems you are destined to face this trial. Once you sell this batch, do refrain from helping him again. In a few days, the strawberries at my estate will ripen. If you wish to set up a stall, I can provide you with some to sell. Didn't you already package them with sweet potatoes? Li Weiniang's eyes sparkled. I can hardly manage everything in the county alone. If we sell separately in town, the price difference could be 50 cents to 1 or 2 yuan. Once you finish selling, return here to restock. A price comparison will entice customers. Indeed, you possess quite the understanding, he replied. The neighboring stall selling eggs has indeed followed Su Fan's advice and set up shop with 3 baskets, artfully arranged with eggs on display, priced at 6, 7, and 9 yuan per pound. The majority of customers tend to purchase the 7 and 9 yuan options, and Su Fan can clearly see the seller's lips struggle to contain a smile. The eggs are all from the same batch, sorted by appearance and size, and rebranded to sell for an additional 2 to 3 yuan. However, he still needs to maintain his stall, while the eggs and goji leaves that Su Fan brought are already reserved, awaiting collection by customers. You've done quite well, Su Fan remarks. They are drawn to what you sell. The egg seller, Ah Chong, stands by as customers come to collect their eggs, hardly glancing at his stall. A nearby aunt praises Su Fan for having sold out. Perhaps it's because I haven't lowered my prices. They perceive my goods as more genuine, he replies. And I am indeed quite steady. If I have no stock, I simply ask them to wait. Others might go elsewhere to source their goods. Indeed. I knew I was right about you. When your strawberries are ripe, I'll introduce you to a girl to help you pick them. If it works out, you must offer a generous reward. a minimum of 18,800. Su Fan immediately dreams big. Very well. Just wait. I'll speak with her about you. But she is from Sichuan and Chongqing. She can handle spicy food, she adds. What? The Sichuan and Chongqing dragon, the northeast tiger. Ah, dear sister. I can hardly bear this pressure, Su Fan exclaims, feeling overwhelmed. Fourth aunt, Biao can't handle it, but I can. I'll also offer 18,800 to get acquainted. The egg seller interjects eagerly. Stick to selling your eggs. How can one delay the chance to meet a fair maiden? Su Fan retorts. Curse it. Call me poor if you must. But don't mention 2 sleeves of clear wind. It's a shame to be looked down upon due to a lack of education. The egg seller falls silent. In this situation, seeking a wife seems synonymous with enduring hardships alongside him. There are no miraculous shortcuts. It would likely take a year or 2 of struggle to turn things around. However, for Su Fan, rising to success appears more feasible, with 30 to 40 acres of strawberries and vast tracts of forest land at his disposal, not merely for show. Chapter 54. Fishing on a rainy night for 50 pounds of giant snails. Something feels amiss. Something feels decidedly off. The situation at the Qingnyo Votan Water Bureau should ideally favor the golden swallowing beast. Why does it seem that all the benefits are manifesting for me? Prosperity and wealth, the accumulation of riches. This is the very counsel of the Qingnyo Votan Water Bureau. The beneficiary should be the golden swallowing beast, related by blood to the old man, who would receive some profit, albeit not substantial. Yet, the fact that this aunt is introducing me to a potential partner feels like a sure sign of impending fortune. The Northeast Tiger, Wen Hongtao, needs no further description. Having triplets in one birth is hardly a question of hospital mix-ups. In pursuit of another Sichuan Chongqing dinosaur, the geographical environment there is indeed nurturing, and the local women are often of a kind that brings forth healthy offspring. This presents quite a conundrum. The aunt must tend to her stall selling herbal remedies, while Su Fan, ostensibly accompanying her to sell egg pancakes, merely wishes to exchange a few words with her to alleviate the solitude of his stay at the mountain villa. From their conversation, Su Fan discerns that this woman is grappling with genuine familial strife. Her once attractive visage now appears somewhat dulled and marred by blemishes. This is likely a consequence of insufficient sleep and the daily burden of unexpressed frustrations. Having married into the family with little savings, she finds herself at a loss as to where to go after leaving her husband's home, with no employment prospects. It is evident that her time at the stall provides a rare moment of respite, as her countenance softens considerably. Sensing the underlying issues, Su Fan refrains from prying too deeply, bidding her farewell after a brief 7 or 8 minutes. Returning to the villa, he resumes work on the strawberry field. The weather forecast predicts strong winds and heavy rain in the coming days, though such forecasts are often unreliable. The ominous clouds may be diverted by artificial rainmaking operations in other regions, potentially dissipating before reaching the villa, much like a fleeting drizzle. Nonetheless, there is the possibility that local rainmaking efforts could exacerbate light showers into torrential downpours, necessitating caution. All drainage channels have been cleared, ensuring that any rainfall will be efficiently channeled away. The rice paddies are now a verdant expanse, and the villa's chickens, ducks, and geese frolic in that vicinity. The bottom of the abandoned pond has been parched under the sun for several days, and the surrounding silt has hardened, rendering it suitable for crafting potting soil. The investment in the pond has become somewhat substantial. Thus, it is prudent to first cultivate some strawberry planters. Employing a rotary tiller on the hardened silt, Su Fan produces granulated soil that, when moistened, does not easily compact into hard clumps, making it ideal for potting. A planter bearing fruiting strawberries retails for 530 yuan at flower shops. Conversely, online vendors offer small planters at a mere 12 yuan for 3, albeit these are exceedingly diminutive, with the claim of original pot and soil being somewhat misleading, as the pot is scarcely larger than a bowl. Their ability to bear fruit depends solely on the drainage holes at the base, allowing roots to extend into the ground, supplemented by daily fertilization. Su Fan intends to adopt this method but prepares for contingencies, ensuring a mix of budget-friendly and high-end options to provide customers with a choice. For the smaller, wide pots, the upper diameter measures 11 centimeters, the lower 9 centimeters, and the height is 9 centimeters. If purchased in limited quantities, each pot costs 0.5 yuan. In larger quantities, the price drops to 0.3 yuan per pot. The larger, elegant planters, with an upper diameter of 22 centimeters, a lower diameter of 18 centimeters, and a height of 28 centimeters, can accommodate substantial soil volume, allowing strawberries to thrive throughout an entire season. These come with a base tray, suitable for display on a balcony. However, such pots cost 2 yuan each. Selling strawberry potted plants serves merely as a side venture, designed to attract the attention of passers-by. These pots are readily available in the town. I drove to the grocery store and purchased their entire stock. There are 532 large pots and 360 small pots, totaling fewer than 2,000. By mixing manure with pond mud and using a small shovel, one can easily fill the pots. The 5 dogs gathered around Su Fan, who was squatting by the side, shoveling mud. Among them, De Huang exhibited the greatest intelligence and empathy, fetching plastic pots to assist. The other 4 merely dug at the ground with their front paws, oblivious to their silliness. A gentle tap on their rear would prompt them to believe it was a game, driving them to dig with even more vigor. Catching the most audacious one, Shan Yo Hong, with a playful poke under its armpit, only heightened the amusement of the other 3 dogs, who then engaged Su Fan in playful antics, tugging at his pant legs, pulling at his shirt corners, and even nibbling at his toes. One could almost say, foolish dogs, how joyful they are, amidst the playful labor. Time passed swiftly, and by afternoon dark clouds gathered in the sky. The phone remained silent, but the alarm at the villa sounded, followed by Meng Ji's voice. A biao. The weather forecast predicts heavy rain. We must lower the net at the river mouth. Large grass carp will surely come to feed tonight. I've asked Chong to fetch bait and provisions. Indeed. Let us get to it. Don your raincoats. Su Fan promptly began to gather his belongings in preparation to leave the mountain. Wait a moment. I need to feed the chickens, ducks, and dogs at home first. Have the cattle and wild chickens at your villa been settled? Let us hope the rain doesn't come down too heavily and confuse them. We are well prepared. All right. For Su Fan, the task was straightforward. The chicken coop would not leak, and a sack of grains would suffice. The dogs would receive dried meat, sausages, and marinated eggs. The 2 hurriedly drove down the mountain to the old ferry, where it had already begun to rain, though the wind was not particularly strong. Selling eggs, Chong donned a motorcycle raincoat and sought shelter beneath the bamboo roots. Let us get going. The 3 men pushed the floating boat into the river, equipped with supplies, and rowed downstream. Upon reaching the wild river mouth, the rain intensified, enveloping everything in a curtain of white. I forgot to bring some charcoal. Damn it. I'll be freezing. They stripped off their clothes, intending to change into dry garments upon reaching the shore. Otherwise, they had no idea how long they would have to wait. Su Fan set up a small camp at the previously cleared area with the rain tarp, then removed his raincoat and all his clothes. Goodness. A biao, what did you eat as a child? Menggu was dazzled by Su Fan's physique. I trained in medicinal baths since I was young. The money spent could have afforded you a new outfit every day until you turn 100. Impressive. I also believe I have considerable talent, a fine prospect for martial arts, if only I had a master to guide me. Ha ha ha, let us get to work. Su Fan and Menggu, completely unclothed, jumped into the river to conceal the net at the riverbed, scattering soybean pulp to establish a baiting spot. After a flurry of activity, being drenched by the natural rain, my body lost warmth rapidly, causing my fingers to turn pale and wrinkled. I quickly wiped off the rainwater under the awning and immediately changed into dry clothes. With such heavy rain, it was certain that many small fish were swimming against the current. If we could catch 2 large snails, we planned to purchase a second-hand van. Otherwise, we would arrange for a covered tricycle. Meng took out some cigarettes to share. A second-hand van would suffice, if we were only operating in the nearby towns. Spending 7 or 8,000 on a new tricycle would be a better option. It would be simpler to transport goods along the mountain roads. Just charge it without needing to refuel. Su Fan took the cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and took a deep drag. I had the same plan. A Chong mentioned wanting to buy a second-hand van, which could be found for a few thousand. Those vehicles have numerous issues and a dreadful driving experience. It would be sufficient to use a tricycle as a temporary solution. The dirt road to your villa cannot accommodate a van, but a tricycle could manage to squeeze through. Huh, I was just thinking that if we bought a van, we would need to find you to widen the road a bit with an excavator. You can cover the fuel costs. We would need to excavate from the entrance of the mountain and level the road, which would take at least 2 days and cost about 1,000 in fuel. Su Fan stated a rough budget. Perhaps not. A tricycle would be enough. When one has more money, they can upgrade. Right now, every dollar feels like it has to be stretched. Our income relies on a significant catch here. Meng took a moment to rest under the awning before heading across the small bridge to stake out on the opposite bank. Su Fan prepared an extra rain cover. Unlike the 2 of them, who squatted on the ground like ducks shivering in the rain continued to fall, and the upstream water gathered, causing the river to rise. The more severe the situation, the more fish swam upstream. The fishing raft tied to the bamboo stakes monitored the entry and exit of each fish. At 9 o'clock at night, the rain still fell intermittently, and the river had risen half a meter, with a school of grass carp moving into the wild river to forage. Besides the grass carp, the rumored snails also appeared on the fish finder's display. Oh my goodness, we had indeed chosen the right spot. Su Fan immediately sent a message to Meng, and the 2 quickly began to undress and prepare, pulling up the net while braving the rain. The upstream thunder rumbled, causing the net to be buffeted. Damn it. Quickly go down to retrieve the net and secure the opening. It's about to break. Su Fan shouted as he jumped into the river, and Meng followed suit without hesitation, diving down to pull up the trapped net and close its mouth. Be careful. There are 2 large snails inside. Shift your body, or you might regret it. Su Fan cautioned the somewhat reckless Meng. Goodness, we've caught something substantial. I'll be cautious. My uncle once got hit by a large grass carp while clearing a fish pond, leaving him in pain and turning his face green on the spot. Just know, a pound of fish requires 10 pounds of effort, and that's no joke. Two individuals, entwined with a large net, navigated the river's current to the shallow banks, exerting their strength to draw the substantial catch of fish towards the shore. The vendor, Dan Chong, had already prepared a net at the shallow area, and the trio collaborated to extricate the fish from the large net. Splendid. With this haul, you now possess the funds for a tricycle. Should these two snails fetch a high price, acquiring a quality secondhand vehicle would not pose a challenge. Su Fan skillfully maneuvered the fish into the net, while Meng Gu and his companion held the large net steady. I had a hunch that the heavy rain would surely bring fish into this wild river to forage. Indeed, two snails, each weighing nearly 50 pounds, promising a splendid fortune. Some grass carp managed to retreat, escaping our grasp, which is regrettable. 9 of them. Red-eyed fry, silver carp, tilapia, and white bream. Away with them. They squander my netting efforts. All fry-sized fish were returned to the river, with the day's bounty consisting predominantly of the 2 snails and 9 sizable grass carp. The remaining red-eyed and silver carp were divided among the 3, each taking some home for a meal. The river's swift current made it nearly impossible to row upstream, necessitating that Dan Chong fetch the keys and take a somewhat neglected route through 2 villages to retrieve the van. I shall inquire with the last buyer of carp regarding these 2 snails. Support the fish up a little. I wish to record a video. Yes. You inquire first. I shall also shoot a video to send to the boss to ascertain if there is demand. It was only 10:30 at night when the video was dispatched, and a reply swiftly followed. They offered 500 yuan per fish, provided they were undamaged and in pristine condition. After reviewing the message, Meng Gu replied to Su Fan. Then let us proceed. I have one priced at 800 yuan, reflecting the market value of the live snails. The boss has 2 grandsons. I shall ask him to verify the efficacy and benefits of live fish snails. You truly possess a knack for sales, a biao. An additional 300 yuan profit is noteworthy. I shall communicate this to them. Since the hour is still relatively early, we hastily placed the fish into live fish bags and drove through the night to deliver the 2 snails to the furniture store owner. Come. Place the fish into this large tank. I have borrowed an oxygen pump. Oh my, these indeed are snails from the Great River. Their size is evidently superior to those from the reservoir. Haha, we braved the downpour all night. Would you like to procure some grass carp as well? Su Fan gestured towards the live fish bags in the vehicle. Not the grass carp for now. My daughter and her family have been feasting on fish lately. We still have fish heads and tails in the fridge. Ha, very well. Should you require any, do not hesitate to call me. Wait, I know a place that needs your large grass carp. Allow me to inquire. The furniture store owner held Su Fan in high regard, impressed by his dedication in delivering fish through the night. Thank you kindly. A price slightly lower than that of a market stall would suffice. The furniture store owner made a phone call from the side, and after sending 2 brief videos, a response arrived shortly. This address, drive the fish there. The price is set at 25 yuan per pound. Is that acceptable? No problem at all. I will deliver it to your doorstep immediately. In a few days, when my strawberries ripen, I shall bring you a few pounds. Ha, that sounds delightful. The furniture store owner chuckled heartily. Su Fan, meanwhile, did not delay, driving his wooling vehicle through the rainy night towards the county town, accompanied only by Brother Meng, who occupied the passenger seat. This furniture store owner is quite amiable. He even introduced me to clients. If his daughter were still unmarried, I suspect he would invite you to be his son-in-law. I heard he has no sons. Brother Meng remarked with a hint of gossip. No sons? That seems unlikely, I mused. It seems he had one, but he was abducted by human traffickers. Upon hearing Su Fan's words, Brother Meng chimed in again. From the old man's demeanor, he does not strike me as someone who would pass away without a son to carry on his legacy. How intriguing. Help me take a look. Brother Meng seemed to have caught on. Look at your stature. I perceive that the old man is merely superficial. The truth is a 50-50 affair, akin to the gossip shared among women. The authenticity remains to be verified. If you want me to read your fortune, it must be precise. This, I truly cannot do. Even if I could, I would not dare to reveal it to you. The more one observes, the more uncertain the outcome becomes. Knowing the result, would you still endeavor to strive for it? Rather than providing you with a predetermined outcome, it is far more beneficial for you to create a positive result for yourself and then work diligently towards it. Brilliant. Such words indeed hold profound wisdom. Akin to a beacon in the night, I aspire to establish a cattle ranch with lush pastures, raising 50 cows. Additionally, a pickup truck is essential, and I must have a fishing boat. A house slightly larger than yours would suffice, and a wife of average appearance would be acceptable. Su Fan concentrated on driving, uninterested in Brother Meng's lofty aspirations. Chapter 55. Installation of solar water heaters. Drawing the bow and shooting an arrow. Whether the first shot lands or not is of little consequence. What matters is that you know where your target lies. Once the first arrow is released, subsequent shots will allow you to adjust your direction and strength accordingly. However, most people lack both bow and arrow, and more importantly, the opportunity to aim for their heart's desires. Merely surviving poses a significant challenge. The desire for a wife who is not overly unattractive is rather pragmatic. Brother Ming has a clear vision for his modest life. As the vehicle entered the county town, it turned towards a bustling fish restaurant still open for business. Stopping at the intersection to make a phone call inside. Business appears to be thriving. Consuming our 9 grass carp poses no problem whatsoever. Brother Ming glanced at the lively entrance of the fish restaurant. Many entrepreneurs abound in the county town. The night is perfect for dining and revelry. Eating beef is quite trendy. Raising cattle holds great promise and offers ample market opportunities. Su Fan said as he pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Brother Ming, lighting it up while waiting for the owner to emerge. I concur. As the weather turns colder, hot pot with beef and black goat stew becomes exceptionally popular. During the new year, I assisted in selling cattle and sheep in the county town. The business was remarkably prosperous, with a single sheep often sold out in 3 to 5 transactions. Here comes someone. Let us get to work. A somewhat robust owner emerged from the fish restaurant, noticing Su Fan and approaching him with a cigarette in hand, offering a warm greeting. My uncle mentioned that you managed to procure quite a substantial catch in the river during the midnight hours, didn't you? Ha. Having guarded a river mouth and baited the area, it was merely a matter of ensnaring the fish as they ventured in. Examine whether it is suitable for your establishment. Su Fan accompanied the proprietor to inspect the catch in the rear of the vehicle. Perfect. This is precisely the river grass carp, river carp, and the red-eye variety weighing over 2 pounds that we seek. Should you possess any stock, kindly send me a message. As for pricing, I shall prepare a chart later. If it is agreeable, deliver them, but they must be live fish. I am quite fond of this independent live fish bag packaging, clearly marked with the weight. You may weigh them again if you wish. Very well. The fish market owner did not utter grandiose claims. He casually took a bag and measured the water at the roadside. It was neither more nor less. The young man is quite commendable. After reviewing the weight on the scale and comparing it to the label on the bag, the fish market owner expressed his satisfaction with a hearty pat on Su Fan's shoulder. After extracting the first fish, the owner abstained from further sampling and simply noted the weight inscribed on the bag in his little notebook, subsequently tallying the amount due. At 141 per pound, the total came to 3,525 yuan. Let us confirm there are no errors. None. I shall transfer the funds to you. The fish market business indeed flourishes. Some patrons, upon witnessing the arrival of such fine fish, immediately ordered one at their table. However, once inside the establishment, the price for each fish is calculated at 38 yuan per pound. A grass carp weighing around 17 or 18 pounds is just right for a table of 5 or 6 men, costing about 7 to 800 yuan. It's not a significant issue. While 800 yuan may not be substantial for others, Su Fan and Brother Ming dared not linger too long, as the enticing aroma threatened to deplete their finances. Upon returning to the old ferry dock, it was already 1:30 in the morning, and the fish vendor Chong was still waiting, with numerous red-eye loach yet to be distributed. Tonight's earnings totaled 125 yuan. Set aside 1,000 for future bait purchases. I shall take 60 of the remainder, which is 6,000, leaving you with over 100 yuan. In the future, when guarding the fish, we shall draw from this surplus. Any objections? None. That sounds splendid. Brother Ming was the first to nod in agreement. I have no issues either. Very well. Let us now distribute the red-eye loach. Each of us shall return home to bathe. It is indeed rather chilly. Hee. The young lad nearly succumbed to the cold. Dividing the fish became quite simple. Taking turns ensured fairness, with each person receiving both larger and smaller specimens. After tidying their belongings, Su Fan hastened towards the villa with 6 or 7 pounds of fish. Shall we jointly purchase a vehicle or procure one individually? Brother Ming and the fish vendor Chong leisurely rode their motorcycles back to the villa, engaging in casual conversation as they drove. I am contemplating acquiring a second-hand van. It would shield me from the elements. I have inquired, and it can be brought back for merely 7,000 yuan. Chong shared his thoughts. Very well then. I shall purchase a new 3-wheeled vehicle for myself. By the end of next year, I shall possess a new car. Indeed, with our own territories established, we will be more inclined to make purchases personally. Upon returning to the villa, a simple task of boiling 2 kettles of hot water ensued for a quick rinse, followed by the preparation of fish soup. Utilizing a large iron pot, I seared the fish until it attained a delicate golden hue, subsequently adding boiling water to simmer it further. A pinch of salt and a few sprigs of perilla leaves completed the dish to perfection. The rice was cooked over an open fire, accompanied by a delightful fish soup, all prepared using pine branches and small shrubs. Perhaps it was due to my ravenous appetite or the rustic charm of the fire's warmth. But this fish soup surpassed even that of the finest seafood restaurant in town. The perilla leaves provided a comforting warmth, counteracting the chill, and the broth was exceptionally rich and flavorful. Each of my 5 dogs was treated to a bowl of fish soup with rice and pan-fried fish scraps. An idyllic existence indeed. I often pondered why the exquisite northeastern rice would ever yearn for the confines of the town. Can any place offer the tranquility and leisure that I experience here? I must acquire a water heater upon my return. Otherwise, bathing becomes quite the dilemma. While solar heaters are the most convenient, they prove ineffective in the cold when the sun rarely shines, leaving one without hot water. Electric heaters consume too much wattage, and my current solar power storage system cannot sustain such high demands. The photovoltaic setup ensures that even during gloomy weather, there is power available for up to 2 weeks. However, expanding the battery capacity requires a significant investment, making the solar water heater seem the most reliable option. When the weather turns too cold and rainy, one tends to remain indoors, avoiding sweat, and a simple foot wash or rinse suffices. As night fell, I had planned meticulously, yet before dawn, I received a call from the Northeast Tiger. "Do you know about AICI Ba?" he inquired. "It is absolutely delectable. A colleague made some today, and the flavor was exquisite, crafted from tender mugwort. Do you have any there?" he pressed. "Indeed, it is abundant. The mugwort has flourished, and I shall harvest it come spring." Su Fan was at a loss for words. Was this not a common item? Why did it seem as rare as a delicacy? How do others manage to harvest the tender leaves? He mused. "I cannot concern myself with that. You must figure it out. And also," he continued, "why haven't you responded to my messages? Are you afraid I might be pursuing a debt?" The Northeast Tiger showed no inclination to negotiate. He simply demanded results. "The signal is poor in the mountains. If only you understood," I retorted. "Hello? What are you saying?" The call was abruptly cut off, leaving me staring at my phone in a daze. My days were filled with busyness, and seldom did anyone reach out. Sometimes, I was unaware of my phone's absence altogether. Rising to brush my teeth, I noticed the gentle patter of rain outside. I donned my raincoat to inspect the chicken coop for leaks or flooding and to ensure no game chicks had escaped. The principle of harmonious scent proved effective for both humans and animals alike. Not a single wild chick had ventured into the wilderness. All remained sheltered in the coop. Feasting on grains and millet, their sizes noticeably increased. After a brief cleaning of the chicken and duck droppings, I proceeded to patrol the strawberry and goji berry fields. The rainfall throughout the night had lowered the temperature significantly, and the strawberries thrived, growing ever more robust. After the night rain, a significant portion of the strawberries began to sprout flower buds, and in 3 or 4 days, the field would be adorned with delicate white blossoms. Having inspected the crops, I decided to venture into the mountain to check on the sesame fungus growth. The previously sprouted fungi had decayed, and I had yet to see any new ones emerging. The beehive had remained untouched by the rain, with several worker bees diligently stationed at the entrance, ensuring that everything progressed smoothly and orderly. It was necessary to procure a signal booster. Additionally, I needed to acquire a solar water heater and supplement the photovoltaic power generation system. Alas, the earnings from the past 2 days had vanished. Upon rough calculation, the 6,000 yuan earned in the rain last night was insufficient, and the 4,500 earned from fishing had to be spent as well. I drove down the mountain, preparing to head into town to stock up on sausages, rice, millet, and corn. I planned to find a milk tea shop to use the internet, perhaps to indulge in some eye candy. The solar water heater was available in town for 3,600 yuan, installation included. I selected a signal booster that offered full network compatibility with 5G access. Priced at 5,318 yuan. The photovoltaic system capable of powering a 2-kilowatt water heater was prohibitively expensive, with installations starting at over 50,000 yuan. And better systems costing upwards of 100,000. Goodness, over 100,000 for a single system. I could deplete the river's grass carp with that kind of expenditure. I recalled a perennial stream on the neighboring hill, considering that establishing a hydropower system and running electricity lines would cost nearly as much. It seemed promising. I should return for a detailed inspection. At the mountain villa, without connections, running electricity lines was nearly impossible. It took about 15 to 20 minutes to drive in, and establishing lines and erecting poles would take ages to recoup the investment. Moreover, Su Fan was reluctant to place poles on the surrounding hilltops. While driving the poles into the ground was straightforward, removing them would prove challenging. If I were to run lines horizontally from the hilltop, placing a pole at the Bullhead Mountain or Bull Neck would disrupt the entire Qingyo Water Supply Bureau. A single pole could fatally impale a cow. Thus, continuing to guard this mountain would lose its significance. The old man would likely be so incensed that he would kick open his coffin to confront Su Fan. While at the milk tea shop, I managed to download a considerable amount of anime and novels to listen to while working. Once the downloads were complete, I headed to the appliance store to purchase a water heater and a stainless steel water tower. Both items were available with installation included. Su Fan communicated his situation clearly to the shop owner, requesting that he prepare the necessary piping components. The delivery driver, akin to the owner of a home goods store. Felt apprehensive halfway through the journey, fearing that Su Fan might deceive him. This place is indeed remote. As I drove in, it was evident that this was the only establishment. It felt even more isolated than my previous location, where at least a few households could be found along the route. Ha ha ha, the mountains have their advantages. Even cannons are too lazy to aim in my direction. It's true. Even the invaders are disinclined to venture here. Oh, those little chicks you have seem a bit unusual. They appear to be wild chicks. The owner of the appliance store observed the array of differently patterned chicks trailing Su Fan, puzzled. Indeed, they are the chicks of the colorful mountain chicken. It truly is. I have seen the wild chick before. It looks familiar. This chicken isn't reserved by anyone, is it? Raise it up and save some for me. I intend to buy it for my own consumption and to gift to others. That sounds good. However, it must be a rooster. If it's a hen, I must keep it for egg laying. Su Fan nodded with a smile. This wild chicken egg is excellent too. Please reserve some for me. Good items seldom circulate in the market. There are too many connoisseurs. This appliance shop owner is as shrewd as the owner of a home goods store. Once the water heater and water tower are installed, the owner gazes out at the fields. What a splendid place. When the strawberries ripen, please notify me. I will come to pick them. That won't do. We do not open to the public here. If you wish to purchase strawberries, I can deliver them to the town. I also have strawberry potted plants. You could take some home for the children to nurture. Oh, I see. What a pity. I genuinely want to take the children to play in the mountains. You have mountains, water, strawberry fields, vegetables, and sweet potato patches here. If you opened it as a farm, many people would surely come to visit. The appliance shop owner sighed. I have no such plans. Too many people would harm the environment and ecology here. Indeed, with increased activities, the area would lose its pristine nature. Please send me a message when you transport goods to the town. All right, I will add you to the group. Having acquired another wealthy customer, Su Fan began tidying up the area where the bathroom was drilled. Chapter 56. A delightful chat over pigs. Trotters allow me to grow for 3,000 years. Wandering through the world. Even if I am the poplar of Kashgar, I will meticulously search for you across centuries, finding you in the cycle of life and death. I am unafraid of rain, wind, and sun, nor of the desert's harshness. Hey, speak up if there's something. The signal is poor. A biao. Come out of the mountains to my villa for a drink. I have bought my first car. Come celebrate. Meng Gu invited heartily. Oh, you bought a car? Absolutely. Then that is settled. I'll take the excavator out to help smooth the mountain road. You're quite generous. Meng Gu and his companion are indeed interesting. Upon seeing information about profit from selling mud loaches in the group, they thought to set traps in the wild pond at the villa. Subsequently, they placed traps everywhere and earned a good sum. Even after being detained at the police station for half a month, they went fishing. With night fishing, they caught plenty of grass carp and borrowed money to develop the villa. Men can turn their fortunes around quite swiftly, barring any mishaps, by the end of next year. Meng Ji's more than 10 cattle will be ready for market. At the current price of 1,218 yuan per pound, with over 1,000 pounds, that would yield more than 10,000 per head. After deducting costs, they could still net 60 to 70,000, considerably more than working for someone else. As the excavator approached the entrance of Meng Ji's villa, the aroma of braised pork wafted through the air. Wow, you're frying braised pork for yourself? Su Fan called out. Pigs trotters braised with taro, and yellow soybeans with pickled bamboo shoots simmering fish. Oh, this aroma is authentically delightful. Su Fan took a couple of deep breaths. It is essential, when the village undertakes an affair, the braised pork is my responsibility now. I have taken over from the retiring master chef. Let me first quench my thirst with a bit of beer. It requires another 20 minutes of simmering. Meng Gu handed Su Fan a bottle of chilled beer. All right, allow me to assist you for a moment. The excavator expanded the narrow path, initially only suitable for motorcycles. In light of this delectable pork dish, Su Fan had it widened sufficiently for a van to pass through. This is not merely a matter of money. It is a question of one's attitude. Should anyone else wish to hire Su Fan for excavation work, he might decline. However, when presented with a fine dish worthy of a banquet, he would ensure the task is executed flawlessly. Meng Gu is no fool. Upon observing the width Su Fan was digging, he immediately sent Dan Chong to the town's gas station to fetch diesel. Operating the excavator for half an hour is equivalent to a full day of manual labor. A biao, let us eat first, there's no rush. Heh. I caught a whiff of the aroma and have been hungry since. I must sample the culinary skills of this master chef. The quantity of ingredients I learned from the master is unique. You cannot find this outside the village. Meng Gu is exceedingly confident in his braised pork. Indeed, each village has its own unique style of braised pork. What you have prepared is among the most delicious I have ever tasted. Its presentation is top-notch. Ha. Come and eat. There are no grand dishes. Dig in. Without a doubt, Meng Gu's culinary skills could easily earn him a mobile food stall in Shenzhen, specializing in braised pork rice. After a year or two, purchasing a house in the county would be no challenge. The pork is truly delectable. Even the fattier parts do not feel greasy, and the sweet and sour flavors are perfectly balanced, making it exceptionally appetizing. Meng Guo's encampment has also undergone significant transformation, utilizing wooden beams as pillars and bamboo as crossbeams to construct cattle pens and living quarters. Much of the area was painstakingly cleared with a hoe. If one were to be lazy, such a simple mountain lodge could not have been established. Although humble, with daily effort, the mountains can be cultivated with forage. My father intends to invest in a water well at the foot of the mountain, enabling the irrigation of the entire area. This is promising. Just imagine. A mountain full of forage. I am also inclined to plant some. However, I wish to cultivate alfalfa. Su Fan, while savoring the braised pork, offered his thoughts. I too wish to plant alfalfa. I have heard that its nutritional value surpasses that of the current forage by a considerable margin. 1 acre of purple-flowered alfalfa is equivalent to 10 acres of the existing forage. It's hard to say. We can indeed cultivate it here. If the trial proves successful, you could expand the scale of your forage cultivation. Some farms do not have sufficient forage. Are you familiar with fattening cattle? Su Fan set down his chopsticks and took a sip of beer. I know a bit. Let us have a smoke. Meng Guo, aware that the following discussion would be enlightening, produced cigarettes and lit one for Su Fan. Retail beef is priced at 45 to 60 yuan per pound. However, our cattle is priced at merely 12 yuan. Logically, given the limited number of local cattle, such a low price seems implausible. This situation reveals an entire industry: imported cattle and fattening cattle. The vast grasslands of the Northwest, Australia, Laos, and the United States are home to expansive cattle ranches, yielding thousands of heads at a time. The cost of transportation ranges from 5 to 7,000 per head, yet the journey is time-consuming, and it is impossible to slaughter them all at once. They must be held at transit points, where they inevitably lose weight during the wait. Many individuals engage in this trade, purchasing cattle from transit points to fatten them up. After 3 months of care, their value can appreciate. While local yellow cattle are priced at 12 yuan, the imported breeds can command a higher price. Once you cultivate your pasture, you might consider exploring this avenue. I have been pondering why the cattle prices were so inexplicably low while the beef at the market was exorbitantly priced, making it hard to contemplate purchasing. I had hoped that the high retail prices would mean a profitable venture in cattle farming. Meng Guo, nearly burning his hand on a cigarette, listened intently. Why does our country import so many cattle? He questioned. If they didn't import so much, we farmers would have a livelihood. And there wouldn't be barren mountains and fields everywhere. In our childhood, our village had 70 or 80 cattle, and selling them was a source of income. The vendors selling eggs beside them expressed confusion. This is a matter of policy. The government has signed agreements with other countries to import cattle, with an annual quota of 500,000 heads, establishing a strategic partnership. What does this 500,000 heads signify? The total number of cattle in our county barely amounts to 2,000. Should these imported cattle reach local markets, prices would plummet further. Meng Guo shook his head in disbelief at Su Fan's remarks. I don't understand. This is suffocating our stock. If I raise more, I fear I will be overwhelmed. Rest assured, with just a dozen or 20 heads, I won't face such a plight. With abundant pasture, I could also raise black goats. Their meat is delicious and not gamey, enjoying high market acceptance. As winter approaches, people generally purchase beef and lamb. Indeed, I shall focus on establishing the pasture first. The fields where planting grass is prohibited, I plan to cultivate sweet potatoes instead. The three of them discussed various sustainable development strategies. Noting that the sweet potato project is unlikely to incur losses, Brother Lei, who raises snakes, requires plenty of sweet potatoes to feed the mice. Engaging in conversation and sharing meals, they were unaware of the nightfall. After finishing their dishes, they began to shell peanuts. Continuing until 9 in the evening when Meng Guo's father returned from his mountain patrol, signaling the end of their gathering. He rode back to the lodge on the motorcycle used for drying grain. My large black water buffalo should also be brought in. I must seize the opportunity to visit the cattle market to find a suitable one. 1 bull, and perhaps a cow. I'll raise them for now, and later acquire 2 dairy cows for fresh milk. Ah, delightful. Chapter 57. Damming water to catch fish. Work diligently as a servant, yet be lazy as a master. First, attend to one's own household duties before stepping out. In the northeastern region, the formidable tiger issued a directive. After feeding the chickens, ducks, and geese in the morning, I took the rotary tiller to cultivate the land. I spent a mere 3 hours preparing a plot specifically to plant mugwort. The leaves of this mugwort, used for making sticky rice cakes, are neither too large nor too small, distinct from the large-leaved mugwort and wormwood. This particular variety is cultivated for sale online, priced at 10 yuan per kilogram with free shipping. In urban areas, where foraging is unfeasible, individuals resort to online purchases. Additionally, this plant can be used to create mosquito-repellent incense, and cultivating it on an acre of land poses no challenge. The seeds have already been ordered online, and with ample rainfall, mugwort can be harvested year-round. While substantial profits may elude us, a modest income for everyday expenses is certainly achievable. Not to mention that mugwort sticky rice cakes are exceptionally delicious. After tending to my household affairs, I ventured into the mountains before lunch to assist Brother Meng in expanding the mountain road, seizing the opportunity for a hearty meal. Are we still going to guard the river mouth tonight? We can drive there directly, Brother Meng inquired during dinner. We can certainly take a shift. Lately, expenditures have been rather extravagant. I was also contemplating dredging the wild river. We should expect to catch some sizable eels, and perhaps even large soft-shelled turtles, I proposed. This should be feasible. We could divert the river upstream at a crucial point, redirecting the flow towards the barren fields on the opposite side. By blocking the upstream water, we could then dam and draw water from slightly upstream, effectively draining the river within a day. We can manage this. I'll borrow a water pump. Brother Meng exclaimed with growing enthusiasm. Su Fan was equally stirred. Let us do it. Unfortunately, my excavator isn't suitable for the task. Let us proceed. I plan to borrow 2 water pumps. The 3 of us split up. Su Fan returned to the lodge to gather the grass cutter, chainsaw, military shovel, solar camping lights, charcoal, pots, and rice. The wild river is only about a meter deep in places, with some sections being merely half a meter shallow. We'll block the upstream flow, set a net at the exit, and build a dam at the narrowest part of the river mouth. We are sure to catch over 10 kilograms of eels and loaches. Brother Ming set aside the road expansion project at the lodge, as everyone arranged their tasks and prepared to depart. I successfully borrowed 3 water pumps. However, a young assistant accompanied me, the son of the water pump owner. He was one of those youth who drop out of school and live off their parents. Short and very slender, barely sporting any hair. Skinny monkey, my uncle's 5th son, I remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, he is quite lean. Does your family not provide enough to eat? Su Fan, perplexed, questioned how someone could be so underfed in this day and age. The food at home isn't palatable. The skinny monkey replied. Brother Ming, you take him along. You must take responsibility for him. Don't let him starve outside, Su Fan cautioned. I don't even want to borrow this water pump anymore, I sighed. Don't worry, I guarantee it won't interfere with your work. I don't eat much because my father insists I focus on my studies. The skinny monkey quickly assured Brother Ming, eager to join. Let us be off. Now, Menggu has become the kind of child that parents envy in some households, running a cattle farm and cultivating pasture in the villa, which is undeniably a tale of a young man striving to rise from the discarded remnants of industry. It is likely that Shoho's father hopes that this ambitious youth will guide his son, following the diligent bee to gather nectar, or trailing behind the flies in search of refuse. If one desires to feast, one must follow the fierce beast. However, aligning oneself with a predator carries risks, as one might easily find themselves on the menu. The old father, wishing for his son to earn his own keep, has invested considerable thought into the endeavor. Su Fan drives a Wuling, Menggu rides an electric tricycle, and Dan Chong sells eggs on his motorcycle. In the sweltering noon, they walk through the village to its far end, then navigate the mountain paths, turning at several bends to reach their destination. Unfortunately, the Wuling has become battered by branches along the roadside, and it is certain that during the day, the traffic police would seize it in the county town. Upon arrival, Su Fan shoulders the grass cutter and begins to clear a path, while Ming Gu and the others are responsible for transporting the water pump. A large net is swiftly deployed to block the river mouth, while Su Fan works on the road leading to the narrow upstream section. It is indeed a substantial undertaking. But fortunately, the water flow is not particularly strong. Equipped with a machete, he cuts down 2 shrubs to drive stakes at the narrow point of the stream, then lays branches and weeds across, proceeding to the river to dig up silt, effectively damming the water amidst the vegetation. As the small river gradually rises, once it reaches a certain level, they begin to excavate a water diversion channel to the side, directing the water into a vast expanse of barren land. On the other side, they construct a water retention dam. Su Fan, Menggu, and Dan Chong, as the main forces, each build a dam, while Shoho assists alongside. The progress of the project is remarkably swift. Su Fan's water diversion works are completed, leading the water from upstream into a large stretch of barren land over 100 meters away. After checking the dams for leaks, they start to work downstream. Once the upper section is finished, Su Fan calls out to Menggu, I'm nearly done here. Prepare to lower the water pump and get to work. Menggu's diversion point is 200 to 300 meters from the river mouth, also the area where they previously baited and lured grass carp into the wild river, creating a second layer of water drop here. The 3 water pumps begin their labor, and the surface of the water unknowingly descends, causing the fish within the river to frantically seek refuge. After a considerable amount of toil, their stomachs growl with hunger, prompting them to take a net to the river mouth, where they catch a dozen red-eyed fish and tilapia, along with a few knife fish. Without a moment to spare, they heat water for dipping sauce, slicing the fish into small pieces, and soon enough, they prepare a pot of boiling water in the wild to enjoy their red-eyed fish slices with the dipping sauce. Going out with my older brother to mingle in society. I've gone 3 days without a proper meal. Back home, mingling with the local youth, there is an abundance of wild delicacies to savor. Delicious, truly delicious. Just a simple blanch and then dipping. It's far superior to the steamed fish my family makes. Shoho praises Meng Gu's culinary skills. Whenever your family hosts a meal, Haven Tea, you always call me to help. With cooking skills like your parents, even the dogs would shake their heads. Meng Gu replies dismissively. Upon hearing this, Su Fan's interest was piqued. Is it truly so domineering? Alas, even stir-frying water spinach results in a charred mess. Moreover, they are reluctant to use oil. The scene you are aware of. No wonder. Just look at how famished the lad has become, skipping school and neglecting work. It would be wiser to assist your brother Meng in the mountains, tending to his pasture for 2 meals a day. Otherwise, you will miss the critical growth period and remain stunted. My father shares this sentiment as well. Once I become familiar with brother Meng, he plans to purchase a couple of cattle for me to raise. Indeed, everything is already arranged. Su Fan grinned. Just 2 cattle though. I can't handle more than that. Huh. The elder generation used to say that neglecting studies would lead to an inability to manage cattle, but now there is a solution. Just raise 2. The wild river mouth is a splendid location. After we clear it, there should be no more eel or loach left. However, during the spring and summer floods next year, many large fish will enter. We can preemptively fix several stakes. Before the water rises, we can bury the nets, and once the waters swell, we will pull them up. As Brother Meng noticed that the fish slices on the table were nearly consumed, he paused with his chopsticks to discuss future plans. This is feasible. The nets can be used in conjunction with the enclosing net, but we must also set up a garbage interception and cleaning system. Otherwise, the enclosing net will be overwhelmed by debris. After finishing his meal, Su Fan set down his chopsticks and bowl, rising to his feet. Brother Meng followed suit. Let's wash the dishes after our meal. I'm full now. Remember to wash up. The 3 of them left the table, leaving the thin monkey behind, who eyed the 7 or 8 fish slices on the plate, contemplating having 2 pieces for himself. He then placed his bowl down and added, "Take your time eating." Ultimately, Su Fan and the others were far more astute than he. The pump worked tirelessly, and the visible decline of the water surface was gratifying. They took turns heading upstream to inspect the water dam and the irrigation projects, cigarettes in their mouths, feeling quite accomplished. This project is not something just anyone can undertake. Little brother could merely create a water hole and scoop water with a basin. The fish at the pond's edge must be plentiful, creating quite a stir. The eels are particularly valuable, now fetching 130 yuan per pound. If they can catch over 10 pounds, their efforts will not be in vain. After listening to Su Fan, Brother Meng waved his hand while holding a cigarette. I suspect it will be more than that. When I was dredging mud and pulling water, I unearthed a few weighing around 3 taels. Indeed, there is potential here. They worked through the night, rotating shifts to patrol the dam. When hunger struck, they nibbled on bread and snacks, and if they fancied fish, they would slowly grill it over charcoal. This existence is likely the very life that the thin monkey yearns for, severing ties with his father and showing no desire to return home, leaving his elderly father in the care of Meng Gu without a second thought. Throughout the night, the relentless roar of the pump reverberates, while the intercepted river has run shallow, with only 2 pools of water remaining unemptied. Get to work. They plunge into the task, armed with shovels and hoes. The trio digs into the silt side by side, while the thin monkey stands by with a bucket, waiting to collect fish. The sediment of this wild river has accumulated over time, yielding an abundance of river clams and freshwater mussels. The first shovel strikes, revealing a clam as large as a palm. This delicacy, kept in clean water for a while, can be quite splendid when cooked into porridge, Meng Gu remarks, his hands never pausing in their labor. It's a tough job. Near the dam, the yellow eels and loaches have taken refuge. It took digging 6 or 7 meters before we stumbled upon signs of the yellow eel. I thought we might strike out entirely. Surely, they wouldn't relocate overnight? Still trying to escape? With a swift motion, Meng Gu pries the silt away and deftly tosses a yellow eel, weighing over 3 taels, onto the bank. Wow. That is impressive. Someone exclaims. Big for a little snake, isn't it? You haven't seen a real snake until now. It takes over a pound to even be considered substantial. Be careful when handling it. Don't injure it. Meng Gu instructs the thin monkey to focus on the task at hand. Yes. They continue to excavate, thoroughly turning over the entire riverbed, uncovering river clams, mussels, yellow eels, fighting fish, domestic dragonfish, pond loach, yellow catfish, blue knives, white strips, wheat fish, red eyes, silver carp, grass fry, and bighead carp fry. The haul is remarkably abundant. However, both grass fry and bighead carp fry are promptly returned to the river. New arrivals. At last, we spotted sizable yellow eels. Meng Gu calls for Su Fan and the others to join him beneath a patch of overgrown grass to dig for them. Wait, what is over there? Goodness, a giant soft-shelled turtle. Su Fan crouches down to prepare for digging, only to notice a glimmering little eye beneath the decayed leaves and mud near Meng Ji's feet. Wow, it's real. Quick, grab it before it escapes. Su Fan's keen gaze locks onto the creature's beady eye, which can no longer feign ignorance, attempting to flee. Unfortunately, just as it attempts to bolt, Meng Gu swiftly pounces, pinning it down. Huh, you think you can run? I haven't even secured my fertilizer yet. This must weigh at least 10 pounds. Not bad at all. Old Five, pass me that fine meshed net. Laughter erupts as they gather their bountiful catch. We need to dig a bit wider here. The giant turtle is placed into the net, while the thin monkey and Old Five transport it to the fishing box in their wooling vehicle. As the river dredging project commences, the silt is directly shoveled onto the bank, with the thin monkey rummaging for yellow eels and loaches. They have a light breakfast before resuming their digging, continuing until the afternoon until they finally finish, leaving only 2 deep pools that require the pump to be brought over to drain. The catch of the day has been sorted. All the smaller fish have been returned to the river to be released. The market-grade loach weighed in at 17 pounds, while the mudfish reached only 8 pounds. 2 large soft-shelled turtles were caught, the larger one weighing around 10 pounds and the smaller one about 6 pounds. Various river fish totaled over 20 pounds, and the river shrimp amounted to over a dozen pounds. This harvest was remarkably abundant. Upon drawing the rod in the water hole, it was filled with tilapia and yellow-boned fish, each weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. What a strenuous endeavor. My entire body aches, and my hands are wrinkled from the water. With no more fish to catch, I decided to dig a simple circle in the water hole, but found nothing worthwhile. So I called it a day. Let us go. Let us head to the river for a quick wash. I need to deliver the goods. Su Fan dragged his weary body from the mud onto the shore, truly exhausted. I must indulge in 2 bowls of braised pork rice at the town. The fish were loaded onto the vehicle, and I directed Sha Gu Chong to dismantle the upstream dam and reservoir. Finally, at 4:30 p.m., we delivered the fish to Huajian. The river shrimp, loach, mudfish, and large soft-shelled turtles were all purchased by our esteemed clients in town. Each person received 2 pounds, leaving only the remaining tilapia and yellow-boned fish to be sent to the fish market in the county. All the fish were sold, and it was time to tally our earnings. The market-grade loach weighed less than 20 pounds, selling at 130 yuan per pound for a total of 2, for 170 yuan, plus 3 large loaches at 300 yuan each, bringing the total to 370 yuan. The mudfish, weighing just over 8 pounds and not particularly large, sold for 60 yuan per pound, totaling 500 yuan. The large soft-shelled turtle sold for 200 yuan, and the smaller one for 560 yuan, accumulating to 760 yuan. The tilapia and yellow-boned fish, weighing around 17 to 18 pounds, were sold to the fish market at 23 yuan per pound, amounting to 400 yuan. The river shrimp, priced at 61 yuan per pound, totaled 5 pounds for 990 yuan. The grand total stands at 7,020 yuan. Let us ensure there are no miscalculations. Su Fan noted down the income summary in his small notebook. No discrepancies. Meng Gu and Sha Gu Chong nodded in agreement. On average, each of us earned 340 yuan. This amount also accounts for fuel expenses, food purchases, and the borrowing of the water pump, as well as contributions from Shouho. Each of us will set aside 340 yuan to cover these costs. Let us see how much the monkey can take. Su Fan gestured for Meng Gu to begin calculating the expenses. The water pump rental cost 100 yuan. Fuel expenses were less than 300 yuan. And we 1T count the food. Lao Wu, you'll take 420 yuan. I'll give you cash. Any objections? Meng Gu glanced at the tired Shouho, whose eyes were slightly red. No, none at all, he exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face as he realized he would receive money. Excitement flushing his cheeks and leaving him somewhat flustered. Stop boasting. Those watching from the side were nearly in disbelief. After toiling all night and day, 420 yuan is quite something. Let us go. We'll each return home to rest. Su Fan called out and got into his wooling hongguang. As he drove away, Shouho erupted in jubilant cheers. Oh wow, I have money now. What a racket. Come back with me. We still need the water pump. Bring back some small fish for your father to enjoy with his drinks, and the money will be your concern. I want to say a word. Let us see if you can keep it to yourself. Meng Gu playfully slapped Shouho on the shoulder. As long as you don't say anything, my father will never know. Humph. A little hush money wouldn't hurt, right? Selling eggs. Chong chuckled from the side. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to a delightful meal of stewed pork noodles in the market. Agreed. Let us keep this expenditure from your father. Chapter 58. Arrangement for the rabbit rearing project. Digging up mud and catching eels is indeed a labor-intensive task, leaving one coated in muck. It requires 2 thorough washes with hot water to rid oneself of the lingering odor of the mire. Earning money has become increasingly arduous. The large grass carp are growing more cunning, making it quite unrealistic to expect to secure 2 of them in a single day. After bathing, I conducted an inspection of various projects within the estate. The first batch of strawberries has begun to blossom and bear small fruit. Noticing some growing at the roots, I picked them and laid them out on the bamboo mats to dry. This waiting period for the fruit to mature is filled with eager anticipation for the passage of time. Numerous solar insect traps and mosquito killers have been installed around the estate. Beneath the lights, a basin of water is placed, effectively luring flying insects to their watery demise. Even those that do not fall into the basin cannot escape, as frogs, toads, and field crickets lie in wait beneath the insect traps, often resulting in dozens of them congregating below a single light. The efficiency of pest control is remarkable. Without these insect traps and frogs, it is likely that all the vegetable seeds sown in the estate would be entirely devoured, leaving the land barren. The estate is flourishing, and Su Fan sleeps more soundly than before. Awakening the following morning, his phone received a notification about a signal booster that was ready to go. After a moment's thought, he took a rope and scissors to gather goji leaves. What a splendid venture. In just 2 or 3 days, they have flourished remarkably. A handful can fetch 10 yuan, and 30 handfuls amount to 100. Coupled with the income from eggs and duck eggs, this yields a delightful profit of 400 yuan. How gratifying. With a substantial initial application of manure and the spraying of spring water, the goji leaves have reached their peak harvesting season, with tender, lush shoots that evoke a strong desire to purchase. Carrying the goji leaves along with the eggs, he set out early to the market. Auntie was present, along with Chong, Menggo, and Shouho. What do you two plan to sell? Su Fan inquired of Menggo and Shouho. Menggo grinned and pulled out a cigarette to share. This lad also intends to raise some chicks at home. His family forest is right at the entrance of the mountain. He wishes to learn from us and build a small shelter in the woods. Raising chickens requires feed. If you can't even eat on time, how will you manage to feed them? Su Fan's remark left Shouho speechless. In rural areas, chickens are typically fed leftover meals, rice bran, and vegetable scraps. Lacking the funds to purchase grains, Shouho could only resort to cooking rice mixed with bran, yet even that posed a challenge for him. I only have a little over 300 yuan in capital. Besides raising chickens, I am at a loss as to what else I could rear. A biao. Do you have any ideas? Meng Gu chimed in, while Auntie nearby listened intently. The investment in poultry farming is indeed substantial. Even stepping out of one's home to dine poses a challenge. However, one could consider raising rabbits. By foraging for grass twice daily, one could provide sustenance for them. During the remaining hours, there is ample opportunity to earn some supplementary income. A pair of breeding rabbits costs approximately 150 yuan, while a pair of young rabbits is merely 30 yuan. With an investment of 200 yuan, one can embark on the venture of rabbit farming. Though care must be taken to keep them dry, the grass must be dried after cutting. I also intend to raise a batch for personal consumption, and will see if anyone is selling them at stalls later. Upon hearing this, Menggun nodded in agreement. This is indeed a viable idea. If a 5 or 6 kilogram rabbit sells for 70 yuan, I will be the first to purchase 2 for braised rabbit. He chuckled. You truly have a knack for this. A rabbit weighing 5 or 6 kilograms for 70 yuan is cheaper than chicken. Those liquor enthusiasts would rush to buy them. The egg seller echoed this sentiment. And the lean monkey, sensing the promising prospects of rabbit farming, grinned foolishly. Let us proceed with this rabbit farming endeavor, he said, as a few stalls began to outline the details of their enterprise. Initially, the lean monkey lacked even the basic utensils. Su Fan, who operates an excavator, could assist in leveling the land. The rabbit enclosure could be constructed using tarpaulin and bamboo, surrounded by wire fencing. To facilitate this, Meng Gu invested 500 yuan in the lean monkey as startup capital, but any rabbit's bred must be sold to Meng Gu first, at a price of 70 yuan each, regardless of size. For the lean monkey, who faced constant disdain from his father at home, options were limited to factory work. Now, venturing into rabbit farming, albeit a modest beginning, allowed him to join the group, enabling him to share in their bounty. While Su Fan and his companions feasted on meat, he could at least savor some broth, a far more gratifying experience than working a conventional job. Their willingness to include him stemmed from his perceived reliability. He was industrious and not prone to deception. Let us go buy some rabbits, and take me along to film. I want to document Lao Wu's journey to prosperity through rabbit farming. Auntie called Su Fan over after their discussion. There's no need to check your stall. There is hardly anything left. After this time frame, selling becomes exceedingly difficult. This isn't a basic necessity. She promptly began to pack up. Indeed, this is typically consumed once or twice every fortnight, and your nephew goes digging after classes. He has even reached the neighboring village. Yes, he went with his classmates. From the sales, I take 40%. You seem quite fond of business. You have the makings of a proprietress. Generally, women feel shy about running stalls. When no one is buying, it can be quite awkward, but the atmosphere completely transforms when inquiries about prices arise. This feeling is incomparable to working or engaging in other activities. The humble tradespeople and common folk, peddling their wares, have been a part of our genetic lineage since time immemorial. The vendor of eggs no longer sells his goods. Instead, he packs them into Brother Meng's tricycle, and together they embark on a stroll through the secluded cat and dog street. This place, slightly off the beaten path, serves as a gathering ground for the less reputable elements of society. Here, one can find purveyors of medicinal plasters, herbal remedies, fortune tellers, those who select auspicious dates, Practitioners of geomancy, exorcists, gaming enthusiasts, and sellers of cats and dogs. Typically, it is the men who venture into this realm. Ordinary individuals seldom find their way here. These dealings embody the essence of the underworld, rarely invoking the law. When tempers flare, actions are taken without hesitation. Do not film indiscriminately, cautioned Su Fan, stopping a woman preparing to raise her camera. What's the matter? She inquired. Just don't film. These are not respectable individuals. If you capture them on camera, and they retaliate by smashing your phone, you will have no grounds for complaint, Su Fan explained. Oh, understood. I want film, she replied. The sellers of cats and dogs abound, with villagers displaying their wares in chicken coops placed on the ground. The cats are confined within their cages, while the dogs roam freely. Most of these dogs lack desirable traits. The appealing ones have already been chosen. While their appearances may be less than stellar, their prices are remarkably low. One can acquire a somewhat scrawny yellow dog for 50 yuan, or a tabby cat for a mere 20. Brother Ming purchased 2 small yellow dogs and a tabby cat, while the egg vendor also acquired 2 dogs, 1 yellow and 1 black. Though he opted against buying a cat, as the local chickens are semi-free range and susceptible to feline predation. Online, such a native dog can fetch 300 yuan. Yet here it is available for just 50, a veritable bargain. What remains has already been picked over, whispered the woman beside Su Fan. There is now a group of individuals who specifically scour rural areas for puppies, selecting only those with superior appearances. What is left are the smaller, less robust specimens. You see those 5 dogs at my estate? They will grow considerably larger than these, Brother Ming remarked, if they are not purchased. These dogs will likely end up as culinary fare. Ah, I see, came the realization. The rabbit vendors occupy only 2 stalls. One specializes in large male rabbits, each weighing 7 to 8 pounds, priced at 130 yuan. Excuse me, do you have any female rabbits for sale? I would like to purchase a few pairs. Su Fan inquired as he crouched down to ask. We do not sell females. We only have males and young rabbits at present. Very well. I shall take the young ones. Select 2 males, and I will take all the females. Su Fan beckoned for Shouho to come over and choose the rabbits. A fully grown young rabbit costs 25 to 30 yuan each when selected individually, while a pair without selection is priced at 30 yuan. With Shouho's limited funds, he could only afford a pair, ultimately purchasing 6 pairs, with the remainder reserved for raincloth and wire mesh. Su Fan, too, chose carefully, ensuring he selected those with good size and appearance, also acquiring 6 pairs. I have heard that the ladies from Sichuan and Chongqing enjoy eating rabbit. Do you think your classmate would relish a spicy rabbit head? Su Fan remarked to the woman filming nearby. Oh my, you certainly have a long-term perspective. She chuckled in response. Having never met in person, the prospect of raising rabbits and providing for them seems rather presumptuous. The classmates and close friends who accompany Sister Ing cannot be of poor quality. A modicum of preparation is indeed warranted. Su Fan casually complimented Li Weiniang, noting her superior beauty. The girls from the Sichuan-Chongqing region tend to possess remarkably good skin. 18,800 is insufficient. It must be elevated to 28,800. Upon hearing this, Su Fan adopted a serious tone. The success of this endeavor ultimately hinges on her willingness. I merely recommended you to her, highlighting your ability to generate income, your well-defined abs, and your expansive mountain estate. I suggested that if she were to marry you, she would no longer need to rise early for work, enjoying a diet composed entirely of organic food, including wild game. She seemed intrigued and may visit during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I see. Then raising this rabbit seems prudent. From what you've described, she indeed has a penchant for culinary delights. Su Fan nodded, contemplating further. Exactly. She is quite the foodie, possessing an incredible metabolism that allows her to indulge without gaining weight. A remarkable constitution. As the two conversed, Meng Gu and the egg vendor observed with envy. However, their own mountain estate remains little more than a thatched hut, lacking proper accommodations for female guests, with outdoor facilities for both sanitation and bathing. In stark contrast, Su Fan's estate boasts a private bathroom, complete with a water heater, tiled floors, a fully equipped kitchen, a living room, and a pavilion. Were it not for the mountainous setting, it would be an ideal retreat for women seeking a few days of relaxation and rejuvenation. After acquiring the rabbits, they strolled through the market but found no suitable business ventures. I've installed a signal booster at my estate, Su Fan announced. Now, one can use their phone and watch videos even in the mountains. What? Such a device exists? The young ant's eyes lit up upon hearing Su Fan's words. Indeed, it cost around 6,000 to 7,000 yuan, but its range is limited to a few hundred meters around the house. Beyond the estate, the signal remains weak. That is quite impressive. Having internet access in the mountains is exceedingly comfortable. The young ant genuinely yearned for the lifestyle of a wooden cottage. Haha. Every day entails shoveling chicken and duck manure. Now, there's also rabbit droppings to tend to. The young ant laughed heartily, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight.